I'm so bored. I wish I knew what to do. What the hell is that? Sounds like Irish folk music. Oh God, I hate Irish folk music.
What the hell?
A rainbow!
Oh my God. Oh, there's never any rainbows in these parts of the world. Oh my God, a pot of gold. That must mean there's leprechauns around here. Oh. Oh my God, Mr. Leprechaun, now that I found your gold, do I get to keep the pot of gold?
No. To keep this pot of gold, you have to review all of the Leprechaun films.
The horror films from the, the 90s and early 2000s?
Yes, the ones with Warwick Davis. Warwick Davis. But it must be an honest review. No tricks.
I don't know how I would trick you with it. I mean, yeah, I'll give you an honest review of the Leprechaun movies, but just to be sure, I'm gonna watch these movies, I'm gonna get this gold, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll do it. I had nothing else better to do today, so fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it, whatever.
Okay, once again, here we are reviewing another horror franchise. This time, it's Warwick Davis's Leprechaun. I think there's different directors each time, so whatever. All we know is that Warwick Davis is the most important one of them all. There's 6 Leprechaun films. Leprechaun 1, Leprechaun 2, Leprechaun 3, Leprechaun 4, In Space, Leprechaun 5, In the Hood, Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood. I did name them, okay? That's what happened.
Wait, before we go any further, I just want to thank today's beautiful partners at Gamersupps. Now, Gamersupps has been a long-standing partner with this channel, and for good reason. Tasty beverages, it gets you hyped up, zero sugar, keto-friendly, what else do you need? Big, beautiful anime girls on shakers, oh my God. And the delicious flavors that go inside make Gamersupps a goddamn must. Right now, February 7th through February 9th, you get 22% off when you use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout. You get the deals, you get the discounts. And also, if you want to sign up and get some free flavors, you get to do a little trial period. And if you don't like it, then you say no. But here's the thing. As soon as you try it, you're going to be hooked and so in love with Gamersupps, I swear you're going to become crawling back. And the best thing about it, too, is they have many non-caffeinated options. So in case you don't want to go too hard, drink too much caffeine, have your heart go boom, you can just have nice, tasty, non-caffeinated beverage. It's nice. You know what? It's good and good for you. So I just wanted to say thank you, Gamersupps, for being an amazing partner. And like I said, February 7th to February 9th, use promo code PAPAMEAT to get 22% off your order. Thank you so much, Gamersupps, for partnering with us. And back to the video.
We're just gonna go in numerical order as we always do, watch it from beginning to end. So let's start off with Leprechaun 1. Leprechaun 1, the beginning of a franchise. It's always so exciting. This one, beginning in 1993, was made with a budget of $1 million, and it made around $8.6 million. This is why hell starts. These are why mediocre things rise to the top. But I will be honest, out of all the horror franchises we've seen, this is the first one. Well, I guess you could say Final Destination kind of is a bit campy and a bit humorous. I feel like from the beginning, Leprechaun was trying to be more horror and comedy, but it was definitely a mixture. Like, they wanted to do horror comedy, and then obviously they turned up the schlock way more. So these do, in a way, they are fun to watch, but they're still like bad horror films. It's a good and bad. It's sweet and sour is how I describe these. Which the first movie, it falls perfectly into this category because one, you have Warwick Davis. I mean, God forbid, the guy was in Star Wars. Willow, hello, he's Willow. Right? Also in this movie, it's Jennifer Aniston's first movie ever. So that's why usually whenever you look this up, Jennifer Aniston is the biggest person on the poster, and usually there is no Warwick Davis to be seen. That's unfortunate because in all of these movies, you're gonna find is Warwick Davis, the majority of the time, is the absolute highlight of all of these movies. His performance always sings through. Which, without further ado, let's talk about Leprechaun 1. Which Leprechaun 1 starts off pretty funny, with an older Irish man who kind of comes home shit-faced drunk. Feels very stereotypical. It almost feels borderline racist towards Irish people, if I'm being completely honest. And it's 2 extremely thick accented Irish people.
A wee person, a leprechaun. I caught him and made him show me where his gold is.
Living in North Dakota? I just don't know why they're there. I mean, like, obviously people can move there, but to me, I was just like, what? Why are you there? Why the hell are they there? But this man named O'Grady stole leprechaun gold. He's rich as shit. And the leprechaun comes back and he's pissed. Pushes his wife. Actually, you know what? He doesn't even push his wife downstairs. That's one thing that we're gonna find with all these leprechaun films. The leprechaun really doesn't, like, kill people. People kind of just die of different ways. Isn't that the weirdest thing? He's supposed to be like a Michael Myers or a Jason Voorhees or something like that, but he just is kind of there and he just rhymes. And people like in this case, O'Grady's wife, she and trips and falls down some steps and dies. And then even O'Grady, he doesn't even kill O'Grady. O'Grady traps Leprechaun in his basement by putting a 4-leaf clover on a box, which I thought 4-leaf clover, I didn't know. Is that a part of Leprechaun tradition? Or 4-leaf clovers like bad for them? I thought that they liked 4-leaf clovers.
It's supposed to bring you good luck.
Yeah, so in this movie though, the Leprechauns, they don't like 4-leaf clovers. Warwick Davis does not like 4-leaf clovers. That's actually in his contract why. He's like, I don't want it. Is that what Warwick Davis sounds like? Much like a crucifix to a vampire, this is how this exact same effect a 4-leaf clover has on a leprechaun. He traps a leprechaun in the basement in a wooden box, and he's gonna burn down the house. He takes his wife out of there because, you know, like I said, she tumbled down the steps, but he drags her back out, and before he can light the match, he has a stroke and is presumably dead. So once again, the leprechaun doesn't even kill him, and then the leprechaun is just like, I'll get out of here one day. And then we do a 10-year jump, and then we see Jennifer Aniston and her dad driving in. I guess they're moving to this farmhouse. Oh, it's our farmhouse for the summer. Moving to the farmhouse for the summer, and Jennifer Aniston's role in this is pretty insufferable. She's definitely like a better actor than almost everybody in the film, probably besides Warwick Davis, but her actual character is just insufferable. She's like a city kid, and she just keeps talking about how boring and bad everything is until she sees like a very apparent 35-year-old man helping paint the house, and then her pussy gets all wet, and she's just like, oh, actually, I like it out here. But I think the guy is supposed to be in his early 20s. He looks so old. And then our other cast of characters is a large Down syndrome-ridden man, or they say dim-witted, named Ozzy, and his like Macaulay Culkin wannabe brother Alex. They're all siblings, which the 35-year-old Giga Chad guy is apparently brothers with the dim-witted man Ozzy and the Macaulay Culkin wannabe Alex.
Alex is his brother, and then Ozzy's a friend.
Whatever. Who gives a shit? Doesn't matter. One of them is wearing like a fucking Dr. Seuss shirt, and he's walking around and he's like, oh, I don't know, what are we doing? Paint falls on his fucking head. All of a sudden, Ozzy walks in the house and he hears a little girl because Warwick Davis got woken up from Jennifer Aniston trying to suck this guy's cock in the basement. She gets spooked, runs out of there. Ozzy comes down because he thinks he hears a little girl, wipes off the 4-leaf clover that's been sitting there for 10 years in this cobweb-ridden basement. And here we go. Warwick Davis comes out and starts rhyming. And that was kind of a precursor that we should have known that there's going to be a lot of rhyming in these movies. I didn't really understand that either. Do leprechauns rhyme a lot? Does that show that something's more whimsical or fantastical if they rhyme?
Yeah.
I guess that's true. Like a Dr. Seuss book is supposed to be kind of whimsical, right? But needless to say, Ozzy freaks out, but because he's like borderline fucking, you know, no one believes him until, uh-oh, there they go, we see him. Now, this whole rest of this movie, I really cannot paraphrase this enough, is minor inconveniences happening until we crescendo to the end, which this is supposed to be like a slasher movie. It's kind of the pacing of it. Usually in a Friday the 13th, you have all the annoying characters building up, and they're all sucking and fucking, and they're all joking around, and then Jason kind of picks them off one by one. That's kind of what happens here, except once again, Warwick Davis doesn't ever really kill anybody. The leprechaun never really does anything. He scratches Jennifer Aniston's leg, he bites the dad's hand. I think he tries biting Ozzy's ear.
He kills the pawn shop guy.
Or he kills a pawn shop guy. Or no, it's not even a pawn shop guy. It's an antique coin guy. They find some gold there, which Ozzy eats one of the gold coins. And then the rest of them are like, oh, here's this coin. I bet it's worth a lot because it's old. Because they find a sack of gold coins in an abandoned truck, which I'm guessing is supposed to be O'Grady's because there's a rainbow. And he's like, we gotta go sneak into the rainbow. So then they bring the coins into town. And then for some reason, there's just an antique coin dealer conveniently in this town. And he dies. He's the only one who dies in the film, I'm pretty sure. Moral of the story is, though, the rest of it is like they give Warwick Davis a tiny little cart, like a little crazy cart in a barn. He rides into town on a tricycle. They definitely fast forward the footage and it's really embarrassing. He gets pulled over by the police for speeding. The officer gets chased by the leprechaun into the woods, eventually getting killed. Okay, so the cop does die. But none of the main cast dies. And then moral of the story is they keep going like back and forth at the house. They keep having these like weird back and forths. And the movie kind of just ends with Ozzy gonna be like, that's it, I'm gonna kill myself. He wants me. Because he ate the gold coin, but that doesn't really happen. And then the Macaulay Culkin kid takes a 4-leaf clover and slingshots it into the leprechaun's mouth and he explodes, or he melts into a skeleton. And you're like, oh, thank God. And then they have to do the trope where the guy comes back. So the leprechaun comes back, except now he's just a gooey skeleton. And then they just like push him down the well and blow it up with gasoline. And you're like, we did it, we beat the leprechaun. And then once again, of course, they have to do the cliche of, oh, but wait.
Curse this well that me soul shall dwell, till I find me magic that breaks me spell.
No, he's gonna get his gold. Leprechaun won. Which, you know, okay, look at this.
What did you think of my movie, Leprechaun 1?
I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It was like extremely mediocre. I actually feel bad saying that too. Because all in all, it was fine. It's like a fun, schlocky kind of movie.
Oh, you hurt me feelings.
Okay. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at right here. Okay, is that, oh, there he goes. He's just crawling down. He is very short. It's taking him a while. I'm sorry. But at the same time, I have to get this pot of gold. I have to get the gold. So I'm reviewing these honestly. So, you know, I mean, all in all though, for a first movie, I kind of wish there was just more deaths.
They had the funny scene where he polishes the shoes.
Oh yeah, there's a part, yeah, he throws all the shoes out and he polishes them because apparently that's like, I think I should have done more research on what like standard leprechaun, superstitions or like tropes. I didn't know leprechauns shine shoes. You know what I mean? Okay, get away from my shoes. These are fucking air monarchs, dude. They don't need to be polished. He's like trying to polish my shoes. Get out of here. God, this fucking guy. This is terrible. This is horrible so far. We have 5 more of these, by the way. Which I will say for a slasher film, they did something that I was very stoked on, and they didn't show any boobies. Usually in these films, there's just, you gotta sell tickets, you know, to kids, 13-year-old boys, 14-year-old boys who love seeing tits, all that kind of stuff. And there wasn't one. Kind of strange. For a slasher, pretty strange. Leprechaun 1. There you go. Okay, Leprechaun 2. Still before any of the gimmicky names, which is nice. So that's pretty good. Okay, and we're already another leprechaun crawling up. Don't they have powers? Can't they just like not crawl like this? I feel bad.
You're gonna watch Leprechaun 2.
Yeah, that's what I said that already. What the fuck?
I hope you enjoy it.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Leprechaun 2, 1994, which is just a year after. Same kind of budget. They got 1.5 million, so they got a little raise because, you know, the first movie did make a profit, but this time the profit, 2.3. Not even $1 million in profit. Usually that takes a while. By the 4th movie, we see these kind of profits, but already it just doesn't, whatever. Which I think this one was still in theaters too, which is the last one to get a theatrical release, which, you know, what do you do? This one starts off and it's like 1,000 years ago. It's like medieval times, so the leprechaun has a slave, and basically him and the slave are homies, and he goes over and they start peeping this chick, and we find out very quickly that this movie is going to be centered around leprechaun trying to get some pussy. In all honesty, I hate to say it, right, but that's just what it is. That dims is the facts. We know what that dirty dog wants.
I know what he wants.
Okay, I don't. It feels just gross. I'm not even gonna look back over here because that just feels gross. I hate that he's just looking at me. Look just somewhere else, anywhere else, please. It's just so distracting, I'm sorry. Basically, he sits there, he sees this girl, and it turns out to be his slave's daughter. And he's like, no. And if she sneezes 3 times, that means that they're wed. But then his like servant or slave or whatever says, God bless you on the last time, and it like breaks the curse. It's not, the flow of that feels very odd. And essentially he's like, oh, well, in another 1,000 years, I'll get like another descendant of your daughters or whatever, right? Which is why, upon rewatching this in the second one, we get like a little book montage, and it's all the women throughout the 1,000 years until the one we land on now. Our main characters in this one are Cody, his creepy, weird boss, Morty, who is the guy from Seinfeld where he offers him the pen in the retirement home, if you remember him.
Do me a personal favor.
No, I'm not
Take
comfortable.
the pen.
I cannot take it.
Take the pen.
Are you sure?
Love that guy. And Bridget, which Bridget's performance in this, I'm not gonna lie, she's not a very good actor. All right, just gonna put that out there now. Cody works for like a haunted tours thing in LA, and he kind of like scams people. His boss Morty is kind of a scumbag, gambler, drunk, degenerate as well. And it's just about them like hustling people. But then Bridget gets mad because Cody won't take off work even though he's like stressed about money or something. And then she goes off with a guy named Ian who works at a go-kart track, which as soon as I saw the go-kart track, I'm like, God damn it, they're gonna put Warwick Davis back in a tiny go-kart because apparently maybe that was popular enough in the first movie. I don't know. So now Cody's all bummed. I mean, he's like watching TV, he's all sad, and he sees Bridget with Ian making out on the TV, and he's like, no! Let me paraphrase this first. The introduction to the leprechaun this time is this door opens on a tree, and the leprechaun steps out, and he's like barraging a drunk homeless man for drinking Canadian whiskey. But I will say, I like the door opening. I thought that was kind of cool. A lot of fog, big fun light. And he does rip out the homeless man's golden tooth. So, you know, a little more violent right away than the first movie, which is what I like too. I will say though that when they rip out his tooth, like I don't think they put all the makeup on the tooth properly, so it's like like it ripped out his tooth to reveal his actual tooth underneath, and it just kind of looks shitty and funny, but you know, what do you do? But now the leprechaun is out to hunt for Bridget because Bridget is the descendant of his servant's or slave's daughter. So as he's going around, Ian drops Bridget off, but he's mad because he's like, what are you, a fucking tease? I took off work for you. She's like, dude, you work at a go-kart track. I mean, you're not the fucking CEO of some business or something, calm down.
He bought her 2 chili dogs.
He did say that, and he put in there, he's like, I bought you a fucking chili dog.
And what about those chili dogs?
Like she's Sonic the Hedgehog. Like that's supposed to be some big fucking perk for her. And she's like, cool, well, see ya. And he's like, oh, fucking bitch. And this is where we get to also see that the leprechaun, he mimics Bridget's voice, and you see her in the garage.
Bridget?
And I think that the actor didn't want to show her actual tits, so she takes off her shirt, but it cuts, and it's just like someone else's neck and chest. But they did immediately, they're like, we gotta have some boobs in this one. I bet you anything, whoever made these films were like, you gotta throw some tits in there. For real, we're losing people. Way more profit if we just had some tits. But needless to say, it is kind of cool because the guy's like, oh, boobies, and his face is getting close to the boobs, and then it cuts to reality where actually it's like a giant lawnmower with 2 blades that cuts up his face. So that's fun. But the problem with this though too is that you don't get to see any of the brutal kills, which is like kind of some of the fun parts, right? You know, it's like what makes it fun with like Michael Myers or like Jason Voorhees, like Jason like smashing those girls in the sleeping bag, whatever. It's like obvious, I don't know. It's just, you kind of want to see some of that shit because it makes it brutal, right? Kevin Bacon getting stabbed in the neck. Looks cool. Kristen Glover getting the axe in his head. I'm not going to keep talking about Friday the 13th. It's a good film series, or it's, you know, it's all right, but everything's always off screen, and then Warwick Davis has to rhyme a little bit, and he's like, ugh.
She sneezes once, she sneezes twice. She'll be me bride when she sneezes thrice.
Which, thank God, Cody shows up and he has some flowers for Bridget, and he's like, listen, baby, I'm sorry I have to work that 9 to 5. Will you forgive this little hound dog? And she's like, all right, fine. Leprechaun shows up, starts making her sneeze, sneezes once. He's like, what the heck, are you allergic to these? She's like, no, come on. They go in the kitchen, sneezes again. And then the 3rd time she sneezes, Cody's like, God bless you. And then the leprechaun like wraps a telephone cord around his throat. He starts strangling.
God bless
So I was like, what the fuck? I thought that was pretty cool to stop her from saying it. So now they're married. Cody throws like a cast iron fire poker at him, and the leprechaun catches it and it burns his hand. So now we're being introduced to more lore that I guess leprechauns, they can't be touched by cast iron or it makes them weak. But needless to say, they teleport away like fucking Goku, instant transmissions away. We show up to the leprechaun's hut in like a cave where like it gets kind of like a bit graphic for a second. I mean, like he like straps the girl down and he like starts cutting off her clothes and rubbing her belly, and then you're like, oh god, where is this going? This feels so like smutty. But thankfully it stops. But he does say some shit like, I'm gonna put a leprechaun baby in ya.
Didn't I mention you'll be bearing me wee one soon? Get me out of this!
And I'm gonna cut up your face or something like that. I'm gonna cut up your face and put leprechaun goo inside you. Have you grow a nice leprechaun baby. And she starts screaming. We cut back to Cody. He's talking to his fucking drunk ass boss about how leprechauns are real. And he's like, yeah, on my dead body. Until like immediately the leprechaun comes back and introduces himself. Warwick Davis just jumps into scene. They have no real way of like adding special effects. So he kind of just always hops from off screen into screen. And he's like, but leprechauns are real. And they get attacked. And now Morty and Cody are having to be Morty with Rick and Morty out. It just like, it's so hard to not just be like, Morty, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't matter. They start going around, you know, they're freaking out, and then they decide to hide in a bar. Cody goes into a bathroom and they do like a weird gag where he thinks the leprechaun's coming in, but it's just a little person. But it's the actor who's in Bad Santa and also Meet Myself and Irene, which let me divert for a second. And Meet Myself and Irene, at the beginning of the movie, Jim Carrey's character is like, would you be with me if I was broke? She's like, of course I will, of course. And he's like, well, even if we lived in Antarctica and all we could do is eat whale blubber. And she's like, of course. And then later on in the movie, she leaves him for this like black little person, this character who's like this marine biologist, like the super smart guy. And as he's getting, I know this is, just stay with me for a second. As he's driving away, or like she's leaving him, and he's like, but you said that you'd eat whale blubber for me. And then and then the actor does, oh, she'll be eating whale blubber all right after I free Willy. And they do like one of the grossest kisses on camera. I remember me and my family used to I used to cry laughing at that when I was younger. Holy shit. Anyways, he's in it, and he does a creepy ass smile. Good stuff. He leaves the bathroom, and Morty's not even looking at Cody, and we get like it's way too long of a take. Way too long. He's like, what the hell's your problem, Morty? What the hell's going on? And he takes forever, and he's like looking over, and he just isn't telling Cody what's up, and he's just as,
He's here.
which I get it. It's St. Patrick's Day. There's other little people in the bar, so you would assume, oh, who knows? But he looks like a demon. He looks like a demon. He has like long ass sharp fingernails. And then they get it over on him because earlier on in the film in the bar, this bartender had a non-alcoholic version of something for him. So Morty knows that he could beat him in a drinking competition. And Warwick Davis does get fucking smashed. And like all of his little friends leave as well, even though they're chanting with him. I don't know if that's supposed to be offensive or not. I can't tell.
It's a Freaks reference.
It's a Freaks reference? What's Freaks?
Freaks is a movie about little people in a like a sideshow thing. They say,
One of us?
one of us, gooble gobble, gooble gobble.
They say Gooble Gobble?
Yeah.
Are you making that up, Nick? That feels horrible.
Yeah.
That reference I didn't register that reference at all, so I apologize. But he outdrinks him, and then Morty is like basically just bullying the shit out of this leprechaun. The leprechaun escapes after this, and then he ends up in an espresso bar, and then here's another reference. We have the guy from Mad TV who played Stuart. Remember that? Oh, Stuart. He's like, I don't want to. Remember that? No, well, that happened. It's the same guy. Harry remembers that. I see him in there. It was the same guy from the first Austin Powers movie who gets smashed by the thing. They're like, move! And he does, whatever. He's in it. I think his name was something McDonald. Tom McDonald, I think was his name. Michael McDonald? Who's a popular artist that has something McDonald as well? It's like an artist. It's like a musician. I thought it was Michael McDonald. It doesn't fucking matter. But he does like this scene, and he has the guy's skin bubble. It's supposed to be gruesome, but it just looks kind of cheap and stupid. And there's so much like intentional comedy and then unintentional comedy from cringe and then horror. You never really know what the fuck you're supposed to feel at any given time. So you kind of just revert to everything is schlocky and funny. So it makes a lot of the moments where you're like supposed to be like, oh, this is creepy, kind of makes it fall flat a bit. They go to the go-kart track because Cody knows that there's like a cast iron safe. They're like, we're gonna trap the leprechaun in this safe. And they do so. They open the door and the leprechaun runs in. He's like, oh, let me out. It's painful in here. It's cast iron, right? But then Morty locks Cody in a room because he wants to get the because whenever you catch a leprechaun, which I've heard this before, when you catch a leprechaun, you get 3 wishes. And the first thing Morty wishes for is his gold. But then the gold grows inside of him. It looks really fucking weird, but it's because it's supposed to be his actual pot of gold, but it just looks really weird. I mean, for, you know, practical effect, whatever, it's kind of funny, but it just looks so stupid. Morty's like, you gotta get this shit out of me. I wish for you to get it out. And he's like, oh, here, you have to let me go. And then he basically says, I wish for you to be free of the cast iron safe. And then he cuts it out of him by, of course, the gold just like burst out of his stomach, so Morty dies. Cody gets out of the closet from the go-kart track, but then he gets arrested by a security guard walking the grounds who's just like, how many people have you killed today, you fucking freak? Because people think that he's the person who's been killing people. Wouldn't you know, because they're at the go-kart track, here comes Warwick Davis and a fucking obnoxious ass Mario Kart looking fucking thing. He like hits and kills the security officer. But then you find out that the leprechaun can't kill Cody because he has one of his coins that makes him invincible to the leprechaun's attacks. So that's when he goes to his lair. And from there he finds out, you know, the leprechaun's lair is at Houdini's old house. Apparently that's, you know, whatever, doesn't fucking matter. Walks to the deal, try to find Bridget. He fights a skeleton that used to be the servant. They keep trying to escape this cave, but they keep just going down the same tunnel and coming out, and they're like, we're stuck! And it's like, yeah, dude, it's one tunnel. Where the fuck do you think this thing is gonna go? Bridget tries to act like she wants to suck and fuck the leprechaun. He gets all horned up, and she tries stabbing him, but it doesn't work. There's a rock that looks like a mushroom. Like, it looks so fake, and we've been seeing it in the movie the whole time, and finally it's revealed that that's where he's gonna blow up out of. I'm pretty sure you see wires in all these movies where he's flying around. You just see the wires, because I don't think these movies were ever meant to be viewed outside of a 720p format, which once again, the leprechaun pretends to be Bridget, is able to get the coin, but it ends up being a fake coin. It's like a chocolate coin, I'm pretty sure. So it's a ruse, and then Cody stabs him with a cast iron stake, and then the leprechaun once again explodes. I'm finding it, this is gonna be an ongoing theme, which the ending of this movie makes me so frustrated, is whenever they leave, Cody just flicks the gold coin that like the leprechaun had just right outside the door. And it's like, it's supposed to be something where he's not focused on money anymore, but at the same time, it's like, you just got done killing a fucking demon that I'm pretty sure is definitely gonna come back. Hey, let's just leave the gold coin that gave you any kind of defense right outside of his lair, whatever. But this time we don't see if there's gonna, you know, he doesn't say like, ooh, there's no last little leprechaun thing, so is he officially dead in this movie? I doubt it, because there's 4 more.
There's definitely more. It's gonna take a lot more to kill me.
Okay, well, his voice changed a little bit. And there he goes, slowly crawling down. Your movie wasn't too bad, buddy. Thanks. I don't know if I liked 2 more than I liked 1, if I'm being honest. I can't tell. So far, that was terrible. That was Morty. As much as I like that actor as the guy from Seinfeld, he was the terrible character. Warwick Davis really did not do anything. We saw some wires and he exploded again. I don't think Leprechaun 2 is overshadowing Leprechaun 1 at this point. So
It does end quickly. The second they're out, they're just...
well, that's with all of them. These movies are just like, and we're done. As soon as Warwick Davis explodes, they're just like, and we're done. No more resolution. Yep, we're done. Bye-bye. Done. See you later. That's what it feels like every time. All right, thanks. Bye. When they're done, they're done. Anyways, moving on to Leprechaun 3. Leprechaun 3. The budget's $1.2 million. We don't know the box office or anything because this was the first one where they're like, these are no longer, we're not gonna put these in theaters anymore. Straight to TV, direct to video with these, all right? I think Leprechaun 3 when I was a kid, this was the first cover I saw on a VHS when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure. There's a little soft spot in my heart for this. And I will say this one is definite improvement. This is when it starts finding its groove. It's like they're funny in an intentional way and like it gets kind of cartoony. And I think the cartoony elements actually help a horror movie about a leprechaun. Who would have thought? So this movie is all about the leprechaun is now in a pawn shop. He's like a statue in a pawn shop in Las Vegas. And there's an amulet around his neck, but the amulet gets taken off and the leprechaun is free. And he's tussling with this fucking pawn shop owner forever. Also, the pawn shop's owner's name is Gupta. Does that feel a bit? Who wrote this? Written by David DeBow. It's an Indian pawn shop owner named Gupta. I don't know how I feel about that, okay? He's like beating the shit out of this pawn shop owner the whole time as the pawn shop owner is trying to get his pot of gold. And as they're tussling, like one of the gold coins rolls off, and of course that's gonna be found by somebody later. We also get this time, there's like Gupta has a program on his computer that talks about Irish folklore and kind of tells you more about it. I wonder if it's just because the complaint of people being like, what the fuck are the rules to this fucking thing? In this one too, the big emphasis is if you hold a gold coin, you get a 1 wish. So there's no longer 3. It's if you're holding the gold coin, you get to have 1 wish. I would say the movie really starts though when we get introduced to our innocent and I don't know how I feel about Scott. His name's Scott McCoy, and he's like a hapless, new, kind of like fish out of water, super innocent guy who goes to Vegas with a shit ton of money. He's moving for like a job, and he picks up a girl named Tammy who she's getting a job at the Shamrock Casino, which you can tell that they did not have a lot of budget for this because let me tell you, the casinos they used in this movie for their actual sets, the casino doesn't even have an actual sign. They printed off a fucking banner and just hung it up on the outside of the building, on the outside of the abandoned building that they rented for 3 days to film this movie. And they have one neon sign that says like casino or open, and it's like the smallest like little neon sign. She wants to be a magician or like a magician's assistant, and she warns Scotty, don't be gambling any money. And what does Scotty do? He immediately gambles all of his money, like over $20,000 worth of money, his tuition money for college. Gambles it all immediately on roulette of all games, okay? Not even like blackjack or something. You have more of a chance. I mean, like obviously the casino's gonna win either way, but my God, roulette, holy shit. He freaks out. He talks to the woman running the table named Loretta, who we find out in this movie that she's like a washed up old hag. She's like, oh, I look so old and I'm unattractive, but she looks fine. They just put like a wig on her. They're like, look how old she is. Ew. But Loretta's like, well, if you aren't such a fucking pussy, you'll go and sell that stupid ass watch of yours. And he's like, but my grandpa gave me this. It's his World War II watch. It's priceless. She's like, the biggest mistake a gambler can make is walking away from the table right when he's about to hit big. So he walks across the street to the pawn shop where the leprechaun's at. Who knows where the fuck Gupta's at? They're having a tussle in the back. The leprechaun's counting his gold coins, but Scotty finds one of them. And as he's holding it, he says, I wish I was on a winning streak. And sure enough, he shows back up at the Shamrock Casino, and he is winning big time. He's moving his chips around, and they're moving on their own with some kind of leprechaun magic. And finally, there's something that shows some leprechaun magic. I'll say that. There's something that can at least show that this leprechaun does some kind of magic besides being able to do a woman's voice pretty good. Because that's all, and make go-karts. You know what I mean?
That's right, us leprechauns have tons of magic.
There's going to be a new leprechaun for every one of these movies, isn't there? Where did you even... You are ugly. He's so... Look at him. You're breathing so heavily, too. You have a CPAP machine?
I have sleep apnea.
I bet you do. You also look like you have rickets. I just found out what rickets were because I was noticing in these movies that Warwick Davis's legs are bowed. Didn't know that's what rickets was. Had no idea. Hey, you learn a little something new every day, don't you, little guy?
Don't call me that.
Okay. But I think Loretta begins to notice that like the kid has like a magical abilities. There's a pit boss named Mitch. There's like a weird dichotomy between Mitch, this magician that Tammy's working for named Fazio, and Loretta. So Loretta's like, hey, that kid, he has a magical ability, because Mitch is like, you know, this guy just won big. We're gonna give you a free room because he's gonna gamble it all away tomorrow. Sure. Fazio, while Scott's taking a break, shows up to his room and just like kicks the shit out of Scott for a second and throws a smoke pellet and leaves and takes his coin. And Scott's like, what the hell's going on? I got mugged. So the leprechaun immediately shows up after that and bites him and runs off. And this is where actually something pretty sweet is. Scott begins to turn into a leprechaun, like werewolf thing. I like that. You get bit by a leprechaun, you turn into a leprechaun. Those are just easy monster rules. Get bit by a zombie, turn into a zombie, werewolf, what, you know, come on. It's good. Which Fazio takes the gold coin. He wishes to be the best magician. He starts doing pretty good.
Oh, no.
Or wait, sorry. So Loretta takes the coin from Fazio, who stole the coin initially, but Loretta takes it from Fazio. But Mitch, the casino boss, takes it from Loretta. Basically, he wishes for some pussy. Tammy's like, goes into a weird phase where she's like, ooh, I need you. And he's like, oh, baby, oh my God. They go up to his managerial suite, I guess, and it's like the trashiest looking room ever. No money went into the set at all, but he's like, ah, God, baby, oh Jesus. And the leprechaun's doing like some funny, they're supposed to be funny fake commercials, which okay. But as he's like fucking Tammy, Loretta sneaks in and steals the coin, and because the coin is taken from him, it breaks his wish. So Tammy thinks he's like a creep, and she's like, what's going on here? This is fucked up. She's like, I quit, and runs off. And he's like, oh, you're fired, fuck you. And then the leprechaun has a girl, crawls out of the TV like Ring, and he's like, oh God, once again, oh baby, Jesus Christ. And it's definitely, you find out that it's a robot, and there's like a robot with like fake tits. Like an ass and stuff. It's so stupid. But it electrocutes him to death. He gets his cock electrocuted and it kills him. Kind of funny. Loretta wishes for beauty, to be hot again. And all that happens is she takes off her wig and she wears a dress. And now she's hot. So, you know. Which then Fazio comes in, steals the coin from Loretta, and because the coin's off of her, it breaks her curse, and then she starts to expand and explodes, but it looks like popcorn. There's no blood in the scene. It looked like it's all styrofoam, but it looks like she blows up into popcorn. Fazio wishes to be a really good magician. It begins to happen once again. His coin goes missing. Or no, the leprechaun shows up and he's like, oh, I know you have my coin. Leprechaun takes it back. Fazio gets killed. He gets cut in half. Pretty fun. A lot of blood there. This entire time, Scotty keeps kind of like turning into leprechauns here and there, but we actually, when Scotty is transforming into a leprechaun, he actually puts on an Irish accent.
You'll share nothing. I know how you are. You're only bluffing.
Took until about the third movie for me to realize he's not even doing an Irish accent. Warwick Davis is just doing his normal British accent. It's just kind of weird. So then when Scott starts doing it, you're like, oh yeah. There has not been a single Irish accent this entire time. Scotty's transforming. He's showing some weird traits where he's just eating potatoes, basically. It's really nothing. After the leprechaun cuts him in half, the whole audience flees. And then there's a fight between Scotty and the leprechaun. And then Scotty burns the pot of gold, which in return, it burns the leprechaun. And he's just like, swinging on a wire, burning to death. It transforms Scotty back to normal. Scotty and Tammy leave the casino, and Tammy like has the coin again, and she's gonna make a wish, but she once again just kind of like discards the coin. It's the exact same ending as the second movie. Like literally, it's the exact same ending, except Warwick Davis is swinging on a wire, screaming and burning on fire, which sounds funny and cool, but in practice, it looks pretty bad. But all in all, I will say this movie kind of ruled. I'm not gonna lie. It hits a lot of the fun marks. If it goes a little overtly cartoony, you have more of Warwick Davis. The only thing that was fucked up is that like there's a scene where Warwick Davis is on Fremont Street in Vegas, and there's people who are definitely just pointing and laughing at him because he's like in a leprechaun outfit. I just felt bad. I felt bad for him. But you know, he said time and time again that he's had fun with this role. So I mean, I guess he probably doesn't give a shit. But I just remember being like, God damn, dude, really? The fuck is going on?
He said this is his favorite.
And he did, and Warwick Davis definitely did say this is his favorite one out of all of them.
It's my favorite too.
You're biased. This is your film, I think. I'm still confused. There's so many leprechauns in this house right now. I'm so confused. All in all, I like this one a lot. This is probably my favorite one so far. This one felt it like flowed the fastest too. Like I was more engaged. It had some really crazy moments. Whatever. I enjoyed this one out of all of them. So far, 3 is a top, 1 then 2. That's my ranking so far. It might change. I don't know. Especially as we get into the next one, which is Leprechaun 4 in space. Leprechaun in space. about Leprechaun 4, Leprechaun in Space, or it's just in space, which this one didn't come out till 1997, a 2-year gap. That's our largest one so far. Our last one was in 95, right? So now it's been a couple of years, you know, they come back, they give them a little more money, 1.6 million to make this little picture, right? But in this time, it got, once again, straight to video, all right? We're no more in the theater still, just want to point that out there. And in this movie, it is the year 2096. And let me tell you, it's very optimistic by how far in technology we're gonna be. In this one, once again, the Leprechaun starts off, he wants some pussy, he's trying to do that kind of thing. He's getting ready to marry a space princess named Zarina, and she does agree to do it because the Leprechaun's wealthy and the Leprechaun wants to be a king. While they're getting ready to fuck and do that kind of thing, they get disrupted by some off-brand Starship Troopers. The Leprechaun has a lightsaber fight with one of them. They have some nice tussles where they shoot 6 feet across from each other in a cave. One of them throws a grenade and the Leprechaun hurt lockers himself and throws himself on top of it and explodes and he dies. The Starship Troopers they're excited. One of them pisses on his body and then almost like a rainforest parasite, Leprechaun's soul travels up his urine and into his urethra. His dick, his cock. They go back to the ship to party in like the saddest looking club I've ever seen. It's so empty, and they make a big huss and fuss about the guy who had peed on the body. He's getting ready to have sex with this other whore on the spaceship. It's basically just 2 whores having a good time. What do you expect? They all, they're all like, ooh, he's gonna have sex. Bleh. They go out there, and the Leprechaun re-manifests himself through his dick hole, crawls out, and kills that guy. So pretty fun way, nice. That's a nice fun rebirth, right? It's like a different take on the phoenix rising from the ashes. That's not too bad. I like it. Zarina, though, the princess, is held in this room. She's being observed by someone named Dr. Mittenhand, and it's like this really weird German scientist who has a robot body, and he keeps doing this on the camera. It's kind of a reveal, like the whole time he's always talking to you via a monitor, but this time when he rolls himself out, you're like, oh, he's a robot. But he's obsessed because Zarina has regenerative abilities. So his whole game is he's like, ooh, I'm gonna use her regenerative abilities and remake my body because of this horrible experiment that went wrong. And people kind of keep poking fun of him with that. There is a part in the movie, I don't know which part it is, but I'm just gonna say it now, where this creepy assistant of his, once again, does some stuff where it's like touching an unconscious person, blah, blah. It's just really creepy, and then the Dr. Mittenhand rolls up behind him and kind of catches him in the act, and I think it's supposed to be funny, but it's just really uncomfortable and odd. So, Leprechaun in space, pretty sweet. From here, the Leprechaun is trying to find his bride, and he kind of just keeps picking off all the Starship Troopers in different ways. Like there's one where they have hazmats on and they're going into like this bacteria, flesh-eating virus room. It's like a sewer room, and the Leprechaun has a little hazmat suit on also, and he cuts a hole in there, but by the time that they pull the guy out, he's just skin and bone. He's a skeleton. Once again, you keep going, they keep attacking here and there. He throws somebody off. This girl's holding on for dear life on this like bridge, and she falls off and dies down there. The Leprechaun finds his bride and he attacks Mittenhand, the robot guy, by injecting like scorpion and spider DNA into him, and it like causes him to fucking like spaz out. And by the time that the remaining crew finds Mittenhand, he's like out of his robot suit, so it's kind of assumed that he's transformed, you know what I mean? So they find out about that. The Leprechaun walks around, he's like, I can't leave. He starts a self-destruct sequence on the ship. How the fuck would he know how to do that? It doesn't matter. And he's going around and he's like, I need me gold. I can't leave the ship without me gold. And they find it, and they shrunk his gold down to like be really tiny to be, I guess, easier to transport or something. And he's like, oh, you shrunk me gold. And his wife is like, who gives a fuck about your gold? And he's like, fuck you, bitch, and smacks her. And she gets knocked unconscious, and then he grows himself with the growth ray. So now he flips it the other way, and it makes it big. So now he's looking around once again for the crew, and he's a big Leprechaun this time. Kind of fun. He's tiny, all the other movies. This time he's big. The other survivors go, they find Dr. Mittenhand, and they fight him. And I will say, Dr. Mittenhand, his like effects for that are pretty sweet. It's like a weird spider scorpion thing. He's acting is really fucking cringe, but it works in a weird way. But it looks great. It's a giant, nice costume. It's really fun. They kill him by liquid nitrogen, and then they shoot him with a gun, so he blows up. Pretty fun. He does mama, and then oh yeah, there's like a weird part too where their captain, who has like a metalhead, does like a cross-dressing thing. There's a part where the guy's like, sir, you do look beautiful.
And I must say you look very nice. But tell me something. Where's the alien?
It's stupid. He dies though, because apparently he's a robot or something. I don't fucking know. Basically, the ending of this movie is pretty much just like Alien. Basically, the thing is like they have the airlock, they open it, and the Leprechaun Warwick Davis, who's like big, he's like, no! He gets sucked out into space and he warps, he just blows up in space. And they're like, ah, thank God we did that and we stopped his self-destruct sequence. It's gonna be A-okay. And then a giant hand, his giant leprechaun hand goes up to the window and it flips you off. And I thought that was kind of cute. All in all, this movie, once again, it's my favorite. It's just so stupid and fun. These movies, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting more delirious or if it's just that these are getting progressively more and more fun. Seeing a large Warwick Davis just walk around and they're doing like the same kind of practical effects shit they did with like Godzilla back in the day. Love it. Love it. It's too fun. I enjoyed it. Dr. Mittenhand was so cringy and over the top. Great character. It's about a space princess and Leprechaun wants to be a space king. They're just blatantly ripping off Starship Troopers. It's great. All in all, it's really fun. To me, I don't know how they can hit their stride anymore. This is just classic B, even C tier, schlocky horror that is just fun for everybody. I loved it. You know what's weird is where the fuck's the fourth leprechaun at? Oh, here he is. You're crawling over the back instead of the front, huh? I mean, I like the movie. You missed the whole thing.
Did you like the movie?
I just said I liked the movie.
Did you like Princess Zarina's titties?
No, I didn't. There's like that weird part where it's needless. She like flashes the screen and she's like, oh, here you go. And she's just flashing it. And they're definitely just doing that to obviously get some boobs in the film. But then one of the other doctors on the ship, she's like, oh, once you see that species of alien's breast, it means you're gonna die. And it's like, what a clever way of writing that. You know what? That was really fucking stupid in your movie I just praised.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay, you're a pervert. Is that it? Oh, there, he's just crawling away. Okay. Gross little son of a bitch. I'm tired of seeing him. I still have to talk to 2 more leprechauns. Not only do I have to watch 2 more of these leprechaun movies, I have to talk to 2 more leprechauns. And I'm very upset about that. All right, next one up is Leprechaun 5 in the Hood. It's kind of, you know what's weird is that, why does that feel like a natural progression? You go to space and then you go to the hood. You would think that you would stay on Earth, you go to the hood, and then you'd go to space, but no. So Leprechaun 5 in the Hood coming up. Leprechaun 5 in the Hood, which I'm just gonna get this out. Who is Leprechaun 5 in the Hood? Come up here. Oh my God. Why do you look like this? By this point in time, I mean, how many more variations of a leprechaun can you do? Are you in pain? He's not even responding. He's just looking at me. Stop. Is this all this is gonna be? He's just looking at me. Okay, go off and play with your friends. Oh, here comes the second one. Oh, because you're Leprechaun 6 back to the hood. You guys are just gonna stand here? Nope, you're gonna leave? Okay. The interactions with these leprechauns is getting less and less creative, let me tell you that. Which Leprechaun Back in the Hood, or Leprechaun 5 in the Hood, it came out in the year 2000, so once again, a little more time. I will say, this is another one of those movie store covers that I saw when I was younger that actually scared me. I always thought Ice-T sitting in the throne was kind of scary, but I do remember Warwick Davis's like super detailed, crispy looking face. Kind of looks like there's like white cheddar fuzz all over him. It's very odd. But this whole movie is all about Ice-T. They're doing like a 70s Black Dynamite thing. He has like an afro. They're leaning a lot more into the comedy, at least in the beginning. They're in like the subways, or like a subway of some kind, and the leprechaun, we get the statue again, like from Leprechaun 3, and they take the amulet off, the leprechaun comes back to life even though they have their pot of gold, and they have this huge big fight. You know, the leprechaun kills Ice-T's friend, but thankfully Ice-T trips, and as he trips, he falls on a plank. The amulet falls back on the leprechaun's neck, and he is turned to stone again. So Ice-T is able to keep his gold, and especially a golden flute, which I'm guessing the golden flute's like when you play it, it's supposed to have like magical abilities, so pretty sweet. Which there is a gag in the beginning too where Ice-T keeps taking out things comically from his afro and hitting the leprechaun, but it's like a very brief moment, so it's almost like it feels like Ice-T has magical abilities as well. I don't know. We cut to the future though, and we have a group of people named Postmaster P, Stray Bullet, and Butch, who are like a trio of rappers who are trying to compete in this competition to go to Las Vegas to like basically get an opportunity to have a record deal. While they're performing though, their speaker blows up. They leave their audition with their heads held down low. They're upset until they come across Ice-T, who is now this wealthy kind of like music overlord. I'm guessing with his flute and with leprechaun gold, he's able to amass this kind of respect in his own label. The friends go there and they're like, here, let me put on this stuff. And all their rap is very like about positivity. And Ice-T pretty much calls it gay and tells them to get the fuck out of there because he wants music about people killing each other with Uzis, is what he says.
This label, we rap about Uzis, blowing motherfuckers' heads off. You know what I'm saying? Smack your bitch up. Shoot your motherfucking homeboy in the face type shit. alright?
But as revenge, though, because they called their music, pretty cringe, the troop goes back and decides to rob Ice-T's place. And it is kind of funny, in Ice-T's office, in a glass case, he has the leprechaun statue, which I just thought that was kind of sweet. You go back there and you're like, get that little bitch, we're gonna put him in my office forever. And Butch is like taking off the glass case and he removes the amulet, freeing the leprechaun. Postmaster P shoots Ice-T and steals the gold flute off his wrist. And now the leprechaun is free and he's going to hunt down the troop because once again, they have his gold. God forbid we do anything else. It's my God. You think Ice-T's dead, but he wakes up and he's like, oh man, I got shot. And he like walks away, but then he just like, the leprechaun just shows up in a bathroom. They smoke weed together. And I think it's supposed to be something where you're like, nice, he's smoking weed. That's sick. The troop sits there, they survive. They're pawning off all this shit to get more new equipment and stuff. They're riding high. Postmaster P, he like starts playing the flute and it like puts everybody into like a hypnosis. So you kind of find out that's like what the power is. I think he's just able to do whatever he wants because he plays it. Which they go to a church. This reverend, his name's Reverend Hanson, he gets killed. They have a transgender friend that gets killed that they hang out with. And there's like what's weird about that scene is they're trying to make it seem like he's like fucking him. And the troop is like, yo, yuck, or whatever. And it's like, he's just like stabbing, but it looks like they frame it like he's fucking. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's a 2000s comedy film. What the fuck are you expecting? And also, Jackie D, which is like a guy who owns the pawn shop that they keep going to. He also dies. But the leprechaun catches the troop and they're like once again trying to go to the contest where they're gonna get the record deal. They make a bomb out of a heat pad and blow up the fucking leprechaun. He catches on fire and runs away again. That's all. I mean, it's just it's moving by. My energy is so low. A stray bullet kills Stray Bullet, right? Which is kind of funny. The leprechaun catches back up and the leprechaun like uses his magic to make Stray Bullet put the gun to his head and it kills him. And then now Postmaster P and Butch are just like, what the hell are we gonna do? Or we have to do this for Stray Bullet. And Butch just shows up to Postmaster P's grandma house with like surveillance goggles or something. He has like spy gear on or whatever. They decide to go and infiltrate the leprechaun's lair by dressing up in drag to pose as like one of his whores because he keeps having like hookers go there or something. And that's their big in. They break the leprechaun spell on all of his other whores by he smokes like a joint, but it has a 4-leaf clover in it. And that breaks the spell because weed is sick. Oh yeah, the leprechaun wants Postmaster P to suck his cock, but he has the leprechaun smoke that spliff, as it were, with 4-leaf clover. It makes them pass out. He gets the flute once more as they're going downstairs. Ice-T shows back up. He's getting ready to fight them. My God, this is all so stupid. Which now, because Postmaster P's been advocating peace this whole time, he has kind of a bit of a character soaker here by shooting Ice-T 3 times and killing him. Now he's kind of made a full arc of like, now he's killing for this opportunity. He's not the innocent boy he once was before. Leprechaun wakes back up even though he was high as shit. He wakes up and he's not affected by the 4-leaf clover weed anymore. Oh yeah, Butch does get shot by Ice-T, so he's dead. So now you are sitting there and the leprechaun's just like, hey, I'm gonna fuck you up. They have a tussle. You have a moment where you think the amulet is dropping back on Leprechaun's head, like in the beginning when he turns back to stone. And we cut to the future where it looks like Postmaster P is a very successful artist, but then you see the leprechaun out in the crowd. And it turns out that the amulet didn't fall on him and that Postmaster P is now possessed by the leprechaun doing his bidding and making him probably tons of fucking money. And he's out there. And this is the first time the leprechaun's ever won. And in brief little summaries, of course, these all probably sound really fucking stupid, but this one was actually really enjoyable as well. Did I enjoy it as much as Leprechaun in Space? I think I almost enjoyed it as much as Leprechaun in Space, but it's up there. It's definitely not the worst one by any means. And I do like there's actual character arcs in this too, which is kind of nice, right? Postmaster P being this innocent guy who wouldn't kill anybody, and then his greed overtakes him, and he pays the ultimate price by having the leprechaun make him his little rapping money pig forever. You know what I mean? So that's kind of fun. And also at the end of the movie, Warwick Davis raps, because why wouldn't he? In a movie called Leprechaun in the Hood.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good.
Not the worst one, which, I don't know where the leprechauns went, but it was fine. I'm gonna put in my Rolodex. I'm not gonna reveal my rating yet. Which let me tell you, I'm just gonna caveat this review into the next one. The next one, Leprechaun Back to the Hood. People online kept saying that these two were the best ones. I thought Leprechaun Back to the Hood was one of the worst ones. I'm not even gonna. It's the exact same movie. It's kind of the exact same movie as all of the other ones, except it's just annoying. It's just a bunch of fucking weed jokes and stuff like that. It's so boring. It does everything that all the other movies have done, except it's trying to be a funny mess, and I don't even want to talk about it. What is there to say, Nick?
That they make this joke about the ninja thing.
Oh yeah, which in this one, the big thing about Leprechaun is that you don't say the N-word now, you say ninja. And then later on in the movie, the Leprechaun says, "What's up, my ninjas?"
What's up, ninjas?
That's probably because in the original script, they probably had Warwick Davis saying the actual N-word, and he was like, "I am not going to say that." So they're like, okay, well, we'll have one of the characters say ninjas instead. So then now it's like, yeah, you kind of said it. Sorry, Leprechaun, but you said it. And it's the same old story about like people taking his gold, Leprechaun trying to find his gold. We're 6 movies in. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm ready to get these goddamn leprechauns out of my house. I can tell you it's not high up on the list. I can at least say that. But I will say, I at least think I'm ready for my actual ratings. So without further ado, I think it's time for me to gather up all the leprechauns and do that now! All right, settle down. Jesus Christ, all these mythical goddamn creatures in my... Okay, I get it. This is the deal. I rank these movies, you guys give me the pot of gold. That was the rules, all right? So I just want that to be extremely clear. And my ranking goes as follows. I don't know how the hell this is gonna work, so you guys just do whatever you gotta do. I think dead last for me personally, if I'm being completely honest, I gotta go Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood. I mean, I didn't even want to fucking review the thing. It was the sloggiest one to get through. By that point too, I've seen 5 other Leprechaun movies who kind of all have the same story structure and everything. So I gotta go Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood, I'm sorry. Okay, so they're just gonna climb back in as follows. Okay, so, there you go. Coming in number 5, I think I gotta go Leprechaun 2. He just went right really quick. Okay, they're crawling in. It's like Pikmin or something like that. It's very odd. The thing about Leprechaun 2 is that it doesn't really do anything right besides getting just a little more screen time with Warwick Davis, which is what I think Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood, there wasn't enough Warwick Davis. You also have that really shitty stomach prop again. That gives it a little bit of points too, but all in all the characters are actually pretty fucking insufferable. The character Bridget, whoever that actress was really bad. But at least it looked like Warwick Davis was having a little bit of fun, so I mean, come on. You know what am I supposed to do? Coming in at number 4! For me, it's gotta be Leprechaun 1. I mean, it's the thing that first started. With all these things that happen, people don't agree when I put the first installments lower than 1, but sometimes it takes a minute to get your footing. And in a trilogy like this, I feel like they didn't really know what the fuck they were supposed to do. I think the only thing they were banking on was that they had Warwick Davis, the famous actor, in this movie. Other than that, though, you know, I mean, it's the first thing. You do have to put some respect on it, but it does feel like they're getting their footing. It is pretty fun. And to see a young Jennifer Aniston this early on, too, was pretty fun, too, if I'm being honest. Number 3! I'm probably gonna go Leprechaun 3. Leprechaun 3 was the first movie in the Leprechaun films where I was like, ooh, this was fun. The idea of Leprechaun biting somebody or getting their blood infected and they become a leprechaun and they do an even better Irish accent, or they at least try to do an Irish accent, is pretty nice as well. But I mean, all in all, you know, you had all the fun kind of stuff. You had the weird sex robot thing, a woman exploding from her own cursed object. It was kind of fun too because everybody had repercussions for their wishes. There was actual character developments. There was little things here and there. Not a lot. You know, I'm not gonna say it's the fanciest thing in the world, but at least it happened. And once again, Warwick Davis said this is his favorite film of the Leprechaun films, so that carries some weight too. And you can tell that he's having fun here. Him walking around the Las Vegas Strip, it's always fun to see. So I gotta put Leprechaun 3 at number 3. Now, these 2 guys left, God, they are just ugly as hell. Look at them. Look at you guys. It's like adopting a pug. You can hear them wheezing and breathing down. It doesn't matter. Number 2, I gotta say, Leprechaun 5, Back to the Hood, which means Leprechaun 4 in Space is the winner, but let me at least justify this. Going into this, there was a lot of hype around Leprechaun, In the Hood, and Back to the Hood. Leprechaun 5, In the Hood, unironically a pretty good film, and the movie doesn't even have a lot of Warwick Davis in it, which is what makes these films, is having the actual Leprechaun float around, rhyme, do a bunch of little bullshit here and there, but I feel like even the characters without the Leprechaun in it was just fun. Like, Ice-T fucking ruled in this movie. I like Postmaster P, I like Butch, I like Stray Bullet, I like the Troop having a goal of wanting to go to Vegas to become stars, and also this was the first of Leprechaun films where the Leprechaun actually won. It wasn't him just dying and then coming back in the other ones, you know. It's one of the ones where the villain actually wins, and it feels fun because also it feels like a punishment for Postmaster P almost taking the evil side of his story arc, right? Starting as an innocent guy, but then turning into a villain. It was nice, I liked it a lot, but I just don't think it holds anything to our winner, which is surprisingly, Leprechaun 4 in Space.
I think this is the pinnacle of what makes a great B horror film, or like a cheesy C-list horror film. You have an actor who is way too overqualified to be in this absolute mess of a film, but at least he's getting paid. But everybody else, I feel like this would be the funnest one on all of the movies to be on. You have all these obnoxious sets that look pretty good. It was probably, I think Triarch Pictures did this, or Tri Pictures did this, whatever. So it might have been leftover sets from some of their other movies, but it looked pretty good. The schlocky idea of a space princess and the leprechaun wanting to be a space pink. You have Dr. Mittenhand becoming this like weird cyborg character and then transforming into a scorpion spider bug thing. You have the leprechaun doing the Hurt Locker jump on the grenade. I mean, it's awesome. I liked all of the schlocky moments in it. It doesn't take itself serious at all. To me, this was the perfect blend of the Leprechaun franchise doing the funny with the horror. And the horror is never real in these films, right? I don't think it's ever, none of the films are ever trying to scare you, but it's at least using the aesthetic and the idea of like a stereotypical slasher film to convey the idea of what this character is supposed to be, right? It's not trying to be as epic or as cool as like Jason Voorhees, right? As like Freddy Krueger, but it's like, you know what it is. It's an evil leprechaun. And to think that we got to the point where he's up in space and then he gets sucked out of an airlock, paying homage to one of the greatest horror movies of all time, Alien, and then he explodes and then flips off the camera at the end. It is the perfect ending to what every one of these films says to you. You sat down, you watched this movie, go fuck yourself. That's what it feels like. And that's why I think this is my rating. Bada bing, bada boom. What the hell is this? They're all coming back out. Oh, God damn it.
Trickja, we just wanted to see what your ranking is, you fat, stupid piece of shit.
Okay, well, that's just rude. Oh, God damn it. They just ran. I don't know where they went. They're gone. So wait, you're telling me that I just watched all these Leprechaun movies for no reason? Well, that's my life.
Wait! Before you go, we have new Patreon stickers. Randomized leprechaun stickers available in the month of March. So sign up now, and one of these little leprechauns can be yours. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about something absolutely useless, and that is information that will never affect you in any way. So I'm going to let you know right now it's talking about YouTube shit, so if you don't give a fuck about that, please skip this one. But let me tell you something. I talk about a lot of weird, gross, odd stuff on this channel. And especially sometimes I like to talk about things that exist on this platform, YouTube itself, right? We talked about my boy Kevin, the Nair God. Remember him? We talk about NPC streamers sometimes. We talk about reaction streamers. We talk about all kinds of stuff. And something recently that's happening with a YouTuber, it falls into the trajectory of what we cover on this channel, which is pathetic, gross, scary, vile, cringy. It hits all the boxes. And personally, I found it very interesting watching this so far, which it's all about the Ace family. Austin McBroom, his wife Catherine, and their 3 kids, Aaliyah, Ella, and Steele. Yeah. And it's all about a divorce that's happening right now, which if you don't know the Austin McBroom family, who gives a f, dude? They're terrible people, or at least, I mean, I don't know. I hate to say that. It's like the evidence, the stack of stuff against them is not good. A lot of weird stuff with them losing money, owing money, you know. Austin McBroom also did that boxing thing. It was called Social Gloves Battle of the Platforms, e-celebrity boxing match. Who would buy that ticket? Which, you know, the event did really bad. It was supposed to reel in, you know, $200 to $5 million. Lost a lot of stuff, right? And then the company used LiveXLive, ended up suing the event for $100 million in damages, but they settled for $3 million. That's a drastic, you know, I wouldn't have been happy with that settlement. It's all built on lies. I mean, even the Ace Family channel, which has almost 20 million subscribers, is entirely built on fictitious things, is also an exploitation farm for harvesting clicks and generating wealth just from the kids who have absolutely no right whatsoever to just be like, hey, can we not, no cameras today? You know, that is probably never a conversation. And I'm not even trying to say that the Ace family is one of the first families to do this. I mean, you know, 8 passengers. My God, Ruby Frankie. Her court case is coming up. Can't wait. We need justice, is all I'm saying. Does anyone remember what the fuck's their name? Micah and James Stauffer? Remember them? I mean, that could even be an active channel still. I don't watch family channels. I just remember hearing the thing about they adopted a Chinese boy with special needs and then basically said it was too hard and rehomed him. random. That's some stuff that you keep under the bed kind of thing. Keep that under your pillow locked away, and you day drink over those things, right? You tremble a little bit and you're just like, what kind of fucking person am I? I feel terrible. All these kind of things. And Daddy of 5, backyard wrestling meets Desperate Housewives kind of. That's what that feels like. I think that it's a spectrum. That doesn't mean that every family vlog channel is some abusive, crazy thing. The abuse is kind of in a different way. It's kind of like exploitation and physical violence. Sometimes there's a perfect harmony right in the middle. But with the Ace family, it feels like fictitious exploitation that is benefiting nobody but Austin McBroom and Catherine Paez. Whatever. Today's video is sponsored by Air Up. We all need to drink more water, but sometimes it gets a little stale, a little boring, but not with Air Up. Air Up is a whole new way to drink water with using the power of scent. It is unique, calorie-free, and it's a new way for you to get hydrated. And have a little fun too. And here's the thing, Air Up works with filtered water or sparkling water. It's sugar-free, it has no artificial flavors or colors, and comes in a sustainable, reusable bottle. So here's what you'll need to do. Grab your Air Up bottle, toss in an Air Up flavor pod, sip through the straw, listen for the bubbles, keep it upright while using, and enjoy the new taste you're experiencing. Whoa! It tastes like watermelon, but there's no mixtures in the water. What? Make sure to pull up the pod or else it won't work right. Hydrate up! With Air Up's technology, you're just drinking plain water, but tasting flavors like watermelon, peach, and blueberry. It's amazing! Obviously, drinking water is very important, but listen, sometimes I need to have a little incentive to do the things that are good for me. I want my drinks to smell nice, have good presentation, and be tasty. Air Up does that, and I can't thank them enough for it. Join the hydration revolution. Click the link in the description to upgrade your water today. Thank you, Air Up, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. But the whole thing has led to this, one of the largest cardinal sins of being a family YouTube channel, and that is the announcement of the Ace family divorce. Oh my God. Rest in peace to one of the best families to ever walk this fucking earth. If the Ace family can't make it, how am I supposed to make it? Is what I think, right? Look at all that love on camera. Who could have seen these signs coming? And Austin has been posting on Snapchat multiple times a day, which the thing about Snapchat is, right now, for some odd reason, creators are getting paid a disgusting amount of money on Snapchat. Where's it coming from? I have a Snapchat now because I heard about all this fucking money people are making. I'm like, where the fuck is my cut of the pie, dude? I'm not gonna pretend that I'm better than these other YouTubers. Hey, I want my money too. You know what I mean? I'm gonna upload my cartoons there, see what I can Daddy's trying to get his paycheck too, all right? But the entire reason is that all of these people are pushing Snapchat. Like one of the biggest pushers on Snapchat is David Dobrik. And motherfucker doesn't upload on YouTube because everybody hates him now. So he just uploads to Snapchat and probably gets paid, I mean, a gazillion dollars. But all of Austin McBroom's insane. He's going manic. And I'm gonna paraphrase this. I just want to paraphrase this. I do not know if this is real or not. My gut and everything that I'm seeing it feels 100% fake. Because the thing is that it starts out believable and it was really funny at the beginning because it's desperate, it's cringy. He's doing stuff about talking that he's going to church.
Good morning, everybody. Just pulled up to church, about to get that good word in. As you guys know, been trying to get closer to the man above. Been really focused on my body, my mind, and my spirit.
Which, in the grand scheme of things, that isn't like a funny thing, but when you're Austin McBroom doing it, the delivery is very funny. He's always in like in a Gucci jacket, and he's just like, I'm going to church. I'm hitting that gym. I'm good. I'm good. There was a good sell at the beginning, all right? It was a good sell. He's kind of going around. And then he started doing some like really cringy shit where he's like, I can roll. Like there's this TikTok of him rolling around and like acting all cringy and shit. I mean, acting like a toddler. Just roll the clip.
I can do cartwheels. I can do backflips. We did it.
Nobody likes that. I don't know. Especially like whenever I saw that, I was like, even if like you're a diehard fan, at what point are you just like,
I can do cartwheels.
Why am I following this? You know what I mean? But then they're doing something that is perfect for exploitation of social media, and that is to fabricate this drama. The separating of an extremely prolific online family is going to do that, and especially when you're documenting it, it becomes like an insane reality television show. But even though it's fictitious, it feels just fucking disgusting. I mean, the narrative he's making is that he's getting like sick, or he's sad. He's sad about the breakup thing.
Snapchat fam, like aside from, doing giveaways and trying to show you guys how much I appreciate your love and support. I genuinely can't thank you guys enough for all the love and support that you've been giving me.
And now he keeps pushing his Snapchat saying he's giving giveaways, and he like ends a video with like this pathetic picture of himself crying.
Love you guys. Love y'all.
And it's pretty funny. And once again, I was still kind of in the layer of the believability there. And then he started faking being sick.
Yo, I finally just got out of bed. I got chills and a fever. I've been sweating from head to toe. What should I do, y'all? Hopefully I don't have the C word.
Which is funny because this was definitely fake. He's like doing like the thing that kids do whenever they don't want to go to school and they're just like, damn, I don't feel good. I got like a headache, like dehydrated. That kind of thing. But then he started like uploading videos of him inside of his ex-wife's house, or their house, whatever, their content farm. With his daughter like giving him towels and glasses of water, basically having her take care of him. He's like, can you put this towel on daddy's head? She's like, okay. He's like,
You baby, can you put it on my head? Oh, thank you.
And then it started this whole speculation of, like, you know, all the comments are people being like, Catherine, he's faking it, and all this kind of shit, and getting basically this fandom and like this big wave of TikTok calling Austin insane. And I think that obviously he sees this, and now he's using this as a pathetic, just an immensely cringy, pathetic way of continuing this escalation of this narrative. Now he won't leave, he gets kicked out, and he starts buying a home, but he buys a home 5 minutes away from Catherine.
All right, y'all, so listen up. Listen. Just got back from looking at all these beautiful homes, the homes you guys just saw. The house that I really want is like super close to my kids, and it's like golf cart distance, right? And so I just got back to the house, and I get a call from my agent. He's like, Austin, guess what? I'm like, what? He's like, you got the house.
And this is what really caught my interest of this whole thing. Crazy ex-husband starts going kind of schizophrenic psycho stalker and buys a house 5 minutes away because he doesn't want to commute 30 minutes?
They're like 30 minutes away from my kids, and that's just way too far for me.
Hello? Every job I feel like I've ever had whenever I was working in the real world and I wasn't doing this shit, this blessing from God. I mean, like a 30-minute drive, I feel like 30-minute commute is fine, right? I mean, I commute 30 minutes to school. But then he justifies it by saying that he's a golf cart away from his kids at a time. Which, here's the thing. When I was hearing this, I thought this was crazy because I was trying to picture my mom and dad when they got divorced. If my dad or my mom lived 5 minutes from each other, it would be a fucking civil war in between. That's so close. You're always passing by each other's houses, just resentful as shit, probably sending hate mail, like throwing shit at your house. It's unbelievable. It would be absolute hell. But apparently that house, it falls through, and instead he buys an RV and parks it out front of the house.
Fortunately, I was unable to move into the home that I really wanted, but I did figure out another solution. So this is what I did. I was able to get this new motorhome, and so I'll be living here, and they're right here.
But it feels too good to be true. The first initial video, I'm still in belief because YouTubers are fucking insane. And you know, who knows? The guy has an excess of like too much money to spend, so it feels believable again. But then we start getting to this parts where it's decorating it, and he's wearing these big like stupid shoes. He's talking about how he's getting tickets and it looks fabricated. And it feels just like such a pathetic attempt at trying to make controversy and like content.
You guys will see more videos. In the RV, I'm gonna have, you know, my family and friends come over. I'm gonna surprise them,
and people are just gobbling it up because, once again, it's this is some flavorful shit. I'm not trying to say that it's not entertaining, because it is, but it is, in my mind, tragically sad. It is so pathetically it's sad because this is like archived forever. Your kids are gonna grow up and this will still be a thing. If I found a box of videotapes of my dad pretending to be a schizophrenic stalker outside of my mom's house because they were like getting money from it, would you not feel absolutely disgusted with your parent? Would you have no respect for your parents whatsoever? If everything that you ever knew about your parents was a fictitious lie and that you were like a little puppet to them that they could parade around and use for whatever scapegoat or whatever kind of excuse they could ever make in their life, would you not feel like a tool and not a human being? Am I going fucking insane? It started being funny because, like I said, it is funny watching people have mental breakdowns. I'm sorry. It just is. I do feel bad for people that go through it, but at the same time, it's like watching a car wreck. I hope nobody is injured, but if the aftermath is clear, it's a good bit of fun. Okay? But it's pathetic. It's like pathetically cringy. It's sad. And it isn't like, at least that I know of, there's no physical abuse happening. But in a way, there is no way that you can live in this existence and have meaningful, prosperous upbringing. At least in my opinion. I felt I had to have the need to say this because what is happening? People are acting like this is like cute or like super funny reality gossip, but it just feels oddly malicious and disgusting towards the kids involved. And I feel it makes me embarrassed. Like I'm already kind of embarrassed being a YouTube guy, right? I mean, I eat frozen dinners on camera. You know, I talk about dudes microwaving diapers. But when it comes into the point of people making content strictly to exploit other people with families and to basically make an entire fictitious life, but there's actual human beings that are exploited in the process, it feels bad. Like it feels absolutely pathetic. Unbelievably pathetic. And I do think this is my call out. This is my Hail Mary here. Because let me say this before I do my Hail Mary, before I round up and do my fucking crow hop. If this was real, there would be some serious legal battle shit going on for that YouTube channel. 18.7 million subscribers on that kind of channel, and it's a family channel on YouTube. That bitch is pumping. That's like Coca-Cola type shit. That's some serious ads right there. And if that was happening, it would be a cold, silent battle of who is going to get the large piece of the pie. But right now, it's an exploitative, probably views are down. They're trying to think about what they can do to revitalize this channel. Right? No boxing matches coming in. No one gives a fuck about boxing anymore. So now it's, hey, let's fake our divorce, and it's going to direct traffic to both of our channels. People who will watch Austin be completely insane, and people who will coddle and tell Catherine that she's a good person and to watch out for Austin. And then, uh-oh, that's double the money. What was once now a singular entity is becoming a multiple entity, and it's going to grow back to the Ace Family thing so people can go back and comment on old videos because it's a trickle-down effect. Also, did we tell you just Snapchat's paying gajillions of dollars? Yep, Austin's gonna hit that shit too. So now they not only get the YouTube money, they get the TikTok money, and they get the Snapchat money, and it all trickles down. And my Hail Mary prediction is that 4 weeks, I'll say 4 weeks, that feels right. 4 weeks, they're gonna get back together. Or something's gonna happen to where she's gonna go back with him and everyone's gonna be really upset with Catherine because they're gonna say, girl, you're falling for him. You're falling for his lies. Don't go for the tea, sis. I don't know what, I mean, I'm trying to say things I see in the comment sections. It's gonna go all back to normal and no one's gonna care. It's that extreme wave. It's kind of like the same shit with like, I don't know, every other fucking like big YouTuber. You do a bunch of controversy, you kind of stay quiet for a while, and then you reignite that flame again. It's the YouTube cockroach system. Nuclear fallout, but the cockroaches survive and they will crawl forth into the light once again. And, you know, this didn't even feel like that funny of a video. I guess I just wanted to say that I'm just disgusted. I really have nothing else to say besides like, this is a fucking disgusting family. I feel bad for the kids. And I honestly feel bad for saying that. Like, I don't feel good judging other people's things, but it just feels so blatant. And I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, I apologize. But for right now, it just feels like, look at any other child celebrity. Look at anybody else who's been forced on camera. Read Jeanette McCurdy's book and try to tell me the Ace Family thing's a good fucking idea, dude. Look at the Jackson 5. How did Michael Jackson turn out? Great voice. One hell of a dancer.
Worth it.
Worth it. All in all, this is just something that's happening right now, and I just felt inclined to say something about it because the TikToks or the Snapchats of all these things are just so pathetically tragic and cringy that they are funny to watch. But at the same time, I feel like family content on YouTube, we need to stop it. We need to cut that out. Or just like, I don't know, you can't record kids who are under the fucking age of 10 or 13 or something. You know what I mean? Is that weird? Is that too much? How can they just be like, I'm fine with this? Even if the channel is like totally hunky-dory, just, I don't know. I don't know anything. I have a channel where I can just express some ideas sometimes, so I'm gonna use that. Sometimes we watch a guy remove all of his hair and his asshole. Sometimes we watch guys microwave diapers. Sometimes I eat TV dinners. Saying the checklist of stuff that I do on my channel doesn't really put me in a good light here, but I just had to fill you guys in on some of the crazy shit that's going on because I feel like I'm going mentally insane having the shit pop up everywhere. So once again, if you don't give a shit about any of this, sorry I wasted your time, but if you found it somewhat intriguing, I'm glad you watched the video. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Also, you know, if you do have a family, just don't point a camera in your kid's face and fabricate everything and upload it to YouTube for money because it's gonna be exploitative and fucking odd and it's kind of criminal behavior, in my opinion. In my opinion. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be immersing ourselves into the chaotic world of airsoft culture. Do they still sell airsoft guns like Walmart?
Oh yeah.
They do? Back in the day, that's where I got my airsoft gun. Many kids grow up with a partial interest in firearms, whether it's because of Call of Duty or John Wick movies, alien blasters, loud thing go pop and boom, it makes you go, whoa, guns are cool. That's usually what kids say. Not all of them, that's what some say. Of course, a large chunk of these people will go their whole lives without ever actually shooting a real firearm. But how about the next best thing? Airsoft is a recreational activity that allows you to do the next best thing. Detailed military simulation using replica firearms. I would say, do you think airsoft is catty corner, at least, to paintball? Airsoft, for people that don't know, it's a little BB gun. Little plastic beads. But when I would do it, we would like pretend that, I don't know, you're gangsters or something, my friend's backyard or whatever, right? And then your dad fucking yells at you because he's like, what are all these beads? And they freak out. Okay, who hit my windshield? Who hit my windshield? It'd be like that. But now it's, I would say the main content around airsoft that I've seen a lot recently is like military stuff in that way. I used to love when I was younger. This is like maybe 10 plus years ago. There's an airsoft guy who was like, he's like this Russian dude and he was like a sniper, but he put a camera on his sniper scope so you could see the bead go. And this was like really early on. So you're like, holy shit. And he talked about all these different things, but it was as if it was real combat. Actually, it's very funny. You just see the little bead go and and they do like a little Call of Duty hit marker. And just, hit. Or sit there and it's like, guy won't, cheater refuses to die. She keeps hitting him. And the guy's like,
wasn't that like the criticism of airsoft? Is that like if you're like padded up, you can't feel it?
Well, yeah, that's why people are like, don't wear a lot of clothing. But some of these guns are like strong. You get shot with it. Oh! It's usually much cheaper than buying a real gun and is accessible enough to evolve into its own sport. Though I will warn you, it's not all sunshine and rainbows when it comes to airsoft. Out on the battlefield, you'll find plenty of creeps and emotionally volatile players who will look to harm you or do worse. So, put on your protective goggles and grab some BBs as we fight our way through the airsoft culture, which lately my Instagram feed has been absolutely, flooded with airsoft content. The more I watched, the more curious I became. It felt like it was almost targeted to me. It was like lullabying me into be like, Hunter, airsoft's calling your name. At what point, too? Let me ask you this. This is also coming from somebody who does not know airsoft culture, who doesn't know whatever. At what point is it too late to get into airsoft? As a 46-year-old man, if I got into airsoft, we'd be like, it's too old. Or would they embrace me with open arms, you think?
Depends what group. If it's other 40-year-old men, they'll open their arms to you, but if it's children...
It's hard to see the ages because everyone's usually wearing the goggles and the mask and stuff, so it's hard to tell. During the 1970s, a large market of people in Japan wanted to own firearms, but couldn't because of the restrictive gun laws. Toy manufacturers were aware of this and began to produce spring-operated replicas. Would not fly today. Or you better hope to God there's a goddamn orange tip on it or something bad's gonna happen. These new toys instantly blew up and became super popular throughout the Asias. One of the first companies to begin mass producing them was Tokyo Marui, known for its innovative battery-operated guns. While the boom was happening, Ichiro Nagata, a Japanese gun enthusiast, created the first soft air gun, which used a mixture of Freon and silicone oil to shoot pressurized BBs. From there, airsoft was born. It spread across the world for the next 2 decades. Around the same time that airsoft gained popularity, its direct competitor, paintball, emerged. And over the years, as the rivalry grew, airsoft has remained a popular hobby for gun enthusiasts, while paintball is either extremely competitive or it's for your 8-year-old's birthday. Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersupps, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. We get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume, and oh baby is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you Gamersupps for sponsoring this channel, and be sure to use this promo code, and be sure to tell them I sent you, and support Gamersupps because they fucking rule and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you.
back to the video.
Paintball to me is like the same as you go to laser tag when you're 10, and then when you're 13, you go to paintball. You know, that's the kind of thing.
And then you get fat welts on your legs.
Exactly. For all the fatties that they go, like I went to bowling. I'm like, I just want to go bowling. My other friends were like, we're going to go paintballing. I can't. Sorry, guys. I don't want to get hurt. That kind of thing, right?
I've only gone paintballing once, but the entire time I just hid behind a structure and just shot.
I'm shot! I shot right there!
I got hit in the thigh and instantly, I'm done!
I got hit in the foot, and I was wearing like the thinnest Vans shoe, and it just like my foot was swollen, and I was like, ah! And I think I almost cried for my friends. It was a whole, and I was like, no, I tripped, I sprained my ankle. And they were like, dude, you got shot in the foot. And I was like, no, I tripped, I sprained my ankle. Trying to play it off. Not only is it cheaper to play overall, with guns and supplies costing very little, it's also far less messy. Additionally, the authentic designs of the guns appeal to a much broader audience, enabling people to act out lifelike scenarios, which I think that's the biggest difference with airsoft and paintball, is that paintball is its own gun, whatever, but I think gun enthusiasts who are into like military style stuff, or like they like the way guns look, I think are more drawn to airsoft because of that, because you get to like kit it up as if it is something real that you maybe see in a video game or a movie or something like that. There are multiple ways to arm yourself, from cheap, modest spring-loaded pistols to electric-powered rifles with hyper-realistic blowback and absurd fire rates. And in some cases, higher-end guns can cost thousands of dollars, which they do kit them up. And also, in a way, I'm like, they gotta be careful with some of these, man. It'd be so easy for someone to be like, that's a real gun.
They should make ones that shoot out real cases.
Dude, that was my favorite. There was a Nerf shotgun. You do, and when you shoot it, you click it open, it does ting, ting, ting. There's something so satisfying about shotgun shells, like hitting the floor. Ugh. And you're a kid, you're like, ugh. You grab your chocolate milk. People mess with me. Many businesses offer casual battles on weekends, or for those who want to go beyond, there are realistic military simulations that last several days.
Jesus.
I know, right? How kind of sick would that be, though? You're like camping, sorry, Mom, I can't come home. It's serious, a crazy battlefield out here. Some events cater to those who want long, hyper-realistic battles to have their own detailed narrative. For example, American Milsim has been around since 2011, putting together battles that last well over 40 hours within abandoned fields and cities, which I'll tell you, sounds kind of cool. That's kind of sick. Also, too, like, who the business idea for that? We should just do that. We should have people camp out overnight and shoot each other with BB guns. It's going to be a landmine. It's been a gold mine. Other events, like one held in Germany over an abandoned Soviet airfield, had 5,000 players fighting each other over the course of 3 days, where they were expected to cook, camp, and survive on their own. You weren't just fighting against passionate hobbyists. Often, you'll find actual veterans tearing up the field. And of course, if you can put a gun in your hand, a veteran will go there. You know what I mean? If there's some kind of military thing, they will find their way. It's like Field of Dreams. Build it, and they will come.
I'm picturing it's like veterans who haven't seen combat. So
yeah.
They want the thrill.
Yeah, I imagine there's maybe if it was playing out like a movie, it'd be the guy who like definitely didn't serve, whatever. He's just like, yeah, this takes me back. And everyone's like, you did not serve any time. He's like, yeah, pretty much, but that's if I could go back in time. It goes without saying, but people dedicated to airsoft can be some of the most competitive and aggressive players of any hobby on the planet. That is why many believe that airsoft is only for World War II obsessed teens or middle-aged men trying to relive their glory days after getting kicked out of boot camp. But in fact, it's actually a diverse group of people who come from multiple walks of life. Bronies and furries, for example, are some of the largest demographics of airsoft enthusiasts. Did you know that? I didn't. Both fandoms regularly host events where players storm rugged battlefields, blasting each other in full fursuits and other brony attire, which I will say, if you're in a big fursuit, you ain't feeling those BBs. Well, that's probably why I like paintball, so you can actually see the thing. But I'd love to do like a fucking... Oh my God! Like freak out. I'm shot! Mark! Oh my God, it's just my guts! You know, like every war film, there's always some guy with his guts out. Oh God! See, I want to go on that deal. No, just being like, I want to go into a simulator. I kind of stopped there, and I was just like looking at I think I looked through 7 past lives of wars I've been in. Is it all kind of, is it fucked up at all that people simulate war in that way? Do you think there's any kind of psychological effect it has of being like, you know what I mean?
I think it could be, depending on the person and situation. Like if they enjoy like, you know, putting like hostages and shooting them. Well, yeah.
But you can say that about anything. What if I told you some people use airsoft guns to fulfill their sexual fantasies? Wouldn't be a Papa Meat video without it. One man takes to an online airsoft community to ask what the safest airsoft specs are for letting his mistress shoot him in the ass and the back with an airsoft gun.
I was picturing like she put it. In
What I thought immediately was he's sitting there and he's just like, okay, easy, just shoot it quick. It's a big hard bone or whatever. They're just shooting his totem pole. How funny! How sick would that be? Your partner sitting there and she's all like nude in the back. Scope on your dick. Hits the underside of your shaft. Ah! Oh! Yes! Direct hit.
Keep going.
I'm sorry. Man not down. You got to keep tapping it. Enemy at the gates or whatever. I feel like getting shot in the balls by a sniper BB would be very unpleasant.
I was terrified of metal BBs because my uncle was like, yeah, when I was a kid, I got shot in the nose, still have the BB. And then he would like move it around in his nose.
Was it actually in his nose still? Yeah. What the fuck?
I was like, never got it removed.
I thought you were going to say just the Christmas Story thing. I feel like everybody got traumatized as a kid by the Christmas Story movie.
Oh, that no.
You'll shoot your eye out.
My brother got shot in the eye point blank with an airsoft.
Why?
They were playing and then his buddy like went up behind him and was like, get on your knees. And he was like taking him hostage and he was like right up in his face. And he says the safety was on, but then
safety's on.
But then he pulled, and luckily my brother closed his eye. But I was there when it happened. I just remember him screaming, and I sprinted to my parents. I was like, "Mom, Dad, David's his eye shot out.
David's blind."
And then like my parents were just sitting there. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Do something!" But luckily, he didn't lose his eyes.
I'm being flooded with so many memories. We used to do all this shit in the back of my friend's house, like in a neighborhood. So there was a fence around it, and it would be like a thing if you'd be like, pow, and my friend would cut these swords out of wood with like a bandsaw, and they're all like blades from that game Onimusha. So you'd be sitting there, and he's just like. Like spinning around, acting like he's sucking up souls and shit. Baby's flying around. Dude, I hit you. No, I did. I hit you. Take me back. There are indeed women in the airsoft community. I know. It's crazy. But there's an issue of them being overly sexualized due to their small numbers and the type of person you'd expect to populate a sport like this. There are numerous examples of strange airsoft erotica stories posted online by men that fill the void of their absence in the field. This feels fake to me. Like if guys posting this kind of stories, yeah, I totally got my fucking dick sucked by the super hot chick. Oh, really? What's her name? She just like a nomad. She just left. I don't even know her name.
It's a fantasy. They probably saw one woman there.
There's like a grandma dropping off her 52-year-old son. He's like, whoa, smoke show. Hey, Linda. She's like, what? 52-year-old guy's like locking hello with all of his beads. Lay off my mom, Jericho. I don't know why, but Jericho. What a great name, dude. I don't think I've ever met a kid named Jericho. That's gonna be my son's name. Next time I have a son, Jericho. Daughter, Jericho. At first glance, airsoft can look pretty goddamn cool to newcomers, but be careful, because the average player is only a few wrong moves away from being indescribably cringe. There's a constant argument within the airsoft community, and it's that there are too many people taking things too seriously. It is the biggest complaint that we found within the actual airsoft community itself, of people being like, we're supposed to enjoy this, right? And everyone's like, no, this is life or death, motherfucker. It's that kind of thing. And in some cases, you'll find grown men screaming at teenagers who are new to the sport and simply trying to get accustomed to the new environment.
What the fuck you doing, huh?
When you're at a gun range, let's say, like I used to do clay pigeon shooting a lot. When you're done shooting, you put your gun towards the ground because you do not wave your gun around, right? That is that's like a shotgun. Even if there's not a shell in it, it's customary to do it to where your barrel's always pointed down, right? Whatever. Some of these videos, it's like airsoft guys being like, "Go down!" It's like, I was just checking something, just checking my battery. No. Like treating it like it's like a real rifle. Which, don't get me wrong, you don't want people just shooting off and hitting somebody's eye, but still, this isn't indicative of the entire community, but can be an incredible eyesore to those who just want to engage in some lighthearted fun, right? You just want to play with your buddies. Nope, not to some. There are tons of posts online detailing people's disappointing airsoft experiences. Many times, they're complaining about encounters where players are role-playing as the ultimate badass while decked out in excessive and impractical gear. This is why I blame what is it? The Expendables. I blame that. I blame John Wick. People are like, it is main character syndrome. syndrome. Yeah, Rambo, all that stuff. I blame all of those. Despite the stereotypical badass military attire, they find that a lot of these players spend their time endlessly complaining about rules and calling people cheaters. According to one enthusiast, he encountered an insufferable player that dual-wielded Berettas, calling one of them chaos and the other control. That is so sick. That is so funny. This is chaos, and this is control. Welcome to your fucking nightmare. Not only did he hype himself up constantly, but he played the game like he was the main character of an anime. He would purposely try to pull off cool-looking moves where he'd enter a room without taking cover as if he was invincible. The man shot him in the chest. He refused to call it a hit. Instead, the guy unloaded back at him and later told the ref that he was the one who was calling his hits. Yeah, which if you get hit in the game, you usually say hit to show that your character's dead, and usually go back to like a spawn point, or like you have to basically go back and then you can re-enter the match or whatever. But it's the same with like paintball. When you get hit in paintball, those who spend stacks of cash on their military gear find it hard not to show it off even when they're off the field, opting to post their epic TikTok edits. And it's pretty badass. Many of these people get frustrated at the idea that what they're doing might be considered LARPing or cosplaying. One man admits that his friend felt the same way, only for him to start pulling up the definition of cosplay on his phone to prove him wrong. Dude, it's not. Come on, man. Here, let me show you. Here. It is cosplay, right? It's 100%. It's 100% cosplay. Do you think the argument is that people are like, well, cosplaying is a specific character from like a fandom, and I am just like, I don't know, an art like I'm playing Army?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's a LARP.
Yeah, I think it's just all the same. I embrace it, dude. Who gives a shit? Or I guess unless you're just like, I've not done the same pedestal as the guy at like an anime convention.
That's probably what it is. Where it's just like
an insecure thing. Like, I'm a man. This is cool. Like I don't like that, but this is. Yeah, splitting hairs.
Also, some people might think like this is a drill. This is a tactical drill. I'm training.
Guys, listen. I'm doing this for the future of the world. Okay? When shit hits the fan, you're gonna call me. It's kind of that. I wonder if it's that kind of. It's almost like a doomsday prepper. Are doomsday preppers cosplayers too?
They're LARP. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're LARPing.
Or they're definitely LARPing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what. The doomsday people, if and when the world ends, everyone's gonna be scrounging for those fucking bunkers. And they're gonna say, no. What's worse is that some people try and make TikToks to fight back against people who make fun of airsoft, often looking no different than the people in anime outfits dancing for the camera, right? So they're being like, listen, God, like they're fully decked out and they're like, I'm not an anime character, all right? So stop comparing me, that kind of thing. I'm a lot cooler than that. There's nothing wrong with being a little cringe. I think everybody is. Everybody's a little fucking cringe. Everybody's got their thing, so long as you aren't feverishly trying to combat it. Right? If you're sitting there and you're just like, I'm cool. I'm a cool guy. That's what I think it comes off as bad. If you're just like, I do like airsoft. What are people going to say? Are they going to be like, oh, you can't, fuck them. I don't know. Some in the community could care less about looking cool, going so far as to mod their airsoft guns in the most obnoxious ways. Like one man who modded his pink assault rifle covered in hentai stickers to make anime moaning and ooh sounds whenever it fires, which I just got to say, that's a guy that's just like, this one's for me. This one's for me. If you saw that though, it would be hard not to laugh at.
I wouldn't want him on my team though.
No. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I would.
Breaking cover.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Damn it. Better know where we're at. Dude, we're fine. Have you ever also during that Uwu thing? Do you think guys don't like being on his team because also like I'm getting hard?
Yeah.
Dude, stop. Yeah, fire more.
I guess people be complaining, be like, "That's not fair. That's psychological warfare."
Yeah, exactly. I'm hard and I'm in pain. It goes out saying that there's a ton of emotions flying during an airsoft battle. If you've ever watched airsoft content, you know that it's not all uncommon to witness some airsoft rage. That's primarily all the content I see is the aftermath of some battle and then people getting upset with each other. Something happened within the fight and now airsoft rage happens. It assumes. There's just something about the environment there that causes common sense to fly out the window and meathead rage to take over. Sometimes it's because people refuse to call their hits, but other times it seems like people are just maniacs that shouldn't be holding a gun, let alone even just an airsoft gun. One particularly viral moment, for example, is filmed by a man who suddenly decides to full auto blast the back of a teenager before the game even started for no reason. Yeah, a lot of these, which to be fair, a lot of these are taken out of context, so who knows, but I will say it's a thing where there should be no instance where a grown man, even if it is airsoft, just like to a little kid, you know what I mean? If they're participating in the match, whatever, but just like point blank, it just seems, or it is malicious. It's a fucking cruel thing. Many members of the community are ashamed of this type of behavior and claim that airsoft rage clips make the issue seem worse than it is. That doesn't mean that serious violence doesn't take place on the field. At an airsoft facility in New York, a 20 and 35-year-old player were taken to a local hospital after a verbal altercation that led to a brutal stabbing. Another player was ejected from a local airsoft tournament after attacking someone for shooting him directly in the face. That's what you gotta say too, dude. If people are, it's just so, it's like I wonder how much of this too is just people like, like people are like too competitive and they get mad to even lose. What kind of psychological shit do you think that is?
Well, I'm just speculating, but if he got out early in the game, he's like, this could be like a series of things where he gets out.
Oh, so you're saying that like it was just one, it was like a domino effect.
Yeah.
He got that, he's frustrated because he's like, God damn it.
He's like, he wants to be, he wants to show off his gear.
Yeah, I spent all this gear and I didn't even get to do anything, kind of whatever, so you become frustrated. It's just the fucking like primitive nature in a guy's brain, but then you like run and be like, fuck you! Group altercations are nothing new in the game of airsoft. One of the most viewed rage clips of all time features a kid repeatedly mag dumping someone, which is where you do. In 2020, a group of teens was kicked out of a match after shooting both players and the refs on full auto. Yes, even the refs. One of them uploaded the footage to YouTube, hoping for some sympathy, but instead was met with a massive backlash for their outrageous behavior. Players need to be cautious about where they choose to play, as not everyone is keen on having full-on battle simulations near their homes, or even just the fucking BBs. It's not like when you're done shooting, you go up and you're like, all right, let me pick up my whatever. It's just a fucking mess, right? During a night game, one group of players started dodging actual gunfire after enraging someone living nearby. A local mining quarry regularly rented out in the area to airsoft groups for events and tournaments. This particular game was at night and had lots of loud pyrotechnics going off, right? Just to simulate, I'm guessing, the fire or explosions or something, to make it more immersive for a fun night game. At some point during the match, a man yelled down into the quarry, "Some of us have to work tomorrow!" and claimed he also owned a gun. Not thinking anything of it, the game resumed, and explosives continued to go off until players were suddenly forced to duck and cover from distant pops and bullets flying over their heads. The game stopped immediately, and the staff tried to find who shot at them, but were unable to do so. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured in this incident, but not everyone gets so lucky. At times, airsoft weapons can lead to actual deaths. Sometimes the battlefield itself can be just as dangerous. In France, a player died mid-game after falling inside an abandoned building where the game was being held. Guillaume Lakota was a prominent airsoft player from the French team IS-38 Grenoble, which regularly played at military sim events across Europe, which I think the military sims are like way more popular in Europe. Like I think it's an actual competitive scene over there. So I think a lot of people from different countries travel around and do that. In the summer of 2017, Guillaume was playing a night game held at Fort de Monte Gilbert. I'm probably mispronouncing all this shit, I'm sorry. But it was built in 1870s, and the fort now hosts events and is a popular tourist destination, but was crumbling due to years of neglect. People are just using it to play around. They're not actually maintaining it at all. Sometime during his match, he was crossing a wooden plank that stretched over an elevator shaft, and he lost his balance and fell 4 stories. The 60-player match came to a halt as people rushed to his aid, but it was too late. And as soon as he hit the ground, he died on impact. Police interviewed all the players and determined that it was just a tragic accident, and since then, the fort is no longer accessible to the public. One of the main selling points of airsoft is the realistic appearance and features of the guns. Though they are toys, over 300 people have died from airsoft-related shootings since 2021, which... yeah, well, I mean, just people, the thing too is like what might be a toy to you on hindsight to other people. I mean, you just never fucking know, man. Whatever. Also, even the guy at the quarry, let's say, he's going around there, he sees like people shooting. It could be friends hanging out behind their house, whatever, on a guy's property, and they see people with guns. There's just all these like fucking terrible tragedies that can happen just because from a distance it looks like a real thing. Who could have guessed that testosterone-filled military simulation nerds would ruin what is supposed to be a fun sport? Some people might try to fight you or induct you into their weird fetish, but know that there are hundreds of groups out there that are completely normal and safe. If you plan on getting into airsoft, make sure you know what you're doing and follow all the rules, because even the cheapest airsoft gun can do some real damage. And also too, enjoy your military sims and have fun with people, but for the love of God, be careful and just plan this stuff. I don't know. It's just a dangerous world out there. Be careful. My God. I'd probably just do paintball. At least it doesn't explode. I guess you still have the rooms. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't know.
The safer option is just pretend. Bang. Got you.
Pretend with your friends and then, in your 40s. Bang. I hit you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's our video today, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on Sundown because today we're going to talk about MLMs, multi-level marketing schemes, aka pyramid schemes. And let me tell you, they're everywhere. They're seemingly normal companies that prey on innocent people looking for a job. They promise you all sorts of amazing things like money, flexible schedules, and community, but this is exactly how they drag you in. Not only do these companies ruin people's lives, but they also tend to sell horrible products that nobody even wants. There's not a single good thing about MLMs, yet they've been around for decades and still rope in tons of people every year. From their cult-like mentality to deadly products, the world of MLMs is very vast and deep. First, here's a little context about MLMs to show how crazy they can truly be. In the simplest terms, multi-level marketing schemes work on person-to-person sales, often with the employees selling directly to friends and family. Most MLMs don't have a building they're operating out of, so most people who work for them sell online or out of their own home. The contractors, or distributors, as they are called, are given bulk goods and receive a share of the profits from every sale. A lot of the people who are recruited are expecting to get rich, often convinced that they'll be missing out on a huge opportunity if they don't join. This manipulation is a central part of their recruiting methods. Those who are already in the MLM will often boast about how great it is and say that you'd not only be missing out on good money, but also a great network. Yeah. Something like fucking bullshit multi-grain bars or something.
You're gonna miss the Lambo.
And honestly, the thing is, like, a lot of us have been buying Lamborghinis since we started. But I guess you don't want that, right?
You don't want yours? Oh, man.
You don't want the Lamborghini? Okay. It's kind of a high-intense vehicle, and it doesn't matter. A common tactic is to call the person they are trying to recruit bro or hun, depending on the gender. Come on, dude, bro, it's awesome. Hun, I'm telling you, you're gonna love this. They try to come off as friendly as possible to try to reel you in and get their dagger claws on you. They're known to be incredibly persistent too. One disgruntled person online explained how they are constantly approached by MLM Huns while they are at work and have been trapped by them so they couldn't escape their lengthy conversation. Their devotion to recruiting people is truly cult-like, and their persistence can often lead to an incredibly tense reactions. One of the most incredibly well-known tactics is called the BITE model, which stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotional control.
Jesus.
That last second, to end it on that is kind of fucked up. It's like play, nap, eat, sleep, surrender. What? Huh? The whole point of the method is to take full control of your emotions and thinking, forcing you to feel obligated to join. It's a cult. You want to join a cult? It also ensures that you remain in the system because you feel pressured not to let down those around you. Cult.
Did you ever have friends who were in these?
No, not really. There was some that tried, but like I feel like my town was too small because everyone's just like, that's stupid.
I've had multiple friends.
Wow, that joined an MLM?
And then they guilt you into doing it. I had one buddy.
Yeah, dude, what? Like I thought we were bros.
He had a Verve drink, some kind of energy drink, and he tried to get me in. I was like, hey man, multiple times I told him no, and I was like, I get it. Like, you're trying to get me in this. I'm not interested. I don't think it works. He's like, man, how dare you? My grandma was sick and she started drinking these.
Oh, you told me about this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
She started drinking them and then like she was at full health and became like, she's no longer sick.
She's 45 now, bro. She de-aged 32 years.
And then we had another friend group. Their tactic was, hey, come over. We're doing like a coding thing. So he went over and then there's like 30 people in this guy's house.
A presentation, whatever.
Mm-hmm. It was another energy drink thing.
Yeah.
And then they tried to rope me into it. They said like the tactic is like, tell your friends that you're going to do something they're interested in to get them in the door. And once they're here, they can't say no.
Exactly. They're already here. Well, I've already driven over here, so I might as well stay and get this like magical elixir water that this person's selling. It works! Online, there are communities of people such as the r/anti-MLM and r/Hunsnark, where people share their hatred and stories for the exploitative practices of MLMs. In one story, someone shared their experience trying to cancel their monthly subscription to Arbonne products because they were causing stomach issues. When their sponsors saw that they didn't want to re-up on their supply, they began to interrogate the person and claim that she had never heard of anyone else having these problems, so it must be a client-side issue. Okay, so you're a freak. This never happens to anyone else. This is a you problem. So you're gonna ruin our business because, okay, just making sure you're selfish. That kind of tactics, I bet you, is happening. Not even an hour after their interaction with their sponsor, a close friend of theirs, who was also in the MLM, blocked them all on social media because they were leaving the company. Mature. That is a tick removed.
They're very predatory. The whole friends and family thing, they all say like, don't you want a slice of the pie? You get your friends and family to buy it.
Exactly. Don't you want to get in on that and get your family? I'm like, your whole family, their whole lives could be changed. It's the overpromise. That's always, to me, I'm like, it's just so f***ed up. Your grandma, you know, just that bad foot. Let's get that bad foot taken care of, bro.
My favorite too.
Serve.
They say like, don't you want to be your own boss? Work your own hours?
It's like, no, I need structure actually. Let's get you on a calendar, man. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Don't spend the beginning of this year saying,
This is the year I finally quit.
just for you to go right back into their bad habits, man. Fume is the flavored air device that is designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't do it alone. Let Fume help you out. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. Use Fume as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and there's no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors like cool mint, peach blush, cinnamon hearts, and grapefruit. Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. The weighted, fidget-friendly tool gives you something to do when your cravings are acting up. With its satisfying clicks and snaps, you can fidget with the device to your heart's content. I keep it at my desk without it taking up any space at all, and I love it! To kick off the new year, Fume is doubling down on helping people break old habits. For January only, every core you order is doubled. Order a pack, you get 2. Get Wild, order 3, you get 6. And on top of that, when you grab a Journey pack, you also get a free gift just for using my code. Fume will always be at your side to help you with your bad habits, but the double cores offer disappears after January, so make sure to jump on this deal now. So if you're thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Head to tryfume.com/papameat or scan the QR code on screen to claim your double cores and your free Fume topper today. Thanks for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. MLMs will do anything to get you on their team, even if it means catfishing you on a date. A super common way that sales reps for MLMs meet new customers is by taking people on dates to have private one-on-one conversations. One man matched with a girl on Tinder and both agreed to meet up in a coffee shop for their first date. When they arrived, they sat down and things seemed to be going well. When the dude gets up to get his coffee, he returns to find another girl sitting next to his date. As it turns out, this was her business associate, who went on for 15 minutes explaining the MLM, trying to get the guy to join. He told him that he had to take his dog to the vet, and they got up, leaving both girls angry that he rejected their once-in-a-lifetime offer, which is actually for women, that's a crazy good scheme.
Yeah, that's a very
evil, and it's just like, oh hey, and like you're flirtatious at the beginning too, like, oh my god, this is going well. That is a crazy pyramid scheme tactic, dude.
Just to push some energy drinks, man.
Do you think the money can be that good?
That's the thing. It can be good because the people who are actually getting the suckers to sign up under them, those are the guys making the most money.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
the person at the top.
Yeah, like the top and then probably 2 rungs down. That's it. And like if you are even below that guy, you're kind of, because I forget the math on it, but it's literally impossible to even make any decent amount of money because everybody has to keep buying the products.
That's the thing. Yeah, you have to keep buying the products to sell them and shit like that. Yeah, it's dumb.
Not only do you have to buy them, the people under you have to keep buying them.
Yeah.
So that's what you do. You sell your products to
at a certain point, you are literally a rotating door.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Another man matched with a financial advisor on Facebook Dating and met up with her at her office. Another woman, dude. I'm telling you, it's a good tactic. When he showed up, there was no date at all. Instead, it was a meeting for him to join her MLM. He almost joined until his friend explained that he was being roped into a scam. I like how he's like, he almost got in. He's like, dude, if I say yes, she'll go on a date with me again. She's hot. Others were left in debt because of the amount of competition within the company. A woman had decided to join LuLaRoe, an MLM that sells women's clothing, after both feeling alone and being in need of extra cash. She was hooked by the family-friendly consultant calling her sis and her husband, encouraging her to join. Come on, sis. She joined and saw quick success, but the sales quickly dried up. To try and bring in more sales, she decided to swap her old supply with new summer drop. But when she went to the LuLaRoe website to restock, she was stuck behind 26,000 other consultants with the same idea. When she finally got through the queue, all the new leggings were out of stock, and she was forced to tell her customers to go elsewhere and take on the debt for her inventory. She quickly quit and regretted her decision to join in the first place. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Because the thing too is they pressure you to buy as much quantity as you can. You want to get as much as you can to sell. The more you buy, the more money you'll make.
Well, you have to buy a limited amount or a certain amount.
You have to buy a mandatory minimum of this.
They're just like, usually it's like $500. So like you have to buy $500. Like you get packages.
Well, yeah, it's like you'll buy $500, but you'll get $3,000 in profit. It's that kind of meme. MLMs also host conferences to try to get as many people as possible. In most cases, the people that attend are incredibly sketchy. There are many YouTubers who have snuck into these conferences and been met with aggressive MLM members asking them to delete the footage of their conference. Others berate them and insult their intelligence for not seeing the value in their program. I love that. Some guy's recording you and the guy's just like, you even know how to delete the video off your phone there? Huh?
That might get me. I might delete it out of spite. Yeah, I know how to fucking do
Yeah,
it.
I do actually. Asshole. Yeah. He's like, you showed me. Sometimes these conferences don't even take place in large hall. They can be held in small boardrooms or even apartments. There are tons of secretly recorded videos showing awkward and low-budget MLM conferences. With even the slightest bit of social awareness, it's easy to notice the awkward, forced friendliness in the room. It really does read like a weird, culty, like almost, it's like a religious experience in a weird way. Brother, how you doing, man? Dude, nice to meet you. Way too excitable. This is just a glimpse as what it's like to be in an MLM and the cult-like mentality that plagues each one. There are no MLMs that are truly alike because they set themselves apart from each other with their own breed of evil. LuLaRoe sprang onto the market in 2012 and quickly grew massive off selling leggings with various prints. In 2017, the company peaked, racking in a yearly profit of $2.3 billion. However, their leggings empire would crumble when employees began to share their many horror stories. Many of the contractors said that they were in massive debt because the company required them to buy massive amounts of stock before they made any sales. Roberta Blevins started working for LuLaRoe in 2016 and saw some success selling leggings. However, when she initially joined, she had to spend $9,000 on inventory. $9,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
She had started receiving entire shipments that were torn or wet with horrible smell she described as chlorine and death. When she tried to return the damaged leggings, the company fought her on it, meaning she was forced to try to sell them even though they were damaged and smelled fucking horrible. And worst of all, she had paid for these large shipments on her credit card, and since she couldn't sell them, she was left with large amounts of debt, credit card debt too. God, the interest rate on that must have been fucking insane. Realizing she was on a sinking ship, she decided to sell what she had and leave. In total, she made about $83,000, which paid off her $78,000 of debt and left her with some money to start over. That's lucky. God, dude, over $70,000 in debt. Imagine if you didn't have that network. You're super. That 70 also becomes like over hundreds with that interest building over time. Oh my God.
Well, that's the thing. They like probably not every month, but every quarter you probably have to buy a certain amount of product.
100%.
And you just get, and then you can't back out because it's like, well, you signed the thing.
You said you'd do it. Yep. Yeah. MLMs love to use social media to trick people into believing that their courses are actually successful, which, you know, we've seen a lot of people do like scam sale courses and all kinds of stuff. That's not anything new. I Am Mastery has rebranded 5 different times because the FTC has been constantly on its ass for deceptive practices. Their main product is selling courses that teach people how to invest in crypto and the stock market. They claim that if they follow their course correctly, you could retire in your 20s and make tons of money overnight. That won't happen. All right, that's a fairy tale. The whole thing was set up for failure because the teachers of the courses are unqualified and have zero investment credentials. This resulted in a dropout rate of 60% in the first month and 90% after 6 months. Nobody ever made money with the course, and those who did were actually just recruiters getting bonuses from new hires. And in 2025, the FTC took I Am Mastery to court for stealing $1.2 billion from its consumers. And since then, multiple top salesmen have been ordered to pay millions of dollars as a settlement. In modern day, crypto is a hot commodity for MLMs, and they are taking advantage of it in full. OneCoin was a company that boasted about mining a crypto that would topple Bitcoin and become the market leader. Jesus Christ. People fell for it quickly, believing that they were going to get incredibly rich. However, what they didn't know was that there was not a single coin being mined. Not a single coin was being mined. What was supposed to be about investing was really focused on recruiting new members to the pyramid. The owner of the company, Ruja Ignatova. Ruja Ignatova was labeled the crypto queen for her alleged revolutionary coin, but she was nothing more than a thief. In 2017, she disappeared off the face of the planet around the same time the warrants for her arrest came out. She took $4 billion with her, leaving everyone who invested in massive amounts of debt. What a fucking monster. Hope they find that bitch and scalp her. To this day, she hasn't been found and is on the FBI's most wanted list. Please God, put a picture up of her. If you see this woman, dude, the thing too with these MLMs and crypto in general, it feels like the easiest pyramid scheme too, because it is so easy to be like, you didn't believe in Bitcoin and look at it now. I'm telling you, this is the ground floor. And I feel like it's very easy for people to be like, oh, what if this is the next thing? And you have like a huge case of FOMO.
Especially as prices of Bitcoin and stuff are going up. You gotta get in before it explodes.
Before it explodes, man, I'm telling you. It shouldn't be a surprise that MLMs will do anything necessary to sell you a product. And that can sometimes include smuggling endangered plants to create essential oils. One plant, Rose
rosewood comes from Brazil and is typically used to make expensive furniture. However, if you crush the branches and leaves, you can extract an aromatic oil. The other is called spikenard, which is a root found in the mountains of Nepal. To extract the oil, you must steam the roots and collect any oil that comes out of them. Both of these plants are rare and very sought after for their medical purposes, and many holistic practices pay big money for them. In addition to their alleged healing properties, they are both known to cause skin irritation and, in rare cases, severe allergic reactions. And in 2017, Young Living had to pay $760,000 of fines and community service payments for smuggling rare and endangered plants without a permit for their products. Can you imagine getting into the root game? You're like, dude, I'm getting into roots. But things only get worse from here. You'd be surprised to hear how many people get hurt from these crazy MLM products. The market for weight loss products is so insanely large, and MLMs share a good portion of that market. If you want to get a jumpstart on your healthy habits, then Zingular offers biohacking supplements aimed at helping you lose weight.
Zingular?
Do you want to take something by a company called fucking Zingular? Bruh. While many who have taken their products claim to have lost weight quickly, they also mention some of the nasty side effects. Lots of customers report having no energy to do anything and severe diarrhea, which is also probably why you're losing all the weight, because you just can't keep any liquid in your body. Nutritionists and health coaches alike don't recommend Zingular because you lose weight by literally wasting away. You rot from the inside. I've never been more skinny. The company Norium International rebranded to Neora in 2019 because they got investigated by the FTC for selling products that lied about their effectiveness. One of those products was the anti-aging cream, which contained the ingredient NA8. To the unsuspecting user, it's just another random ingredient, right? Some people dug a little deeper and found that it was actually oleander, which is a poisonous plant known to cause a long list of symptoms like rashes, fainting, low blood pressure, and hallucinations. The company didn't recall any of the products containing the poison, so the FTC took them to court and they were forced to pay a settlement of $50 million to those affected. Another company has poisoned its consumers with a magic concoction of elements. Youngevity is known for its tangy tangerine vitamin C drink, which most people describe as no different from orange Kool-Aid. Though they sell a wide range of health products, one elixir shocked consumers for even being placed on the market at all. Dinosaur Dirt claims that it's a healthy additive for any drink that has all essential minerals that humans need. Dinosaur Dirt. The species that went extinct. It has everything you need to stay happy and healthy. The name comes from the plants that are used to make the drink, which they say are the same plants that dinosaurs used to step on and eat. Brilliant. These ancient plants were packed with life-sustaining minerals, and this MLM has been able to recapture them all just for you. This drink comes with great benefits. They claim it can fight off infections, increase DNA production, improve heart function, and even make your bones stronger. The magical liquid also has a big warning, not allowing pregnant women and children to consume it, but why would that be? Well, looking at the ingredients, you'll see that there are tons of minerals that are not made for human consumption. It contains arsenic, which is just such a funny. The first thing, it contains arsenic and lead. Yeah, lead, you know, come on. Which are known poisons, and autonomy is known to cause your heart and lungs to rot away. Dinosaur dirt. Beryllium is carcinogenic. You want cancer? Okay. Thallium is one of the deadliest poisons on the planet, and thorium is super radioactive and causes cancer as well. Dinosaur dirt. I'm gonna put it in my milk. These are some of the most deadly on the list, but beyond that, there are at least 20 different elements in the ingredients that should not be consumed by a human being. I like how they're just like, I mean, just pregnant people and kids, all right? The men get a nice big fucking glass of dinosaur dirt. Thankfully, this product is no longer on the market, as Youngevity has tried to bury it into obscurity to never be seen again. If you think this sounds horrible, the horror stories only get worse. A mother had been working for an MLM that sold juice and was so dedicated that it completely ruined her life. She had gone so far into debt to the MLM that she lost her home, and her family had to organize multiple interventions to try and reason with her. So she was addicted to selling them? I can't stop. At least smoke crack.
Well, because
at least if you got the intervention, at least smoke crack to warrant the intervention.
I think it's the prizes, because Arbonne, I had friends
that went into Arbonne too?
That were in Arbonne, yeah.
Wow.
And their whole thing is like, if we get so many sales, we could get to go to Malibu.
Oh, so and that's what you're saying too earlier about the Lamborghini.
Yes.
Well, I mean, don't you want the car?
Exactly.
Don't you want a Chrysler 300? Don't you want a 2010 Chrysler 300? Detroit manufactured Chrysler 300 with a V6 engine? Yeah.
Because when you buy the product, you're getting points to that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the exact same thing as back in the day when you bought cigarettes and you could accrue points to get like a leather jacket. That's what it is, essentially, except you have the opportunity to maybe make money. In her final meeting, her family had brought a counselor to mediate. Counselor asked her, quote, "You're choosing between your children and a juice company." She got up and walked out saying, quote, "Yes, I am." So if I was the husband there too, I'd be like, so mommy's going to an insane asylum and daddy's going to look for a new wife. My kids would hug me and they'd say like, "Yay, thank you, daddy." A similar situation occurred when a woman spent $70,000 on LuLaRoe leggings and used her spouse and parents' savings to pay for it. LuLaRoe needs to be held accountable.
I was going to say, yeah.
There's been a lot of LuLaRoe stories, dude. This is a hit piece for LuLaRoe. Just kidding, that's a joke. To protect ourselves legally.
It's a comedy video.
This is a comedy video. I'm just joking around. LuLaRoe's awesome. That's not me shaking my head. I have an itch on my back.
That's your Tourette's.
Yeah, exactly. That's my tick I have, and I have actually, there's like a bug on my back. I would invest in LuLaRoe immediately. This led to her house being foreclosed and her husband divorcing her. Good man.
Yeah.
After the divorce, she's still doing MLMs and not making any money. The husband now has to give her half of his paycheck and help pay for the mortgage on top of spending money on the kids while she contributes nothing. That went a little based. We definitely skewed a little doom-pilled there a little bit, but that's unfair. Can we agree that's unfair?
That's really unfair. But see, that's the thing. If you don't have an income,
yeah,
you can't pay, then you get money. Win-win.
More money to put into the MLM.
Exactly.
As we just learned, MLMs not only ruin the lives of the person involved, but also those around them. A woman took to Reddit complaining about how her sister was expecting her to pay for the majority of her wedding because she had drained all of her savings on MLMs. She was scammed by a Girl Boss wellness drink MLM and spent her entire life savings of $25,000 on it. She also wanted to have a dream wedding that would cost around $50,000. Okay, first off, if you spend 25 grand on an MLM pyramid scheme, don't think you're Cinderella, all right? I don't think you deserve the $50,000 wedding, if I'm being frank. I think that's kind of a, hey, we're going to uncle's backyard and we're grilling dogs. It's gonna be brats and burgers, all right? That's gonna be the wedding. We're gonna have monkey bread for the cake, and that's gonna be, hey, Sprite. That's the what? There it is. Was your MLM worth it? Did you like it? When she told her that she wouldn't fork the bill, her sister called her selfish and said she was holding her past against her. I am holding your past against you. Her mother even sided with the sister, claiming the family helps family. Oh, off, dude. I hate that Italian bullshit. There's nothing that will stop these malicious companies from turning a profit, even global pandemics. In August of 2021, an MLM conference for paparazzi was held at the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, where employees looked at the new $5 bracelets for sale. Thousands of people crammed into conference halls during the height of the COVID, and as a result, 6 people would die following the event. God damn. What is insane is that no legal action was taken against the paparazzi for gross negligence, and they got off scot-free while 6 people just kind of fucking died. All right? And sometimes the allegiance to pyramid scheme products goes too far, and it leads people to tragic demises. In 2019, a Chinese woman died of organ failure after relying on MLM health products to cure her fever. Brand allegiance is too strong. I'm gonna keep drinking dinosaur dirt. These ancient minerals will cure me. The company Nu Skin had convinced her that vaccines didn't work and that fevers were the body's way of detoxing itself. Fevers are good. Good stuff. Because of this belief, she only used Nu Skin health products to treat her illness, and she died after her fever took over her body. Her mentor from the company told her to continue to self-medicate and drink juice instead of going to the doctor. That man should be arrested. After her death, the company said that they would look into what caused it, while her mentor and co-workers continued to use the very products that led to her demise. Jessie Lee Ward was a top seller to an alternative health MLM and fully believed in its properties. She believed so much that she was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer in early 2023, and she refused any sort of medical treatment and insisted that her MLM products would save her. Tragically, she would pass away a few months later after the treatments did nothing to stop the spread of cancer. Throughout her battle, she would regularly update her social media audience, remaining staunch in her views towards the MLM. What's fucked up about that is it's just that cult mentality, man. You're fine. Do you believe in this or not? To the point where also she was so sold on it.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's very
no sympathy at all. Yeah, I guess. We have to pretend to care. God. Sadly, she's just one of many who have fallen victim to the horrible scam that is the MLMs. I hope that after watching this video, you feel more enlightened and equipped to fend off some of the overreaching grasp of the cultish pyramid schemes out there. A lot of the time, I feel like products or people who are selling you on something, it's too good to be true, right? People who are that adamant to be in there, they're being too nice to you. Humans are not nice. Right? You can be passively nice and stuff, but people that are being overly nice and trying to get you in on something, watch it, because that is the door cracked open to an MLM pyramid scheme that is going to fucking kill you. If you yourself are falling for MLMs, or you know someone who has fallen for their schemes, get help immediately. Once again, we will leave a link below. We're doing a lot of gambling addiction and other links here. Here's a link if you do need help, or it's in the description as well. The MLMs and pyramid schemes, I'm telling you, it only leads down a dark road of depression, debt, and in rare cases, death. Not so rare, it fucking happens all the time, so careful. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and hey, pyramid scheme people out there, go fuck yourself. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about American retail clothing stores kind of thing. Sydney Sweeney's been in the news lately because she has in this jean commercial. It's good. It's good stuff. And the thing is, oh, Sydney Sweeney has good genes. As in, you know, look at her. She's a beautiful woman. She has good genes. Passed down good genes from mom and dad, right? But people are saying because she's like blonde hair, blue eyes, that people are like, oh, this is like a Nazi commercial, like white supremacist thing, and you know, all this kind of stuff. A lot of hoopla, people being mad, which, you know what, if you want to be mad at it, feel free. But it did get me thinking, not about the race theory stuff or how beautiful and sexy this queen is. It got me thinking, when is the last time I've actually been in an American Eagle? What about every outlet / mall shopping area where all these clothing stores used to exist, and really in, I want to say, like the 90s and early 2000s were dominant? It got me thinking, are these stores still alive? Are they still fashionable? Because back in the day, you had some fucking American Eagle jeans on at school. You're looking pretty good, right? Mom, I have to go to American Eagle and get my jeans. So today I want to go out and I want to see which of these retail stores that are still alive and kicking are the best.
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
We're ranking all the stores?
No. In the area that I live in, Alaska, where I live, in Fairbanks, Alaska, the stores are too far apart. All right, so I thought to myself, okay, what makes the most sense? Let's go to a shopping outlet center, and whatever stores are there will rank, because the big hitters are there. It's a Hollister, Hot Topic, American Eagle, Buckle, H&M, Gap, and Aeropostale. I thought that was a Greek philosopher's name. There was Abercrombie. I think Abercrombie & Fitch, I think that's kind of dead. Being a big buff gay guy pretending to be straight to like finger girls in the Abercrombie & Fitch changing rooms isn't cool anymore. First, we stopped at Hollister.
What the f does yeet mean?
Yeet?
Yeah, what does yeet mean?
Are you kidding me?
No. Do you know what a yeet is?
Yeah.
Back in the day, this used to be the like preppy kid store, like Abercrombie and shit. It's very weird seeing this in here.
Couple little facts. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of facts because we got to keep this educational, right? The very first Hollister store opened in Columbus, Ohio in the year of 2000. The store's design, modeled after a beach cabana, aimed to attract customers to their merchandise. I'm pretty sure Hollister was a copycat of the Abercrombie and the American Eagle vibe, because back in the early 2000s, Billabong and those kind of surfer, cringe, salt life surfer was all over. It was everywhere. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's horrible. The whole point of the store is to portray a fake beach lifestyle, with employees sometimes forced to dress in swim trunks, and you have to have abs. I never got the idea of people being upset. Well, I think it's discrimination. I'm like, yeah, if I want to pay a buff dude. Sorry, I don't want a fat ass walking around. Would you want me in swim trunks? Hey, you want to get our jeans? You're gonna see me in this video. I am disgusting. There has got to be a change. Something's got to give, all right? I am disgusting. Beyond its beachy vibes lies an extensive list of controversies, such as not making the store's wheelchairs accessible and being against women breastfeeding in their stores. I want to throw something controversial out there. If you're a fucking preggers woman and you want to pop, squat, and plop out your tit for your child to feed in a Hollister, I mean, could you take it to a Starbucks? Is the best place to breastfeed your child a Hollister?
Go to the changing room.
Yeah, buy a shirt, go to the change room, and let that motherfucker have a little Golden Corral buffet. You know, why not? All right, here's my Hollister bag. We're kind of judging a couple things. One, the ambiance of the store, the customer service, and also, last but not least, how fat phobic is the store? That's just for me personally. Maybe that doesn't affect you little fucking twinks out there like Nick who could buy anything from any store. But for me, it's slim pickings. It's like trying to put a fucking like a tutu on a silverback gorilla is what it felt like. It didn't feel good, all right? Which I just want to say this too. You bring a little DJI camera into a store, it almost acts like you think you have a bomb or a gun pointed at them. It's not like we went in and we're like, hey, could you pick out my clothes? I think it was more so just being like, hey, we have a YouTube video we're doing, but we're just asking you guys to pick out my clothes for me. And everyone was like, well, at least a select. The first one, she saw me, and one, she was like, nothing in this store is gonna fit you. And then two, she's like, I don't even have design sense.
I'm not sure I have the best style sense.
Come on now, you work at Hollister.
I get what I look like. Humor me. I'm trying to spend money in your store. Am I not? She was sweet, but at the same time, humor me with this. Like I'm buying shit. So the first thing she picked out was this Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt or jersey, a little tight because the biggest size they had in the store, I believe, was XL.
Crazy.
Gotta find the biggest one here. Oh shit.
Which to me, that's insane. Yeah. Even if you're not like a super fat guy, there's like big dudes who wear like 2X just for the baggy feel, whatever.
It's crazy there's not a 2X.
Baggy fit. Ain't no fucking baggy when it's on me, all right? Just want to say that. And then she picked out these, one thing I've noticed is with the... Look how tight his waist is. The biggest size waist they had in the store was 34.
That's crazy.
34!
Oh, we're gonna be cutting off some circulation, boys. This is a haunting reminder, children, to really watch your diet. Stay away from alcohol. It's a big thing.
Okay, so this is the camo shorts, which also pop and rap getting into country has made everybody want to like stylize hunting gear and shit. It's just kind of fucking lame. Is it not?
Yeah.
And then also, I was like, oh, is there any accessories? She's like, oh, no, okay. And she like walked off. So then we were just walking by the change room, so I picked up this LSU hat. I'm not really an LSU fan, but there was just a lot of random college vintagey designs. Like, this is a 2003 LSU hat. Hollister had so many dice motifs.
Oh, yeah. Forgot
nothing.
This is the first outfit of the day. This is what she put together. This is the fit. Allison, 3, 2, 1.
You look like your name's Kyle.
Okay, so it's already Hollister coded.
I can't believe they sold that shirt at Hollister. I love the unzipped crotch. I feel like that's a stylistic choice. I know it's not, but...
No, it is. It could zip up if it wanted to.
You look like you drink Monster energy drinks.
What about the hat? You like the hat?
It looks like you were maybe born in Louisiana, but have never lived there, and you live in an Illinois like trailer park.
Literally our friend Trevor.
Oh yeah, so you're just cosplaying as Trevor.
I'm just Trevor right now. The hat does say 2003. I don't know if that was an important year for LSU or not, but...
I'm assuming they were the national champions that year.
No, they were. Okay, it says on the hat. So out of 5.
I'd give this a 1. Also, isn't that like a Bible verse on there, like Austin 3:16?
Sweetheart. Yeah. I don't want commenters to say I'm mansplaining, but might have to. Yeah, this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What's 3:16 then?
What are we even doing?
It's a play on John 3:16.
Oh. Well, what's the verse?
Isn't it like so too that we died for whatever? Is that it?
For God so loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son.
For whosoever should believe in him shall not perish and have everlasting life.
And for people who say that we don't go to church every Sunday, you, because we do. It's just we get bad seats because we show up kind of late, so we're really far back, so it's hard to hear things sometimes. We're there worshiping, right, Allison?
I draw on the prayer card.
Yeah, well, I had to take her to we have a lot of like marital stuff. We have to do a marriage counselor thing that's after the sermon, so like we don't really go for we don't have to really get into 1 out of 5. We can
go back to the trailer park.
Good one.
I got him.
Next, we went to Hot Topic.
This is sick.
What is this?
This is Shadow reaching out to his bae.
It was right next door, went to Hot Topic, which in certain locations, Nick, I have shirts at Hot Topic now. Did you know that?
And we can't find a single one.
Not one in my area, not up in Fairbanks, Alaska. Hot Topic was a place I used to go back in the day. I was the morbidly obese friend that had a scene friend who was like a twink, hot, tall twink, who had like the snake bites, who had the fucking raccoon streaks in his straightened hair, gauges, Tokyo Hotel shirt, and the studded belt or the DC shoes string belt. I think he had like a monster like wristband thing with like the caps, and he was getting pussy all the time, and I was just like the fat friend who was just like, he has Totino's pizzas. His mom always has this thing stocked up, and I was stoked. But also Hot Topic was the place where it was like metally scene core band stuff with a bit of memes, and then like around like 2008, I feel like that's when they started introducing like YouTube stuff. The very first YouTuber merch I ever saw on a Hot Topic was, need to get some chicken and waffle fries for free.
Whatever, bitch. Give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries for free.
The Unforgivable thing, and I was like, that is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I was so stoked. And then I was really fat, and I bought a Mario graphic shirt with like a bunch of Marios on it. It was black and had like a bunch of Mario. I don't know why. I was just like, this is sick. And everyone back in the day used to cut the sleeve where your thumb could go in the wrist thing. Bad times, man. That's what it was back in the day. That's what got you pussy. Not I, but still. Little factoid about Hot Topic. Back in 1988, the first ever Hot Topic opened as a teen accessory store in malls across America. It soon became the #1 store to buy your favorite band's t-shirt. And as of today, Hot Topic makes most of its profits from online store, averaging around $300 million a year annually from its online store. That still surprises me.
That's crazy.
That surprises me because when we went in there, I would say 90% of the store was online, like Has-Been Hotel Amazing Digital Circus, stuff where I'm like, you can just buy this from them. Like, you don't have to go to Hot Topic. You can just buy it from like Glitch's fucking website or Vivzy Pops. You know, I feel like it was just a lot of, I don't know, weird stuff. And they had a bunch of anime bullshit. I digress.
Skibidi Toilet.
There was a Skibidi Toilet thing, and I was like, this is clothes shop. Clothes shop. And you know, fucking, you know, to know that there's Skibidi Toilet and there's gonna be a fucking Meat Keenan shirt. I'm pulling out, dude. I'm U.S. troops in Baghdad. I'm pulling out. Is that good? Anyway, we cut that. Hot Topic back in the day used to be really exciting. I used to love going in the mall and you would see like the metal fucking archway. Looked like a fucking Stargate. It had the sick Hot Topic logo. Now it looks like, I hate the new fucking logo. Cringe. Back then too, to you youngins, there wasn't like tons of Spotify and shit. So you could like go in and actually put on the CD and like listen to stuff and all that kind of stuff. And it was a great way to find new shit. It was just like bolstering with life. Really missed those old days. And also Trip Pants. The days of the Trip Pants. Long gone, Nick.
Yeah, this one's a...
This was a rough one. This is the new Hot Topic logo, by the way. It's like an army kind of thing. Kind of cringe. Customer service, 0. 0. Right?
Yeah.
There was 2 girls working there. Couldn't have been sweeter. We were like, hey, I wanted to just have you guys pick out whatever. They were super excited. Literally anything. Yeah.
Literally anything?
I said anything. Like, you could tell they were gonna f my shit up in a fun way. And then, and I hate to say it because the stereotype of like the larger woman with pink hair came out, very older millennial core, and just kind of ruined the entire vibe. The entire life of the store got sucked out, and we were like the only people in there really, so it was just like really quiet. She's like, hey, you actually have a customer, and there's a customer, and then they went up, and then they never came back, and I'm almost positive that fucking troglodyte said,
don't help them.
Don't go back. Don't go back. So we picked out our own stuff.
Oh, you gotta mention she said not to film.
Oh, yeah.
So you still hate me? Are you videoing in here?
Yeah.
You can't video or take pictures in Hot Topic.
Okay. Which, once again, because I get it, of like people's privacy, and we try to do our best here with like, we blur people out, we try to do whatever, but still, it was like, just the way that she went about it was just so fucking like snotty. Hey, ooh, I hate when people do that. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but there's actually no filming. It's customary policy. I think she said something too about the law. It's Missouri law. I'm like, is it? Also, there's no one else really in the store. I don't know. But we had to get a classic. We got a Gurr. We got a Gurr hoodie. That take you back? I know there's definitely some bitches out there who are like, oh yeah, that's the ticket. We got some pants. The biggest pants they had were 36. Better than Hollister. Still pretty tight.
Where's the fat clothes in Hot Topic? I feel like fatties, like...
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You think these motherfuckers are doing 5K shopping at Hot Topic? Are we not in the 50s yet for waistlines? Are you fucking kidding me? Can you imagine this bad son of a bitch in a 50? I would wear it. The studded pants. We have that. We got a...
Did you get 2 pants?
Oh, because they had the buy one. They had the buy one get... Well, I'll get there. Also, this is another free shirt I got. The free shirt she gave was toothless. And then the last one that we got to, Nick said this was My Hero Academia. It just says Deku on the back. That's pretty much what the whole store is, though. It's just anime and like online stuff. There's some band stuff still, but it's like they put it kind of in the back wall. They're like, if you want your kill switch engaged shirt, it's in the back in the corner. It would please direct yourself to the skibbity toilet stuff in the front. The One Piece items, please, in the front. Thank you. So then they had a deal going on where if you bought something, you got 2 items for free. Initially, I was like, I don't actually plan on wearing any of this, so no, I just don't want to have to carry it around. I'm good. I don't want it. You guys can have the shirts. She made a big point to really shame me for not wanting to get the free items to donate them. I'm picking up so much clothes that it's just for a video.
There's school down here, man. They need it.
I am gonna drop it off, yeah.
Well, do you want to get some more? That way you can go donate. It's free, 2 free things. I'd rather someone get it and not miss out on $100 or more worth of free stuff.
Newsflash, was gonna donate all the items anyway. We do stuff whenever we do like food challenges. We usually donate to my local harvesters here in Kansas City, local food shelter thing. Really good stuff, and we were gonna do the same with this, and that was gonna be the big reveal at the end of the video. But, oh yeah, he bought all this stuff, how he's not gonna wear them, and we're gonna give them away. But she's just like, yeah, well, if you're not gonna sign up for the point, and that's another thing too, all these places were so adamant to get your phone number, email, so they can give you fucking points.
Alrighty, what's the phone number for you?
I don't want to give my phone number, that's cool.
Do you have any family or friends that have their number in there? That way they get your points and your free stuff?
No.
Okay.
I'm like, I am never coming back here. And I would tell her, I'm never coming back. Never coming back to this store ever. Why would I? Look at me! And even if I lost weight, you know what? Am I gonna pretty woman this bitch and come back and be like, yeah, the jeans fit this time? No, yourself. And I was like, okay, well, you guys can pick out the shirts if you want. I can't. I'm not gonna get in trouble for that. I'm totally fine. If you guys want to grab something, you can.
Hell no, I ain't getting in trouble.
All right. I'd get in trouble if I had to pick it out. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not picking it. She fucking got up and got a toothless shirt in a fucking size negative for some shorts. So hopefully there's like, I don't know, a 3-month-old baby looking for some trip pants or something like that, because that's what's gonna happen. So customer service, -2. I'm just gonna say -2. I'm going to be up below 0. It just pissed me off. It really did. The ambiance of the store, fucking 1. They also had the same commercial going where it was like, look how hot you can be dressed in our like weird clothing. Did you see that like thing that kept going? It was like a girl and she like pushes over a stack of books and she's like,
oh, I didn't even see that.
Horrible. I'll see if we should see if we can find it. It was just playing on loop and it just pissed me off so much. They'd play that and they'd play the Tron Ares commercial. Those were the 2 things on the TV. Okay. So, ambiance of the store, 1. All right.
What about fat friendly?
Fat friendly, fucking 0. Again, for all this, $159.74, which we did get, you know, like an extra jacket and stuff. It's still $159, and then they force you to take some extra toothless stuff and all that kind of stuff and shame you. So have fun with that. All right, here I come.
Oh shit! Don't look. This is the Hot Topic Summer Collection.
Do I look now?
Okay, wait, ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, look.
Ew.
Okay. All right, don't say. I got my pants looking like Kevin Gates. Is there sweat stains on my ass?
Damn, they are not fitting you, are they?
No. But I got the My Hero Academia jersey, and then I had them hook me up with the classic Gurr that they're still selling in 2025.
I was gonna say, I think I had that hoodie. Your little butt cheek, too, just like hanging out of the jacket.
I'm like Kevin Gates. I saw a comment of Kevin Gates at a show, and his ass just popped out like this with these skinny jeans on, and someone said baggiest pants in Atlanta. All right, 1 out of 5.
Can I do 0?
I guess.
I will say if I was 13, it would have been like a 5 for sure.
All right, 0.
Those trip pants.
I like your cute little, your boxer butt.
The boxer butt didn't even get 1 point?
No.
Shows you how much he really fucking likes it, stuck up bitch. Next up, we went to American Eagle. Is this going to be a trajectory we're going to see? Is everything just going to keep getting worse and worse? I feel like the store has not changed in 20 years. The pants are so small. Am I this much of an anomaly there? American Eagle right now, like I said, this is the creme de la creme. It's the creme de la crop. It is the #1 because of the Sydney Sweeney ad. I will say when I went in the store and I didn't see any Sydney Sweeney posters or anything, that kind of ruffled my feathers. Little about American Eagle. Originally intended to be an outdoor clothing store, American Eagle was founded in 1977 by two brothers in Novi, Michigan. Since its inception, it has over 1,100 stores and gets nearly $6 billion in revenue annually. What?
$6 billion?
$6 billion. God damn. It has been in hot water recently because of the ad campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney. The public believed it was about eugenics. Also, if you can believe it, American Eagle is also guilty of exploitative human labor in Asia countries. What? I went into American Eagle and my God, was it a nostalgia trip. I used to go there with my cousin. Once again, never really able to fit in anything. Also too, here's the thing. You can't be a big fat can wear like light blue jeans. Maybe if you're a girl, like girls with like thick thighs and a fat ass and like a big pussy area kind of thing, they can pull it off because people are like, damn, you're throwing around a lot of junk in that trunk, that kind of thing. But like seeing like a 12-year-old boy with like a fat thighs like that, like walking around, it's like big game hunting for pedophiles is what it is, all right? I wasn't about to do it. But going into American Eagle, it hasn't changed. It felt like I stepped into it 20, 30 years ago. And that to me, I kind of like that it was a relic. Ambiance already, I'm gonna give it 5 out of 5. Smelled good in there too. Really liked it. Cheery environment. Made me feel like I was back in like 2002, a year after when the nation was healing. That's whenever we got to our customer service right away. Boom. I like that. I like when I walk in a store and someone says, hey, how you doing? And then I say, not bad, man. I'm trying to get an outfit going here. I wonder if you could help me. And what does he say? Absolutely, I'd love to. My boy Jesus, he was great. He had a little pep in his step, didn't he? We kind of gave him the challenge, whatever he did. I haven't really made an outfit in a while, but I can try. And I just knew he was going to kill it.
I haven't done an outfit in a cool minute, so I gotta see what we have.
He's like, what size are you? Didn't even look, he knew. Biggest size goes to the lowest jean. The jeans here he chose, light blue, 3830. We're getting bigger. These I was able to squeeze into a little bit, but still, like I said, if I was a fat 12-year-old, I'd be File's Playground, I'm telling you. They were kind of the kings of the like pre-ripped jeans. I still don't really know if I understand or like that. I don't know if I like that, but he was on a rampage. He was like, here, what about this? This looks good. And he gave me this thing, and it's a Bud Light, a nice Bud Light graphic tee, which I do like. Bush Light graphic tee, and it has the trout on the back. Once again, the Southern thing. People are gonna pretend that, you know, they're like, yeah, I don't really care about the Southern, whatever. I like the Bass Pro Shop feel of it. And he was like, you need a fucking hat, and he gave me this little guy. Yeah. Boom. How nice is that? I walked out of that fucking dressing room, I was like, I feel like a fatter Post Malone or like a Luke Bryan. This feels the most right, little country boy action.
I was gonna say, you look like Post Malone.
I had some help. Don't act like you ain't it.
Do I feel like that?
It takes two to make a...
Yeah. Got really quiet. I like wanted to get some fucking boots on and be like, where I come from, it's cornbread and chicken. You know, I want that kind of shit. He went up, he was like, how was everything? I was like, unbelievable. I did show him a pic of the fit though with it all in because it's a little small again. He did, ooh. Pic of the fit? Customer service, 5 out of 5. It was awesome.
What about the fat friendly? That's like a...
Well, fat friendly, I would say I'd give it a 3. I mean, I am disgustingly obese. I'm a fucking monster. I give him a 3. It was also $147.10. A little more upscale, but at the same time, I'd pay for the premium if I got this kind of quality every time, is what I'd say. All right? I think I said, what do you want to say to the people? Because I said, hey, where's this going to pop up? And I told him this channel. So if you're watching this, you did good, buddy. But you could tell though, he was just like, I don't want those motherfuckers to come for me. Yeah, because Nick was like, you got any socials you want to plug? And he's like, nah. Nah, I'm good.
You want to shout out your socials?
No. Okay. I
thought that was pretty funny. So American Eagle, honestly, so far, I would say it was most pleasant. Felt good in there. Felt damn good. I liked it. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. Sleep is so important to your health and productivity, but many of us may be getting this part wrong from the start. If you're too hot at night, or if your mattress is old or damaged, it could seriously be impacting your sleep. And it may be time for a Helix Sleep mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. And before you get a Helix Sleep mattress, they have you take a sleep quiz to find out the perfect blend of what you need. Are you a side sleeper? Do you have back pain? How firm do you like your mattress? The quiz is very quick, but it takes your answers to these questions that recommends the best mattress for you. I got the Dusk Luxe for my particular needs, and I've been getting deep, restful sleep each night. Deep sleep. It is amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I needed to upgrade my life. And now, for those dealing with the back-to-school season, Helix also has kid mattresses that are stain repellent and hypoallergenic, ensuring everyone in the house has a good night's sleep.
I love the new Helix Sleep mattress. It was so cold and scary on the floor in the basement, and now with Helix Sleep mattress, there's no bugs, there's no shivers, and there's enough space for Jacob and I to share.
Hi, I love my new Helix mattress. It's super cool and comfortable, and there's lots of room for me and Harry. Thank you, Helix.
Get the sleep you deserve. Head to helixsleep.com/PapaMeat to start sleeping in your new mattress today. And as a Labor Day exclusive partner offer, Helix Sleep is offering 27% off the entire site. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. This is Sydney Sweeney's home turf. This is American Eagle, baby. Allison, 3, 2, 1, go. I think I'm gonna sell out a stadium with some. Hey, who do I remind you of?
I had some help. It ain't a man who said I'm not on sale. Don't act like you ain't got a man on shelf.
You just get copyright strikes for that.
It takes two to bring all that you do. Ooh, ooh.
Bunch of ugly fucking Midwest girls doing.
Woo! Woo! I had some help. It ain't a man said I'm by myself. Don't act like you.
Out of 5?
I actually do like the shirt.
Oh, it takes two to bring all that you do.
But you do look like a Morgan Wallen fan.
Morgan Wallen, he's in that song.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm a full-blown retard.
Is that a Morgan Wallen song?
I'm about ready to give my baby at the retard store.
Put that on iTunes immediately. What's the worst score?
I don't know. The pants are really bad.
This is classic American Eagle. People would suck for these jeans. Allison, the pre-ripped jeans?
Distressed jeans.
Distressed jeans.
I don't like the jeans under the distressed jeans though.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, and I feel just like a rock star.
Also, it's like, what is done, like, where do you work that would happen?
I'm on the field. I'm farming. I'm getting hay bales.
It takes two to break all that you do.
Or I work at Enterprise Car Rentals.
Ooh.
I do flooring.
You look like the son of the guy who owns the flooring company.
Yeah.
Wow, that's how I got the job.
How do you think I afford these fucking jeans? They're expensive.
How much was his outfit?
$170.
No, that's a lot.
It takes two to break all that you do. Ooh.
I like the shirt enough, but I don't like anything else.
Okay.
I think you look
Not
good.
even the hat?
Well, I think you look good in hats. I just don't like that it's like obviously American Eagle's hat. It like makes the back of your head look tiny.
Yeah, show the camera. Turn.
You look like a pinhead up top, but then like it's big on the bottom.
Who are you calling pinhead?
Like a 2 out of 5.
A 2? And then next up, we went to Buckle.
You want to see something? I'm kidding.
Hey, you're kind of licking your chops a bit there, weren't you? Okay. Buckle, for people who don't know, back in the day, in the early 2000s, it was like where Guidos would shop. It was like in the Jersey Shore era. It was like the biggest store. And that's like whenever I remember the shift happened. People were like, fuck American Eagle, I'm going to Buckle because I can get my Affliction shirt. I can get my bedazzled jeans that have the crosses on it. And that was huge. It was a big thing back in the day in like 2008 or whatever. Oh, Buckle was on top. But a little about Buckle. In 1948, Dan Hirschfield founded a clothing retail store with his father called Millis Clothing and eventually opened a second store called The Brass Buckle. It wasn't until 1991 that the brand changed to just Buckle, and since then, 440 stores have been opened across 42 states. Employees of the brand have claimed that working conditions are horrible with low wages, long hours, and mentally draining managers. What job isn't that? And in 2017, the brand had a massive data breach that exposed millions of customers' credit card numbers online. Did you have a credit card on file? You're probably breached. They gave me a big old tote, which I want to say, Buckle was good shopping. Can we at least agree there? Buckle was good shopping. We had my boy Gabe. His name is on the name tag Gabriel. I would have liked to say Gabriel more than Gabe. I was wearing a Soul Ring shirt from Magic the Gathering. He said, I love Magic. I haven't played in a long time. He's dressed up like a cowboy. The whole store is now like cowboy stuff. Ariat. It's like all just cowboy shit, which I think that's just the fashion thing right now. But this is like cowboy type stuff, I think. Like more like the plaid button-up shit. The gay stadium jeans, all that kind of stuff. That's what it was. My boy Gabe gave us a 6-star customer service treatment. I'm gonna say 6 out of 5. Ooh. He was that good. He was shopped around the store. He was like feeling me out. Size waist, 60, 63, 62 waist. I'm like, hey, yeah, Gabe, pretty much. And he sat there and he did me up right. Well, first off, he came up and he gave me some Chelsea boots. And I look damn good in these Chelsea boots. I'm not thinking about getting a pair. They're a little snug, but I'm happy with them. They look good. And then he dressed me up. He said, hey, why don't you try this guy on the back? Gave me a darker tone because he knew that, listen, you think this big fat bastard wants me to walk around in white and red? Here's the thing for you twinks again. White and red is a death sentence for us fatties. You see everything, all right? But the dark tones get to hide it all in the abyss. He even gave me, I like these gay jeans a lot, dude. Like nice dark gay jeans. This is what I would do if I was like secretly having sex with a man. I met him at like an Olive Garden. This is what I would wear. I like that a lot. And then he topped it off all. He said, you know what? These are gonna bounce good off your eye. He didn't say that, but he did. But he did say, I think this is gonna go well, and it did. It did go good, didn't it, Nick? A nice baby blue shirt. I would have never picked this out in my life, but he made the right call. Good job, Gabe. Here's the problem though. I got the most stuff here. Also got a pair of shoes. He's like, well, what's the occasion for dressing up? I said, I got a date at Texas Roadhouse.
Where are you going on your date?
Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse. Do you want to look Western?
Hell yes. Are you trying to tell me this isn't a date at Texas Roadhouse kind of thing? He nailed it. Nailed it. But we did spend $300.94. All right. But to be fair, the boots are what really got us. The boots alone were over $100. So you take those out of the equation, you're looking in the same ballpark as everyone else, like 140 range. But I will say you got to do the boots. Also, we made a rule where it was like, if they suggested something, like, I think this would look good, you had to get it.
He was trying to get me close too.
He was a little show pony, wasn't he?
He was insulting my style. There we go.
The same thing for you.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
No.
Hey man, you gotta look sharp for game day.
You're saying I don't look sharp right now? I got sweatpants, a hoodie.
You gotta look sharp for game night, man.
Oh, I'm looking sharp.
Well, I mean, you looked homeless. Our job is to entertain people, Nick, not look. Are you wearing this? You're wearing the same outfit from yesterday.
Yeah.
You didn't even change clothes?
I rolled out of bed because my alarm didn't wake me up, so I was kind of panicking.
We need to take you back and have Gabe treat you right, dude. All in all, though, the ambiance of the store, 5 out of 5. Can I say that? Every person in there was smiling. Even the older woman who was dressed like a fucking like rock star or something. She looked like somebody that would be at Woodstock. Like not hippie, but just like cool. Like a cool older woman. And she was nice as fuck. Everybody was nice. The fat phobic or fat friendly, 5 out of 5. They said they had sizes up to 5X. I was just like, sir, you have yourself a customer. Is what I thought to myself. I mean, all around, I don't think I could mark it down for anything. I really don't.
He did get your name wrong.
Let's drop the customer service down to 5 then. Instead of 6 out of 5, we'll drop to 5. He kept calling me Nathan.
You need shoes too, Nathan? Nathan, what shoe size do you wear?
Nathan, does this fit? And I was like, I didn't know he was talking to me. And he's like, Nathan? I'm like, Hunter. And he's like, oh, that's right. But you know what? It's those probably he's helped so many people. He probably got mixed up. Let's boost him back up to 6.
Okay.
Let's boost him back up to 6. Come on. He did a good job.
He was trying. He was trying hard.
Not only was he trying, it seemed like he actually cared. The American Eagle guy was cool, but it was the first time where I was like, it feels like this is a store that I would want to keep coming back to. Clothes are ugly as shit, but that's not what we're judging, right? Because I wear death metal shirts and all that kind of stuff, so it's not my cup of tea. But if I heard a guy be like, yeah, I got a credit card actually at the Buckle, I'd be like, I get it. I fucking get it. This is the Buckle summer outfit, stylized by Gabriel at Buckle. Allison, go ahead.
So yeah, do a spin. Look at the boots.
You look like a good old country boy. I don't know if I've ever seen you in shoes like that.
Where would you take him out to eat looking like that?
I would take him to Denny's or
Like this, Denny's?
um
Where would you take me? I need you to tell me right now where you down. Look at me. Where would you take me? Where would you take me to dinner? To dinner.
maybe Texas Roadhouse?
Ding, 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 ding. That's what we said.
That's what we asked Gabe to do. Date at Texas Roadhouse. There you go. Well, what do you like or dislike about it? You're being very wishy-washy.
I don't love the blue shirt. I don't feel like the shade of blue complements what's going. It's all blue, but I feel like it's almost like a green blue. And I rarely ever see you in plain shirts either, so it's very somewhat traumatizing. I like the flannel over thingy. I don't know if that jean fit is like for you.
What do you mean?
They almost look like women's jeans.
Trust me, these are male jeans.
They look like they're for women. I feel like men's jeans don't have like so much decor on the butt.
Don't touch it.
Ew, I don't like how high up you've made the front.
When you go into Buckle, you can get a look that looks like this.
Yeah, you see a lot of old girls looking like that, don't you?
It's all on one side.
Yeah, I can tell which side it is. Pull it out of your ball crack.
Out of 5, what are you gonna get? You obviously hate it.
Probably a 2 out of 5. Sorry, Gabe.
How much do you think this was, actually?
Like 150? Well, not counting the shoes, I'd say like 200.
300.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you. I really don't like the greenish shirt.
You realize we're married, right?
It's seafoam green.
All right, so a 2 out of 5?
Just change that to a white shirt. Make those not that style of jean, and it's a good outfit.
This is Gabe's outfit. This is Gabe's pick. I just want to say Gabe was a treasure, a delight. So 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 is what you're saying.
You just look better in like, I don't know.
Dark tones to conceal what, Allison?
I said a white shirt.
To conceal what?
I said I liked a white shirt. I don't like the turquoise color that is.
2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
And those pants they don't look like pants.
They don't look like what?
Men's pants.
They look like men's pants! Gabe grabbed them from the men's section! You're saying Gabe's a liar!
I just think it's for...
No! No! Cover your eyes!
I think small tweaks and be a 4 out of 5.
Cover your eyes! I can't wait to get 700 comments of like, she needs to leave. Next up, we went to, oh God, H&M. I can tell you right now, H&M not gonna be friendly to me.
You don't think so?
No. Little facts about H&M. Founder Erling Persson traveled to New York City and was inspired to create his own women's clothing store called Hens in 1947 in a small town in Sweden. And in the 60s, the store changed its names to Hens and Moritz and sold clothing for everyone. From there, it exploded in popularity and eventually reached the United States. And today, there are over 5,500 stores across 74 countries, and it is the most popular fast fashion brands in the entire planet. It's the biggest store, which I want to say in 2012, I remember in the States it exploded. At least everyone was like, you gotta go to H&M. You gotta go. You said Uniqlo is the new place?
That's like the new...
That's like the Korean fashion kind of stuff. Because like Korea is like the fashion hub right now. I feel like everybody's copying Korea. North Korea. With that many stores, the company is one of the biggest polluters with some of... Yeah, well, let's bring him down a peg. With some of the unused products burned to power plants in Sweden. There are also allegations of the company dumping its clothing in Africa and burning tons of unsold merchandise. Pretty fun. Also, don't forget about in like 2015 or something when that dude got fired because he put that black child in a shirt that said monkeying around. I'll never forget. I remember I saw that. I was like, holy shit. They got a fucking 4chaner out there running the H&M product line. Holy hell. Initial thoughts. Ambiance of the store, I'm going to give it a -7.
Yeah, it felt like a detention camp.
The only thing that I could compare it to is either a maximum security prison or like a brutal, like, you know, when people are like, oh, this is a brutalist house. The aesthetic is brutalist. It reminded me of that, which is not welcoming. And then also, until we checked out, that was the first time I saw an employee. It was just like a little twinkie gay guy behind the counter being like, you ready? You ready? Okay. We were making some jokes at the checkout, whatever, and then we put the camera down and we were like walking out. We got done checking out and he was like, wait, are you recording? I said no, and then Nick did, yeah. No. Yeah. Or not you or anything. He's like, yeah, we can't do it. It's like a huge thing now. I'm like, I mean, we're leaving right now anyways. We're not going to do it. No, but seriously, you can't. I'm not. We're not. Customer service 0. I'll just flat 0. I will say though, out of all the stores we went to, I do think it was like the most stylish, even though it seems like this is what everybody in like LA would wear. By stylish, I just mean nice trousers. I can't fit. Fat friendly, -10. All right. Do people not eat anything with any remote carbs or sugar? I've never felt so disgusting. I got these pairs of trousers, which if I could fit in them, I would wear these.
I was gonna say they look
the outfits they had there, and the material feels good. I think this is being like thrown into a giant power plant in Sweden is kind of funny, but it's like it felt nice. It was good. And then we got this. I got this scarf just because I was like looking for an accessory, and there was a scarf by me, so I got a scarf. So hot yesterday. And then lastly, we got this. I've been seeing this kind of like weird honeycomb thing. I've been seeing a lot of these stylish shirts, but once again, the largest size they had was I think XL. Like it's, I don't know if it looks that big, but I understand I'm a fat, but this is like tiny. Like it felt like kind of like a large or something. But I will say I do like the sunglasses. I'm a big sunglasses guy, and I really like this. Do I look good?
I thought your fit was good.
All in all, it looked pretty good. My nipples really hard. I looked very fat and disgusting.
You look like the guy from Hangover.
But the fit was sharp. Like if you were in shape and you like if the clothes fit you, it would have looked pretty good. And all in all, the total was $127.29. Pretty cheap. Their clothes are pretty reasonably priced, probably because of the power plant stuff and the Vietnamese fingers and all that kind of stuff. This is the H&M summer outfit, the summer collection here. Surprisingly cheap, surprisingly stylish. Allison, 3, 2, 1, go.
I feel like you need your tiny little espresso as you sit outside of a cafe in LA.
It's kind of surfing though.
Out of 5, Allison. Out of 5.
I mean, I don't love this outfit on anyone, even women, so I'm gonna have to put it down with the opposite side of the same coin as Kyle, so probably a 1 out of 5.
This does feel like every LA person, when it's like, I want to dress nice, they wear this stupid fucking honeycomb shirt and trousers. I wish I could, I actually like trousers. I wish I could fit into trousers more. Trousers with like death metal shirts or something would go kind of hard.
Also looks like a bitch. She thinks she's really unique and special, and she's on her vacation to Vermont to see the fall colors, but she thinks she's the only
I love
one wearing the
leaves.
outfit.
I love leaves. I can't wait to get fingered in the back of a Cadillac or Tesla. I don't know what's a more. I probably a Tesla. I can't wait to get fingered in the back of a Tesla Model S.
Yeah, I drive a Roadster actually.
It's actually gonna be a.
You raising up to 2?
If I'm getting fingered in the back of a Tesla,
Yeah.
probably 0. I hate Tesla.
All right, we'll keep it a Cadillac then. We'll keep the 1.
All right, I'll do the Cadillac.
We'll keep the 1 point.
Range Rover. That's more what this outfit is. They don't actually care about the environment. They love.
Yeah,
a
you
Range
can see me.
Rover.
You can see me putting up like bags from Trader Joe's in. Here, call my name as if I'm like loading bags.
Brittany.
You look like a Britney.
Brittany's his dead name.
Oh.
I would never go back. 1, because I know I'm not gonna fit in the clothes, but also it felt so snooty. Like it just felt so fucking like cold and uninviting. It just kind of felt like, yeah, you realize you're not gonna fit into that, right? Which actually leads us perfectly into our next stop, Aeropostale.
I want you to look like that.
Really?
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet. Like a husky Timothy Chalamet.
I would rather someone just call me fat than say husky. It's like the most insulting. I'm just gonna keep this one brief because we didn't get anything in there. Aeropostale is like just another kind of Hollister thing, same kind of shit. We went in and they were like, nothing is going to fit you in the store when we asked the customer service. So we didn't get anything. That was the extent of it. So fat friendly Nick, negative infinity. Customer service, I give it a 4.
I was gonna say
I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty of them being like, seriously, dude, it's just like the sizes are really small. It was nice. I appreciate it. It hurt. It hurt. But sometimes you need that tough love. Actually, you know what? Customer service, 5 out of 5. Save me some money. Ambiance, I would say it's a 2. It's kind of slow. It's also tiny. Tiny claustrophobic store.
Kind of felt like a children's store.
It did. It felt like, and also just like a bunch of meme shit, like a SpongeBob shirt where it was like, it's just, I don't understand the streetwear kind of aesthetic. I don't know if that's still super popular or not. I feel like that was like a 2016, 2015 thing. But I don't know, it felt like a children's store. If Hollister is for like high schoolers and maybe college kids, Aeropostale maybe felt like middle school, like junior high. That's what I would say. So all in all, it is what it is. And then the last store that we went to was Gap. If I was just, God, 70 to 100 pounds lighter, I think these places would be kind of awesome. Which this is a big favorite. I was surprised there's not Old Navy, was bummed. Gap and Old Navy kind of go hand in hand though, so I figured it's the same shit. Everyone's mom owns a Gap sweatshirt. Just want to say that. Little fact about Gap. Gap's founder, Don Fisher, created Gap because he's too fucking fat and he couldn't find a pair of jeans that fit him at a Levi's store. Good man, felt him. Founded in 1969, Gap is going under as newer generations are not gravitating towards its products or marketing. It's definitely, like Old Navy and Gap, that's like, it was never cool. It would be where I go. It's kind of like where a huskier kid would go to get like a shitty polo, some fucking cargo shorts or something like that.
That's surprising because I could have sworn like 10 years ago, Gap was like, it started becoming cool and like started going up. Kind of like Champion. Like Champion used to be like cheap you get at Walmart.
Yeah, but then you just have to collab because didn't they collab with like Kanye or something? Like Champion did something with some collab that like made it streetwear, and then that's like what blew it up. Maybe Gap went through that, but I don't think it ever did with like Champion, where Champion had this huge resurgence where it's cool. I feel like Gap was always just kind of like, this is your mom back to school store. It's how I always read it, but I'm not sure. And it felt that same way going in. I mean, like when we went in, there wasn't really anybody to really help us again. It was kind of like when we went in, it was like, okay, it's not that staff was rude or anything. It's just they were doing other stuff and it felt like weird intruding on them to be like, hey, can you help? Where the other stores, I feel like they had plenty of people to kind of be like, hey, how you doing? They were folding stuff so you could ask. This one felt like they were actually being pretty proactive. And this person, there was like a person manning the counter and then another woman was like kind of frantically tagging stuff. So maybe they were understaffed for the day. I don't know. Ambiance, I mean, there was a lot of people in there. It was fine. It was chill. It wasn't like necessarily cool or anything. I'd say the ambiance is like a 3. So going through though, I got this nice little fucking, it was a bit small. I was surprised. It was a bit smaller than I expected. I would say fat friendly, like a 3. If I could fit, I mean, I would wear this to like a fucking like a little casino night thing or something like that. And just, I got like a nice pair of like black shorts. The material feels nice. It's comfy. I mean, like all in all, once again, have to lose some fucking LBs to wear it, but it's not bad. Definitely not super stylish. Like it didn't feel like a, what am I supposed to, it's not like the quality feels cheap. It feels fine, but it doesn't have like some of the other clothes, like shirts from like American Eagle or the jeans. They just feel nice. These feel like, I'd be like, it feels like back to school clothes. I don't know. But the price, $57.
Whoa.
$57 for these two things.
Damn.
Which it isn't as fashionable, but once again, man, if you just color pair shit and you want to look nice, I mean, like, it's really easy to look nice with cheaper clothes. It really is. You don't have to go to these big fucking stores. I wouldn't force my kid, I guess, to be like, where you're getting American Eagle jeans, because they're better. Because I thought the jeans at Gap were just as fine as all the other shit that we saw, and they were significantly cheaper. So, all in all, not bad. I mean, like, for that reason alone, I think that it gets a little more credit, in my opinion. I don't know. They also put Vietnamese fingers and they pollute water and stuff too. So you do what you do there. So out of those, I would say by far Buckle was at the top for me. Everything was on point, and then American Eagle was second. Like those are the top 2. Everyone else really just kind of sucked major dick. Those are the only 2 that I'd ever be like, I'm gonna go back into those. But none of these really matter until my boo thing sees them, because she'll be the final decider of like which outfit does she like, and that's gonna play a part. This is the summer look that Gap gave me. Allison, 3, 2, 1, look.
So did they dress you?
Actually, Gap was too busy, but they had like a collection area, and this is a part of that collection. I think the black looks slimming.
I'm not crazy about the pockets on the thighs.
Okay, well, pockets are kind of useful.
I kind of like how low you buttoned the shirt. I don't think floral patterns is you. I think you're pretending to be someone you're not.
Okay, well, I'm not doing anything. This was chosen. Okay? So they don't put this on me, I guess is what I have to say.
I mean, like a 3 out of 5, like it's down the middle.
A 3! That was actually what I kind of gave the store, too. All right, 3 out of 5. You gave Gap the highest score?
I guess.
I guess legitimately just shop at Gap. Because I guess for all the single men and out there, this is what the pussy scored it. What? Is bad? Is that bad?
I guess. I don't know.
Is it? You can say If you're a straight man or you're a girl who likes beef, if you work out at Curves, then shop at Gap. And our scores from being in the stores, Buckle did win, but in terms of like showing, I mean, this is probably the most important score of all, so I guess Gap on top.
Well,
Would you
take the Buckle outfit, wear this shirt instead, and then make the jeans like...
These are different stores, Allison. You can't do that. This is one-stop shop.
One-stop shop.
One-stop shop. Hold this. Hold it up kind of close to my face. Bring it up here.
You got a lot of nerves, don't you, baby? I know it's hit the ground, but you, baby, like I'm the only one. What you throw them stones if you living in a glass house with a view? I thought you knew I had some help.
I think you guys. That's it. That's the video. If you're a morbidly obese person, I guess just kill yourself because you can't get any clothes. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about alternative medicine. Now see, here's the thing, guys. I have a lot of friends who refuse to go to the doctor. Yeah, I don't blame them. Going to the doctor's office, it's weird, it's sterile. There's usually definitely at least 3 people there that don't want to be in that profession at all. And you're like, you're supposed to be my guardian angel here, and I don't know, I feel weird about it. But it's opened up my mind to the idea of maybe diving into some alternative medicine. So maybe medicine, not necessarily scientifically proven to do anything, but holistically, spiritually, it might do wonders for me as well. And today, I wanted to dive deep down the online rabbit hole of alternative medicines. Ooh. Well, is that okay? But you're probably wondering, Hunter, what exactly is alternative health? Well, let me tell you. Alternative medicine is a term used to describe treatments or cures that have no scientific backing, like traditional medicine, but rely on testimonials, anecdotes, spirituality, religion, superstition, or supernatural energies to promote their effectiveness for their healing powers. Which it's also known as like pseudoscience or new age medicine. You've probably seen it thrown around, or maybe you have hippie mom or crazy mom, I don't know, however you want to describe her, who maybe throws these terms around. I don't know. Don't shoot the messenger. A lot of alternative medicines are traditional or cultural, but there are new alternative health products and tips popping up every day, most of which have no proof they work and are just plain dangerous advice that is thrown around online, which makes it kind of funny and also makes a lot of the proponents of these people just kind of little goobers. Little silly goobers out there, right? And let me tell you, I am not the pinnacle of health. No, Nick. Look at me. Dad's sick.
What are you sick with, Dad?
I wish I could crown command so bad. I really wish I could.
Try yawning.
People say yawning, or what's the thing, the tongue thing? Put your tongue in the roof of your mouth. Isn't that what Natalie Portman does or whatever? I thought I was gonna just say, wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, which is GamerSupps, one of our favorite sponsors. And I got a beautiful thing to say. My flavor, raw meat, is back in stock, baby. Ooh, it tingles the senses. It makes you a better man, a better woman, dare I say. The best thing about GamerSupps is, one, you help little old me, but also it's sugar-free. It's keto-friendly. You know, they have non-caffeine options. Maybe you don't want to be all jazzed up in the night. Maybe you just want some nice taste brewing around your mouth. Well, GamerSupps is here to help. And like I said, my flavor, raw meat, is available right now. So go try it out and let me know what you think below. I appreciate you GamerSupps so much for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Which, because alternative medicine is a new way of thinking, people are also very susceptible to getting in information because they don't trust big government hospitals where people spend a lot of money, like the biggest scam on earth, which is health insurance. The deductible I have on my health insurance makes me want to jump off a bridge. And then I would be in even more trouble from the damage I did from jumping off the bridge. I'd be paying even more out of pocket, Nick! So now you have people like alternative medicine gurus and other people selling kinds of products and practices on online courses or weird medicines. Would you put Liver King a bit in alternative health?
He's on the list.
Oh, he's on the list. Oh, I'm excited.
Spoiler.
Yeah, a little spoiler. But it just leads people, you get like people like the Andy Elliots, you know. Is Shannon Blake back on this list?
Well, she probably believes in alternate.
Yeah. You're damn right she does. She's going to have to pop back up on the list sometime. Alternative medicine gurus prey on the fears people have of modern medicine and doctors by providing them with an alternative to having go to the doctor. So people who don't want to go to the hospital, people who don't like doing these kinds of things, they get their health advice on Instagram.
Because they know better than the doctors.
Because they do know better than doctors, because maybe a guy has a cool tribal tattoo. Maybe he's a skinny old guy and you're like, he's really old and I'm really fat and you look how skinny and healthy he is. He's gotta know something, right? And I don't want to say that all of these people are bad. Probably the majority of them are just giving like healthier lifestyle tips, right? I don't think everyone who believes in alternative medicine is a fucking monster or anything. We will be going into some people who are a little gooby, but we're also gonna be talking about some people who are just doing better practices, but maybe they're just kind of funny. I think that's fair. But worst of all, peddling alternative medicine can lead people to delaying treatments for diseases and illnesses that are very easily curable. So it's just like maybe believing in some of this stuff could be a very simple fix with where modern medical practices are at, or even like medical technology, but because you maybe believe in something. Isn't that what happened with fucking Steve Jobs or something? Even Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, died due to not receiving treatment for a very treatable form of pancreatic cancer and instead tried alternative medicines that did not work until it was far too late. For 9 months, he refused to undergo surgery for his pancreatic cancer, a decision he later regretted as his health declined. Instead, he tried a vegan diet, acupuncture, herbal remedies, and other treatments he found online before finally having surgery in July of 2004. But it was too late, which, you know what, that's fucking admirable. Steve Jobs being a billionaire and being at the hub of technological civilization is just kind of funny.
On his deathbed, he was crying. Please, please.
On Steve Jobs' deathbed, that motherfucker was like shaking, he had like apple in his hand, he's like, now Tim Cook, whatever you do.
Oh, this is so good.
God damn it, that stuff. He says, don't make another color of the iPhone. And I loved how that was like a huge practice with his forever. And as soon as that bitch died, Tim Cook's just like, we're going to do the whole goddamn rainbow. Because he's gay.
Is he?
Now that we know what alternative medicine is and health gurus and all that kind of stuff, we can actually start diving into them, which I want to dive into my favorite one first. Perineum sun exposure, or more commonly known as butthole sunning, which is fun. I'm not flexible enough. This is why I'm in hot yoga right now, dude. I see people doing this kind of stuff with their back, you know, just also that rock would be hot. I bet you that person's back is scorched right now. Can you imagine that? There are several versions of this, including Yanni, your vagina, and ball sack sunning, but they all follow the same basic principle. You lay on the ground, on your back, like a baby with your legs in the air, and you spread your asshole so it can be sunburned. Like a banana chip. Every time I see banana chips, I always want to eat one of them, but then I look at it, it looks like an asshole, and I'm like, do a little scratch and stuff. And I'm like, They claim that because your asshole doesn't get as much sun as the rest of your body, spreading it towards the sun for only 30 seconds is like the equivalent of giving yourself 8 hours worth of sun exposure and vitamin D. Put your legs up, have your asshole wink at the sun for 30 seconds is the same as being outside for 8 hours. We have a guy here who's going to tell us a little bit about it right now.
Okay, here we are, guys. You guys ask about the butthole sunning all the time. And this is another one of my practices.
Which I do like the idea of like a guy talking in this way and his asshole is just completely spread open. Do you think if you fart while you're butthole sunning, do you think it smells worse or better?
Oh, that thing's gonna be cooking.
Like a hot fart?
Yeah, it's gonna be a hot fart. It's bacon in there.
Your asshole spread is like, it's just like, it does one of those. Shoot it like a gun at somebody.
Ancient Taoists practiced perineum sunning because they believed the root chakra is the gateway between spiritual life and death.
I do love the video here of the guy who's spreading his ass and his wife. At first it looks like she's like blocking her, like blocking the view, like she's like, good God. And the guy has no emotion on his face either. He's just like... People claim that it helps with things like your circadian rhythm and sleep, increased libido, a significant spike in vitamin D levels, and mood boosting, cleansing your genitals or bad energy, and somehow, quote, attracting success and positivity. You know what the attracting success and positivity is having the gall, the gumption to get on your back and be like, look at me, God, is what it is. It's almost like, I don't know why, but my mind is like looking at God, but doing one of those like old-timey cowboy spits into one of those cans. Yeah, that's what you're doing to him. Hey, God. Hits his eye. This is what it feels like. Unfortunately, once again, doctors have said that all the beneficial claims that perineum sunning does are false, and that any health effects are just related to you being in the sun and getting some vitamin D exposure. So I think he's basically saying the scientists are like, you're just outside. You're gonna get it anyways. Here's the thing too, and I might have to try it sometime, is if I lay in the sun, do you think your asshole just feels better cooked? If it's in between some cheeks, it's always kind of warm, right? But if you cook it and you put it up, is it almost like having a hot potato and then wrapping it in aluminum foil and saving it for later?
You got a little sweat sweaty asshole.
That's what I wouldn't like. If I went out and I had sweaty soul, I would have like a handkerchief and I would dab it. I take off my underwear later and it looks like just like a starfish was just sucking on the little bits of my underwear, my Hanes underwear. There's also a risk of exposing a very vulnerable part of your body that never sees sun to direct sunlight for an extended period of time, which can actually increase the risk of HPV-related cancers. Josh Brolin, Thanos, tried it and said it burnt his pucker hole and ruined his plans to go shopping with his family because he had to ice his asshole for several days. Oh, Josh, you silly. You're such a silly fuck.
Jesus.
I know, that was aggressive. But on a similar note, we also have yoni steaming, which is the practice of sitting over steam with herbs in it to clean out or cleanse the yoni, or AKA your your vagina. Your pussy. Your whispering eye. Yoni steaming helps with menstrual relief, postpartum recovery, and increased circulation. Dude, I tell you what, I would, if I was a girl, I would fucking steam. Postpartum, I just shit out a baby. I'd want a little steam. Also, I'll tell you what too, whenever I see like those air humidifiers putting up the stuff in the air, I always put my face over it. So if I was a girl, I'd be like, I want my pussy in that. I want that in me. I want that in me now, is what I'd say. Get that in my guts!
What's up, ladies? I'm Tiara, and today I'm going to teach you how to yoni steam.
I really don't like when people say kitty tip. Just say pussy. Kitty tip, steam before your cycle to reduce menstrual cramping and lighten flow. What if I want heavy flow all the time?
Then you are the minority.
Hey, ladies who like a heavy flow like they mans, rise up.
There are a variety of ways to yoni steam, but today I'm going to use my seat that's on my website, prettykittyllc.com.
All right, I gotta tell you, the VHS filter they have on this video, and then it's just like on a rug. And this looks like a torture. This is definitely either a BDSM thing or a torture chair. Just a toilet seat chair on carpet is just foul. On carpet is just wrong, dude. Gonna have a couple hound dogs over there sniffing around. Better not bring the basset hounds over. Woo.
After you bring your water to a boil, you can go ahead and pour your herbs in and let your herbs simmer a bit and come to a boil.
You're making kimchi? Doesn't it look like kimchi a little bit? A little kimchi steam in your pussy? Why not? Just the amount of carpet in this video as I'm just like, this is just gotta be the smelliest house. Just steam all in the carpet, dude. I mean, just baked in. The guys from Febreze come over and they're like, I don't think the 99.9% of odor is getting destroyed in this house, dude. Looks like bone broth. A little bone broth in your pussy.
And it doesn't need to be too hot. You want to make sure that it's tolerable enough for you and your kitty.
I want to see people who are like, the steam, I'm putting it in me. To take a little baster, a little turkey baster, that'd be me. If you did this to your asshole, would that be any different? Because you have chronic diarrhea all the time. I don't know, when's the last time you've had a solid poop?
6 months.
Actually? Literally half a year? You serious?
Yeah.
Why don't you eat some fiber? Right? Won't that doesn't that get your shit a bit thicker?
Fiber loosens it.
Oh, loosens it.
I don't know. Fact check.
Yeah.
We don't have internet.
Yeah, no wonder you're issue. But there's also the yoni egg. Another yoni treatment being peddled is the use of something called a yoni egg. Is it yoni or yanni? I kind of like yanni.
I think it's Laurel.
I like yanni though. We're gonna say yanni, which is just a rock you shove up your cooter. I also like cooter. I prefer cooter over kitty. If I'm being honest, I just don't like kitty. They are believed to enhance sensuality, strength, and healing. They are made of various crystals like clear quartz, rose quartz, and jade. Each crystal has its own specific use. They are used to strengthen the pelvic floor muscle, increase natural lubrication, and increase sensation during intercourse. Natural lubrication, you know what that means?
No.
I don't either. But some of the cons of the yoni eggs is that sometimes you can have risk of infection and painful sex.
Also, they say if you're pregnant, do not use a yoni egg.
I say if you're pregnant, you gotta use a yoni egg. Use a yoni egg as soon as you can, all times, every time. You're supposed to walk around with a yoni egg in you?
No, you're like supposed to lay down and like, there's a video of a girl saying your body needs to accept it. Don't force it in.
What videos did you watch for this video, dude?
I think it's the 4 basic yoni egg.
You downloaded it for this video to watch?
Yeah, she does it on TikTok. Also, she like puts it in through her pants.
It kind of looks like a butt plug.
I think my dad had some of these.
My dad had a bunch of yoni eggs, but they're strung together and they were just in his sock drawer. I don't know why. Maybe my dad probably has something. It's not, yeah.
Once it's in, you can start with some pelvic rocks. Inhale to lift your egg and rock your pubic bone up.
Dude, sometimes I wish I had just a cooter, dude. Well, if I had my yoni egg would be like a dinosaur egg. I'd be like, and all my gutty works falling out with it too.
Jesus.
I don't feel particularly good. We could cut that out of here. Which, if you are wanting designer Yanni eggs, luckily Gwyneth Paltrow with her company Goop sells Yanni eggs for $66.
Which I found a better deal. You can get a 3-pack for $77.
You can get 3-pack for $77 from where? What if we just plugged our store? The most natural integration. But Gwyneth Paltrow's company was fined $145,000 for false claims that it was good for you and that it did anything. In court, they said it didn't. So I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I still advocate the Yanni eggs though. Gynecologists and doctors tell people not to use them because they can be dangerous and can actually damage pelvic muscles, which is the opposite of what they're claiming to strengthen. They're saying, oh, put some eggs up your Yanni. Hey, put some eggs up in your kitty. Meow.
I also read somewhere that like if you have vagina-itis, don't use a Yanni egg.
What the fuck is vagina-itis?
A type.
Laurel. Really?
Yeah, I dated someone with that.
We don't have to include that. You actually didn't even need to say that right now. My God.
It's very painful for her.
Which Gwyneth Paltrow's company Goop has sold some of the most interesting products, including a candle called This Smells Like My Vagina and a $15,000 gold vibrator. I'm not gonna lie though, the sensation of some gold, huh? Something my mans can't give me. Got a gold dick? Well, unless you're a gold member. Not bad. But if maybe shoving plastic eggs that break down your pussy muscle isn't for you, then maybe you can drink some piss tea. We're going into piss therapy. Yay! My God. Nice hangout today with my new friend, Redacted, deleted from this earth, and her amazing stash of aged urine. We welcome all initiates to aged urine here. It's the most powerful free medicine you'll ever use. This has to be a troll. I'll tell you what, though, they have, if there was a fucking spectrum of fucking piss colors here, I mean, do they have every one? I feel like they do.
They have light yellow. There's even some clear one.
I wish my piss was so dehydrated that it was almost black.
Ever heard of maple syrup urine?
Maple syrup urine? No.
That's a disease people have where they'll pee out maple syrup thickness and color.
Well, I don't think it'd be pleasant. As much as I'd want it to be pleasant, though. Especially, like, imagine you know it's coming. You're like, oh my God, wait, no, I have the maple syrup pee.
Could you imagine aging that though?
Oh, dude. The divine butter, as they call it. Oh, dude. Give me some of that. The claim is that you are reabsorbing all the vitamins and minerals lost when you pee them out. But research shows that those vitamins and minerals are just so minimal that just taking a vitamin would be healthier. Who would have thought? Instead of drinking your piss, just take maybe a Flintstones gummy. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you, dude. I got guys just like, well, just think about all of the gold we're wasting here. There's a guy who would eat his diarrhea and drink his piss on YouTube. Online. I don't know if it was on YouTube, but it was disgusting. Matt showed me it one time. Rat Watson.
Oh, I thought Matt Pat.
Yeah, Matt Pat, the game theory. Can you get more vitamins by drinking your pee? It's just a theory. Also to know, urine is a waste that the body just filters out. So you're already getting all the good. This is literal waste. Anybody who's get you in to drink pee for health benefits, you get him out of here.
Maybe your body like missed the good stuff though.
Yeah, well, what's f***ed up is I'm thinking of the show Gold Rush, and it's like whenever their machine breaks, they let all the gold get off top of it. So it's like, how do you know your body's optimally absorbing the vitamins, Nick?
It's like double filtration.
You pissed it out your tiny pee hole. And here are some of the proposed benefits of drinking urine. Detoxification. What does that mean? What the hell does that even mean? Are you a mutant? Are you going up to Chernobyl victims and giving them urine? What the hell are you talking about, Nick? What is detoxification?
That's just like, you know, if you drink like plum juice.
No! What are you talking about? If you drink plum juice, what is toxified, dude? I want to know.
It's releasing the toxins.
Releasing the toxins in your bodies.
Yeah.
That does not seem right. I don't know if I agree. All right, immune system booster? Maybe. Well, probably because it's like you're drinking something so horrible for you, your body's working overtime, and they're like, we need more men. We need more men. And healing properties. On the list, it just says healing properties. They're like, wait, there are some healing properties. We're not going to tell you which ones, but there are... But there are ways to heal yourself from drinking piss, so just let you know. Skin health. Dude, drinking urine's gonna make your fucking skin brighter. You're gonna glow from drinking it?
Yeah.
No.
You're gonna glow like urine.
You're gonna glow yellow. It's like jaundice. Maybe it speeds up the process of jaundice. You get all yellowy, huh? Why this guy practices urine therapy. Even the way he drank at the beginning does not make me think that it's... If a guy is advocating for it, by now you should be used to the taste of piss. Also, that has to be Gold Peak sweet tea. That is rancid. That is brown. Look at his face. He's like... He's like, you actually lose your sight. Drinking 3 ounces of aged urine is like eating 6 pennies.
Today we are talking about the ancient art of Shivambu, aka urine therapy.
If you're in good enough shape and you're kind of older, people will listen to whatever the hell you have to say, don't they? Because they're just like, what is his secret? And it's like the idea is like, he probably just didn't eat bread. You know what I mean? Motherfucker was probably like, I think I'm gonna skip soda.
Now this therapy is not right for everyone. It's very esoteric and it takes a Jedi mind trick to get over your conditioning, your industrial age school system.
Get over your conditioning, dude. He was like choking back tears drinking it for the first time. It's not for everybody. And it's probably because everything tastes like piss and smells like piss. How much of this do you think it's also people just doing something odd and then being able to like relay that to someone? Like they don't actually have any benefits. They're just like, yeah, I'm drinking piss right now because it makes me feel pretty good.
So they're just doing it for attention?
Or just like individualism.
Oh, probably.
You know? But again, doctors advise against doing this because it can be harmful to your blood and kidneys and can reintroduce bacteria and toxins into your body that your kidney already filtered out, which the detoxification is intoxication. And there's also a thing called urine injection therapy. Urine injection therapy. This is where you eat a small amount of something you're allergic to and then pee it out. Then you inject that pee into your muscle.
I literally thought this was a troll. I was like, no way, this is real.
Apparently this is very real. And in 2009, a Bolivian woman died trying this. That's like if we gave Harry some shrimp and had him piss it out and put it to his fucking bicep. Why would you do that? My God. Jesus Christ. 1 second, sorry. Next up, we also have coffee enemas, which I've heard of coffee enemas. You shoot coffee up your butthole, it gets to your bloodstream faster. Why not, dude? I will say though, people make weird parties out of it. I don't like coffee enemas. It's like, do it by yourself. Which coffee enemas are promoted as a way to heal toxicity in your colon and help with chronic gut issues. I thought it was just to get you zapped up in the morning. Apparently there's some good stuff here. The process involves brewing a pot of coffee, mixing it with water, and blasting it in your asshole. That last part, you can do it however you want. There's really no right or wrong way to blast it. Well, you need to make sure it goes in the hole and gets up in your gutty works. There's absolutely no evidence this helps you. And some of the common side effects of at-home colon cleanses, especially with coffee, include rectal burns. Well, yeah. It's a piping hot pot today. God damn! Nausea, vomiting, cramping, bloating, dehydration, bowel perforation, infection caused by improperly sterilized equipment. You're sharing turkey basters. You don't want somebody's poo-poo germs getting on your poo-poo germs, all right? They don't like that. People have reportedly died from these coffee enemas as well. A breast cancer patient began frequent self-administration of coffee enemas. Later, this patient experienced liver failure and died thereafter. The most likely cause of death was the electrolyte imbalance. That's sad. Which at the same time, dude, if I had cancer, why wouldn't you just try anything? You know what I mean? Why not?
What if it's stage 1?
I'd still say it's cancer. I don't think there's any form of cancer where I wouldn't be scared. I like how you're like, what if it's stage 1? Oh, you're stage 1, so you don't have to have the charity then, right? I don't have to give you a check, right? Because you have stage 1. Is that what you're like, Nick? You're a monster.
I'm just saying.
You better hope that you don't ever get stage 1 because you were getting a rude letter in the mail. Next up, we also have eating basically raw products, meat, water, unprocessed waters and milks and all kinds of stuff. And we wouldn't be doing this video if we didn't bring up our good champion, Liver King. Brian Johnson, aka Liver King, became popular on Instagram and social media by promoting a lifestyle where he claims to eat raw meat on a carnivore diet, which is nothing but meat. Crazy abs, he's a very in-shape man. I think he's 4'7".
He looks horrible.
Oh, he looks horrible, Nick? Well, take off your shirt. No, go ahead. Take off your shirt. If he looks so horrible, take off your shirt.
His skin looks so bad.
Oh, okay. Well,
I know he's old, but...
Oh, okay, man. Stage 1. Stage 1, Nick. He constantly denied rumors that he took steroids and attained his physique due to his diet and exercise regimen, but finally admitted that he was taking $11,000 worth of pharmaceutical enhancements, including steroids and testosterone, every month. It's a lot of guac. A lot of bread. You like how I did two non-meat related, because it was supposed to be spiteful.
The vegan king.
Yeah, more like... Which he was doing this all to sell his own brand of supplements and health products, and the marketing of these campaigns were very cringe. I don't know if you ever saw them. 10 out of 10 lions eat the whole feast. A primal protein shake that's delicious as f***. The whole feast. Very excited about that. The whole feast!
Does that lion look sad? He looks like he's about to cry.
The lion does look like, get me out of here. I'm sad. It's the lion from Chronicles of Narnia. I'm supposed to be Jesus. Okay, don't put that in. Bad joke. Which I know we're beating a dead horse here, but doctors claim that you need to be very careful when consuming raw meat, as you can get food poisoning and a number of foodborne pathogens by eating raw meat. All right, this is just me saying, as a buddy, letting you know what I found online. I would never know that. I know it's bad to eat raw meat, but I didn't know what it actually did to you.
Did you hear about the girl who ate uncooked pork?
What happened to the girl who ate uncooked pork?
They did an x-ray of her. Her entire circulatory system had worms.
You said that in a way that makes it feel like a lie. Even the way you said worms could not have come across as more of a lie. All right, well, that's cool. Worm woman? What do people like worms?
She died. She had, I think, 3 kids and a husband.
God, that's tragic. What a haunting story to tell me. Something that's becoming more popular recently is drinking like raw milk, which is just milk that hasn't been pasteurized. Claims that skipping the pasteurization process will allow you to consume the natural pathogens in the milk, and you can get antimicrobial and immune boosting properties. But you can, once again, get very sick from these pathogens because you're not a cow.
Also, the cows walking shit and the shit gets all in the udders and...
The cow's walking shit gets up on the udders. There's even a trend of drinking raw water, which is drinking water from a natural source that isn't treated or filtered, which of course is dumb because unfiltered water has bacteria and pathogens that will get you sick. I don't know if we told you this, but pathogens will get you sick. Don't do that. Just drink filtered water. We have whole systems that make the water clean. People and piss in waters. There's dead shit in the water. Don't drink the water. Imagine going to a lake and drinking lake water. Oh my God. No, thank you, sir, is what I'd say.
That's why you go to your secret spring water up in the mountains where nobody goes.
Yeah, well, you got to be like Sammy Welljack or whatever the guy's name was from Holes. You got to find those stuff, that water up there, because no one goes up there.
The onion water?
Yeah, the onion water. Which, let's say you want to try drinking the natural water anyways, fellas, ladies. Well, luckily there's a company called Live Water where you can get 2.5 gallons of live water for $36.99. That's a lot. They don't even do anything to it. They just go up to a lake probably and they're like, put it in there. $40. Wow. Next up, we have human glue facials. You know what I'm talking about. The stinky stuff that comes out your wah-wah. Probably skip this one. Which human glue facials are exactly what they sound like. Where's this going, dude? Which is rubbing human glue on your face as a natural facial remedy that can apparently moisturize and build collagen production. Women getting a facial using salmon cum. Salmon cum?
Doesn't have to be human, baby.
It could be, you people are putting animal glue on.
It's easier to get the animal stuff.
I was gonna say horse glue, but that's just glue. Unfortunately. There's no evidence that it does any of that. And the worst part is that you can actually have allergic reactions, give yourself acne, or even get an STD on your face. From glue? No.
I buy black market glue.
Why?
I don't know anybody.
You're a guy, though. Why wouldn't you just use your own glue?
Oh, that's gross. I don't want to glue myself.
I don't think you glue yourself. I think you just probably... Which maybe we want to get out of the physical realm of weird health practices, right? Why don't we go to the brain? Mental health. Didn't think I would be so bold, did you? Well, I'm an advocate for mental health. All right. BetterHelp ad right here. You could do things called rage retreats if you have a lot of inner anger, right? Maybe a lot of different things going on. You can go to a rage retreat and spend $4,000 yelling with other women. Sounds like my wife's book club. This is a ceremony in which participants scream and beat large sticks on the ground in the woods. Participants are encouraged to think of people and experiences that have wronged them and to scream and swing the sticks for at least 20 minutes or until their arms get out, which for me would be a lot shorter. Give me a 3 minutes. 3 good minutes of screaming and whacking something, I'd be toast. You kidding me? My fat ass, I'd be winded immediately. My screams too after a while, I'd be like, Hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with going in these retreats and doing this kind of thing. I just think it's kind of funny. Going on top of a mountain and slamming sticks around like a fucking caveman and screaming out into the void, you know? But sometimes, yeah, if it's good for you, then I say do it. If you got $4,000 lying around, that's what you want to spend it on, I don't give a f. Do what you want. All I'm saying is I would buy a sick race car bed. Why don't they sell adult race car beds, Nick?
They do. I have one.
That's a revelation. You have a race car bed?
Yeah, I upgraded my bed from my twin to a queen race car bed.
So at first we did have a single cab car. Now we got a driver and a passenger seat in the bed there. Pretty excited. But, you know, this helps to release anger and just to get out some pent up emotions. But you could also just work out or go to a boxing class or something like that. But, you know, if you want to spend the money and go up to a mountain and scream, do that too, dude. I don't go to a gym. I will be soon when I do my body transformation video. And by the end of this year, you guys will be like, ooh, he looks so good. And, you know, I'm going to say I did. I went on top of a mountain. I screamed. I took $4,000. I lit on fire and I like, and I threw it out like that.
Have you seen the woman throwing ice in the tub?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the ice tub one is good too.
I put that in there like Anyways, never mind.
Yeah, dude, some people want to throw ice in a bath. Is that a fucking problem, Nick? You know, you've really shown who you are through this video. You know that? You really opened up Pandora's box to people. I hope you know that. There's a whole wave of hate coming for you, dude. You better watch your back.
No.
But there's also spiritual energy camps as well. Spiritual energy camps are another way to release emotions that promise to help heal your ailments through spiritual ways rather than conventional medicine. Sometimes you gotta ask God. I do. I talk to him sometimes. I say,
Hey, God, put that beam down on my head.
Yoga Prana Vidya offers a 2-week energy healing camp that claims to cure various cancers, diabetes, relationship issues, and hearing loss. The most tragic of them all.
What was kind of funny is YouTube had to put a warning saying AIDS can't be cured.
YouTube AI, whatever, is just like, there is no cure for AIDS at this time. Yeah, fucking Yoga Prana Vidya is just like, goddamn. AI. The camp teaches you how to heal various factors of your life through the use of energy without touching the body. They also claimed a patient went in with a wheelchair, but by the end of the camp, they were able to walk on their own. Dude, religious people have been doing that forever, and I believe every single one of them. And you know, we have testimonies from these guys, right?
This is heaven, and this is the only one place in the universe. I was living in a myth, and this is reality. Your healing started the moment you registered.
Definitely not paid actors or delusional or alcoholics. I don't know which one. Which I want to say meditation and breathing exercises. I used to meditate. I used to sit in the shower and just kind of sit there. Well, I never did this. I know that people always think about this, but I just would sit and think after a while. And then my demons were too loud and they scared me, so I stopped. I just like the idea of some guy just being like, there's some bad people were talking back to me, so I cut that out. Which maybe you don't want to deal with the weird piss stuff or spiritual stuff, so then we get into biohacking and technology. Biohacking is a loose term that involves optimizing your lifestyle and diet with the little changes that can make you a healthier person. Sounds right. Sounds good. Remember the vampire we talked about? He was cool.
He is definitely biohacking.
He's definitely biohacking, and he has his olive oil, snake oil. I want to get a bottle of it and cook me some sweet potatoes with it. So I can stop doing that, dude. If I had snake oil, my burps wouldn't sound like that. Is alternative medicine Tums?
Urine Tums?
Yeah, my urine Tums that I have a bucket of Tums that I piss on and I eat them. It helps my heartburn and it gets rid of all the gutty work acid that I have. It'll only run you through a morning routine of one of these biohackers. TikToker Primal Health Guy seems kind of normal at first, and then he says he'll sit outside and ice his balls.
Then I'll sit outside or at the kitchen table while I ice my balls and do a face cold plunge.
Already off to a good start. If any of my friends started telling me I've been regularly waking up early and icing my balls, I would just have so much respect. That's insane. That's like an ice bath. When people tell me they do ice baths now, I'm just like, way to follow the trend, dude. Why don't you ice your balls? Just your balls, too. Look real weird. Then he says he uses a bidet and squatty potty before sitting in an infrared sauna suit, which I will be an advocate till my dying breath. A bidet should be in every house in America. If I was president, that'd be rule number 1.
Practice what you preach, dude. Where's our bidet?
We have a bidet. We just haven't hooked it up, Nick. Don't push me on this again, okay? We're gonna get it in when we get it in.
My asshole is dirty.
No, I know. I go in your bathroom after you. Let me tell you, I can tell that asshole's dirty. Good God. Don't want the water bill going up so high because I feel like you let that bidet ride, dude. There are also grinders. And I'm not talking about the homosexual dating app where you can elicit sex in public places with random men. If I was gay, I'd be on it. I just flashed my user. These grinders are people who enhance their bodies with do-it-yourself cybernetic devices or by introducing biochemicals. Like one guy here is getting night vision eyes. The grinder injected chlorophyll-like substance called Chlorn E6 into his eyeballs. Following the procedure, the grinder's eyesight improved at night, but the very next day, his eyesight returned to normal. That picture is crazy. Also, does that not look like Jesse Plemons?
Oh, yeah, it does.
That looks just like Jesse Plemons.
I was more focused on the...
Yeah, the guy getting the syringe, I was actually like, I don't want to look at that. Makes you think of like some Clockwork Orange shit. Which then next up, you could also human glue retention. Am I right, boys? AKA NoFap, which also NoFapping is a form of biohacking, boys. Okay, I know we've already went over looks maxing, and we have a bunch of edging, gooning, munting, and all kinds of stuff, but still. There are some very clear benefits when it comes to human glue retention. Like clear skin, increased testosterone, weight loss. I bet my ass is beating my dick every day, dude. Increased muscle mass, physical rejuvenation, and a deeper voice. The joke. Okay. But because one might develop erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, or retrograde ejaculation, which is when human glue travels back into the bladder.
Oof, I don't know if I like that, dude. That's like the Forbidden Cinnabon factory right there or something. I don't like that. Biohacking, people usually end up with some kind of gimmicky thing or trying to, you know, like we've done with the human vampire, make themselves not necessarily immortal, but live way longer than what humans should. But you do have to give them props for trying, right? I'd say that with everybody here. Unless you're a scammer type, anybody just being like, I'm just going to try holistic, dude. The doctors.
A lot of them are actually kind of like wholesome. Like there's one called the Earthing, where it's just you go out into the dirt barefoot and just stand.
Yeah, I think not all of this is bad. I mean, like if you're earthing, you're just walking around without shoes on and stuff, being more connected to the earth. How the fuck is that ever a negative? That's like some 1960s old man shit. Put on some goddamn shoes, you fucking hippie. Biohacking also includes red light therapy, ice bath plunges, and meditation. Meditation's just in all of these, dude. I will say I want one of these masks. Imagine like walking up to your spouse in the middle of the night, looking out, they probably think that they're getting fucking abducted. And there's also Neuralink. Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla and new owner of Twitter, is a big supporter of biohacking and created a microchip for your brain called the Neuralink. The idea behind it is that you would be able to use your brain to perform actions and connect wirelessly to technology so you can just think about things and they would happen. Kind of like cyberpunk technology, but definitely not gonna work. No way it's gonna work. Very, very doubtful. It would also be used medically to restore vision to blind people or help paralyzed people walk again. Not gonna work. Snake oil salesman. I would rather just go to the yoga thing. Did you see the testimonials, Nick? Play the testimonial again.
I'm okay now. There's no dizziness.
Pretty hard to argue with that. They ran tests using monkeys, but all the monkeys ended up dying. Elon Musk claimed that none of the deaths were due to the Neuralink, and they used monkeys that had terminal illness, stage 1 monkeys. But reports came out, and former employees revealed this was a lie. Many of the monkeys that had died were healthy prior to the surgery. One monkey, in fact, had a piece of Neuralink break off in its brain, and they needed to euthanize it, while another just started shoving its head into the floor for no reason, and her health deteriorated so rapidly that they had to euthanize her as well. Despite the failed test, they implanted the chip into a 29-year-old quadriplegic man named Nolan Arbaugh. He said he could not feel the chip, and that the first night he had it installed, he spent all night playing Civilization 6. There are also videos showing how he can move a mouse and click just with his thoughts, which is actually pretty interesting and sweet that a guy can just play 6 if this is actually real. Move around, do it, whatever, and play the game with just using his mind is pretty sweet, but I feel like we haven't had it in a human's brain long enough to really know what the side effects are going to be.
Have you seen the procedure, what it's done? Elon Musk doesn't want to have a human do it. It's a robot that drills a quarter size of your skull out of your brain, picks it up, injects the Neuralink, and then they super glue your skull back. So you just
super glue it.
You have these quarter size holes. And you're saying like you could get 6 of them?
God. Quarter size hole, and then also they're sponsored by Gorilla Glue whenever they're done. The robot like wakes you up, you're like, and they're just like, we just want you to know that we're using Gorilla Glue to put your skull back together. Okay, back to sleep. And they like hit you with a Looney Tunes hammer. Conk! Which, you know, this is the conclusion of the video, is do your own research. Do things that you're comfortable with. Be sure to just look into things. Don't just take one person's advice. Ask some professionals too. Doesn't mean everybody knows the right answers and shit, but if you're gonna do some alternative medicines, do something that's good for you and not gonna just put you in a bunch of danger, all right? Okay. Please listen to me. All I gotta say is thank you so much for watching the video today. If you're an alternative health guru, please hit me up and get me in one of your programs immediately. I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and settling down because today we're talking about
babies. And I'm here with my beautiful wife.
We love babies.
We actually just had our first child recently, and we will be revealing, well, today, first off, I just want to say we're talking about gender reveals and how fun they are. Definitely not a waste of time and totally stupid.
I too love burning down national forests.
Oh, yep. And at the end of this video, we're going to talk about the gender of our own baby. But you have to wait till the end after you smash a like and subscribe. We're going to reveal our baby's gender, its possible future gender, and its name, or its future dead name. When the hell did gender reveals when did that start?
I feel like it was like 2016 or 15. I feel like it started popping off when we were graduating college.
2008.
Let's see.
Really?
2008 makes sense to me because that's like when social media was really picking up, and I could see that's when people were like, "What's a fun way I can tell someone that it's a boy or a girl?" Right? And I think ever since then, I think that's also the point when this nation was divided.
Between boy or girl.
I think that people introducing that into people's lives and force feeding us gender reveals is the bullet wound to our society. No, I'll say it.
We just keep fingering that hole, don't we?
Today's video is sponsored by Upside. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas, groceries, and dining. There are over 100,000 places on the Upside app, meaning cash back is always around the corner. And there's plenty of ways to earn. The best part is, we're talking about real cash back. No confusing rewards, points, and credits. Just money transferred to your bank account. Ooh. Each week, $1 million cash back is being earned by users of Upside. All you have to do is claim an offer on Upside, pay with a credit card or debit card, and follow the steps in the app to get paid. Upside is super easy to use. I claim my rewards when I go out and get gas. It has been worth the extra few seconds it takes before I drive away. Thanks, Upside! Top Upside earners are making as much as $300 a month. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside and use code PAPAMEAT to get 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Or you can scan the QR code here to claim your offer today. Thank you so much to Upside for sponsoring this video. I'm back in the video. It used to start off with a simple, a balloon pop. But over the years, these gender reveals just keep getting more and more outlandish, more outrageous to try to farm them likes and have people, it's a little pick-me situation, right? Families wanting to make sure you know that we're better than you and we just had a boy or daughter. Spitting in the face of all of us common folk. Isn't that right, Allison?
It's true.
Which is why when we did our baby reveal, which I won't tell you the gender yet, once again, but we did blow up 3 Bugattis filled with decolored dust. So
it did start a massive field fire.
Don't talk about stop. Seriously, fucking stop with that because
lots of crops were lost.
Stop. Do you know our lawyer said this? We can't. Stop. I would be so nervous that I would punch you right in the face, or you slip and you punch the baby gut.
I feel like I'd be so nervous to not hit you in the gut. That's exactly where I'd hit you.
If you did this to me, you would punch me in the face. You'd be like, I slipped. And I'd say, guess what, lawyer up, bitch, I'm taking everything.
I like how you assume I'm the one boxing.
Well.
Okay. I thought he was actually gonna nail her in the face. Why are you going for another one?
The second swing was too much. The second swing, she was like, "Yeah, you did it."
He's like, "What if I can frame this as an accident and I don't have to?"
He was looking right at her and he was like,
oh, maybe he was mad it was a girl.
Oh, God. Hey, who isn't disappointed with that, right?
The tantrums people throw when it's a girl.
There's some good tantrums.
If you were to have a child, let's say we didn't already have a child, which is definitely, like we said, it's at the end of this video, please watch. Would you be disappointed if it was a boy as a girl? Because I feel like the whole thing is, the meme of it all is boys want boys and girls want girls. That's primarily true.
Yeah. It's because people want a mini-me.
So, exactly. You're basically making a friend. Would you be slightly disappointed then if you had a boy?
No, because I feel like I'm more afraid of raising a girl. It feels harder.
It's because she's a trad wife. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The wrestling match against a buff man versus a small person is actually pretty sick. Who wins?
I
love it. It's scripted.
I don't hate this.
Okay, I don't like the shots of all the suburban people being like She doesn't look impressed at all. This guy in the back, he doesn't even know anybody here. He's just like, I'm just walking down the street and decided to pop by.
If I was walking down the street and I saw that, I might take a peek.
Oh my God, yeah, definitely. I'd be selling tickets to this bitch. You kidding me?
Hell yeah, dude. Actually, if every gender reveal was just this, I would love that.
You see the guy smashing the stone colding the beers though down there? You know what? I like how elaborate it is because
that's just fun.
You're gonna see a lot of critiques from me today if it's just the stupid smoke or whatever.
Well, you can tell they have a sense of humor too. It's not like
I see that and I'm like, I'm glad these people reproduce. We need more people like this in the world.
We need
versus a guy who's just like, I blew up I'm gonna shoot this water bottle. They let the cousins that have been beefing do your gender reveal.
It's like the frogs who start fighting each other, but
there's
no damage.
This just looks like a legitimate fight. I don't even think.
Yeah. Well,
I feel like someone's gonna get knocked out and they're gonna be like.
They've been beefing. Well, it's like one clearly has to lose, like on purpose.
I don't think that's how they're doing it.
Yeah, I think they're just
whoever
like
wins. That's the gender.
Well,
you better hope that pops out that same gender, or else there's gonna be some serious consequences. Hey, what is this one?
Oh.
Gingerville cake for a penguin.
I like that. See, if it's for an animal, that's fine.
No, dude, kill the animals, man.
Oh.
I bet penguin tastes good.
Probably. Really fatty though.
God, this just makes you don't want to have children, doesn't it?
It is a good. It's a good birth control
Look
video.
at that. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't even know what I would be able to do. You know what? If this is you, which also this is definitely going to be your build soon. You're going to be wearing that cargo
it's not.
jacket.
I've been running.
Big frumpy ass. Oh hell no, you haven't been running, dude.
Also, my
Got that
style-
sweet potato body. I'm telling you,
My style
my
of
ass would be.
boyish is better.
You wouldn't even believe how acrobatic I'm going to get when I do a front flip over that fence, and you never see my ass again with that kind of. Ugh, there you go. Oh, there goes the balloon. It'll pop in the atmosphere. That'll look kind of cool.
For who?
Also, was that mom? That mom was getting ready to lay down the law with that kid. Here's going to be a controversial statement for us and the viewers. Would you spank our child?
No, but I'd probably remove him from the situation and I'd take care of it privately.
Oh my God! What the fuck does that even? Are you going to kill this child? I will snuff out the problem quickly, secretly.
Are you guys gonna do a family channel when the kid arrives?
Oh, absolutely. You better believe I'm going to do if I have a kid, if I have to be put through that hell and I don't get a profit off of it with a family channel, absolutely. We're doing Ryan's Toy Part 2.
Mhm.
And what I'm going to be like, I'm going to have my kid be like, why is Ryan's Toy he's so old? These toys are for people like me. The only time that smoke is appropriate is whenever you have an old shit kicker and you burn it out in the driveway, revealing you're having a daughter.
This is some
Look at
good
that guy. He's like,
yo.
Dude, Caleb, stop! You're burning out the tires, man.
I bet they're gonna name the kid Crystal or something.
Oh, this is definitely a stripper name. It's not even pink anymore. It's red. They're giving birth to the devil. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, okay.
Oh my God! It is the devil!
So it's gonna be a goth girl.
Yo, Lucifer, gonna name my baby Damien, bro. Her name's either gonna be Rose, Emerald. If it's a boy, it's Damien.
God, this suburban energy, dude. This suburban energy is insane.
The khakis, the tucked in shirt.
God damn, dude.
She's hit it like once and she's about to piss herself.
Oh, there it goes. How did they not pop that after beating the shit out of it? You'd be so crazy. You dumb son of a bitch. You know what I think? There should be a law, and this is going to, once again, controversial opinion. I think that if the balloon floats away and you're doing the gender reveal thing, you got to just
abort.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say the word, but I think you just got to cut it. To me, that's an omen from God.
Yeah.
Somehow, they're just like, give this one back. Oh my, this is a very average Nebraska gender reveal. All right, go out there and get the $150,000 tractor and bring it around. We're gonna see if it's a boy or girl. What do they dye the corn? It's gonna be corn related. They're from
Dang, you
Nebraska.
think they'd have enough kids already?
Wow, dyeing the corn.
Well, great. Now it's useless.
I'll tell you another thing too. People from Nebraska, just gross.
I'm not sure why you called them people, but
Well, you know what? Good point. Is powerlifting while you're pregnant? Do doctors?
That's fine.
if you continue to do it like from conception to
Oh, really?
it's same with
More
exercise.
power to you then. I thought her water was gonna break right there on that up tilt.
I wonder if she went into labor and then did like a lift. I mean, at
That's
least it's
fun.
relevant to what she does.
I'm just impressed all around. If I'm being completely honest, I'm like, there it is.
She can get it.
Going into labor, I mean, I think it's just gonna be an easy ride, dude. Big buff, just be,
She's got good core.
just queefs that little motherfucker out, and he's all buff and shit, crawling out.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I like to think it is. Is that not what it's like? Okay. I wasn't around when she gave birth because I was just like, gross. Also, I hear that women shit themselves profusely.
It's true. Right afterwards, a little squirt.
Well, I heard it's during it because you're pushing. They just Fiesta Bowl all over the table. And the funny thing is, Allison said she was just like, they're like, hey, try not to eat. A couple days before, I saw her and like Dave and Buster's chowing down on chili hot dogs.
I'll shit all over the place. I don't care.
No.
You're already seeing my everything, you know.
Okay. All right. You've already seen my everything.
Well, I didn't know how graphic I wanted to be.
You know, it's pretty common. Women who give natural birth tearing their asshole.
If I was a woman, dude, I wouldn't get that shit stitched back up. Let it all hang out in one
Just
thing.
let it. I think it has more to do with bleeding and needing to poop later.
Well, what I was gonna say is, if you poop, if it's just torn right up in half like that, doesn't that just make the shits easier? It's just like a giant, looks like the fucking Little Shop of Horrors mouth. Been like, feed me. He just like,
why
like that.
would you want that?
Does it make my life more convenient? Is what I want to know. Aesthetically, I don't care. It's gonna be a mess, especially if my man's better stay right by my side. All right. If I'm split open like that, I'd be too. I'd lay down. I put my hands behind my knees like that, and I say, just come and get it. Is what I would say. I wouldn't care.
Are you that man's?
Oh hell no.
3, 2, 1.
I feel horrible for this person. This person just got that. This is unnecessary. Also, this is so much less impressive.
Yeah.
She did a clean jerk and everything. She looked awesome. Dropped it down in front of her. It looked great. This guy picks it up. He's like, okay, but let me drop it. Let me drop it. Let me drop it. Okay, come on. She's legally blind. Good God.
She's trying to keep it cool, but
What if they ended up blinding their best friend for that?
that'd be awesome.
To be fair, though, what are you doing up front here? Also, why would you do this indoors? Oh, let's do this on carpet. That's going to be fun to get out. Also, what is going on with the guy with the huge ass?
Dude, you're just You're just jealous.
Look at his normal up half. Look how big that ass is.
You're just jealous. He has cake.
I'm saying it's amazing. This is insane. That is a big man, and that is a big gator. I don't know how I feel about this so far.
It's kind of fun.
That scares the shit out of me. Also,
I just want to know, is he qualified? Whose gator is this? Does he?
I just want to say the normal heart rate at this party is going to be about 180 beats per minute. All right,
Yeah.
This is people struggling. If sleep apnea had a family, this is what it would be, dude. I feel bad if the gator's just like, get me out of here. You see him like slither back in the swamp immediately.
Oh, he's probably disappointed. He's like, there's not a bit of meat in this. He's like spitting it out.
Do gators like melon? Why not just fill a rotisserie chicken full of stuff? Queefs out the chicken, whatever.
Yeah.
And it sprays out. Yeah, then he gets to eat it, and he's like, thank you, and he walks back to
just
the
put
pond.
jelly in the cavity of the chicken.
That's what I'm saying,
right?
dude. Fat people are so inconsiderate. It's unbelievable. What's up with so many gator ones?
Florida people love their.
That I was gonna say, this is definitely the probably stereotype. Also, green and purple, or like we're hoping it's either a girl or a gator.
My thing is, are they finding wild gators, or are they like hiring someone who owns a gator?
I'm guessing they're hiring somebody who owns a gator. Oh,
Thank God it's a girl.
It's a girl. You can tell the dad's pissed. He's like, oh, cool.
Yeah, he's not very excited
Cool.
about that.
Thanks for nothing. I like the way he dropped that stick. That's disappointment.
Him being like, God, what a little bitch.
Allison, you don't f***ing get it, dude. There's too many women in the world as is. We need to get the boys back, dude. That Thin Lizzy song. The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Not for this month, dude. I will say he's a poor sport about it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, if you're like, I want a pair of Nikes for Christmas, and then you end up getting a nice pair of Adidas. It's like, sure, it's a nice pair of shoes, but I wanted the Nikes.
I've just never cared either way.
This whole conversation is moot because as long as they're not gingers, can we at least agree with that? My cousin AJ, he's ginger, and every day he tells me, he comes up to
Kid's
me.
very ginger.
His parents come up to me and they say, we wish we would have just dropped him in the woods. Let him get raised by wolves out there. Because my whole thing is, if he's able to come back, you've earned your place. Otherwise than that,
I don't think genetically we could throw a ginger.
we absolutely could, dude.
There's no gingers
a big,
in my family.
Pugly-faced ginger. We're gonna have the fattest, ugliest ginger kid. It's gonna be unbelievable. And his name's gonna be Simon. Third time's a charm. Uh-oh, you can tell. So
It's definitely a girl.
Yeah, this is definitely this. You can tell.
And
it's
he's
my-
definitely gonna throw a tantrum about it. Yeah.
I'm wearing a. Before he could even get a shot out.
I know that mom's pissed.
Oh, she's pissed. Oh, well, look how the tables turn, Allison.
I'm not saying it was just men.
You know, you're setting back.
I said
You being
no
in these
one-
videos,
I
you're
said
setting
no one
back
should be
feminism
upset about it.
years with how you're talking about this.
It shouldn't matter.
I think you're the woman squirting out the kid. She could be upset.
I would say so. I mean, the person like men. Listen, guys, this is typical male feminist, but I think men, all you do is deposit the seed. If you have to let that grow and you have to shit it out later, I think you have right to be a little upset. You know, you're sitting there, fuck.
She is hormonal.
Well, when aren't they? That's just one of the many lines of excuses. Am I right, Allison?
As a family of feminists, we support that women can be hormonal and still be citizens
And queens.
and queens
And heroes.
and heroes.
When you destroy your gender reveal because you didn't want another girl. See, this is. I think that this is a good reaction. Normal. Tear it all up.
Damn, now the kid's getting in on it.
There you go. Get the kid. Get everybody involved. There you go. Chaos. There is too many women at this party, though.
That is a lot of. That's a family of women.
Anytime I've ever gone to somebody doing like a gender reveal or like a baby shower or something, there's nothing I hate more than just seeing boxes of Huggies on
You know
a
how
table.
expensive those are?
I'm always just like, put that shit underneath the table or something.
It's a fucking baby shower. It's for
I don't care.
babies.
No, to me, I'm like, this is what
This
I think.
isn't the boys'
Baby, let me explain. Baby showers and up until the kid's 8th birthday is all about the parents. I'll say that every time. Because guess what? Those kids aren't going to remember any of it. And this is just you being like, I have kept this thing alive. I'm getting ready to go on this excursion. So to me, I'm like, all the baby shit, put it in underneath the table. We're gonna use it definitely.
You don't remember your 4th birthday?
I don't remember my 4th birthday.
I think that's just a you problem.
Do you remember your 4th birthday? You want a job? You want to keep your job? Do you remember your 4th birthday?
5th birthday.
But you don't remember your 4th.
I don't think so.
Or your 5th, or your 6th, or your 7th, or your 8th.
No,
none of those.
I was conscious.
Yeah, so none of those.
5 years old.
Hunter, how are you so controversial yet so brave all the time?
Honestly, it's because I'm a male feminist, and that's how I won your heart. Because actually, we went to a liberal arts school together, and someone was just like, "He is the most liberal. This guy speaks from the heart." And I took every feminist class. That's actually true. I did.
He did actually. That was kind of.
I did because I love the teacher. She was a good woman. I liked her.
Were you trying to hit up the teacher?
No, if anything, she was like a motherly figure. I loved her. Talking about a bunch of gobbledygook, but I'm kidding.
He's mad he got a boy? Or is he just mad in general it was a live child? What the hell?
I'll be honest. This one actually scared the hell out of me. One second,
If I was the wife, I'd be a little scared.
Let's rewatch this one. Hold on.
He's got the stabbing motion down a little too good.
He has definitely stabbed someone before in his life. First off, you don't show up to a baby
the way
shower
he's
and have
looking
two.
at her in this freeze frame, he's gonna go for her next.
You don't show up to a baby shower with the first 3 buttons of your shirt unbuttoned and think that you haven't stabbed someone before, dude. Like that. This part here, that's where I'm like, even
if I were her,
that's.
I'd be rethinking some shit.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, oh, yep, this is my man.
Hope he doesn't get mad at me one day. Oh wait, now he's happy. Okay, he's having a lot of emotions.
No, I think what happened was I think he was mad, but I think he came back at the end because he's just like he caught himself and he's like, oh, just
he's like, oh, I'm on camera.
Whatever, but he's definitely gonna go to the bathroom and that shit's gonna get destroyed.
Fuck. Okay, at least I feel like this is like he's just speaking from the heart. He's praying right now.
Especially with her holding a baby girl and another baby girl. I do feel bad for him because they're just like, Dad?
This one doesn't piss me off for some reason. I think it's just he's not being mopey. He's just like, what do you do?
You know what? I like it whenever there's not a giant crowd. If I saw that and I knew it was a friend, that's fine. Why am I so hateful?
I think we're both haters. I don't know.
I just hate seeing people being happy. God, dude. Like, the way that every Midwestern woman looks the exact same is unbelievable. Like all these old people too. God.
I've seen every one of these people.
The Midwest needs to stop producing. It is just the ugliest people imaginable.
You know I love you so.
They just kill the whole thing.
Well, okay, I read that as this guy is looking down at the party and he was just like, which one am I going to pick off first? I'd go with the girl, not she came and stand.
I'd shoot the fastest runner because the rest are going to be easy pickings after that. If they follow the fastest runner, they might get away. They're going to scatter too much.
That's true. Old tree stump over here. I don't think she's moving.
Yeah, we can get her later.
That's a lot of ice.
All right. Okay, here we go. Another person doing the ice bath thing. Would you ever buy into the ice bath thing? Would you ever do that?
I don't care if it buys me 10 extra years of life.
Why would I want to live another 10 years, dude? Are you kidding me?
I don't want to feel it. I don't want to feel the ice.
God.
I want to sit in a sauna.
Is it first person to get out, I'm guessing?
Why are you going to do that to your baby? You're going to shock it.
I feel like probably shouldn't put yourself in -degree water with a baby inside there.
He's gonna be immune.
To be fair, I'm making a lot of... Okay, she's not getting down in it.
Okay, but what determines the gender?
Oh, nope, there she goes. Okay. These people that do content with their kids, man. I can't wait till we do content with our kids.
I mean, they know the gender, so...
I like how you can tell he's just like, seriously, babe? Rebecca, bad throw? Seriously? You know I could have... Everyone, you know I could have smacked that thing like out of this universe, right? Okay, just making sure.
Why is she apologizing?
It's a bad throw.
Well, she's a woman, so it's her fault.
Well...
Again.
Big woofer. If you miss your hit like that, once again, it's to me a bad omen, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That is bad juju.
What? That's a pitch.
Oh, god damn! Did you see that?
That's awesome, actually.
This is perfect.
That's better than him hitting it. That's perfect.
Breaking over his face. You know, it's kind of though. It makes me think that guy cheated on his wife with this guy. And it's like that's actually the real father.
That's the real
destiny.
Father.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the sick joke of this cruel world. Why is there no twerk gender reveals? Oh, this is literally happening right now.
Giving everyone a little show. Well, you just talked about it.
I feel like I just forced that into existence. Of course, Nick puts this in.
I want to see how the genders are.
Is there even a gender reveal?
Wait. Just her dancing?
Why did you put a pregnant girl twerking on the deal? There wasn't even a gender reveal to that.
He's like, I just needed a break.
You know, throw a curveball.
Poor dog.
That it is kind of funny that immediately showed the priority of like she's like, I've had this dog for so long
I'm
to
done
be
with
like,
it.
yeah, exactly. I got my own baby. Bye bye. Is this Austin McBroom's gender reveal?
Well, it's Logan McBroom. I guess he has a brother.
They look the exact same. This has to be. Is this seriously not Austin McBroom?
It's a McBroom, so maybe it is Austin.
This also seems like something fucking stupid that he would do. How obnoxious, dude. That's gonna be a fun mess for the whole neighborhood to clean up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Why is there so many?
Does she have 3? I think she has triplets. Oh, ow.
All right, go, go, go.
I like how they're confused there. They're like, it's a boy. She's like, no, actually, so this is a multi-tier. So you have to connect the dots. He's like, so what?
Also, I feel like they're gonna stab the glass.
I'm gonna guess it's probably a girl. I'm not a scientist, but I imagine the top one's gonna be a girl.
Yeah. I want to just choke slam.
This is insufferable.
Yeah, just pop the goddamn balloon. Oh my god, you thought it was gonna be a girl, but actually it's a boy.
I'll tell you right now, I would never hold a pregnant woman.
I just let her drop.
I would like a sack of potatoes. Absolutely not. You know why? Because I forgot what movie it was. Wait, hold on a second. All right, so these people didn't realize that I don't think these trucks are gonna stop. Margaret, it's been a good ride.
What? I don't understand the reveal. Someone needs to explain it to me.
I think he's pulling forward to see which one, and then whichever one's the gender reveal, he blows his horn, whatever. But it's like so sluggishly done, but it's like...
It's like, is this a trucker family? Like, why is it done?
This has got to be a big rig family. It's like, you got soft hands. Go ahead and we're going to get 2 big rigs out here and see who's going to carry on the family name. It's like, yeah, you're skidding and stuff, but at the same time, you're not... This is not going to end well.
It seems like he's overstayed his welcome.
One thing we've learned so far is do not skid your tires and do a gender reveal because your car will explode, okay?
They just take it too far.
You take it too far. Okay, first off, what the fuck is this dummy, this mannequin? What is that?
Absent father.
Brazilian woman who married doll.
Oh, it's not even for a real human.
Thrown gender reveal party for her second ragdoll child. Morris said their inanimate daughter is due in December and revealed that her name will be Marcella.
Who hurt her? Who are all these people enabling her? This whole family should be ashamed.
There's 40 people at the.
Is she at a asylum? Is she at a Brazilian nut house? And everyone's because then I'd believe it. But I wonder how big she made the hog on that doll.
The doll does have a.
Oh, trust me, dude. I know the doll has a hog. I'm wondering. I'm like, do you think she's like he's modest, or do you think she's just like a leviathan?
Go!
Get the woman away from the lit fuse, dude. It's the Terry all over again. Terry!
Back it up, Terry.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord.
This is 100% going to start like a fire. So, oh, no!
Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it was on a stable surface, so I don't know what went wrong. Here's my favorite stamp.
Officials released video from a gender reveal party that ignited a 47,000 acre wildfire. This is why this shit, we need to stop this.
Also, can you imagine being born and being a teenager and be like, yeah, when we were revealing your gender, it caused a 47,000 acre wildfire.
The kid whose parents caused a 50,000 acre wildfire is definitely is fentanyl addicted for sure. Oh my God. The man who caused the fire pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 5 years probation, and he was ordered to pay $8 million in restitution.
He's never paying that back.
No, I'm going to say that the guy who decided to explode something on dry grass, I don't think he's the smartest book. He's like, I don't think I got it.
I feel like sometimes quantities like that are more of like warning other people about like, hey, if you do this,
Well, they're garnishing his wages for life.
That sucks.
Grandma killed at gender reveal. A soon-to-be grandmother was killed at a gender reveal party in Iowa when she was struck in the head by a shrapnel from a homemade pipe bomb. The family accidentally constructed the pipe bomb when they were experimenting with different types of explosive material for the gender reveal device. So they didn't even realize that they made a pipe bomb. On the day of the reveal, the 6 family members gathered and placed gunpowder at the bottom of a homemade stand that was welded to a metal base plate. Oh, bro. The intention was for the gunpowder to shoot the gender revealing powder out of the top of the stand. Instead, the stand exploded, which sent metal pieces flying. One of the metal pieces struck the 56-year-old victim from 45 feet away. Too close. The victim was pronounced dead on the scene when police arrived. Yeah, you think? She's dead. I mean, you know what? All this death is getting me scared. We should just tell people now what the gender is. On 3.
Okay.
So, boy or girl on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boy! It's a boy! He's a beautiful, healthy boy. He had to stay in the hospital for 6 months, and he's the healthiest boy they've ever seen. His name's Modine, and he's a beautiful, handsome boy. He came out 36 pounds, 4 feet tall. Here's a picture of him. We love you, Modine. We're supposed to say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3. We love you, Modine. We say, say it, but go like, we love you, Modine.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Sorry, I got caught in my throat. 3, 2, 1. We love you, Modine. No, we have to hold on as long as I do.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. We love you, Modine. This is also a great time to announce as well that we're getting divorced. I'm kidding. That's all the gender reveal shit we have for you today. You know what, dude? If you're having a gender reveal party, don't put it online. Just don't do it.
Just don't do one.
Who
You
cares?
don't need to. Just text them.
Who gives you and your dumb, ugly baby? You're gonna make, it's so isn't it? You're gonna plague people with pictures for the next, I don't know, 8 months before after a while you start resenting the little. So you know what? Save yourself some time and everybody some time and don't do it.
The kid or the gender reveal?
Both. Also, we will be. My beautiful wife does have a channel called Beer Pup. Say the name of the channel.
I have a channel called Beer Pup.
The channel is just called. It's not a channel called Beer. Her channel's name is Beer Pup, and there's just so many crazy videos of our farm and stuff. And she's a brilliant artist. So please go subscribe. Do you have anything else for the viewers here at home?
We love our son Modine, and he definitely will be a huge part of our lives and in our videos. And if you don't see him, just don't worry about it.
It's true. And now it's time. Modine's, I think, kind of hungry. So breast milk time, which that's the first video.
That means it's also daddy's milk.
We are not supposed to say that. Stop the recording. Stop the recording.
And the princess lived happily ever after. The end.
Another.
Terrence,
Another hunter, please.
I mean, I think I got a book about, like, we have the frog book, or we have...
No. I want something spicy.
Spicy how?
With a strong female lead. Ooh, who's not afraid to be a boss bitch. Oh, and a handsome young man who can take our damsel under her arms and seduce her.
Oh my God, Terrence, stop! Enough with that. Come on, I'm sitting right here, man.
Sorry.
If I get you this book, will you just please go to sleep?
Yes. Oh, please.
Okay, fine. I'm going. God. Just try to get some sleep beforehand, please. Will you try?
I'll try.
Okay. God, Terrence. You gotta work on this shit, man, for real. You gotta...
Sorry. Now for a little me time. Sorry.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit it down because today we're talking about smutty books again. I apparently have to read through more of the smutty book talks for Terrence because for some reason he wants that as a bedtime story tonight. I don't know. I've tried to get him to sleep for 7 years now and I have not seen him sleep once. So any recipes I can try to mix up to get him to fall asleep, I will do. And it's unfortunate because book talk and the smut talk books, the smutty books have reared its ugly head at us once again on this channel. Last time I read some, a lot of people were confused. It's like, I don't know, like I say, a lot of people were just straight up like, why the hell is he doing this? Well, it was really funny. And today I'm gonna read some more from apparently some of the ones that you've sent me because this is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway I got last time was we didn't touch it, we didn't even scrape the iceberg. We didn't even dig deep enough. Apparently this is not, it goes deep, real deep, real smutty. And I want to see, can we try to find the most depraved, disgusting piece of literature that I can try to read to Terrence tonight to help him go to bed. And I think that is a valiant effort to try.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon! Are you in the mood to spice up your life? Spice up yourself? Shove things in your hole? Check out Bad Dragon if you're of age, because it's a great place that makes great quality products and it's a fantastic company filled with beautiful, beautiful people. We've been to the warehouse. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn factory in there. The quality control, the designs, the community, it's all beautiful. And if you want to spice up your relationship or even just spice up your own personal life, it's a great place to look. So please go to Bad Dragon, check out all their amazing items, and hey, tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video.
Long are the days gone of classic fantasy romance novels or romance novels in general, you know, with your Okatars or your Fourth Wings. You know, see, I thought that I was getting into some spicy stuff from Sarah J. Maas. Little did I know. And I think we touched a little bit on to the real stuff whenever we got into some icebreakers. I'd read a little bit more of that. It's aggressive. there ain't no beating around the bush on that one. That book is aggressive. People often point out, although that some of these books contain romantic scenes, they're also compelling stories. That's what people say to me. They say, Hunter, yeah, there might be some f***ing and sucking and fingering and blowing and all that kind of stuff, but they're good stories, right? Unfortunately, for many smut talk enthusiasts, these books don't contain enough romantic scenes, or they aren't explicit enough for their taste. You are getting to the point now, ladies and gentlemen, that people are like, the story is so irrelevant. People just are trying to get that deep, hard going all the time. They want to read about it, right? And then some people now you start to get smutty book hipsters coming out saying that there's not enough or that the scenes aren't graphic enough for them. Word? You know what I mean? I think the romantic books, they need to do a little scratch and sniff. That's why it's like jisms or something. They have a little scratch pad you can do. Oh, that's what Derek Spunk smells like. Yeah, Jessica opened her legs and then you like open the page again and then you scratch the center of the book and you do But, my friends, this is where the amateur writers step up and they claim their throne as the most devious, most vile, most explicit, dare I say most sexy writers of them all. And with spicy books on high demand, all of these authors are getting book deals. And let me tell you, they're selling copies, okay? You'd be a fool. If you're a writer right now, just fucking make some dude. You know what I mean? Why not? You try to get a paycheck or you trying to be an artist? And now you no longer have to scour the internet to find fan fiction with steamy love scenes. They're all front and center at any local bookstore. Barnes & Noble is basically a little fucking shop now. The wall that is the romance section at Barnes & Noble is shocking. All right, I mean, I thought I was in. Where's the Great Wall of China at? It's all over? All right, well, it looked like that. So let us dive back into the world of spicy books, smutty stories, and see if we can't find the most depraved, most evilly delicious. I want pants, basically is what I'm saying. But I don't pants by the end of this episode, Nick. I'm myself. Starting off first, we want to get into, if we're going to talk, I guess, genre here. For some reason, I don't know if for some reason, I guess it's kind of obvious. Sports smutty books are very, very popular, okay? And one of the biggest genres right now, it's called jock fantasy. All right, jock fantasy novels. I like that, dude. Who doesn't want to get plowed by the captain of the football team, huh? Just one of these like... right? And last time we talked about Icebreaker by Hannah Grace, which is probably the most popular book in this genre. Icebreakers is really peak jock fantasy smut. A lot of talk on nipple play, isn't there? He's like, he breathed on my nipple. Like just right over a nipple and then just like, it's like, is it, oh. Bing. You're like one of those door stoppers when you were a kid.
Women love nipple play.
Women love nipple play? Hey man, if you're the expert, I'll listen to you. Okay, I think everybody likes nipple play. I like nipple play. I want someone to just suck on my nipples like I'm an Ethiopian woman breastfeeding a child.
Do you have like a ring of hair around your nipples?
Oh yeah, it's almost like eating like a Jolly Rancher with some hair on it. You're just like, I know there's a sweet treat in there somewhere. And this book got a lot of attention on social media. Icebreakers got a lot of attention on social media. So now there seem to be hundreds of sports-themed romance novels trying to follow in its footsteps. Because once something is popular, ladies and gentlemen, you will have copycats. Or people will be like, I wish, yeah, he's a hockey player, but I wanted the lacrosse captain to break my legs, break my back out, dude. I want him to work me in like an old leather glove, like a catcher's mitt. And one of the books that we have been recommended a lot is one of the more spicy sports romance books, and it's called Pucking Around by Emily Rath. If you take the P away, if you replace it with an S, sucking around. See, I like that. Really wish it was a different sport. Like, I hate that I'm going into this and it's going to be hockey again. This is the synopsis of Pucking Around, so buckle in tight. Pucking Around by Emily Rath is a contemporary romance novel centered on Olivia, a determined and career-focused woman, and Jake, a charming but carefree professional hockey player. Olivia is assigned to interview Jake for a magazine feature, but their initial meeting doesn't go smoothly, with Jake's laid-back attitude clashing with Olivia's serious demeanor. I'm just trying to hang free, Olivia. And she's like, would you take these questions seriously? But despite their differences, sparks fly between them, leading to a passionate and complicated relationship. The book is about one woman in relationships with 3 different men, and a lot of the time, they all have sex together. That took a left turn real quick. That turned into a NC-17 version of Bridget Jones' Diary is what that turned into.
So they're running a train on Olivia.
Oh, dude. This book has an average rating of 3.82 out of 5. Not bad. And over 150,000 ratings with nearly 17,000 reviews. And it is over 700 pages long. Why? They're like, you've read Infinite Jest? Child's Play. Have you read Pucking Around by Emily Rath? That's why David Foster Wallace himself. Oh. All right, so let's go into some reviews once again. Roll the reviews.
What book have I just read? Oh my god, the feels! Loved it!
This was the best romantic. What's RH? A reverse harem? Yeah. Wait, what does that mean? What's a reverse harem?
So a harem is a guy with multiple women.
Oh my god, Nick, hold on a second. Hold on. I thought it was Harlem for a second. I was thinking of the basketball team for a second. Harlem Globetrotters. I was like, what are you talking? We're playing basketball now? Sorry. Okay, so a harem is what?
A harem is when a guy has multiple
bunch of
women.
Right, he's around, but this is the woman with a bunch of boys. Right. This was the best reverse harem I've ever read.
This book had it all. I mean, my poor Kindle is dead.
Why?
Scorching my hands right now. I gotta say, it died a happy Kindle. This was so hot! Fans herself frantically.
I feel sticky all of a sudden. I want to say a big old girl talking about breaking down a goddamn Kindle, destroying technology. Damn. All right, let's move on to Nicole. Nicole says, "Be still, my kinky f***ing heart." Cringe. I have no words. This was utterly epic. Finally, someone wrote a hockey reverse harem worth reading. Why is it's all abbreviated RH? Is it that normal? Apparently reverse harems that's the new thing. This has everything you could ever want. Tons of hockey scenes. Why is that the first thing? If you like hockey, no, seriously, this is a big one, okay? If you're like a big Bruins fan. Training / recovery. 3 totally different MMCs.
Male main characters.
The most beautiful bi-awakening friends to lovers' relationships and spice. It has everything you want, and leading with hockey scenes really got me. That was, she's like, it's ice and corn dogs and pucks. What else could you need? Or how about Rachel?
Fanning myself from how steamy this book was. This one pushed the boundaries of what I've read before. Sure, the beauty of exploring new things through reading.
Whoever she's dating, he's gonna be like, what do you mean you want to try this now? All right, so to excerpt. Excerpt number 1. This is from chapter 30. Chapter 30. This is probably only 200 pages in. Okay, so just think about 500 more pages, all right? Holding Caleb by the hips, I sink my hot mouth around his shaft. Last time we had at least the fantasy thing of like there was a little bit more. This is just, we're getting right into it. Okay. I sink my hot mouth around his shaft, taking him deep. The metal of each piercings click over the bottom teeth as I swallow him, sucking him until he's crying out.
It's pierced.
Love. Loving this feeling of fullness. Caleb's tart. I think of sweet tarts, right? She takes, rubs it together, blows us fake smoke. Okay. Caleb's tart coats my tongue, and I know he's at the edge of release. I slip my hand inside his pants, cupping his balls. He gags me on his tapping the back of my throat as I choke, loving every second. Who wants to choke? Would you want to choke? Girl, I was in heaven. I shiver. Oh, my limbs suddenly boneless. This is a feeling I crave almost as much as the orgasm. This feeling of being hollowed out and filled up in one. End of the excerpt. That's the end of the chapter, the 30? All right, well, we'll move on to chapter 82 of Pucking Around. Here's what's gonna happen, says Caleb. Mars is gonna lie down. Hurricane, you'll ride him. The two characters' names are Mars and Hurricane? Hurricane, you'll ride him. I'll take your ass while Jake takes mine. What? What? Wait, so, hold on. He's somebody while he's fucking the ass? How do you do that? What shape are they in to make that work? That has to be the real definition of a Chinese finger trap. I glance quickly from Caleb to Jake and watch as Jake's expression changes from one of confusion to interest to excitement. That is the kinkiest f***ing thing I've ever heard, he says with a grin. Mars, please say you're in. I'm gonna die if you don't. We gotta try it. Mars glances between them. I'm f***ing Rachel, yes? No one is f***ing me? Chapter 82. All right, you're deep. What is going between the other pages of this goddamn horror show? Chapter 100. I'm not even stopping. Chapter 100. Fuck! I pant, slapping his hands down so I can jerk my cami up over my head. What the cami? A camisole. What's a camisole? Oh, in modern usage, a camisole or cami is a loose-fitting, sleeveless undershirt which covers the top part of the body but is shorter than a chemise. It's all Hobbit lingo. I don't know. Restarting it. I pant. I need you all. Need to have you. 3 pairs of eyes watch me, but it's Caleb who speaks. Say what you want, Hurricane. I stand and take a step back, dropping my silky shorts to the floor, leaving me naked. I want all 3 of you, all at once. I want to be dripping with your... Okay, dude. Goddamn. Make a mess of me. What? Claim me so there's no more doubt where I belong. What? Make a mess of me is downright. That is some doghouse level dirty right there. I want you just tear this up. Oh, good. There's a part 2 to chapter 100. Well, good. Oh, yes. Jake laughs. Bend over, baby girl. I'm taking this. Not so fast! Caleb calls. Jake and I both glance over our shoulders. What the f*** is that? Jake mutters. You didn't think I'd leave you out, did you, Angel? Caleb teases. My eyes go wide as I see he's holding another slightly larger plug. This one is black. Bend over, Caleb orders, his free hand smoothing down the curve of Jake's ass. Oh my god. The buzzing in my ass is making me feel so full, bringing my organisms right back to the edge. Hurry, I beg. Please. Shit! Jake pants, his eyes wide as Caleb inserts the plug. This is. You know what though? You have to have some amount of respect for someone who sat down and said, "F it, I'm writing almost 1,000 pages of this." Here's another thing. That's a lie. I'm not reading. We're not reading any more of that, right? Okay, we're not. That's a lie. I'm not. This video is gone. For women, is this a book club book? Do you think? My to-be read list is a mile long, and here I am considering rereading Pucking Around for the 8th time. God damn, dude, just yourself and go to bed. I mean, what else do you have to do? I mean, honestly, how are you gonna have a like? What do you even say in a book club with this? What did you think it was hot? It's like if guys got around, they're like, "What did you think of Playboy this week?" It's like, "Yeah, I made it to like page 6." Actually, sounds like a pretty good club, honestly. What, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Brett, the women were like, I couldn't last. I got 100 pages in.
I couldn't even finish it, girls. And everyone's like, "Ee!" They kick their legs. Ee! You have wine, all getting wine drunk, and their husbands come home. They're like, "What is going on? Get out of here, Rebecca! Get upstairs!" That's why I like to think that's the kind of people having that kind of. That was me acting. All right, Nick behind the camera did this.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, God. All right, anyways, out of sports, let's get out of sports, all right? Let's take a different route. Another genre taking over right now is the dark or taboo-themed books. And the #1 most recommended smut book in this genre is Credence by Penelope Douglas. Here's the thing, too. These covers are always so deceptive, aren't they? The cover of Pucking Around and Icebreakers, you would have never expected that in there. Now, Credence already, let me tell you, there's an upside-down forest. I feel like this is about to get crazy. If there's already some surrealism happening on the cover, you better believe. I don't know what's going to happen. He's got a bear. I don't know what's going to go now. I don't know. This book is pretty controversial because it deals with multiple taboo topics like incest and abuse. You know, the fun stuff. And here is our synopsis of Credence. Tyrion de Haas, the only child of a film producer and his starlet wife, she's grown up with wealth and privilege, not love or guidance. And when they suddenly pass away, she knows she should be devastated. But has anything really changed? She's always been alone, hasn't she? Jake Vanderberg, an ugly name, isn't it? Her father's stepbrother and her only living relative assumes guardianship of I see where this is going. Assumes guardianship of Tiernan, who is still 2 months shy of 18. Wow. Okay, this is... God damn. Sent to live with him and his 2 sons, Noah and Caleb, oh God, in the mountains of Colorado. She also realizes that lines blur and rules become easy to break when no one else is watching. One of them has her, the other one wants her, but he's going to keep her.
This sounds like a horror book.
This is a legitimate horror book. One of them has her. One of them wants her, and the other one is going. That's not how it reads, right? I mean, my God. This book has an average rating of 3.68 out of 5 and over 415,000 ratings with 48,000 reviews, and the reviews are pretty mixed, okay? Which let's read some of the reviews now. The first one is from Namera. What the actual hell did I just read? Girls' parents commit... We can't say that. Girls' parents unalive themselves. Girl is placed under care of her father's stepbrother, who lives in the mountains of Colorado with his 2 sons. Girl spends winter hopping from one of their beds to the other before falling in love with the one who's a psycho. Martina, I'm free! Worst experience of my life! Alexandra, people liking this book should be studied. Glinda!
If a genie gave me 3 wishes, I'd use all 3 of them to make sure Penelope Douglas
never writes another book ever again. Wow. Not only does she have a lot of books, I will say that is one of the more overwhelmingly negative of the comment sections, because usually girls are just like, it's too wet, there's not enough towels. You know what I mean? That's usually how it all goes. That's pretty much what happens. All right, so let's just get into the excerpts. Let's just dive in ourselves and see. We're going to start in chapter 23. Caleb stands in the dark corner, his jeans unfastened but still on as he watches me. I hold on to Noah as my body moves up and down the mattress with the thrust. Caleb eyes on me, turning me on even more. My contracts. I don't blink. Look at me, Hector. And my body tenses, every muscle tightening as I come. I cry out, looking at Caleb as I shudder and shake, his eyes not faltering as his brother me. All right, at least the brothers are right?
Not yet.
Noah, I lean forward and take Caleb in my mouth. Okay, so now the brothers are tag teaming their cousin, correct? Okay, I'm making sure. Just wanted to make sure I got that lined up perfectly. His long, thick muscle, hard as a rock. I fist the base because I can't take it all. And suck him slow and gentle, licking and teasing with my tongue. Our moans fill in the room as the winter rages outside. Using my good arm? Does she have a gimp arm?
Yes, so.
She's like, "You give me that thing. Let me reposition." Diving back down, I sink my mouth down him farther and farther, feeling him tap the back of my throat. There's a lot of that's like a verbiage. Tap the back of my throat.
That's how you know he's big.
That's how you know he's big, because he's tapping it. Because his hard muscle, as she calls it, is able to go down. It's able to wrap around. It's able to do.
Hey.
Knock, knock.
Hey, I'm here. I'm big.
He jerks. A strangled groan leaving his throat. Ah. Noah digs his fingers into my hips, humping me from the bottom, and I know he's about to come. But Caleb grabs me and pulls me off his straining, kissing my mouth fierce and hard. Come here. Bro, get off her, bro. It's my turn. Then I feel it. Him behind me, between our legs. His fingers press into my other place. I tense up. I'm down with a lot, but I don't think this is a good idea. You can tell like a millennial of this, and she was like, I move on Noah, holding Caleb's eyes as he taunts my ass, working the tip of his finger inside me. I swallow, tighten it up, but he moves my hand to my tell me to prime myself. Goddamn, you better prime yourself real quick. This is called an oil check. Slowly, I relax, and after a couple minutes, I start backing up into it. My is building again. That hat, like, can we actually read any remote part of that? That has to be all bleeps. We can put it up on the Patreon uncensored, but this has got to be. How do you get turned on knowing that it's two brothers? Well, let's skip to chapter 26. And I guess some context here is the main character is sleeping. He climbs on the bed, hovering over her on his hands and knees as she sleeps, moving his mouth but unable to voice the words "pretty little." Okay, all right, man. Climbing off her, he watches her face as he gently pulls her shorts down, watching her face as he slides his hand inside of her panties. Okay, there's no way we can read this. Okay, no. I'm not reading the rest of this one. He's just her while she's sleeping. This feels like it was written by a murderer. This is what have you ever heard of the Toy Box Killer? This feels like it was written by the Toy Box Killer. Shame on you. I'm not reading anymore. Did I mistake you for a sign from God? That fucking Sleep Token song. My love, did I mistake you for a sign of God? And the girl's like, yeah, I think some taboos are broken, even though all that's going to be censored. Just know that, guess what? It's kind of hot. Well, I know that the jock one is really popular, but fantasy romances, that's where the bread and butter's at, all right? Fantasy romance is the king above all else in the smut book world. These books contain all sorts of the regular fantasy tropes, creatures, magic, and anything you may find in a D&D campaign, except it's filled with smut.
I like it.
Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter. Okay, let me reread that. Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter and typically read these much over the books based in reality. Okay?
So the previous two, they won't read, but
myself and the other admins of Book Group 18+ created our own scale that we call the wet-o-meter.
How much, how different can the wetness be? Don't get me wrong. If anything, it feels like the Charlie moist meter. Anything, there better be, she's just like, it was sludgy, thick, and it was just sticky. Okay, so wet-o-meter. 1, clam jammed. 2, is that a tingle? 3, bites bottom lip. 4, nips perking up. What? The nipple thing. God damn. 5, mildly moist.
That's 5 mildly moist.
You're halfway up and it's just like, it's like chapped lips. 6, clench before drench. 7, juices are flowing. 8, we have splash down. 9, fuck, I broke Bob. What's Bob?
Bob, you know what we're talking about. And
then 10, I flooded my basement. Awesome. One of the books here that is consistently getting a 5 chili peppers rating or a solid 10 on the wet-o-meter is A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen. Once again, it's just like these all look like Hot Topic covers. Like, you know what I mean?
A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen is a dark, spicy fantasy novel that follows Finley, a young woman who accidentally stumbles upon a forbidden forest and is captured by Nifane, a powerful cursed dragon prince. The book is essentially a spicy retelling of Beauty and the Beast, where she becomes trapped trapped in his castle and must navigate a dangerous, secretive world while trying to break his curse. And this book has a 3.81 out of 5 average rating with 55,000 ratings and almost 5,000 reviews, and many of the reviews are conflicted as well. Also, I really like how in the last book, whatever Cadence, the amount of ratings on there, people were just being like, Beauty and the Beast retelling, check. But much spicier and kinkier. Smut, check. Funny, check. Strong heroine, check. Explicit sexual scenes, Marquise, terrible writing, excessive vulgarity, and Beauty and the Beast is twisted beyond recognition. Claudia! Okay, how do I review this? This was ridiculous. Take Beauty and the Beast, but make it into A, smutty, B, more smutty, C, foul mouth, and D, with all the singing furniture becoming horny. If you don't think Belle walking to the castle to get a full-out or kind of funny, then maybe this isn't for you. But if that's amusing, then hello, join in. The reading, not the pervert. Let's get into the excerpts here. Without further ado, let's start beating around the bush. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, right off the bat. All right. Lava spilled out and dripped down to my sodden core. I couldn't stop a moan as an intimate presence feathered across my skin. It was incredible. The best thing I'd ever felt. Reaching down into the very center of me and pulling out a raw hunger I didn't want to shy away from. Desperate desires fitted through my head. Of touching, of tangled bodies, of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. See, it's like it has you for a second, and then it all of a sudden... Hello? Yes, there's mice inside my walls. Of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. I just, what you think is that romantic?
Not if you say it like that. How would you write it?
How would I write if I wanted to be like, I don't know, I wanted every piece of him.
Inside my mouth?
I wanted him inside my mouth. I wanted him to impregnate my tongue. Me, this incubus was a strong mother... I do like how it's written. Now, see, now we're getting to like creepypasta territories. I've read enough creepypastas now to be like, yeah, here we go. I've never felt something like that. Don't unzip your... Do not unzip your jacket.
It's getting hot in here.
It's not getting hot in here. I had to ignore the sudden brain-fogging desire to drop down right now and spread my legs, begging to be taken. Old girl's just trying to get her nut. Also, I thought it'd be, unappealing that'd be. Dominates me! I pushed it away with everything I had, ignored the sudden wetness between my legs and the unyielding desperation to be taken roughly. God damn, dude. Someone hit me! Have him pound that big into me over and over again. Fiddly, isn't it? Why did that rough voice suddenly feel like a sensuous lick across my heated flesh? I hated that I loved it. Hated that I suddenly craved his kisses between my thighs. His fingers banging into my slicks. Wait, what? His fingers banging into my slick X? It felt like his magic was... Yeah, sorry. The pest guy's gonna come in here and spray for rats in a second. I'm like, he's walking by with a huge spray.
Hello.
Heard you guys been hearing sounds at? Could you tell me possibly where it's been?
Yeah. I'll show you.
As I said that, the pest guy came in. He did. I heard you guys are getting rats in your walls. We were just like, drunk on this feeling, desperate to let this big alpha push me down into the dirt right now and drive that big deep into my needy. Okay, I just want to say, it's like it has some fantasy stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I want him to just rail me in tons of my apple like I'm a Cinnabon cinnamon roll. It just throws it in randomly. You're like, kind of like whiplash. Whoa, that's what I feel. But let's skip to chapter 8, shall we? An iron grip latched around my right ankle. I flipped back to kick, but he pulled me towards him. My animal purred. God, I don't know if I like the animal thing, dude. Kitty. I've heard people say kitty before too, and I'm always just like, ugh. Meow. My animal purred within his dominant manhandling. So when it dribbled into my panties. Ugh. Also, you can't say my animal and then immediately go into my... That's kind of... I don't know how I feel about that. He leaned forward, his hard length resting right where I needed it. My animal thrashed against my hold where my hips bucked back. I hate that it's just like it's its own creature now. Shivers go to me as I rubbed along his, momentarily dropping my head and closing my eyes, focused solely on that delicious sensation. He growled, his free hand gripping my hip and keeping me still while he rocked, the glorious friction dripping the liquid fire into my desperate... I feel weird. I feel like the guy's gonna come walk in. I feel like I'm reading the story in like my parents' house and I'm like trying to be quiet. My eyes snapped open at the realization of what I just said. Not what my animal had made me say. What I had said. All right, skip to chapter 10, dude. We're blazing past it. He shoved one side of my pants down before the other. The rat guy walked back in. Someone write a smut book or a spice book of a pest guy who comes in while I'm trying to work. Spraying. I'm just like, put it up on Reddit. Thank you. Let me get at your I can't read this with this guy here. Let me get at your I'm like whispering out. Let me get at your
I want you to force that big all the way down my throat, then flip me over and ram it deep into my...
Hungry chills spread across my flesh.
Yes.
I whispered, widening my legs for him. Oh, God. My eyes fluttered as one finger slowly ran along my slick folds. It's like an alien movie. Predators in there.
You're so wet.
He growled.
I'm going to make you for me, princess.
Oh, God. My movements were reduced to little jerks of pleasure. As he returned to my and threaded in 2 fingers.
I'm going to make you so hard you can't think of any other name but mine!
The fantasy setting and then having the dialogue be so innately human is ruining it for me. I don't know what this one did. Chapter 16. When he didn't answer, I returned the favor from the other night and ran a finger up his crack. I don't know if any guy's just like, whoa, you know, you paying cash or card? And she's like, Visa. My ex used to like a ass tickle and sometimes a poke when he was getting a job.
Do not talk to me about other men, he growled.
I felt my animal arc and purr within me. She did like when he went alpha. Oh, God, referring to your like inner beast or your as like a third person. She did like when he went alpha.
Have you ever tried it?
I asked a husky voice as I traced a finger up along the scar again, still featherlight.
No.
On impulse, I leaned forward and licked the top of the scar. His hips puckered. He let out a long, tortured moan. Also, she's seeing Scar's asshole, treating it like a lollipop, Tootsie Pop. How many licks to get to the center, Knifeane? God, this is the last actor, thank God. He groaned as I massaged, reaching down and tangling his fingers in my hair. He groaned. Ooh. I felt a soft tug and my animal about surged to the surface. God, enough with the animal. I forced her back down. Get back down there. Get down. She pushed us to go too far. I was about to bang him with my... Oh, God. I was about to bang him with... Why does that just read so? That's not weird. That's just aggressive. God damn, dude. It's like I'm like in a boxing match right now. His fingers in my hair turned into a fist. He held me firm, and I moaned within that hold. His breathing came fast. Mine was faster. My neck swelled. So wet. So desperate for him. I couldn't wait. I couldn't do this slow. It was killing me. I mean, the only thing, and I will say the only thing I'm going to give Terrence is I will give him this copy of Pucking Around, because at least Pucking Around is it's 700. He'll have a nice night read for a long time. I think my least favorite was the fantasy one. Oh, Beauty and the Beast thing. It's like, you can't be romantical and all of a sudden just be like, and then I want him to pound my and put mustard on me and fill me up with as I check my iPhone. It feels like 2 different fantasy and then it brings me back down to reality. If I'm in a fantasy book, do I want to be in reality, Nick? No. So, without further ado, I will be giving Pucking Around to Terrence. I don't think he really even knows what's about to hit him, so I guess let's just go see what he says.
Terrence?
Hunter?
Are you awake?
Yeah. Bird in my hair told me to do it. Slender Man told me to do it.
It's kind of an interesting evolution, isn't it? So today we're going to talk about the horrible case of Donovan Nicholas, who was inspired by the infamous creepypasta Jeff the Killer. The 14-year-old child successfully carried out a plan to stab his mother 63 times. So let's take a look. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Let's take a look into the Jeff the Killer homicide. My God. Jeff the Killer squared.
My name is Jeff.
But for people who don't know, who don't understand the reaction to this, maybe you don't know who Jeff the Killer is, which before I read the story, I didn't know how infamous he was. You've maybe seen this picture. You maybe have seen it. It's pretty famous. It's in terms of like meme culture, everything. This has been around for a long time, but people might not know the story wrapped around it. Obviously, we're not going to read the whole story, but I at least want to give you an understanding of what the story is. A little beat for beat. Let's just see what happens. Which Jeff the Killer is an old creepypasta entry that came out around 2011, right? I mean, like that's like the birth of of creepypasta era. We did a video on Creepcast about it, and if you want to hear the whole story, you can go there if you actually want the entire story in all of its perfection. Also, maybe listen to it on Spotify. I don't know. But here's a quick summary. The story revolves around Jeffrey Woods, a 13-year-old boy who moves into a neighborhood with his mother, his father, and brother, Lou. Anytime you see a character who's like, I'm 13, I just moved here, you definitely know the author is 13 years old. Just that's a rule of creepypasta. Or it's maybe even like an 11-year-old who's like, man, when I'm 13, I'm gonna be a grown-up. While waiting for the school bus, the two of them get into a brutal fight with a group of bullies. Jeff goes berserk, and he takes down all 3 of them and stabbing 2 of them in the process. Yeah.
Hardcore.
It is hardcore. After fleeing the scene, police officers appear at the doorsteps to question them. And in the end, his brother Lou takes the blame and ends up being sent to juvie. James, why would you let Lou do that? And days go by, depressed and lonely. Jeff is urged by his mother to go to a birthday party for their neighbor Billy. And during the party, Jeff is jumped by the same bullies from before, where he is beaten half to death. Eventually, Jeff snaps. He beats one of the bullies to death and bludgeons another with a towel rack. And in the process, Jeff is covered in alcohol and bleach before being lit on fire by the remaining bully. Lou is released from juvie after the bullies confess to initiating the first assault, just in time to see Jeff in the hospital as his bandages are getting removed. Once removed, it's revealed that Jeff's face is leathery and pale white, his hair is singed black, and his lips are bright red. It's at this point that Jeff snaps, laughing uncontrollably. He thought his new face was perfect. That night, his mother enters the bathroom to see Jeff carving a smile into his cheeks, claiming he wanted to keep smiling when his face got tired. He also burned out his eyelids so he could forever look at his new face. His mother wakes up their dad, telling him to get the gun. Jeff overhears this and guts them both with a kitchen knife. The story ends with Jeff entering Lou's room holding a knife and telling him just to go to sleep. And that's the story of Jeff the Killer. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that's pretty much it. You get a little bit of the Joker in there, you know, very why so serious code. It's cool. It's one of those things, Jeff the Killer, it's out of date, it's cringe. At the same time, it's internet history at this point, right? I don't think we know who wrote the story. Editor, is there something like that? If so, I want to get in contact with you, seriously. If you're out there, there's some stuff I want to talk to you about, for real. And this story, this epic piece of internet culture was enough to inspire 14-year-old Donovan Nicholas to stab his mother to death in excess. It's insane. It's insane what people gravitate towards. And here's the thing too, I want to get into this before we get too far into the video, because like I said, this is a serious matter. I'm not going to be joking about all that. This is real shit that's happening. This is a obviously mentally disturbed person. I don't want people going into this thinking that like, you know, it's like the whole thing like GTA makes people dangerous. I don't believe that. I think mentally ill people latch onto anything. If it wasn't this, it would have been something else.
He could have read a comic book about
he
Jeff
could
the
have
Killer.
read a fucking comic book about something. Exactly. So I just want to say mentally ill people will latch on and do if it wasn't this, it would have been something else. If you're mentally ill and you're reading comics, talk to a therapist. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you.
If you're mentally ill, stay away from creepypastas.
Hey, if you're mentally ill, don't unlock the beast with creepypastas. Okay, whatever. Let's talk about Donovan Nicholas a little bit, his early life. Donovan Nicholas grew up in a farm country in Ohio. He was a quiet kid, but intelligent nonetheless. He had been dealing with loneliness and depression from a young age, encountering feelings of worthlessness, and grew older. According to one of many doctors that evaluated him, he, quote, reported feeling isolated and separated from those around him for several years. By 6th grade, these feelings had escalated to the point where he was having thoughts and engaging in self-harm. He told the doctors that there was no support when it came to finding medical treatment, so he tried to tough it out on his own. Donovan had been living with his father, Shane Nicholas, and his 40-year-old girlfriend, Heidi Faye Taylor, as well as their 2 children. According to Donovan, his relationship with Heidi was strained beyond belief. They were constantly getting in fights over the littlest things. Donovan's real mother lost custody of him at birth, which Shane believes caused a lot of this tension between the two of them. Because Shane traveled a lot for work and the other kids had moved out, Heidi and Donovan were often around each other the most. Donovan details that Heidi despised him, referring to him as a waste of space, and often treated him unfairly by constantly screaming at him for whatever reason she could find. Regardless, Donovan never responded with violence and was quite harmless. His father could recall enjoying fishing trips with his son, who hated the idea of catching them and seeing them suffocate out of the water. Innocent boy, wrapped in turmoil. It's one of those things too where if you're a little sponge when you're younger, you could see the Jeff the Killer thing and just be like, that's me, you know?
That's what happened.
Through assorted text conversations with friends, it became clear that Donovan was becoming increasingly more fascinated with dark topics, such as death.
I feel like that's normal for 14-year-olds.
Yeah, dude. Start having those panic attacks where you're up at night and you're like, when I died, is there even anything there?
Or everyone goes through that phase where, you know, kill animals.
In these conversations, he started bringing up his idolization for character Jeff the Killer. Okay, first off, I just want to, if my friend was like, I just think Jeff the Killer's cool, I keep an eye on that guy. I would probably be like, dude, no. If anything, if I'm 14, I'm saying some shit like, dude, no, Jeff the Killer's fucking gay. No. Yeah. It'd be one of those kind of conversations. He explained, quote, at that time I admired Jeff the Killer to like a fantasy of me wanting to be him. I idolized him because he stood up for himself and he was brave and he didn't let anyone mess with him, so to say. And when somebody did, he took action.
Yeah, he saw the bullying. He's like, yeah, I need to do that.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's like, fucking Heidi, barely having sex with my dad. I'm gonna fucking kill Heidi. Later, he put it more simply, saying, I never had power. Jeff has power.
Jesus. My God.
That's actually haunting. That's definitely at the lunch table when everyone's like sitting there, they have like their milk cartons. You're just like, Jeff has power. Okay. I guess I gotta go back to social studies. Take care, Donovan. Like just dead spread off. Despite his own words, Donovan eventually began engaging in lengthy text conversations about how he would successfully get away with killing people. Never did that as a kid. The 14-year-old thing of like, death or whatever. You get a little more edgy, you get a little more grit. Like back in the day, it was, I saw a video, I think it was called like One Man, One Hammer. It was like a Russian video of a dude beating a guy to death with like a hammer. It's like one of those old like live leak videos or whatever. Or like One Man, One Jar.
Yeah.
Right? Squat and pop. You know what I mean? You do that, but never am I like, guys, I seriously think I could get away with it. I don't think I've never had one friend say that. And if you did, everyone's usually like, what the f are you talking about, dude? And then probably throw a gay thing in there. Dude, you're being gay.
I think one time, not kill someone, but in 6th grade, I told my friends, like, I really want to burn the school down.
Bruh.
And he just got quiet.
That is a fucking weird thing to say.
I think we were just venting about class.
Also, your school's made of like stone. Right? Burn it fucking down. This hell institution. I was friends with this guy. He died when I was like probably like a sophomore in high school, like a freshman in high school. Mm-hmm. He was like a junior or senior, I can't remember, but we would go to his D&D groups, and he was like a real rebel. He hated the jocks, and he like would stand up on those lunch tables, and he would like kind of just make fun of them in front of everybody. Basically started dating this one hot chick, but basically found out that she died. She was like poor. They lived in the same trailer park, and everyone was blaming it on him. And then he had to go into an alternate dimension and play Master of Puppets. Did you not know I was talking about?
Well, I was like, what are you talking about?
You're just like behind the camera, like it's like so clearly Eddie Munson. He had D&D campaign and everything.
Well, I knew. I was like, is this from a movie? What is this from? I've never seen that season.
Okay. Dude, I have not seen the season. Whatever. Where am I at? Apparently, he was known to mimic the look of Jeff the Killer by wearing his iconic white t-shirt and black pants, as well as dyeing his hair black. That is iconic. A Hanes white t-shirt. He's doing a fucking Charlie.
Oh,
he's like doing
Moist?
a Charlie outfit. Probably just looks like a Moist Critical fan. Yeah, I love him so much. As time went on, Donovan's interest for Jeff started to take a life of its own inside of his mind. He relates it to cell division, detailing that he began growing into two people, with Jeff being his bad side and often spoke to him.
Red room.
Yeah, no shit. In fact,
it isn't real.
I'm a smart little bastard, though, huh? If I ever uttered the word cell division, I'd be so stoked. I'm like, cell division right now. Looking around, I'm like, two people. And then people probably make like a fat joke. I'm like, no, no. Jeff would convince him to do crazy things like destroy his own room and stab the walls. He admitted that.
Wait, this sounds like the puppet guy, too. Remember? The puppet told me to do it.
It's a Robert thing. Yeah. The kid with Robert just wanted a friend. He just wanted attention, which Donovan probably does too. There's probably like a yearning for positive reinforcement. He wants somebody to just fucking talk to him, but not Heidi. You're not my real mom. He admitted that because of his admiration for the character, he loved being able to speak to him all day. Despite being directed to do bad things from time to time, he stated, and I quote, "My bad side started getting bigger and worse. I think about the options and I was often torn, but generally, I picked the good side." Generally. Donovan, when'd you pick the bad side? Is Heidi in the room? I don't want her to hear this. Which leads into the next section, the murder of Heidi Taylor.
The bad side won.
This is why, yeah, exactly. Well, I guess Jeff prevailed on this one. This is one of those things too where it's just like, you gotta watch out, man. If you're fucking some dude and he's a weird son, black hair, white shirt, going around talking about cell division, and you're like, you're a fucking waste of space. I mean, it's horrible to say. I'm not trying to, it's a horrible thing that happened, but what the fuck, man? You're teasing a bowl in like a china shop. You know what I mean? It's like destruction is imminent.
You gotta ask your stepchildren like who their idols are, and they say Jeff the Killer or anything creepypasta related.
Okay, first off, I don't think you want to ask your step. If you're a stepmother or father, I think the last thing you want to do is sit down and be like, who's your idol? Because they're gonna say, what? Who's your idol? Also, wouldn't she just be like, who is that? She's read the story. Besides like Jeff the Killer, what would be like a really unhinged thing? Like a little girl.
Super Idol 的笑容.
That's normal. At this time, Donovan had a long-distance girlfriend that lived in Madison, Wisconsin, referred to as MW. She also claims to have an alternate personality named Crystal. Oh god, here we fucking go, dude. Crystal. My name? It's Ruby. I feel like nowadays you can't name any of your daughters any of the jewels or gems. It's unfortunate. Could be a nice enough girl named Diamond.
Or Pearl.
Pearl. Oh, it's such a gross name though, isn't it? Here's my daughter, Pearl. We found her in a clam. Heidi Taylor did not approve of this relationship between MW and her son, which apparently led to Donovan losing phone privileges on many occasions. Seems kind of weird too, Heidi, like stepping in. I'm his mom. Like, dude, you're fucking the dad. Am I wrong? Does it feel weird? I guess if she's raised him all of his life, maybe, but sounds like it was not that serious of a thing. Am I wrong? Did I read that wrong? Or did it seem like, oh, he just started dating this woman?
Well, we'll see.
Okay. Which this enraged Donovan, or Jeff, however you want to call him, because she was very important to Donovan as well as Jeff. MW and Crystal were important to Donovan and Jeff.
Oh, so wait, Donovan was dating MW and Jeff was dating Crystal.
Exactly. It's a lover's quarrel. It's like Animorphs, like transform into somebody else. At one point, he had been sexting and sending other inappropriate messages with her. Okay, all right. Sometime soon after, his phone was taken away. This made him nervous because he knew that if Heidi seized his phone and saw that what was being sent, she would likely force them to cut contact. Which Nicholas explains what followed one afternoon in April of 2017. Roll it.
Me and Jeff were very connected to MW. Like I said before recess, and I knew that if Heidi looked through my phone, she would find me texting MW. She does not approve of MW. She has taken MW away from me multiple times. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen again. Jeff's reaction was different than mine. I was scared of losing her, but I was feeling no sense of homicidalness at all.
Homicidalness? Jesus Christ.
But Jeff, on the other hand, he was absolutely furious. He was a homicidal person at heart, so of course, that was the feeling that he was going to have. And with that anger came just a lot of anger.
With that anger came a lot of anger? Okay.
Yes, I went to a very, very deep trance because I was not able to resurface out of that trance.
Keeps like saying the thing and then reiterating again.
I was in a trance because I was in my trance. When I got into the trance...
Okay, dude, come on, Donovan, move on from the trance.
When Jeff came out to say he had put on his clothes that he kept in a drawer in Nicholas's room, and then he got his knife. Then he went downstairs and he proceeded to cut his face. He wanted to kill Heidi.
Are you telling me right now that Donovan actually cut his face?
Yeah, there's a picture.
Donovan attempted to mimic the cuts Jeff made on his cheeks before enacting his plan. First using a knife, then opting for a small needle because it was too dull and hurt too much. Oh my god. Donovan, what are you doing, buddy? He explains how he kept repeating to himself that he wasn't crazy, hoping he could fully wake from his evil side. It was all to no avail. And Donovan, who will continue to refer to himself in court as Jeff, recounts the entire murder.
Jeff then proceeded to hide between the hallway entrance door, and he called out her name to see if she would come downstairs. Heidi, Heidi. Jeff, when she came to the door, he hugged her from the front. I did not have a reason why he did this.
God, that's so sad.
It was either sympathy for her or sympathy for me, or maybe both. He did not hug her out of anger or intent. He hugged her out of some feeling that was not anger. And then when she started talking and asking about the cuts on his face, that is when he started to attack her.
That's fucked up. Mentally fucked. Hops in front of her, starts hugging her. It's almost like a plea. Get out of here, Heidi.
Yeah. Or it's like remorse because he's like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. He's just, which I'll get to a question here in a second, but he stabbed his mother, Heidi, over 60 times. all over her body, from her arms, her face, and her throat. Heidi began running to other rooms in the house to escape. Blood stained the floor and walls wherever she moved. She eventually collapsed in the kitchen. Donovan recounts how tired Jeff was, making time for himself to grab a drink of water. At this point, Heidi awoke and began running upstairs, trying to find a phone to call 911.
Jeff ran past her, got into the master bedroom and collected the phone so she wouldn't be able to call 911. Jeff then saw Heidi Taylor collapse on the bed. And then that is when Jeff's own good side, very twisted good side, started to show. And he saw her suffering and in pain. And then he still wanted to end her life, but he didn't want her to suffer no more. And then he recalled that my father kept a gun in his nightstand. He got the gun out and loaded it, and then he shot.
My fucking word.
Once Jeff was at the kitchen, he did not remain out for long, because when me and Jeff do a switch, it feels like running a marathon. You get tired, you get exhausted, you get drained. And then when he noticed that he stabbed himself on the leg, he was so tired and exhausted that he didn't want to deal with this predicament no more, so he let me resurface and handle the situation.
And we have a picture of the kitchen here, basically just covered in blood marks and stuff. Pretty fucking brutal. Soon after, he called 911 to explain what Jeff had done in a panic. From the call, it seemed that Donovan accidentally stabbed his leg during the confrontation.
911, where's your emergency?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital. I'm sorry, this is going to be really hard to explain, but I kind of have another person inside me.
Okay, are you okay?
I know. I stabbed myself.
He told the operator that Jeff was at fault and that he did it because Heidi constantly ignored him, did drugs, and even hit him at one point. He also states, quote,
I didn't want to kill her. I hate Jeff so much. He's going to make me die in prison.
This is fucking sad, horrifying. This is the question I had. Do you think he really actually believed that Jeff was there?
It's hard to say because whether he has some kind of personality disorder or something, I think he believed it in a sense. Like, he made up this thing where it's like, this is to explain his anger and stuff. So to him, he's like, Jeff came out, but really, I think it might have been like, I'm angry. And
he has no idea how to actually process his emotions.
Yeah.
I think that he believes that it is a character, but at the same time, I think it's like, I hate when people use the excuse or whatever, oh, I blacked out. I don't know what happened. I just very rarely believe that, which maybe it's true, maybe there can be instances of that, but it's always just like to mask usually something horrible that somebody's done. So to me, it feels like he's trying to get to that of like, oh, I blacked out, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. But it feels like consciously I did this, but it was this alternate person that I am. Like, I wanted this to happen. And now it's this thing of like this other side of him that he consciously knew what happened. And now he's like, that side of myself, I'm going to rot in prison for what happened or something. It's very sad. Not only, I mean, like, Heidi could have been abusive, all this kind of stuff. No way a human being should be fucking over 60 times stabbed and then shot. Just so tragic. And then to have a child here just be like, constantly ignored him, did drugs, and even him at one point. It's just a buildup over time. Also shows you how receptive children are. It's just like, oh, whatever, like, he's fine. It's just sad. Also, where's the dad in all this is what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if he's just gone working or doing what, but the amount of friction between Heidi and Donovan is crazy, which, you could say like, oh, it's not my real mom or whatever, but I don't know. I've had tons of friends who they consider their stepmom their real mom. It's like, it doesn't have to be that way. I don't know.
I did like the fact that once he realized he was hurt, Jeff ran away. I don't want to feel the pain anymore. Come back, Donovan.
Yeah. There's also a comment on the 911 call, the video, which we'll have, make sure we'll have linked. I don't know how true this is. This was just a comment, which it says, this kid's locker was right next to mine in 8th grade when this happened. Never really said anything to him other than excuse me, but did notice pentagrams in his locker. He was new at our school that year and definitely the quiet kid. Still pretty crazy to this day to think that he did this when he was 14, which 100% a person lashing out for attention, wanting desperately attention. And if it is true that if he was the new kid, even harder for yourself socially. Now you're the outcast, you're trying to like fit into friend groups that have probably been together for a while. It's brutal.
Well, I mean, he even said it, I like Jeff because Jeff has power.
Yeah.
And it's probably just like, nobody likes me. Also, him talking to himself, he's so lonely, he needs like...
Yeah, he needs himself to be his friend and his only other person that he feels connected to. And there's this sexual aspect to it. I mean, you're going through puberty and you're having all those feelings and stuff, whatever, at 14.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like Crystal is his only other connection, He doesn't see that he has any other friends. Or if he did have friends, he'd probably ostracize them because he was just like, hey, I idolized Jeff the Killer. Hello?
I bet they both like Jeff the Killer, talking about it, and then she made up her personality, and then he's like, I kind of thought the same way. Yeah.
Like if she introduced the alt personality thing to him, and then he was like, I think I have that too.
Exactly.
You never know. Yeah, who knows? Moving into the court and jail time arc of this story, there was a massive debate as to whether or not Donovan truly had an alternate personality. One psychologist addressed that he had many symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, but unlike most patients, he was much more aware of the actions taken by his alternate personalities. As much as he claimed to be out of control, Donovan's own testimony revealed that he indulged in fantasies about the murder, and that if he decided to do it, he would take on the role of Jeff the Killer. Well, that doesn't help your case. You do have a paper trail. Come on. This language gave the impression that the split personality was all a front to shift the blame. Furthermore, Donovan did not seem to experience the extreme childhood trauma that is often linked with DID. Dr. David Spiegel, a Stanford University psychiatry professor, became skeptical of a DID diagnosis when he found out that Donovan wore the same outfit as Jeff the Killer wore during the murder, stating, quote, "When you're really experiencing it, you don't need the props." The conclusions were split. Some health professionals believed he was legally sane, while others were convinced that he was severely mentally ill. Donovan was ultimately sent to a juvenile detention center where he was visited by family often. Todd Taylor, Heidi Taylor's other son, would express his deep anger towards Donovan, asking how often he thinks about what he did, and Donovan told him, quote, "I can't even sleep. Most of the time I curl up in the corner of my bed crying and screaming." And days before his 16th birthday, Donovan was given a life sentence, with 28 years in prison before he could be eligible for parole. Donovan repeatedly appealed this decision, believing that he shouldn't be tried as an adult. Things went in his favor, as the court justices agreed that Donovan required a better chance at rehabilitation. His case was sent back to juvenile court. He ended up walking free on his 21st birthday after pleading guilty for aggravated assault, a decision that appalled many of his family, especially Todd, who couldn't find it in his heart to forgive him. As they rode home together, Todd recalls breaking the silence to tell Donovan, "I don't want to hear your name unless it's for getting Citizen of the Year."
Damn, he had to ride in the same car.
I would not ride in the same car, dude.
No.
That was my mom, whatever. I don't give a fuck how that would be too much. Many people from Heidi's family made statements regarding the type of person she was. Someone far different than evil woman that Donovan described during the trial. Her close friends stated that if she was ever hard on the kids, it was because she knew that they were a lot of potential to accomplish great things. Heidi's two children would talk about the wonderful weekends they spent together, the hikes and the family camping trips. Donovan's image of Heidi seemed to be far from the truth, according to them. While Donovan felt that there was no effort to help him when he was self-harming and dealing with depression, Heidi's daughter, Alyssa, revealed that both parents were constantly being supportive. They would do their best to make sure he was never alone and even push him to get proper counseling. After his release in 2023, Donovan continued to receive support from his father. His siblings, however, decided they wanted nothing to do with him, no matter how well his rehabilitation progress went. Wow, it's crazy. I did not expect him to be free. He is a free man. Donovan is walking the streets as we know it. It goes to show, first off, you never really know. Who knows what happened, right? People say one thing, another person says another thing. You know, Donovan says this person was neglectful, all this kind of stuff. Her family and friends say that she was awesome and that she was supportive. We don't really know. All we know is that in Donovan's mind, he perceived it to be this thing. I think he was, and I mean, maybe still is, mentally disturbed. I think when people get into a very negative, hard part of their life, I mean, God, dude, being 14, such a hard age. Like, everything's kind of collapsing around you. You have to go to school, but you don't really, I mean, it's just, it's all these things where it's like, you really have like no freedom and you're kind of stuck with people and you have to kind of like make friends, and if school's hard, then you're stuck there every day. It's like a prison sentence. It's very hard. I think Donovan did something horrible, irredeemable. You're going to have to live with that for the rest of your life, and you did it when you're 14. Now you're 23. There's probably a lot more mental clarity. You're probably able to move past some of the things you were struggling with when you were younger. That's a weight you're going to have to carry around forever. And I think too, like the family not forgiving him, like obviously the Jeff the Killer angle is funny. That's just no getting around that. It is funny. People will latch on to anything for a semblance of identity and like purpose, or, you know, friendships, or anything that will like fill these like little voids and stuff. And it's just insane that, I don't know, a kid did this. It's truly horrifying. You see it with the Slenderman stories. You know, this video is kind of ending on the same note, except this time, you know, the victim didn't make it, which is horrible. I don't know if there's a lesson here to be said. I don't think I'm a smart enough man to articulate that lesson, but I will say this: if you're a youngin', or if you're at any age and you're mentally struggling with something, just seek help. Ask for help outside of your support system. Even if it feels like the world's collapsing on you, seek help. Find somebody to talk to. There's good people everywhere. I'll say that much. There's a lot of dickhead people out there too, but there's, I would say, more good than bad, is what I would say. Is that a good way? I don't know. I feel depressed.
I mean, it's kind of depressing. It's a child.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. Like in the thing, they were trying to try him as an adult at 14. He just turned 15. But it's just like, he was obviously mentally unhinged.
Yeah, he's clearly mentally ill.
Yeah.
Even if he's using the DID as a coping mechanism for what he's doing, I still think that like it takes a truly disturbed disturbed individual to enact such a horrible thing. The person's not mentally well. It's a gray area. Like I feel like the people are going to be on a side where they're like, he should be in bars the rest of his life. Oh, he's just a kid. It's like a gray area, like a moral gray area of how he should be punished or whatever. And it's just truly the only people affected are the family members that have to deal with it forever, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. Like I said, you fuck up when you're young and it stays with you forever. The biggest thing we can take away from the story is fucking seek help. If you feel like you're totally alone and stuff like that, just see a counselor. Find ways to better yourself and then just try to like insert yourself into people's lives, like friendships and all that kind of stuff too, because it's out there. And horrifying. Jeff the Killer's a terrible story, by the way. It's really bad. If you wrote the story, though, please contact. I want to hear from you, please. So that's our episode of It's Been a Long Time of True Crime Meat. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. Please don't stab anyone. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about gamer crimes. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. See if that's gonna come back and haunt me someday. Cut that. Don't put that in. We've all gotten a little too invested in a video game here and there, but perhaps you've blurted out a word you shouldn't say.
What an asshole.
You threw a controller, which I want to say, if your toxic trait is that you smash a gaming controller when in a fit of rage, that person's gonna kill somebody. Some people can calm down pretty quickly and move on after some gamer rage, right? While others take that anger and use it to do unspeakable things. It turns out that there are many ridiculous and even gruesome crimes that take place in the world of video games. You might be surprised at just how much things can escalate in the heat of the moment. And trust me, we've talked about our fair share of some gamer crimes, like when we did the League video, and I guess that was pretty much it. We talked about it a little bit. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. I'm gonna give you a couple names. Spokio, Truthfinder, been verified? You ever heard of these before? Probably not, but they've heard of you. These are all data brokers, and their entire business is collecting your personal info and selling it to anyone who's willing to pay, often for as little as a few dollars. This stuff is being packaged, indexed, and sold legally all over the internet without your consent. That's why I started using Aura. I kept getting calls and texts from spammers and scammers, and these people make billions of dollars a year off of it. It's not gonna stop. Our privacy is their profit, and we're forced to find new ways to keep our information hidden or contact shady data brokers on your behalf. And within weeks, your info will start disappearing from the internet, so scammers and spammers have way less to work off of. Aura also keeps checking to make sure your personal information doesn't reappear on those data broker sites. Aura also monitors the dark web, sends real-time fraud alerts if someone tries to access your credit or bank accounts, and gives you built-in tools like a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, and more, all in one app. And if something does go wrong, you got 24/7 US-based support and up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. You get Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/papameat. There's more than enough time to start getting your information removed from these sketchy sites. That's aura.com/papameat. Thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Let's start with a crime that you all knew was coming: property damage. While some may crack open a controller or two in their lifetime, things can take a turn when it results in damaging other people's property, like the New Orleans arcade rampage. Going old school, dude. Well, these old heads still get angry, huh? Yeah. You think the arcade games, you think they ever said the gamer word there too?
Oh.
You think so, like on Galaga? It's bad when you grit your teeth. That kind of thing. I can't see someone's yelling the gamer word over Galaga, dude. Maybe Gauntlet Legends. Maybe. You know who you are.
I think arcade games aren't, well, maybe if it's a versus game. Like,
you say aren't competitive enough, sir? I've seen some people get down on Pac-Man and shit, dude. For a high score to have your name up there with the number and everything. In 2021, a new customer at Sea Cave Arcade and Bar that referred to himself as the Wolf had given himself a reputation. Also, that guy definitely says the game word. If you referred to yourself as the Wolf, I think you let a couple vowels slip. I'm just gonna say, does that make sense? I don't think so. It doesn't matter. Referred to himself as the Wolf and had given himself a reputation of being rude to other patrons and making them uncomfortable in general because he once again referred to himself as the Wolf. This time, during the weekly tournament held every Sunday, he had brought along a price tag gun. He had been messing around with it all day, putting stickers all over expensive vintage arcade cabinets. The owner, Judah Lee, was sick of the disrespect, so he returned his entry fee and asked him to leave. In response, Wolf looked at him and asked if he was interested in dying. Judah kicked him out, which led to the Wolf busting out a butterfly knife and waving it around and appeared threatening. You think the wolf was at least talented with it? Are you interested in dying, sir? I can't get on the Adam Family pinball machine? I'm going to say it. He brought up that he owned an assault rifle before leaving the parking lot. I've had a couple. You ever had somebody that says that they own a gun? Oh man, when I worked at that game store that I worked at, all the time. You realize that I have a gun at home. People would say that. Like, you're selling me Shallow Hal on DVD, dude. What am I saying? Okay, actually, I'll give you $1,000 for it. What am I supposed to say? 30 minutes later, however, the wolf returned with a bicycle lock and locked the front door from the outside. People began to panic as the man started smashing the store windows and sending glass all over the floor. The police were called, but the man had already fled the scene. Judah was forced to close down the shop, but things took a turn for the worst around 1 a.m. that night. He was alerted by a security system that someone had broken into the building, and through his security cameras, he watched as the wolf, armed with an axe, smashed in every single arcade and television screen inside, totaling up to around $50,000 in damages. I'd want to kill him. The wolf had the confidence to return to the store yet again, but this time when employees and arcade regulars were volunteering to help clean the mess up, he pulled out a gun, ran behind a group of people and yelled, "Tell them to shut it down! I'm Cartel!" It's a little Mexican wolf. He was finally caught and arrested. So he turned out to be a 30-year-old man named Mitchell McNelly IV. He was booked with false imprisonment, aggravated assault, criminal mischief, and criminal damage to property. With the help of a GoFundMe page, the arcade was able to raise over $37,000 to repair the arcade and continue paying employees, which is a nice, wholesome ending to that. Not fix everything, but I would assume, hopefully, fix like the ones that he loved the most. That's the thing with arcade cabinets and pinball machines, such a lost art form. The cool kind of like cabinets that were made, the lighting systems that goes on with it, the hand-painted stuff that people do. And sick. As people became more and more connected online, we've seen higher rates of romantic relationships birthed through video games. Not all of them end well, like the MapleStory divorce that led to virtual murder. I don't know that. What? MapleStory is a massively popular, free-to-play action MMORPG from South Korea.
Did you ever play MapleStory?
I don't know what MapleStory is. I thought it was a hockey game at first. In the game, players can get married and even obtain rewards based on how long the two of them had stayed together. Damn, dude. That right? All right, there you go. 10 years together. The game also allows couples to get a divorce, something a 43-year-old woman from Tokyo was suddenly hit with out of nowhere from her 33-year-old virtual husband. She had woken one day to find out that she was no longer able to access the couple chat and was ghosted everywhere else. I think it was that. I gotta. What?
Fucked up though.
Yeah, at 44 years old, you better believe that MapleStory thing. That was a long relationship. This enraged the woman, and she decided to enact her revenge by tampering with his account. At one point in their relationship, she had gotten his login credentials, and she used this to log in and quickly delete the character he had been playing for years. When the man realized she had tampered with his account, he called the police. They took this very seriously and arresting her on charges of illegally accessing a computer and manipulating electronic data. She was even detained and held 620 miles away from her home. That's so specific. What the fuck?
They flew her.
They put her in the like Hannibal Lecter mask and like flew her ass into a different country. When investigated by police, she admitted to her crimes, stating,
"I was suddenly divorced without a word of warning. That made me so angry."
Is that what a Japanese woman sounds like? She risked up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $5,000. The final result of this case is unknown, but we know for a fact she had to pay. Yeah, they paid, she paid, and they still locked her ass up. She's like, no!
Oh, wait, that's crazy. Wait, hold on. 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine?
I'd pay the $5,000. I would donate plasma. There's no way I would lose 5 years of my life. Not all crimes are committed by game consumers. Sometimes game developers can unknowingly help commit a crime. This was the case of the EA Brass Knuckle controversy. I wanted one of these so bad, dude. Because in 2009, EA released the Godfather 2 game. Remember that? Show some footage of it.
But I think he's planning. Then I'm gonna need more muscle. Another soldier.
I agree.
What'd you say during that game when you were playing it?
What is going on?
I'm walking in.
Let's cut both of that. As part of its promotion, companies were sent press kits that included a pair of golden brass knuckles. I like how this look real too. They couldn't just be like plastic or something. It's like, no, they gotta be real. They knowingly sent out weapons to people who, in some cases, were not allowed to own them in their state. Pretty sure brass knuckles are illegal in, like, I would say the majority of states. They're considered an actual, yeah, it's like having a giant machete on you or something like that. What, I can't come into your store with this?
Also, isn't mailing weapons illegal?
I think if you, yeah, because you can mail guns, but it has to go to like an armory and you have to like sign and pick it up and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't think you can just send like a gun through UPS. Did you get it? Realizing that this was a risky move, EA started contacting people and asking them to return the brass knuckles so they could properly be disposed of. That's very Godfather-esque though too. Maybe that was always a plan. All right, call me, I'll discard it for you. And one of the most insane types of game crimes are those that escalate to IRL confrontations. In real life. In-game currency and rare items can be so sought after that it causes people to do some pretty extreme things, like robbing a teenage boy of his RuneScape gold. Hamza Bawa, a 19-year-old from Massachusetts, had arranged to purchase around 5 billion gold from a man named Jonathan Dokler in RuneScape in exchange for $3,300. Not bad. To make sure the transfer was done properly, Hamza insisted that they must meet face-to-face rather than send the money electronically. Jonathan sent his friend David to meet him and collect the money in a library at his school. David noticed that the money Hamza was pulling out looked fake, but Jonathan told him over the phone to continue with it anyways. Hamza suddenly left and insisted that they needed to meet again the next night to finish the trade. The next day, David once again called him out for pulling out fake bills, but this time, Hamza was furious. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at David. It was an airsoft gun. But David believed it was 100% real, and he told reporters, I couldn't believe I was about to get shot over RuneScape gold. I was so scared that I was so scared I was about to die. That's every average Boston goer. Oh, f you, go sucks. I told my buddy, I'm not getting shot over electronic gold. It's not the best impression, but David was told to call Jonathan and say that the money was accepted. Terrified, David was forced to comply, leading to 4.7 billion RuneScape coins being sent to Hamza for free. Surveillance footage of the interaction led to his immediate arrest, and when he was charged with second-degree robbery and grand larceny, he faced up to 15 years in jail. Somehow, this isn't the first time an IRL RuneScape robbery took place, because in 2007, two teens robbed a young boy of his rare RuneScape items. A 13-year-old child from the Netherlands, who had been playing the game for a long time, slowly acquired an assortment of valuable RuneScape items. While biking home, the victim was approached by the two teens and was forced to go to one of their homes with them. After being forced into a bedroom, he was told to give up his RuneScape money and valuable items. And at one point, he was in a chokehold while being told he would be killed for not complying. What a Chad, dude. I don't give a f***. Choke me out, stab me, motherfucker. I'm not giving you shit. He eventually gave them what they wanted, and was thrown out of the house. After reporting the crime, the two teens were quickly arrested and charged with theft and assault. In the end, they were sentenced to 144 years of community service. What? God damn! You're gonna have to do community service until you fucking die? Is that how they roll in the Netherlands? You're going to have to do this until you die. The media has often blamed video games for many of the crimes committed by young people. While this is often overblown, there are few cases where video games have inspired violent crimes.
How do you feel about cutting his head off? What?
Games like GTA inspired one man to go on a wild joyride in Alabama. Zachary Burgess, a 20-year-old student of Auburn University, went on a chaotic crime spree. Zachary started his night by stealing someone's parked truck while they were still in it, forcing them to the passenger seat. The woman was held hostage as Zachary started driving erratically in the parking lot. During his joyride, he slammed into 9 vehicles. He eventually hopped out and fled the scene, but was eventually arrested and charged with kidnapping and 9 counts of hit and run. Allegedly, he told an officer that he was curious what it was like to play Grand Theft Auto for real. Are we stretching it a bit for the video? Yeah. Many of these game-related crimes can get intense, but usually are stopped by the authorities before it can get too out of hand. But this isn't always the case, sadly. Let's see how gruesome things can really get, starting with the mom who shot her son for gaming too loud. We're laughing because it is absurd, okay? In Arizona, a 72-year-old mother named Hazel Benson had become fed up with her 38-year-old son loudly playing video games. This is my wife to my son, dude. It got so bad that she called the police and asked them to come over to make him stop. After they started arguing about it, the son tried to go on a walk to cool off. Upon returning home, he found that Hazel was blocking him from entering the home. But according to the documents, he charged toward her with, quote, his hands and fist at his waistline. Hazel felt threatened by this, so she pulled out her gun and shot him in the stomach. When police arrived, they found her son bleeding on the ground. Hazel admitted to shooting her son and dumping her firearm in a nearby canal. She was she's like Robert De Niro in The Irishman. She was charged with aggravated assault, disorderly conduct, and discharge of a firearm within city limits. Luckily, her son's injuries were not life-threatening. Also, it does feel so. You feel threatened? Word.
I think it's an excuse to pull out the gun.
Yeah, it was an excuse because she's just like, he'll never leave, and then she wanted to boom in his stomach. Also, ditching it in the canal, that's another thing. I'll just throw it in the river. Also, bitch is probably senile. 72 years old, old bird's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for sure, you know what I mean? She just hears her son playing like Ratchet and Clank in the other room. Yeah, exactly. Off, Ratchet! And he's sitting there, and she just like looks at her room. When you're playing games online, it's normal to encounter some infuriating players. Some take the harassment so seriously, they make their life's mission to ruin their lives. In New Jersey, 20-year-old Edward Kane traveled to another player's house to enact his revenge. Edward was playing an online MMORPG called ArcAge with another man his age. They had gotten into an online dispute that got pretty heated, and this prompted him to attempt hurting him in real life. He was somehow able to acquire his home address, which was all the way in Florida, and Edward told his mom he was seeing a friend before flying to Florida and taking an Uber to a local store to buy a fucking hammer. He then arrives at the man's home at 2 a.m., which already happened to be unlocked. He waited for the man to leave his bedroom before Edward lunged forward and smacked him on the head with the hammer. They started wrestling with each other as the victim's stepfather came to help. While Edward was restrained, the police were called, arriving at the home covered in blood, dude. The victim went to the hospital to receive staples in his head, while Edward was arrested by the police. He tried to explain himself to investigators by saying that the victim was he's a bad person online. That's the quote.
When the suspect was asked why he did what he did, the suspect stated that he is a bad person online.
Edward was charged with attempted second-degree murder and armed burglary. Unfortunately, IRL confrontations like this don't always end with a couple staples in the head. In one horrific case, a gamer swatted another player, leading to his death. Which swatting is like the cringiest thing to come out of the internet. Like probably one of the worst things. I hate swatting. How is the swatting thing? Like not blaming the SWAT teams, but at this point in time, how is there not some kind of like protocol for people like abusing the system? 19-year-old Casey S. Viner was playing Call of Duty with a random player. They had gotten into a heated argument after Casey was team killed. He threatened to swat the man, who responded by giving him his home address and said, "Oh, please try some shit." So Casey told his friend Tyler to make the call, which he did. If this wasn't insane enough, the address wasn't even the man's current residence. The man used to live there, but it was now the home of a 28-year-old man named Andrew Finch, who had nothing to do with the altercation altogether. The police thought that they were entering a hostile situation, being told that the man in the home had already put a bullet in an innocent father's head and was now holding the rest of the family hostage. That's fun. Andrew noticed that a SWAT team was surrounding his house, and upon exiting the front door, an officer fired at him for not raising his arms in the air as directed. Andrew was taken to the hospital, but ultimately passed away. Investigators tracked down the people responsible, who admitted to the false report. Tyler had also admitted that he had done this on multiple occasions, with one instance involving bomb threats made to schools, malls, TV stations, and the FCC headquarters in Washington. Barris was sentenced to 20 years in prison, while Casey received 15 months, as well as a 2-year ban from video games after his sentence. 20 years even, that I just feel like that should be like a life in prison thing. Also, you're admitting that you've done this multiple times and it's resulted. If you kill someone in a way, like in that reckless of a way, to me, it only makes sense if you're in prison forever. The person that falsely called the thing in that resulted in a death, to me, hang him. Hang him. You know what? Hang him upside down and just have all the blood go to his head, and that's how he dies. Long time.
Oh, you could put a little cut in his neck, like the Japanese do it. They hang you upside down, put a little cut in your neck, and they drain you of the blood. Have you seen Silence?
It always goes back to Japan with you, doesn't it? Everything we do. This boy needs some Japanese pussy bad, dude. Just like the Japanese did it. Have you heard of that? In Wisconsin, a 10-year-old child killed his mom over a VR headset. The child, Noah Mantate, had been dealing with mental health issues for some time, to the point where his mother started putting cameras up around the house in order to keep an eye on him. Sounds like the start of a horror movie, doesn't it? Yeah, he's been having some weird issues, so it's like her doing the found footage thing where she's like setting up the camera, and he's just like standing in the corner. This was due to his various violent acts. What? Like the time he attempted to fill a balloon with flammable liquid and ended up starting a fire in their home.
Psychopath.
Okay, so instead of cameras, hang them upside down, put the little thing in. Hey, pull the weed quick is what I gotta say. It's an infestation. Pull the weed. Pull it! He had been pushing his mom to buy him an Oculus headset online. Also a 10-year-old who's like, I want an Oculus. I'd be like, why the f do you know what that is? Is that weird?
My nephew had an Oculus at 8.
We don't need to bring him into this. Something his mother repeatedly refused. This enraged the boy, leading him to do something drastic. I thought that said autistic. When his mother wasn't looking, Noah had taken the keys to the gun safe. He shot and killed his mother. Unsure of how to explain what happened, Noah told police that he was simply twirling the gun around and happened to shoot her. His aunt, however, was told by the boy himself that he was purposely aiming the gun at her. He seemed to show little remorse, with the boy buying a VR headset the next day using her credit card, and later he told her grandma, I'm sorry for killing mom, before asking about the status of his Amazon delivery. That is gruesome, dude. The child was charged as an adult, facing up to 60 years in prison. When asked about the possibility of posting the $50,000 bond, he told the lawyer that he could try gathering coins from between the cushions of his couch. That's a sadistic, evil little motherfucker, isn't it? Maybe I could just dig for some coins. I'm a kid. Also, you should hand me your gun. He's currently locked up in a juvenile detention center. Upside down. Hang him upside down. The Japanese like, oh, yo. And lastly, we'll end on the internet rivalry that turned into murder. In 2008, after a long and bitter rivalry in Lineage 2, a massive popular MMO, members of two opposing Russian clans scheduled a face-to-face meeting in one of Moscow's bars. Around 30 people, a mix of both clans, come to the meeting. After a bit of friendly drinking and civil discussions, Audrey Pamlina, known in the game as DVP, invited one of his opponents to come outside. The man he invited came back into the bar with a broken nose. Naturally, his fellow clan members, Alexander Bliskin, stepped in for his teammate. He came out and punched DVP in the head, to which DVP responded with a headbutt to the face. Alexander Bliskin fell to the ground and cracked his skull on the pavement. A brawl ensued, which ended with police and ambulances coming to the scene of the fight. After a 3-day coma, Alexander was pronounced dead. Andrew was sentenced to 8 years in prison in 2008. After serving a sentence, Andrew came out and immediately began his eventually successful streaming career playing Lineage 2. Just goes to show that streamers are the worst. Most of these cases have been avoided by taking a step back and realizing just how trivial the situation is. If you're about to book a flight to another state to attack someone because they were mean to you in a game, it's time to take a good hard look at what your life has become. Try to stay off video games, guys. It's for the best, I swear. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guys, and we will see you in the next one. I hated that.
This?
I hated that. I hated the... I did. I don't know why. I think that I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end. Oh, God.
Is there have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. Ever. Ever. Okay. All right, that's it. Back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Today we're going to talk about big rig truckers. Yeah. Most people have seen a big rig truck out in the wild, but we don't really pay them much thought, right? You might give them one of these and then talk shit about the guy for the next 5 miles for not doing it. That's normal. Besides getting irritated at them for holding up traffic sometimes, or maybe, you know, they get in the fast lane when it's supposed to just stay over. You don't need to pass anybody. You're going to be on the road for the next 12 hours.
Or they go over 12 lanes because they missed their exit.
And they roll their car and it stops traffic for everyone for 4 hours. It's awesome. If you'd believe it, the world of big rig trucking is vast and fascinating. Living a life on the road can lead to all sorts of adventures, hardships, and unexplained horrors. So, let's dive deep and educate ourselves on one of the most well-known and underappreciated professions on the planet, big rig trucking, aka, as I like to say, modern cowboys. And today I'm gonna give you appreciation for the goddamn modern day trucker by the end of this video. Are we not?
We will.
Next time, instead of doing this, we're gonna give him one of these. For those that are new to the world of trucking, they're basically the modern day cowboy. Truckers are essentially the backbone of our country's economy, responsible for delivering products across the country to most of the major retailers we shop from, right? So next time you go to a store, if it's in the store, it came from a truck, all right? God bless you, sir. The job entails driving insane distances every day, often bracing themselves against the harsh weather and dangerous driving conditions. The job also requires people to stay awake for hours upon hours, making it common for truckers to not only risk fatal car crashes, but experience hallucinations in extreme cases. To be fair, there are laws and rules against staying up too long, and also you can only travel so many miles a day.
There was a really funny video. People were giving her shit, but this girl was like, I think she was like 500 yards away from her destination, and she's just like, I gotta pull over and call someone to come drive this thing because I don't want to get in trouble. And the comments were like
500 yards. Which is like, I mean, how many minutes away is that? Is that even 2 minutes away in a truck?
It sounded like she was like 5 minutes away.
I can't.
Yeah, someone had to come up. She's like, thanks. I just, it's the law's the law.
The law is the law. And to be fair, I would rather someone be like, I don't even want to risk anything than have the person be like, and then pile up. The amount of people who disobey that law and they're just like, I'm gonna try to make it early. There's like a lot of false pride. You're gonna experience a lot of false pride that these people have. Whereas if it's like a real man does X, you're gonna get, and it's just like you could kill so many people. But we'll get into it. For long expeditions, truck drivers will basically live inside of their vehicle for weeks and even months at a time, which they prefer. A lot of them prefer it. There's some people who get so mentally messed up that they're like, I can't even be in a house anymore. I just want to stay in the back of my cabin. I'm completely, that's me contemplating. That's just an opinion. That's not really a fact. That's just an opinion.
A lot of truckers bring their wives and dogs on the road.
Yeah, and I feel like that's when I would go insane. Being by yourself is one thing, and it's like kind of a prison sentence, but you're always moving. But being in a prison sentence with someone else seems so much worse.
Especially your nagging wife.
Oh my God. Well, first off, my wife, I mean, we've gone a couple cross-country trips. I can't do it. Stop every 5 minutes.
I'm gonna pee. I got a small bladder.
Also, too, there's something psychologically horrifying about like a little like Stanley Kubrick The Shining moment when you're driving a long time, you like look over, the person's been sleeping for like 4 hours, and you're like, almost get resentful. I guess maybe having a doggo, but then I'd feel bad too. It's like, oh, go run around the truck stop. That's fun.
Well, that's why you let him just run. He does zoomies in the back on your back.
All right, calm down. Over time, people have put more and more effort into making their mobile living quarters comfortable by installing things like fridges, TVs, gaming consoles, and whatever is needed to stay on the road as long as possible, right? People decking out their pad with an Xbox.
It's my favorite videos. They're not really my favorite, but it's the ones where they like take like an hour locking their doors. They like lock the doors, get the seatbelt, and they put it around the door.
Yeah, it's like the same thing where it's like a woman checking into a hotel, woman who shuts her door, and it's like to prevent people from breaking in. Which, to be fair, it's like make fun of them, but then God forbid it happens, and they're like, when I tell you, if my ass got done driving 14 hours in a day, though, let me tell you, I'd probably leave the doors unlocked, and I'd probably crawl in the back and cry and go to bed. That's probably what I do. Make some instant ramen, burn my fucking hands and shit from it. And that's all. That's what would happen. After a while, I'd just take it. If this is what it has to be, then God has put his will down.
Just quit. Quit your job.
I can't because I don't have soft hands. The trucks are lifestyle. You don't quit, you die and then
kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You either kill yourself or you go to the grave.
I want to take a minute to shout out Starforge Systems. Starforge is having a huge Black Friday PC sale going on right now with up to $1,000 off on the entire site. Check out the link below to see all the great options Starforge has for gaming, PCs, and customizable accessories. They're seriously good computers, guys. Check it out. Black Friday, game up, bitch! Once you've souped up your living quarters, it's time to hit the road. And that means we gotta learn trucker lingo, which I gotta say, one of the main reasons I want to do this video, 1, lot lizards, and 2, trucker lingo. I want to be well-versed. I wish there was a Rosetta Stone DVD on trucker lingo. You could be like, big one, 4-9er. I could actually talk to him. I'd probably just drive down my truck down the same highway back and forth and just try to talk to him on the radio. Truckers use CB radios to communicate to each other regarding traffic information, road closures, job updates, and more. Maybe their life story. How you doing, partner? Over. I'm a little depressed. Oh, shit. You want to talk about it? Over. My dad never loved me. Over.
My dad really didn't care for me either. Over. I mean, it sounds like this is like a gay relationship getting ready to start, doesn't it? You want to stop at the stop at the quick trip down the road? 10-4. Go get your ass blasted. Go get your ass blasted over Depression CB radio talks. That sounds nice.
Yeah, I think they need therapy. They're on the road. They're lonely.
Very lonely. I'd use that CB radio all the time.
Wait, do you think hold on, they have got to be doing like sexting. Switch to channel 4.
Pull your panties to the side, over. Does it curve to the left or right, over. Radio static. Left to the right, over. How many times do you think truckers are pulling their putt a lot while they're driving?
Oh yeah.
You have to imagine a lot, right? You can't stop for a beat break.
Yeah, you can't stop.
There's no beat break when you're trucking. Every time a guy does that, he actually just got done coming. Oh, yeah. Kid's like, yeah,
yeah.
That's why they he waves back. Anytime you see a happy trucker, they just got done with their beat break. You got to watch out for the beat break.
See, if I was a trucker, that's what I do. You know how like you've seen like the Reddit posts of like cum in the box or your cum wall?
No.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen that actually.
There's an infamous Reddit post where it's like, guys, my cum box is starting to smell.
My cum box?
This guy, every time we jerk off, he'd ejaculate into a box, and it started like growing spores.
Turns into a fucking Last of Us episode. God damn.
And then people are like, oh, I just have a cum wall. And people like took pictures under their desk and like the paint is like peeling from the cum stains. But see, that's what I would do as a trucker. I just, like
cum pedal.
Cum pedal.
Yeah. You have your fucking, your Red Wing boots and cum all over your pedal. Hey, that ain't Yankee candle wax. Let's just say that. Through the years, their communications developed into its own unique language. Here's a quick crash course into using some unique phrases that also work very well at a pool bar. You can throw these around. Just saying. Comedian or hot mic is a driver on the CB that is too chatty. Yeah, we got a comedian over here. All right, can we chill out with the hot mic? Let's see, those are the guys prepping for the gay sex that we were talking about earlier. In the all the road head and stuff. Road pizza equals roadkill, aka the dead animals on the side of the road. Little road pizza. Go-go juice or motion lotion is referred to as the diesel fuel. Choke and puke is a roadside dinner. I don't know if I like that. Gotta get my choke. Gotta get my puke. Or is it actually choke and puke?
Choke and puke.
Stopping by for a little choke and puke. Be right back.
I'm guessing because they throw up a lot or it's bad.
I have a feeling that it's like a roadside diner, choke and puke. I'm seriously wondering how much of this goes back to gay sex. Choke and puke? Word?
I'm getting a little choke and puke.
Little slither dinner coming up right on the side, boys. We'll see it. Just spreads his asshole and... A Schneider egg, which is an orange traffic barrel. A Schneider egg, like a little one of those, like little, not the cone, but the actual barrel. A meat wagon or a Band-Aid box is an ambulance. A side jockey is a driver that hauls dangerous cargo, like explosives or toxic materials, which I do like a lot. A little side jockey. Oh, look, got a hot mic on the side jockey coming up on the 10-4. Thank you, guys.
He's crying. He's depressed.
Oh, God. Yeah, exactly. The fumes. I want to die. Occasionally, arguments can break out between communications on the CB radio. One seasoned driver resting at a truck stop explained how he once listened to two massively overweight drivers scream at each other through the radio before jumping out of their vehicles to fight. You do not want me to come out there, buddy. I would love to hear that. To be in the crossfires of that. That's kind of like that's the trucker's soap opera.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because you could turn it off, but you know those motherfuckers leave it on, and they're just like, ooh.
Yeah. What's the tea?
Ooh. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's What exactly is the tea, sis? And like turns it on. He noted that both of them had a chili dog from nearby restaurant in one hand and were taking swings with each other. Like that, taking swings at each other with chili dog. You think they were still eating while they were fighting?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Punching them with the same hand.
Blood's making it more salty. By the end of the fight, one of them dropped their dog. The other trucker felt bad, and they bonded over him buying a replacement dog.
That's where it gets too far. Sorry, man.
Well, what the fuck are we doing here, man?
I didn't mean to knock your dog out.
I knocked your chili dog on the ground. What are we doing?
You want to have gay sex?
Do you want to have gay sex? I would rightfully love to do so. Thank you, sir. How do you think they choose who's the bottom and who's the top?
This whole video can't just be us just speculating trucker gay sex. So when you're cooped up in a small metal box with intense deadlines, it's going to eventually create some tension. One truck driver recounts the time that he heard a furious driver ranting about his co-worker who was insanely lazy and wouldn't take the wheel for 4 days straight. What a lazy bones. Apparently, he was slumped over and refusing to shower or even move a muscle. In response, the driver wasn't just cursing at him, but was hitting him multiple times, all to no avail. There's got to be a dead person,
I was
right?
gonna say, this sounds like a...
Gotta get, he's like, all right, he's very lazy, over.
There's flies surrounding him.
Yeah, exactly. Wake up! You said you were gonna switch, but I guess I'm the one who's gonna have to drive away to Chattanooga. I'd love to hear like weird town names we have to go to. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to Lake Big Bend all by myself. Lake Big Bend. If I go there, I am not driving to Chattanooga. I'll tell you that right now. You hear me? Yeah, just like maggots coming out of his mouth and shit. Manager decided to go into the truck and confront him, only to be hit with the smell of death. The man died 4 days prior. Corpse was being screamed at and assaulted by the driver without the slightest clue, which is kind of fun because he himself probably smells like death a little bit. Listen, buddy, the cheese is starting to curdle a bit. I can't even imagine what a fucking like a big rig's cabin smells like. I wonder how many times people find dead truckers. I feel like a lot of them do uppers, drug-wise. Like you see like a meth's an upper, right? It's gotta be an upper. For God's sake, it's like crack. Whatever meth, I don't know. Because I imagine there's gotta be a lot of drug overdose stuff. But I literally wonder how much it's just people like, they stop one day and their heart's just like, for the lack of sleep, all that kind of stuff. Unhealthy diets, they don't move a lot.
It sounds like he finally got a break and he just never woke up.
Yeah, that's a forever break.
I will drive us to Chattanooga once we hit Des Moines. Just let me sleep.
Yeah, and then you have your partner beating you.
Yeah, you can't break me down if it makes you feel right. Wake up! That kind of thing.
You think that guy was high too?
Oh yeah, I bet. Well, imagine that they said. I bet you it's an undisclosed thing of like, well, why don't we both hit a little crack and we'll drive for 14 hours straight. We'll drive to Chattanooga 14 hours. It's a great deal. And the guy's like, and just dies. And the other guy's like, are you going to pass it? Off. This is why I fucking hate you newbies. Under these work conditions, it's inevitable that you'll end up posting videos about your experience to kill time. Because of this, the truck talk community has grown quite a lot, introducing us all to new facts and stories from the road, which I gotta say, some of my favorite content right now is watching truckers like just finish a drive. It's very nice. A lot of younger truckers too. A lot of time, people speculate, which there is, the vast majority is like old fat men who are like, you know, you got soft hands. But there's a whole new generation of younger people who are making like vlogs out of it. And it's pretty, it's fun. It's good watching. I like it.
It's good content.
It's good content. I enjoy it. Some well-known trucker influencers like Uncle Rob give an exclusive interview walking us through its trucker diet, which consists of assortment of candies and jerky. And this is the very stereotypical, like, oh, you know what I'm talking. Raspy voice from a lifelong of drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes.
Gummy bears, some kitty, some Emmy.
I'll tell you what, Uncle Rob's teeth, try to tell me he hasn't fucking hit the pipe a few times, huh? Or is it just the Skittles and the beef jerky? I don't know. During the interview, when Uncle Rob finds out that there are no more roller dogs, he appears physically distraught for a brief moment. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
No roller dogs?
They done sold out.
Damn it.
And at one point, the cashier mentions that they take food stamps, to which he yells, food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
The trucker diet right here.
That's right, baby. Food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
Which I will say, Uncle Rob, he's definitely playing up a character and stuff like that, but still. One frustrated trucker films his confrontation with a man at a fuel station who decided to hold up a line for 26 impatient truckers because he wanted to use the available water to give himself a shower in public. The man was standing shirtless in swim trunks and pouring shampoo into brown paper towels supplied at the pump to wash himself, which that is very inconsiderate. Can you imagine you're on the road, there is a timely thing, you're like, I have to get so many miles, I can only legally drive so many hours a day, and there's just some asshole who's just like, well, I guess I'll wash here. What are we doing? We all smell like shit, dude. Let's just keep it rolling. Some people use truck talk to push strange and lazily thought up conspiracy theories. One man filmed himself at a truck stop at night to talk about how suspicious it was that so many trucks on the lot didn't have their lights on. Something that many truckers say is completely normal because they're probably sleeping. Weird. What the hell is this? What's gonna, like, people have to be so bored, man.
Yeah, it's a little brain rot.
Which he claims that all of them must be U.S. government trucks that are hiding in plain sight to spy on people and to take away jobs from American citizens.
The U.S. government is trying to lay low and they're trying to hide and turn off all their lights so that they're not as noticeable. While the regular guys like us, we leave them on because we're proud of our lights.
And apparently, when he was walking up to the truck stop, a group of men with badges walked out behind him in weird formation.
A little gang stalking.
This is the early stages of gang stalking, where you see parked cars and you're like, wait, why aren't the lights on? It's like, oh, who cares? Like, what are you talking about? Do you think it all stumbles into that? You start with the one tiny thing and it blooms into full-blown gang stalking where it's like, everyone is fucking out to get me.
It's the paranoia creeps in because all it takes is one bad event and then all of a sudden you're second guessing yourself. Also, if you start posting on socials, people will start validating, yeah, it's got to be someone like...
I think people start validating, and I think people will openly fuck with you. This has happened to me too. Oh yeah, because that affects that person in no way. Oh yeah, me too, buddy. It's fucked up, and that person's like, oh my god, it's happened to them too. I wonder how many times gang stalking has come to be like it's a real thing.
There's the Hemingway guy, Ernest Hemingway. He was gang stalked by... Everyone said he was crazy.
Did he kill himself?
Yeah, he killed himself.
In reality, these are just a truck supplied by a trucking company to make deliveries. Somehow, this half-assed conspiracy video got over 1 million views, which prompted him to make a follow-up video. And in it, he claimed that multiple people have reached out to him, demanding he take the video down. When that didn't work, they tried to buy him out for $15,000, but he said he would only do it for $350,000. AKA, that never happened. They didn't fork over the cash, and now random vehicles are apparently driving past his home every day. Also, men in suits are showing up at his home and knocking on his door.
I think he's hitting the pipe a little bit.
No. It's definitely not meth. It can't be that. The guy who's just randomly hanging out at truck stops isn't just smoking meth and fucking whores. There's no way. He explains how they park outside his home and watch him all night. Why would they need to watch you all night? What would you be doing?
Just in case.
Oh yeah, in case he gets up and goes. The driver claimed that once he witnessed them change patrol shifts, he packed up all his things and fled with his camper and family. Now, he's sitting in an undisclosed campground where he says a random antenna with cameras popped up overnight and is watching his every move.
But even here, I feel not safe. I keep seeing these antennas. Some camera keeps turning on and off looking at me. I swear this thing was not here yesterday.
Despite this being incredibly unlikely, people in the comments are begging him to turn to God for protection. You know what? That's the trucker code too. You have got to pray. If you don't pray, this is a demon trying to get you. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? Also, does this also sound like a drug addicted guy who feels bad that he's like, well, you know, I'll stop fucking prostitutes and driving my truck. I'll become unemployed and I'll just smoke crack in the woods with my family.
That's what he wanted the $350,000 for.
So he could retire. Yeah. So I could just hang out at the fucking lake all day, dude. Why not? As far as truck talk goes, there is one villain that aims to infuriate truck drivers online at all cost. The Truck Stop Pisser. The Truck Stop Pisser on TikTok is an account that follows a man going to different truck stop bathrooms and pissing on everything in sight. Pisses on fucking everything. It's pretty gross. For the truck stop villain, no bathroom is safe from his wrath. He's been seen pissing all over numerous truck stop showers and bathrooms, including sinks and even toilet brush holders. Just pisses all over it. I tell you what, it does sound. It's like people like looking to the truckers out there are looking for a Batman to be like, will someone stop this fucking Joker? Yo, what bat signal do they have to stop this motherfucker? In other videos, he's seen peeing in trash cans and on random chairs, watching as the urine soaks into the fabric. And in some of his older videos, he has stood on the side of the road and he's pissed on traffic that goes by. There's a lot of videos that people love him.
Did you ever pee on toilet paper when you were a kid?
No.
Oh.
Did you?
As pranks, my friends did it, so I followed. I remember one time we stayed the night at a church, and then we peed.
Why'd you stay the night at a church?
Because, I don't know, it was like a church event, and they had all the boys sleep on one side and the girls sleep in the other, and then we were throwing balls at the girls.
But what balls? What does that mean?
Like plastic balls.
That's we'll move past it. What's the so what happened? Oh, do you just pee on the toilet paper?
Me and the guys went in, and then I saw one of my friends. He was like peeing in between stalls. He's like hopping around, and then one of them peed on the toilet paper. So I was like, hey, I want to join in. So then I peed, and then like 10 minutes later, we saw one of the employees like cleaning up the toilet, wrapping it around his hand.
When I was younger, I had very bad aim. And I'd pee all over the seats, but I always felt really bad, and I wiped it up and stuff. But I was always like, whoa! I don't know why I was always surprised every time.
For years, I used to purposely pee on the toilet seat until my mom said, stop. doing that.
People sit on that.
That was fun.
Did you fantasize about sitting on someone else's pee?
No, I just clean it up. But I'd just be like, wee.
Like your mom would be like, Nick, you have got to stop doing that. But this is far from the first gross story that has ever been told throughout the world of trucking. One trucker was in a bathroom when suddenly the man next to him dropped a monster log that ended up clogging and overflowing the toilet next to him. The water kept on coming, alongside chunks of toilet paper and feces that the man had to avoid the sewage by lifting his legs in the air for minutes on end. Oh God, I did not train for this. Yeah, they're all the way up here. He's like, what in the world? Eventually, a worker trudged in and handed him 2 garbage bags to wrap around his feet and a small trash can to rest them on until he could finish his bowel movement. I love how much they accommodated him. All right, there you go. Now just finish your, it's like water and shit flowing everywhere. You just finish what you got to do in there, all right? Sometimes truckers aren't lucky enough to make it to the bathroom in time. After entering the bathroom, a driver opened the stall and saw a pair of soiled underwear on the toilet.
You just put it on the toilet like as
I banished I should have, like, almost like the offering, like I wish I could have made it. And blessed your porcelain bowl. After moving to the next stall and doing his business, he walked outside to see a man holding his pants up. He also noticed that he had failed to make it back to the truck and had shit his pants. How many times a day do you think truckers shit? Like if you were working at a truck stop, is it a daily thing? Shit my pants.
They say it's the walk of shame.
Oh, damn.
They say you can see it, you're like, oh, and then you'll stop. And then you just turn back.
Never mind. A few minutes later, the trucker noticed the man who had soiled himself pulling up next to him and was working on his engine. When he peeked out of the cab, he saw that his pants were around his knees and his hog was fully exposed. Didn't really probably need that last bit of information, but we thought it was necessary for the story to truly immerse yourself. So, you're welcome. And it doesn't take a genius to assume that the floor of a truck stop parking lot is disgusting, right? It's common sense. It's safe to say anything your shoe touches has once been peed on or worse. That's the safe assumption. One driver caught a man just leaving his truck and heading toward the truck stop completely barefoot and oblivious to the filth on the asphalt. I don't know. I mean, first off, when I see a man walking that's barefoot in anywhere that's not his own home, even I'm starting to get a little squeamish at like a water park. You see a guy like walking around, whatever. I don't fuck with the bear. I'm always like got a few screws loose. Walking barefoot, you know what I mean? Especially people like, I'm connecting to the earth.
They're grounding.
Yeah, if I'm grounding to the earth, I don't know. I just picture like a big dog turd like going between their toes.
I think you get worms through your feet. You can step in worms and they go through your feet.
Jesus. Really?
Fact check.
Trucker worms?
Yeah, trucker worms.
A separate video showed a driver walking past another trucker who was bent over barefoot inspecting something on the floor of his cab. Literally centimeters away from the man's bare feet is a random puddle of mysterious liquid. You try to tell me what it is, I don't know, but imagine I can't even fathom, even if it was water. Can you imagine if the wet bottoms of your feet? I don't know. Some truckers opt to use catheters or even wear diapers in order to save time and stress that comes with looking for nearby bathrooms, which I gotta say, anybody who is wearing a diaper, I commend you. If you're just like, it's not even worth it. You change yourself. You think they have giant truckers like in the bathroom? It's like the things that fall off the wall. Put baby powder on it.
Oh, they're doing it themselves?
Yeah, exactly. They're changing themselves. Wang! On an adult baby diaper lover forum, of course we're going to look there, many truckers chimed in to state that it's great for long drives that don't have frequent truck stops. Other options include poop buckets as well as opening the door to piss real quick during a red light. Call that a drive-by. Over time, there have been various wide-held beliefs and superstitions that permeate throughout the community. Many truckers believe that abiding by them all will save them from a potentially dangerous journey. These include never holding an empty load, as it leads to bad luck. Many truck drivers prefer to leave a toy or random object on their flatbeds to be extra safe. You gotta have something. The demon of the road will get you if not. Referring to your truck as a she or her, similar to sailors, and never drive your truck with $50 bills in your pocket. This originated from NASCAR driver Joe Witherly, who died in 1964 in a car crash during his final race. Later, two $50 bills were found on his person.
That's a race car driver.
Yeah, but truck driver, NASCAR driver, we're kind of in the same wheelhouse here. He's like, hey, the ghost of Joe Witherly will come and kill you. Hold your breath as you pass cemeteries to avoid bad luck. And alternatively, holding your breath through a tunnel brings good luck.
I didn't know that was a truck driver thing.
You should always pat your dashboard after you complete a job and tapping the roof of your truck as you go past a yellow light for good luck. Now you know.
I didn't know those were all truck driver things.
I think it might have started as truck driver, but I think it's a lot of road rule stuff. But I feel like a lot of that stuff starts with the kings of the roads, the truck drivers. Out of all the various aspects of trucker community, there is one that has become much more mainstream. I'm talking, of course, about lot lizards. Oh yeah. We had to get there eventually. A lot lizard refers to a truck stop prostitute, something many truckers have encountered during their travels. To refer back to our glossary of trucker lingo, the term party row refers to the back row of large parking lots, which got its name from being the most common spot for lot lizards would target, right? All the people that are in the back, away from the lights. That's where all the sucking and fucking's going on. Yeah, you don't want to see the lot lizards in the daytime. They're hiding under rocks.
Do you think there's got to be normal people who go to the backs looking for lot lizards, like in a car, normal car?
Maybe, but I'd like to think that the lot lizards have pride and they don't take them. Where's your cabin? Well, I got a F-150. No, I don't think that's how it works, sweetheart. Yeah, please. No, I don't think so. Yeah, can you imagine being on the back? I need pussy, please. All right, fine. All you have to do is say please. All right, you're kind. Prostitution is apparently rampant at truck stops. Yeah, apparently. That's weird. So a lot of truckers are more wary of the larger cities. And in fact, many interactions with lot lizards are police sting operations, which I gotta say, what else? Do you have anything better to do with your time?
I was gonna say,
can a guy not go by? Can a woman not make some money and a guy not get his fucking nut?
They're lonely.
Exactly. Can I have like a fucking woman just like pound my shit a bit? Thank you. There's a tip.
I'm tired of coming on my shoes.
I'm tired of my fucking pedals are caked in fucking Yankee wax. I need some companionship. Police also monitor truck radios for signals that someone is soliciting sex, so the frequency of truck stop prostitution has reduced significantly over time. Buzzkill. Some truckers have claimed to see white vans pull into truck stops to drop off what is described as fake lot lizards, used to catch people who are indulging in their services. So that's a CB radio thing. The sugar is sweet, but don't take the candy. I repeat, do not take it. The cop. Come back. Another person responded with advice that one of his commercial driving license instructors told him, quote, if you ever see a sexy lizard, she's a cop. God damn, look at her. Nope. Too good to be true. Yeah, there's like a half mutant person walking around. Now, hello, good looking. The buffet is open. That being said, a lot of people have many beautiful lot lizard tales to tell. One man from Indiana had a woman knock on his truck at 3 a.m. to advertise her services. She was rejected. Yeah, right. And the man proceeded to watch her hopping from truck to truck, making time in between to wash out her pussy with Coca-Cola. But see, that's how you keep it sweet. You gotta wash out your pussy with a little bit of Coca-Cola. That's what a guy does. Oh my God. She used to do with mug root beer, but she's there after a while. They'd be like, it's a root beer float. This isn't the only dark corner of the trucking world. In fact, this profession can attract deeply disturbed people. No. Come on, what? Truck drivers move through states so quickly and frequently that it's harder to track them down, making it ideal for certain types of crimes. In 2003 to 2004, a crime analyst from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation looked at bodies found along highways and realized there was a connection between the location of the bodies and the routes that long-haul truckers take. The FBI had to develop the Highway Serial Killing Initiative, the HSK, which aimed to help stop serial killers in the trucking industry. It's like also the last bastion, because I feel like back in the day in the 60s, 50s, and 60s and all that, there wasn't a lot of ways to catch people, so you could like, a lot of people would pick people up in cars, like hitchhikers and stuff, and kill them. This is like one of the actual last ways of like, well, I was supposed to go this way. I don't know. Shit happens. How many people drive along the highway? It's like still the perfect cover up for these fucking psychos. It is believed that a massive underground network of potential serial killers exists with the purpose of picking up lot lizards at truck stops, killing them, and leaving their bodies on barren stretches of roads during their late at night drives, which is also, once again, you have a business to be there. There's like desolate places out in the middle of nowhere that no one's hardly looking, and then you're also picking up lot lizards, aka prostitutes, which already probably no one's looking for them either. It's the perfect crime. The FBI is looking at 850 murders, with most victims being prostitutes. It's very hard to solve these crimes due to the victims already being alienated from their family, and they don't get reported missing, and the suspects are able to travel thousands of miles away from the scene of the crime by the time the victim even would be found, or even if they do get found. While they have made some arrests, the vast majority of these murders are all cold cases with no leads at all. So when you're gleefully signaling a nearby trucker to honk his horn at you, there's always a chance that you are looking in the eyes of a serial killer. Which is a bit dramatic, but you never know. He's either just got done beating his dick, he took a shit on the side of the road, or he killed somebody. Those are the only options, all right?
I feel like you could say that about anybody. You could be staring in the eyes of the serial killer at your grocery store.
Yeah, but it feels so much more true when you're talking about a trucker, doesn't it? It's surprising just how many people are totally unaware of what goes on in the trucking world, despite seeing truckers almost every day of your life. What seems like a mundane job to many can actually be a life full of adventure with all sorts of unexpected turns. It's also a job that, while incredibly important, can be quite lonesome, with some people leaving their families for long periods of time to make a living. So the next time you angrily drive past a truck driver on a busy freeway, take a second to consider that. These are just people doing their job, and it's a very lonely one at that. So with that, I leave you with, don't fuck lot lizards. I'm telling you, that'd be bad. If you take a shit, go out in the middle of the woods. I think if you were beside a wooded area and it was like, this is so busy, there's tall grass, you took shit in the tall grass, to me, that is totally fine.
Yeah,
cover it. It'll be itchy though.
Put a blanket over.
Confucius say, man with itchy tushy, wake up with smelly finger. All right, bye.
Wise words.
Back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about catfishing. The dating world is already full of uncertainty, but perhaps the worst thing anyone can experience on a date is being catfished. Nick, give him a breakdown what catfishing is.
It's where a man or woman pretends to be someone they're not, get your hopes up and crush your heart.
Now, is that just physical looks, or does it also go to well, I guess people lie about their jobs and all kinds of stuff too.
Mainly it's the physical look. That's how I see catfishing.
I feel like more men will lie about their job for status or financial status or whatever.
I've had someone it was a woman and they were sending pictures of a more attractive woman, and then when I try to go on a date, they're like, I have to explain, these pictures of me aren't me. There's someone I found online. And then we did a video call and she's like, do you still want to go on a date with me? And I was like, no, you lied to me.
Well, first off, that's a guilt trip. 1,000,000% that's someone trying to guilt trip you into going on a date with them. Did she try to justify, well, I have to do this because...
She just said that she does this with a bunch of guys. She likes the attention.
Oh my God, get away from me, demon. What a weird thing to say. I do this to everybody. I don't have a heart. I don't know. I just don't really think about anybody but myself. Anyways, fuck you. What else are you supposed to say with that? You might think that catfishing is a rare occurrence, but you'd be dead wrong. With online dating becoming more and more popular alongside advancing technology, changing who you are has never been easier. In the US alone, states like New Hampshire and Arizona lose anywhere from $7 to $43 million in romance scams a year. And in India, reports indicate that at least 60% of all matches are catfished.
So if I ever go to India, do not open up Tinder.
Well, I don't suit my options off for a bit. Do you think there are people who are like, I'm going to go to a foreign country and find my true love through Tinder?
I could see some weeb going to Japan and be like, I'm going to find my...
Oh, sure. Oh, I guess it's the difference between that and a passport bro is that they're going there specifically for that versus I wonder if people are just just roll the dice and see.
Maybe I get lucky and she can come in my bag and take her home with me.
We'll break her legs. We'll fit her in the bag. And when they scan, I'll do... Shh. Don't say anything. Are you okay in there, Sakura? I love you, baby.
I think after 50 pounds, you got to start paying money.
AI is only making the problem worse, whether it's the thousands of people dating literal robots or people using programs to face swap and realistically alter their looks. People of all ages are looking to swindle on unsuspecting dates. So much so that we're even seeing cases of family members helping other family members catfish people. What? How fucking weird is that? Way to lower your child's morale. You are ugly. You should pretend to be someone else because that's the only way this is going to happen.
Also, you know what that says? I think the parents were probably catfishers as well. That's how I got your dad.
That's just our way. That's the Williams way.
I want to know if catfishing has ever worked.
Oh, 100%. There's got to be a guy out there where he shows up and he's like, well, you're not really what I remember, but it'll do. Read my book. How do you text with those hooves? So put on your best clothes and get ready to be in shock as we unmask the dark world of catfishing. Catfishing has long since been in the cultural zeitgeist. Shows like MTV's Catfish were hugely successful even back in 2012. The show's premise was simple. The hosts Neve Schulman and Max Joseph would receive an email for someone requesting they investigate their online love interest to see if they are who they really are. I feel like the Catfish movie is when I really knew what that term meant. Before the show, Neve did the documentary showcasing his catfish. I wondered too how much, I was thinking about this, how much that documentary and how much his show actually just where people were like, oh, I can do that. He He just showed people being like, oh wait, you can just trick people like this? Oh, okay. You know, I guess damned if you do, damned if you don't, but you know. From there, the host would do deep dives into the other person's life, reverse image searching, and finding any information they can, which is the funniest thing ever. I love that they act like they're like forensic detectives. He's like, Max, I don't know about this. This is kind of weird. I'll like go on his Facebook and they just type in a name. That's not who that is. Whoa! And he has a camcorder. Yo! What?
I got matched up with Pokimane.
What if it was really her? Do you want me to use this as a time to say that Pokimane, if you're single and available, that you would go on a date with her?
Pokimane, if you broke up with your neighbor, I am single. I will travel to you.
You broke up with your neighbor? What are you talking about?
She's doing like a series where she's like, I'm cooking. My neighbor's such a good.
Oh my God, you actually know, like, do you watch her?
No, it's on Twitter. I see clips of it.
Stop bringing her up on the channel. God. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, GamerSupps, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because GamerSupps gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to GamerSupps right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to GamerSupps and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. Then they travel to meet the person and confront them about lying, or to simply talk with them. If the person is a catfish, they've revealed their true identity to the victim either online or in person. It is a captivating show. The most awkward interaction, a guy was catfishing another guy pretending to be a girl. He like walks up, he's like, we could have had everything. Or something crazy, some crazy shit. And the guy's on like a park bench like, what the fuck? And Neve has to step forward. He's like, yo, bro, back up. And then Max is in the background.
They could definitely start faking it.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I would imagine from the inception of the show, it was probably majority faked, yeah.
You think the documentary's real though? That felt.
Yeah, definitely. I think that feels more realistic. Also, for people to even be willing to be like, yes, I'm the catfish, let me come forward and reveal who I am, I don't believe it. I mean, that's the thing about the internet, is that people, if you're a catfish, if you get caught, you swim away. Oh, never mind. Oh, delete my account. There it is. This simple yet captivating concept drew in audiences weekly and was highly rated for the ridiculous stories it aired. Sadly, as the show progressed, audiences felt it lost its original mystique because people became better at recognizing fake accounts, which made the reveals less shocking. Also, too, once people realize that catfishing's a thing, they're just like, I mean, I'm being fucking catfished. This is not who it is. It's just not as juicy. There's not the mystique of people being like, wait, what? This is a thing? Oh my God.
That's why I require every woman to send me their driver's license and social security number.
You have to, and a blood sample. Just to make sure you are who you say you are, sweetie. I'm trying to protect both of us. Kiss me. However, many of the show's former contestants and viral moments carry on its legacy in other online communities. One AMA on Reddit, hosted by Neve, who answered many common questions about the show and reminisced with the fans about their favorite moments. In a very short AMA, a person claimed to be a paid actor playing the person being scammed and said the majority of the show was scripted, though they were told some of them were 100% real, which I believe that one out of everything. One, I don't even think it's the showrunners. It's definitely the network also being like, this needs to be way crazier. We're gonna get some actors in there. We're gonna fabricate some shit. How many times can you have some fucking weird person that's just like, I just didn't know how to say this to you. I'm sorry. You know?
Also, if I was getting catfished, I don't want people to fucking know what I said to them. What?
No shit. Did you send this dick pic and you said that your mommy was hard? That she wanted her milk? Kinda wish you didn't read that, but yeah, I said that. If someone approached you with this, would you just think that this is a moment to get on TV? And you're like, oh, well, I get to get on TV. Or do you think this is an actual way of being like, well, how romantic is it that it'll be filmed and then it'll be caught on television that she accepts me for who I am, or they accept me for who I am?
How do you get self-esteem by being shown on the show? That would destroy my.
You don't. That's also why, once again, I'm actor. Fans also brought up the numerous insane stories, like in season 5, when a man named Spencer Foley believed he was dating Katy Perry. During their quote-unquote relationship, she shared unreleased music and even planned to propose to her with his great-grandma's emerald ring. However, the host revealed that the woman he was talking to was a woman in England named Harriet. When Spencer heard the news, he didn't believe it, even after the host flew him to England to meet the woman. But there's no way. You're not Katie. He's like, not, like, I could see also people not understand the situation. No, Katie, she's not dating you. This is who's actually been talking to you. That's not Katy Perry. Oh no, I've been lied to you. Yeah, you still going to propose to me at a concert? Another episode that season featured a man named Lucas, whose real name was Zach, who was actively leading on 3 different women. God damn. After some digging, the host discovered that he had an extensive history of catfishing, allegedly involving around 400 women. Now this has become an addiction. It's like a little dopamine hit every day, you know?
As I've never catfished, but I could assume...
You've definitely, whatever. I've never catfished, but I can assume that this is exactly what would happen, and this is exactly how I would do it. I've never done it before.
I assume it's like an acting role. I get to play this character.
Oh yeah, well you get to escape who you are. I get to be the every better version of myself, or sometimes a worse version of myself. Probably the most insane story came from the show was released in season 2. A woman named Carmen contacted Neve and Max with a concern about her cousin Antoine's love interest. According to her, the man her cousin was in contact with was named Tony, and he refused to talk on the phone or send a photo throughout their entire 3-year relationship. How do you go 3 years, Antoine? Come on now. Despite this, Antoine is not fazed because he is in love with Tony for his voice. The investigation took them to Cincinnati, where they used an old phone number to locate Tony. It turned out that the phone number led them to an address of a convinced criminal, Anthony Thomas. Because of this, the host believed Tony never sent any photos because he was actually calling from jail. So they continued searching around the city, but found nothing. Feeling defeated, they returned to inform Carmen and Antoine that Tony is likely not a real person, when out of nowhere, Carmen admits to being Tony. For 3 years, Carmen catfished her cousin Antoine because years earlier, he called her fat ass Kelly Price. And she was so offended that she faked a multi-year relationship. This is an evil thing to do. For a fat Kelly Price, get over it. That's not that bad. Fat ass Kelly Price, that's not bad. For a multi-year emotional terrorism, okay. As they continued to question Carmen about why she did it, she admitted she loved catfishing and saw nothing wrong with what she had done. That's just so weird too that you're role-playing probably sexual conversations with your cousin and stuff, doing all that weird shit.
She definitely got hard or wet too.
She definitely got hard. Her clit looked like a nerd rope. Catfishing stories come in all shapes and sizes. Strangely enough, many people have been scammed after believing that they were in a romantic relationship with Elon Musk. Who would want to date Elon? Can you actually imagine going on a date with Elon? There's the money, but still, I mean, like, listen, I get that of, oh, well, he's the richest man in the world. I'll tell you what, at the same time, if you can find a guy that makes like 150 grand, you get just about a similar thing. Honestly, who wants to go? Can I buy a yacht? When have you ever actually thought about that in your life, right? Can you imagine going on a date with Elon at whatever fucking cryptic hellhole he takes you to, and then later, yeah, he courts you?
I was actually going to see if you wanted to come up.
Okay.
Score.
I have Starlink upstairs. We could play
Starlink. We play Diablo 2.
One older woman, Hilda Holland, supposedly met with him on Threads. Yeah, right. On Threads? God, would this happen last year? Supposedly met with him on Threads and started video chatting. Also, the competitor. She met with him on a competitive platform. In reality, this was an AI deepfake that also used a fake Elon voice to lure her in. God, that would make me run away.
Come sit on Papa's lap. Hilda, I'm going to take you to Morocco.
Hilda was told to send him money through gift cards, but to not redeem. After $60,000 worth of cards were sent, stores like Home Depot started refusing to sell her more. Good! At what point do you not know?
Also, the richest man in the world needs Home Depot gift cards.
The richest? No shit. The richest man.
You have to go, Hilda. You have to go to Home Depot.
My money's all tied up in stocks.
It's all tied up in stocks and bonds. I'm not able to make it home from Morocco.
She believed the fake Elon Musk when he told her she would receive a Tesla car and stacks of cash in return for her help. Hilda was then told the FedEx vehicle delivering the money crashed and that she would have to pay $1,500 to repair it. I like how she could have also literally just put a down payment on a Tesla and got it herself. There's no way to go beat around the bush. Like, getting $60,000 worth of Home Depot gift cards for some Elon dick and a goddamn Tesla. what are we thinking? A lot of people will be like, I'm afraid for my safety. So then they do these demands that they think that these people have power over them that they don't actually have. I feel bad. I do feel bad, but this is just a woman who's just like, she's fucking like a soggy diaper down there. You know what I mean? It's just fucking, she's just like, Elon's gonna come tap Hilda. Man, will you stop referring to yourself in the third person? Hilda horny. In the Home Depot line, splish splash, I was taking a bath, baby.
That's definitely what happened at Home Depot. She came in so often, like, why are you buying so many cards? They're like, oh,
Elon's gonna rail me. Yeah, I gotta get Elon home from Morocco, so he's gonna send me a Tesla. And he's gonna let it fucking clap. And I bet you anything, the staff was just like, I hate this woman. And then after a while, one person had a heart and they were like, we can't let you anymore. I refuse. I cannot let you do this anymore. One poor 80-year-old woman from Washington dodged mortgage payments for 10 months so she could instead send her love, Elon Musk, the money. After over $50,000 was spent via Apple gift cards, her daughter stepped in to investigate. She looked through her phone and saw that a fake Elon Musk convinced her that he would soon be whisking her away in a private jet and taking her to an island resort. That's very sad. Once again, it's just the old people, man. Also, too, that old people are still that ready. I feel like at 80, I'm gonna be like, I don't care. You know, if some like beautiful woman was like, oh, we could run away together, so I'd be like, no, I'm good. At 80, because also it's saying to get whisking your way to an island resort. I mean, probably to get fucking pounded by Elon. In one of the most catastrophic Elon scams, an elderly woman from Texas dropped as much as $600,000 after meeting a man posting as the billionaire. She was convinced that investing into his company would give amazing returns, but she'd have to give the money to him directly. Instead, this money was going directly into Moynihan's painting business. He was soon caught and arrested by police. I feel like a lot of people do targeted scams like that, or targeted catfishing towards like rich elderly people. Well, elderly people, just because it's like they have the retirement, they have excess funds, they don't know what the fuck's going on. What? Well, you're gonna take me where? That kind of thing. If I had a relative that was like kind of well off, they were living in retirement, I'd be like, who are these people that are like you're interacting with every day? Like even like the person you like, oh, I go to my water aerobics in the morning. Who's the teacher? How do I know that guy isn't also just like, hey, I have this great little thing. You know what I mean? I wouldn't trust anybody. Sometimes the person catfishing is closer to you than you realize. For one woman named Olivia Fenton, she was tricked into pursuing a man that was secretly her boss in disguise. Olivia's female manager convinced her to go on a date with one of her best male friends. She agreed, and after some conversation, they decided to plan something together. He never showed up to the date. They tried for a second one, but he failed to pull through again, this time due to non-stop meetings. The third date was to take place at a bar. Olivia arrived, only to get a text saying that he wasn't able to find her, so he left. She convinced him to come back, but apparently his train got stuck underground and he couldn't. After telling her manager that the guy she set her up with wasn't working out, she just so happened to get a message from him asking for one final chance. So they planned a dinner, but he claimed to have gotten into a car crash and was unable to make it. From there, she started to put things together. The flowers he once sent to her home just so happened to have a similar writing to her manager's. And in the end, it turned out her manager was using a burner phone and pretending to be this imaginary man using photos of random person from Georgia. It was suspected that she was secretly gay and was struggling to come to terms with her sexuality, so she tried using a fake man to pursue a relationship with Olivia. Regardless, she went to HR and got fired. She also found out that this was not the first time she'd done this to a female coworker. Whoa. How did the HR? All right, one time, we'll let it slide. But two, you're fired. One of the most recent examples of a humiliating catfish encounter takes place just recently within the Reddit r/anti-meme community. This community is dedicated to making anti-jokes, but this story focuses specifically on two moderators, RioBox and Course Mediocre 7899, who have been dating for a few months. Out of nowhere, Course stopped communicating with Rio for 48 hours, prompting him to assume that she was in grave danger. He immediately made a post desperately asking anyone who's seen her active online to reach out to him. Attached was a missing person graphic that included her profile picture, which was a photo of the actress Rachel Brosnahan with a heart filter over it. Made a goddamn missing poster. Reddit, okay? The missing person photo graphic had a heart filter over it to really emphasize how truly serious this situation is. 18 hours after that, he announced that she was dead and poured his heart out over his heavy feelings of pain and personal guilt. Apparently, her brother reached out to him via Discord to announce that she took her own life in what is now an infamous string of Discord messages. The way he announced her death was by telling him, quote, "She's no more." Real response saying, No! He would later admit that he typed this as he was physically screaming, no! No! This post included a new graphic, the same edited photo of her profile picture, this time in black and white, and slapped onto a stock photo of a headstone. There's no way this is real.
This was actually happening on Reddit.
The post would end with Rio threatening to ban anyone that speaks ill, of course, as she was seen as a controversial mod in the community. Some made jokes, but many saw the entire situation as incredibly suspicious. Redditors started digging through Corse's account to find that they were undoubtedly a young boy from India pretending to be a 26-year-old woman. This was pretty clear, seeing as they had posts talking about living in India and even speaking Hindi. They even found the Xbox gamer tag and saw that he was playing Minecraft Mobile after her supposed death. The story ends with Rio admitting that he jumped the gun on all the frantic posts and that he was very likely catfished. He is now taking a hiatus from the subreddit, and the line, "she's no more," has cemented itself as a meme within the community.
They were dating for 3 months and they were calling each other husband and wife. And he was freaking out because he only had her Reddit account and nothing else. So he didn't have her phone number or anything. So it sounds like this Indian guy got in too deep.
This Indian child.
Indian child got in too deep. So he hit the nuclear option, just killed her off.
She's no more is so good. Can you send photos on Reddit?
Yeah, you can send photos.
Do you think that he'd send him a picture and the kid was like, I have gone too far?
Yeah.
Oh no, I have gone too far.
He was probably talking about like marriage and stuff. Mate, you know, we could be real husband and wife.
No, that's cool. I don't think I want that. And then bam, hog. Oh, I have to become no more.
I had someone, something similar happen. No, hold on. Oh, hold on. There was hold on. No, get back here. There was someone I was talking to, and then for months we stopped talking, and then I messaged them back, like just with a hey, and then on their account, the said, hey, I'm so-and-so's brother. I have some bad news. She died. And I believed it. But then after reading this, I was like, oh, fuck.
Let me ask you this. Did you send any dirty pics to this number?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
There's a child out there that has your photos, Nick. That is unbelievable. How do we know this child isn't watching us now?
Oh, I don't know. This was years ago, so.
You want to come make a public statement to this person?
Oh, you want me to?
Might as well, on camera.
Fuck you for breaking my heart.
I think all the people who've been catfished felt your pain right there, Nick. Being catfished doesn't fall under a simple tax bracket. In fact, the rich and famous are just as susceptible for being catfished. In 2022, AMC Theater CEO Adam Aron began messaging and eventually sexting a ballet dancer named Mia, whom he believed to have had a relationship with in the past. Can I just put an announcement on real quick? Adam Aron, hey, do we need 7 AMC commercials before the movie? I know where I'm at. We went and saw Nirvana the band, the show, the movie. 7 AMC commercials. That fucking one with Nicole Kidman. There's like the fucking Coke one. There's the goddamn AMC. Like, who cares about the laser technology? Can we talk about that? Who gives a fuck? And it's always that fucking deep ass lights. This is laser magic. You're like, shut the fuck up. I hope this ends bad for him. Whatever. Okay. After a week of messaging and using other fake identities such as an ex-boyfriend, Mia revealed her true intentions and demanded hundreds of thousands of dollars from Adam. Otherwise, she would leak his lewd photos. Would you give a fuck? I'm the AMC CEO.
Unless you have a little tiny cock.
Even then, if your little pig dick was out there, it is what it is. Now you know. Guess what? I'm still hundreds of thousands of dollars richer. Why would I care?
Ego. These guys have huge egos, small peen.
Well, they probably have to have egos with having the 7 AMC commercials before a movie after I've just watched 45 minutes of trailers. So this hour-and-a-half long movie has now turned into a 3.5 hour long excursion because of this. Thankfully, Adam didn't give in and immediately contact the FBI, which led to the person playing Mia to get arrested. 35-year-old Sequoia Blackwood was charged with cyberstalking, extortion, and interstate communications with intent to extort. Catfishes sometimes target more than one person. In another case, a catfish was able to trick a long list of celebrities into performing for their dying daughter. In 2013, Hope Jackson reached out to a bunch of celebrities, including the musical group The Little Big Town, Kate Gosselin, and Brad Paisley, posing as the mother looking to fulfill her daughter's dying wishes of meeting celebrities, aka this definitely big old girl was looking for country music artists to come play for her. Brad Paisley, will you take me home? I want to be Mrs. Paisley. Feeling sympathetic, most of the celebrities reached out and began regularly talking with Hope and her daughter. Both Brad Paisley and his wife were extremely involved with the young girl, constantly texting her over 10 days, even singing Amazing Grace over the phone. Not long after meeting her, Hope said that her daughter died. Multiple celebrities reached out for an address to send flowers, but Hope refused to do so. The celebrities also asked for pictures, which she refused to provide, and this is where people started to get suspicious. Word? I can't have one photo of your daughter? You know what you could try to do though if this happens, Nick? For when you eventually catfish someone and you do this exact thing, you should say this, or she should have said this, was, I can't take a photo because it steals a piece of her soul. That because people believe that. So be like, she's on her death's door and I can't, all of her needs to go to heaven.
Religious angle.
The police were called and soon discovered the whole thing was a hoax. She was charged with 1 count of theft of services for making Brad sing over the phone for free and was sentenced to 5 years of probation and mental health treatment. Here's what I gotta say. Okay, Brad, singing Amazing Grace over the phone? Well, we gotta charge her for that, right? That's just not free. I'd let that slide, but I'd say we're gonna put you in a fucking nut house. You had all these people wrapped around your finger, didn't once ask for money, which to me also shows it wasn't malicious. It's just some person who was just wanted to meet their celebrity in a very creepy way, mind you. I would say, okay, well, that was odd, but we're gonna help you out, okay? And I do. And some guy with a giant syringe does in the back of her neck. Oh. Most catfish either blow their cover, give up, or get what they wanted before things get too crazy. However, there are a few extreme cases that can destroy people's lives. One young woman convinced her friend to catfish her own father. Why? The two friends in their 20s were bored one day and decided to prank their dad, who was plagued with tons of bad breakups and experiences with gold diggers. Why do this to this man? What, am I wrong? One woman suggested that her friend find her father on a dating app and catfish him as a prank. The friend made an account posing as a 50-year-old woman and quickly found her father and began messaging. What started out as a completely harmless chat soon turned into full-on sexting. One day, the two women were on a hike when the friend handed her phone to the woman while she went to the bathroom. She saw that her phone was being blown up by her friend's father with extremely lewd messages. When her friend returned, she called her out and her friend got angry and stormed off, saying she wasn't doing anything wrong. Now the friend has gone practically no contact and blames the woman for even suggesting the idea of catfishing her dad, even though she has continued to do it for 2 months straight. Sounds like she just wants to fuck the dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
See, that once again, is that not a good catfish? Hey, so actually it's me. What? I thought you were a 50-year-old woman. Now you're a 28-year-old. Oh my God. Some catfishing tales even end in brutal murder. Like a big story that took place in 2007 between a former Marine and a supposed 18-year-old girl. Thomas Montgomery was a 47-year-old former Marine and married father of 2, and was struggling in a sexless marriage. After being introduced to the gambling site Pogo, he meets a woman in a chat room who calls herself Tall Hot Blonde, which of course the guy's like 2007 ex-Marine being like, oh my God, that's hot. That's just her username. Whoa. The woman admitted to being 18, causing Thomas, whose username was Marine Sniper, to pretend to be 18 as well, despite U.S. Marine records showing he was never a sniper, nor did he see any action during his time in the military. I digress. It turned out she was a high school softball player named Jessie from West Virginia, and very soon they started to flirt and the relationship started to develop. She would send provocative pics, and in return, he sent pics of himself when he was much younger in his military uniform. They became in love with each other, sending gifts, love letters, and having phone calls, and even having cyber sex behind his wife's back. Thomas started becoming obsessed, writing notes to himself like one that read, quote, go ahead, Nick.
On January 2nd, 2006, Tom Montgomery, 46 years old, ceased to exist and is replaced by an 18-year-old battle-scarred Marine. He's moving to West Virginia to be with his love of his life.
Meanwhile, at work, his co-workers were hearing him openly brag about dating a teenager. One of them, 22-year-old Brian Barrett, would even get involved as well. At one point, Thomas's wife would intercept a package from Jessie that included love letters and red panties. She was disgusted and felt horrible for the young woman, so he wrote back explaining that he was a middle-aged father and and not the man she thought he was. She also gave Jesse the contact for Brian Barrett, who was closer to her age. Jesse wanted revenge after being catfished, so she started chatting up Brian, moving into yet another romantic relationship. This rivalry between Thomas and Brian would lead to a tragic event. Thomas was fed up with Brian, so he brought a rifle with him and confronted Brian as he was sitting in his car after work, shooting him 3 times and killing him. His body was found 2 days later, and Thomas was arrested on top of being hit with a truly shocking discovery. It turns out that Jesse was a middle-aged mother named Mary Sheeler pretending to be an 18-year-old girl in an order to flirt with men online. The most depraved part was that the mother's daughter was named Jessie. She was posing as her own daughter and sending photos of her to Thomas. This included more than casual photos. In fact, she was taking creep shots of her as well. Creepy! Ugh! Thomas was thrown in prison for 20 years, but Mary was able to walk free because catfishing is not a crime. Millions of people each year get catfished, falling in love with someone only to find out that they wasted a large chunk of their life. It's safe to say for anyone currently in the dating game, you need to know what catfishing is to be suspicious of behavior. So make sure you spot the warning signs before you get duped into wasting your time and possible life. Yeah, just wasting a little bit of your time. Probably not your life, but still, it is annoying. Nick, how many times have you been catfished?
Most of them are like, you know, because I swipe on the Asians, like...
Why do you like Asian women so much? Because you're cruel.
I'm cruel.
If a woman is not Asian, you do not give them the time of day.
True. That is not true.
That is absolutely true. Every time you date an Asian girl, you're like, oh, I don't know this and that. I could let this slide. And then God forbid any other girl does anything wrong. Well, I stopped talking to her. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about the Stranger Things fan base. Not just Stranger Things, but I will say we might talk a little bit about the newest season because, poopy stinky. So spoilers, I guess. Spoilers ahead in case someone's like, dude, what the hell? I was going to watch that. Warning.
Well, I mean, God, with...
You've been spoiled. The release of Stranger Things might be one of the biggest media sensations of all time. People like to, shit on the last season and be like, this shit's dog. But people forget that for the last 10 years, this show has had a goddamn stranglehold on the population, right? Granted, might be a younger fan base, but a fan base nonetheless. And we've covered obsessive fandoms before, but Stranger Things is up there with one of the most feverish, one of the most diabolical, one of the most rabid. Not only are they glued to the screen and hyper-analyzing every single scene, they're also shipping characters and sometimes delving into straight up harassment of the young actors themselves, which also, if you don't know shipping, I'm pretty sure it means they're like, this person should f this person. That's a ship. With the recent release of new season, there has been a divide over the ending of the entire series. And now more than ever, people are realizing how insufferable the fan base truly is, which if you didn't get that from the TikToks from 2 years ago, remember Eddie Munson? Or people doing the Stranger thing, they fucking blew up that one song. Well, we can't even sing it because it'll just get copyright struck, but still.
I'm running up that hill.
Stories of fans stalking cast members and using AI to live out Stranger Things dreams are spreading like wildfire. And this isn't the first time the fan base has been criticized for their behavior, and it certainly won't be the last. So, brace yourselves as we look into the Stranger Things fan base and all the cringe it has to offer. You think that this is going to hold up like, I don't know, the Back to the Future fan base?
No.
This is 50 years strong. Can you imagine 50 years from now someone with like an Eddie Munson shirt on? That's going to happen though. There'll be a Hellfire Club shirt here and there. Will people be regarded as like one of the, greatest movies or greatest shows? Probably not.
Maybe the first season. First season's good.
It's okay. But to truly understand why the fans of Stranger Things are losing their collective minds across the internet, we got to go back to the beginning. Stranger Things was created by the Duffer Brothers and released on Netflix in 2016, instantly becoming a massive hit and marking itself as one of the platform's most popular shows. Can't believe it's been 10 years. 10 fucking years. 2016. Holy moly. The story takes place in the 80s, and immense work was put into making sure the setting feels like it's taking place during that time. The music, the clothing, and the innocence of depicting children going on adventures in a small town unlocked a deep longing and obsession with nostalgia. If I remember back then, that is truly the beginning. I feel like Stranger Things marked in media that true, like, everything's going to be 80s. The 80s nostalgia. I could be wrong, could be talking on my ass, but I feel like around that time is when the 80s nostalgia really blew up, which is we're in the 90s now. Now everyone's nostalgic for the 90s.
It definitely accelerated it. Everybody's just wanted to copy Stranger Things.
Yeah, everybody was just kind of, which I think the It movies, those were like 80s, because they even got like some of the cast members from, or just maybe just Finn Wolfhard. But I remember just being like, is this just Stranger Things? I felt it was very, I don't know, it was odd. The series continued, releasing new seasons fairly consistently, and as the show got bigger and the story became more fantastical, the budget started to climb from initial $48 million from season 1 to $80 million by season 3. And this is where things started to ramp up. The time between seasons went from around 1 year to over 3+ years, with the budget drastically multiplying. Fast forward to the end of season 4, it was understood that the following season would be the grand finale, with a budget totaling around $500 million. Each year that passed by with no release, the more pressure there was to deliver an amazing payoff, right? Well, surely we're waiting because it takes time to make perfection, right, Nick?
Oh, of course.
Also, our little teen cast, they're all 33 years old now. Eventually, in 2025, 3.5 years later, the final season dropped. While fans had a lot of great moments to appreciate throughout the final season, a surprisingly large portion of the audience was greatly disappointed by a lot of the decisions made. Now, let me ask you this, Nick, because you haven't seen it. You're probably not going to see it.
No.
I saw it.
You like it?
No, but still, I was going to say, is there any conceivable way this could have made a landing? It's the same thing with Game of Thrones. Even if Game of Thrones took its time and, people were like, you need to build up this, you need to build up that. Does it take too long? And then people were like, this should have ended 3 years ago. This should have ended 2 seasons ago. I feel like with these long-standing giant things, you get so big that there is no possible way you could stick the landing.
You're not going to please everybody.
No.
It's also extremely hard to end a show. I'm trying to think, I think Breaking Bad.
I remember at the time people bitched about that. I know people look back on it now and they're like, it was awesome.
Yeah, exactly. There's always, when it first comes out, people are always going to be disappointed, especially if there's a mystery. Or
Vince Gilligan's the only one who knows how to do it right, dude. Better Call Saul, great ending.
Do people universally love that ending?
I don't know. But see, at the same time, is Better Call Saul as big as Stranger Things? No.
I think you get so big that I don't think...
You need to be medium big.
Yeah.
If you're the biggest, you're going to be like the fucking... What's the giant blimp? The Heisenberg?
Oh, the Hindenburg.
Yeah, I know. But see, it's there. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. If you're saying new year, new me, but you're still stuck with the same old mattress, what the f are you doing? A well-lived life starts with rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up on a mattress that's made for you! With better sleep, you can have more energy and more focus, helping you stay productive. You think? So many of us are getting it wrong from the start! Good sleep starts with a better mattress. No way, right? If you're sleeping on rocks, if you sleep on a mattress, it may be better. Really, Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. If you're too hot at night, or if you sleep on your side, they want to know! Each of these personal details allows them to find the right mattress for you. Before you get a Helix Sleep mattress, you take a sleep quiz to find out the perfect blend of what you need. Do you like homework? That's what you gotta do! Let Helix Sleep find your dream mattress, and everyone is different. For instance, some people need a firm mattress. Others might prefer a soft one. Others get very hot at night. Some need cooling memory foam and Glaciotech technology to sleep. The quiz is very quick, but it takes your answers and recommends the best mattress choice for you. I'm getting my best sleep with my Dusk Lux mattress. It serves my particular needs and it provides deep, restful sleep each night. And it's amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy. Can't you tell how chipper I am? And I'm getting more work done, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what the f I was missing. If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now, but you wish you could improve your old one, Helix offers perfect solutions with your range of mattress toppers. They can extend the life of your old mattress and upgrade the comfort while not having to worry about replacing it. Or maybe you've got a Helix Sleep mattress already, but you want to improve your guest bed. Grab a mattress topper and tell them that we sent you. Get the sleep you deserve and head to helix.com/papameat to start sleeping in your new mattress today. To take advantage of their New Year's sale exclusive partner offer and get 20% off site-wide. Hey, thanks Helix Sleep for sponsoring this video. People began voicing all sorts of complaints, from plot holes to the Marvel levels of CGI that encompassed the big finale battle, which lasted all but a few minutes after 10 whole years of build-up, you know, which is kind of the same thing with Game of Thrones, of the Ice King and all that kind of shit. It also became apparent that the Duffer Brothers were introducing so many characters to the show that multiple scenes were alarmingly packed with people, which if you look at that, every goddamn episode, there's just a scene of 7 people everywhere. And they're all voicing and going back to each other, you know, explaining what's happening in the scene to great detail.
This flashlight is the Squawk radio tower, and this slinky is the bridge.
This is Will. This is Holly. This is Max.
They were dormant, just like these kernels.
This is Vecna, and this is the wormhole. And this is, you know, it's people grabbing things from around. It's become a giant meme. But even during one of the biggest moments of the show, when Will Byers comes out as gay, really funny, there are people in the room that have basically never interacted with him at all. Also, you have to think it too, the world's ending. Well, actually, to be fair, if the world's ending, better get it out than keep it in. I don't like girls.
I like girls. I
don't think he ever says I'm gay. I'm gay. No. I think he just says, I like girls, but not like that.
Is that a verbatim line?
I think something like that.
I don't like girls. I mean, I do, just not like you guys do.
He could just be like, bruh, I'm gay. Which, how sick would that be? Hey, by the way, guys, I would love to suck a cock.
I wish one of the friends was disgusted by it.
Oh! That would be more for 80s? Are you kidding me? One guy's like...
Like Hopper?
Dude, we shook hands earlier.
What,
yeah, Hopper. Also, one of the other characters is gay, and I don't think anybody gives a shit.
It really?
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, it's a nothing burger.
Yeah. They had like a girl. Well, you know what it is? I think people got up in arms with that too. The other character who's gay is a girl, but they're making a big deal about the guy being gay. It's one of those things.
Patriarchy, man. Ruins everything.
Patriarchy. You know what they should have done? You know they should have had to be like, Vecna's making me gay. Or one of the characters says that. Well, what if Vecna's just making you gay? He's like, no, dude, I'm gay.
That would have been a good plot. We need to sever the tie between Will and Vecna to turn him straight. Thanks, guys.
It's just all anti-gay propaganda. Welcome to the 80s. Even an actor that plays one of the main kids in the show agreed publicly that more characters should have been dying in the show to make the stakes high as the story deserved. I mean, which is true. Like, you know, listen, if it's season 1 where they're all little fetuses running around, maybe you don't kill off all the kids. Kill a couple of them off. And people are gonna be like, Eddie! I'm like, that doesn't count. He's in 1 season. That doesn't fucking count. All the characters that are kinda in the show, they'll die. Like Billy. Remember when all the Midwest women were flicking their beans to Billy? Oh, splish splash, I was taking a bath. It was one of those. It's also become a meme to point out that most conflicts in the show were solved by Elle holding up her hands and screaming, including the finale of the series. Which, you know what? I'm not gonna. Hey, welcome to anime. Is that not fucking every goddamn anime ending?
That's fair.
All of them. People are gonna dog on it now because it's not a fucking little Japanese cartoon. Come on, dude.
It's a 19-year-old lady.
It's a 32-year-old woman. Many fans started comparing it to the generation fumble that was the final season of Game of Thrones. As a whole, the Stranger Things, that season was way worse.
Really? Than Game of Thrones?
Yeah. Listen, the last season of Game of Thrones, the problem is they rushed all of it. And people were like, well, her character wouldn't. I'm like, it all made sense to me. It's fine, whatever. But it's just a thing of it being like, and it's done. And we're done. This Stranger Things, I mean, it's just, the writing is abysmal. It's just the characters. It's just a bunch of shit where you're just like, it just felt like everybody was phoning it in. Oh, remember, she was in Terminator. It's like, oh, remember that guest appearance? Oh, we have to do this. I guess we'll go here.
Did they defeat Vecna an hour in? Like halfway?
Well, the fucking last episode's like 6 hours long. It felt like it was a day. Remember it was done and it's just like 8 months later. Also, the ending of the deal, they beat all the stuff. They kill all these human beings, like the military stuff, right? And they just let them go. But there's no like explanation. Like they don't have to defeat the army, or the army. Like you could have had a general just be like, they come back up and everyone puts their hands up, and they just be like, what's the point? It's done anyways. Like, yeah, you kill one of the main people. Yeah, whatever. You could even just do that. Whatever. If they throw their guns on the ground, I'm done with this shit. You could have done that. And say, yeah, it's just Elle getting fucking blown up, and everyone's like, no. And she just, and they kind of like reenact some like, like whenever they show the atom bomb dropping, or like the nuke, that famous shot of the house. They do a bunch of that stuff, and all the Upside Down blows up, and Purple Rain plays.
Do you see Elle disintegrate?
No, because see, they couldn't do that because then you wouldn't have all these people. I'm sure we get into it. People were angry at the Duffer Brothers for not closing out the series in a satisfying way, and they decided to start answering questions from viewers about it. This only made things worse. Yeah, dude. Just be like, it is what it is. This is what we made. Also, can you go back and change anything? No. Why even humor it? They didn't seem to have a good answer to a lot of the questions people had, and the further criticisms from fans led them to backtrack from the previous statements. Matt Duffer eventually told an interviewer, and I quote, "I'm not in a good place. Like, why the hell did we do any of them yesterday is beyond me. I'm like fried. I was getting over the flu, so anyone mad at any answers we gave out yesterday, just cut me some slack."
Excuses, dude.
Fuck you, Matt. I don't give a fuck. I'm sick too. Stranger Things fans spent the past 10 years anticipating the ending of their favorite show, only to be disappointed. For a large group of people, this frustration grew into straight up delusion. The main villain, Vecna, has psychic abilities that allow him to manipulate people by giving them hallucinations. People started to hyperanalyze the last season to discover the supposed evidence to suggest that the last episode is filled with hallucinations not connected to reality. Are they still under Vecna's control? Vecna! This evidence includes minor details like objects being different colors instead of that just being a continuity error. No, it's Vecna. That's actually perfect though. Well, that was actually Vecna's doing.
See, now what they could do is Snyder edit kind of thing. Like 2 years from now, be like, well, this is the final episode.
Yeah, this is the final. This is the Vecna cut. The Vecna cut. This then led to the belief that a secret 9th episode of the show would soon be released on January 7th, showing what actually happened, causing the fan base to look desperate and in denial that their favorite show just simply had an unsatisfying conclusion. To show just how widespread this theory was, Netflix crashed on the 7th because of the insane traffic from people hoping that there would be a new finale.
I mean, that would have been a really smart play if they did that, where it's just like, psych, we disappointed you, now here's the real ending, and it fucking killed.
Oh my god. You know what they'd be to those that would give those fans the biggest ego.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we were right!
What if they did release a final episode and all the kids died? The fan base wouldn't be satisfied if Vecna
No,
won.
there is no ending. There is no ending that would be satisfactory. There is none. It's not like people are like, it should end this way. It should be this. It should be this. It should be this. There's no possible fucking outcome. You gotta just write what you think is best. So to the Duffer Brothers, at least give them credit there. At least they're just like, that's just what we fucking, there it is, right? Well, also, I know the whole thing was like, Stranger Things was supposed to be an anthology series, but because it was so popular, they just kept using the kids, because why would you not? You're printing money at that point, whatever. But it's just, they're gonna be like, so like, what is the Upside Down? It's a wormhole. When there's a government, yeah, it's like, I don't know. Like any fan base, people start to pick favorite characters and obsess over anything they do. For the Stranger Things fan base, it appears that many of them are weirdly invested in the actors portraying them. There is not a single piece of Stranger Things media that is not overanalyzed. There are even countless theories and rumors made by the more devoted fans. One fan made a video alleging that most of the main cast didn't like Millie Bobby Brown because of how they acted around her in interviews, playing the most mundane clips of cast members interacting with each other pretty casually. Look at that! That is delusion, dude.
Yeah, like when they said something, like someone would like turn.
Did anyone else think, well, this is the fucking comments I hate too. We even get these kind of comments sometimes, you sick fucks. People be like, anyone else thinks it's kind of weird that Hunter says this to Nick? Or anyone else think that Nick is unhappy this shoot?
Are Isaiah and Hunter fighting?
Yeah, exactly. Anyone else think Hunter's getting annoyed at Isaiah this episode of Creepcast? Or reading a story called like the poo-poo diaper man or something like that. Anyone else think that he's getting a bit annoyed? Which I hate that kind of comment too, because it's just like, you're throwing it out there, but that's just like a fucking active grenade.
Yeah, exactly.
For someone to be like, I thought the same thing.
Okay, it wasn't just me.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, this. And then every other normal person never interacts. They'll never experience that. But then, yeah, anyone involved in the channel is just like, ah, with the explosion. Ah! The fanbase also loves shipping characters for their fan fiction's weird fantasies. The most popular ship is Byler, which is the potential romantic relationship between Mike and Will, which Will wanted it.
See, that would have been a little love triangle. Mike's also confused. Is Vecna corrupting me?
What if instead at the end, instead of Elle sacrificing herself and Mike's all tore up about it because he's just like, I love you. What if he's sitting there? Well, it should have been Will. Motherfucker's been in and out of purgatory since season 1. He should be like, sorry guys, and just hop in, blow himself up. But instead of that, what if at the end Elle's just like, I think I'm gonna stay, and he's like, okay, that's cool, but I'm really in love with Will. I haven't been able to tell him. And he's like, are you serious? And they have a big gay makeout session. And that's when Elle does, oh, slices her wrist, oh, and then jumps into the upside down. Oh, and they're like, Elle, don't do it. Then he has to live with that guilt forever.
There you go. But he's still making love to Will.
Yeah, well, they're happily married. That doesn't matter. He's just like, do you think we messed up? And he's like, I don't know, baby. All I know is it's just me and you.
There's 2 L's in Will. Double the L's.
You're only 1 L. He's 2. And they still play Purple Rain over it. She's like trying to talk and they keep raising the music up.
We'll figure something out. We'll fight back. We always do.
But this ship, the fucking Byler relationship, is so popular that it has its own wiki page, which archives the most popular Byler fanfics on every platform, because that's necessary. Who's down there and they're just like, oh my God. You're like reading a wiki. Okay, so they fuck each other here. Okay, interesting. Good, we have scholarly evidence of this ship. Is it just horned up people? Is that all it is?
Well, I think it's a mix of a lot of things. I do think a lot of people like it because it's like romantic. Some people, well, it's mostly women who ship. But like if for anime.
Sorry, fellas, I guess we don't count.
For anime, a lot of guys like to ship the main character with the girl they like because it's just like, I would date that person, so the main character should date that person.
So they're like, I vicariously see myself through this main character, and that main character being with this person means I'm with them. Like Luffy and Nami.
Yes. Or Luffy Usopp.
I want to see Luffy sit on that nose, dude.
Gum.
Yeah. Gum pleasure. After this last season, it was revealed that Will was gay, and there was no hint of Mike and Will getting together. Fans were left in literal tears after finding out that their favorite headcanon was not a reality. I do love that. What? Because that's the other thing too, the Stranger Things, it's like breadcrumbs. So you can just, however they see it. So also closing this off, it brings everybody back down to reality. Yeah, Mike being like, no, I'm not with that.
See, that would have been a good, I feel like I haven't seen this last season, but if Will sacrificed himself in his last moment, he told Mike, I love you, or whatever.
Yeah, he does this. There's the... And then he's blowing up and he's like, I don't like girls. Or he could have just said, I love you.
Yeah, exactly.
I love you. I love you too, man. No, not like, I mean, I love you.
Yeah, not like that. And then he turns around and then Mike is doing math in his head, realizing what that means. Yeah.
Will! And he turns around, Will! And then... One woman was left bawling her eyes out yelling, why can't they just fuck? After finding out 11 dies in the series finale.
She f***ing died, so like why can't they, like I don't understand. I don't give a f*** about his random ass boyfriend, like why did...
Why? I think people don't give a f, do they? They're like, I don't give a f. I need my fix.
They're not 18 by the end of the season?
I don't fucking know. I mean, they probably are. I don't know. Well, yeah, because they're all graduating high school. So yeah, they're all 18. Okay. Whatever. It's just weird though, where it's just like, I remember watching you as a little boy. I remember when you were 5. That kind of thing. Remember when the show started and you were 8 years old? Isn't that kind of weird to be like, I want them to fuck? Yeah. That's just kind of odd.
That'd be weird, yeah. I remember when the first season came out, everyone thought Mike and Elle's actors they wanted them to date in real life too, because they're like, they have so much.
Yeah, everyone does that though. Kristen Stewart, Robert Pattinson, Tobey Maguire, and Christian. I mean, it's just anytime there's an on-screen thing, people are going to want it in real life.
Harry and Cho Chang.
Who? Oh, Harry Potter. Oh yeah, Cho Chang. Appreciate you, J.K. Rowling. There wasn't a lot of Cho Chang love, was there? I feel like it was always Harry and Hermione.
Yeah, everybody wanted, even J.K. Rowling was like, I messed up. Harry should have married Hermione.
Yeah, do you think? Yeah, she's with Ron, my ass.
And then Ron and Ginny should have got together, had a little incest.
I guess it's just me and you, sis. Okay, Ron. Us Weasleys gotta stick together, huh? That would make sense, though, too. The Weasleys are just like these inbred mutants. I don't think my sister wants to date me. And Harry's like... since the beginning of the series, you know? Well, I want to date me sister. We should probably try to go follow Snape or something. Hold on, I'm almost done with me love letter to my sister. I can't wait for spring break. Boom. Gives it to his owl. The owl's inbred too. Yeah, Ron. All right, Ron. Can you clean up your side of the room, by the way? It's kind of a bit dirty. Another fan wrote a 2,000-word long essay about how they believe Byler will come true during the second release of the final season. This take was so delusional that even another Byler fans were telling the person to calm down and come back to reality, insisting that it won't happen. Like how they have to have other people, listen, buddy, we're all hard. All right, but this is ridiculous.
This is a fantasy, not reality.
You're living in a fantasy's fantasy. All right, so let's come back to reality, but come here. Take my hand. Though the love for these two fictional characters might seem insane, the love this fan base has for Eddie Munson is on a whole new level. Which I will say, the love for Eddie Munson, 2 or 3 years ago, you couldn't escape it.
When did he die?
Season 4.
Oh, he died in season 4?
It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
How many seasons was he in?
1. He's in 1 season.
He's in just 1 season?
He was in 1 fucking season. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm telling you. Eddie was a new character introduced in season 4 and had only 42 minutes of screen time across 13 hours of this season. Despite this, he was the central phenomenon of an entire movement of fanfics and cosplays. Steady was the name of another relationship fans created in their head between Eddie and Steve Harrington. They love to post thirst traps of cosplays making out in costumes, and the comments go bananas for it. Oh, God, this is hot. That's one thing I fucking hate. It's all gooning now in comment sections, isn't it? You open up one thing and they're like, oh, not me on my break. Not me when I'm breedable. I see that a lot with girls. The girls are fucking ravenous with that shit, dude. You gotta watch out. Oh, God, not this popping up while hubby's at work. Oh, this is making me wet. I saw that comment on a guy like making a song. He's like just a guy playing acoustic guitar, and that was one of the girls. This is making me wet. And all the comments underneath were like, I know, right?
You think that's people trying to be like, maybe he'll comment back?
That or at first I was like, well, that's just gotta be a satirical comment. And then I just see it. It's too true.
It makes sense if you're like an OnlyFans model trying to like.
Well, yeah, if it's like that's the whole Twitter thing. If someone's just like, look at my book report, and someone's just like, discount on my OnlyFans. Oh, who said my OnlyFans is free? Hey guys, look at this volcano I made for science class. Free muff. Click here.
She's sitting on the volcano.
Light it. I don't want it to explode. Light it. I want it coming out of all my pores. They also claim that these two characters are Dustin's dad, since they are both friends with him in the show. Oh, look at that picture. Dustin has 2 dads. On the Steady Wiki, they even track how many times the ship was a fan favorite in a weekly fandom Tumblr page. People got a lot of time on their hands, don't they? Too much time. Even when I was young, I don't think I had this much time.
Yeah, they all work from home.
Oh. Damn you, COVID. The fans' love for Eddie doesn't stop there. After he died in the show, a fan wrote a sad song titled Eddie Song that made multiple references to the show and the one season he was a part of. The song would blow up and be used by tons of edits and satirical videos mocking the fan base, those bastards.
Eddie, baby, I just saw Steve.
But the fans loved it. To honor his legacy, a large group of fans dressed up as Eddie and went to the Chicago Comic and Entertainment Expo and flash mobbed the guest there by putting up a speaker and blasting a fan-edited song using scenes from the show. There were tons of people with guitars that didn't know how to play them because one of Eddie's most memorable scenes in the season was when he played Master of Puppets by Metallica. So people were just carrying around guitars. It's part of the costume. I don't know how to use a fucking sword, but I'm sure, like, you know what I mean? Once again, I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, whatever. It's a fucking costume, okay?
Unless he tried to play it and he thought he was good.
Yeah. I mean, people air guitaring with a guitar there is cringe, but I don't know, it's fucking cosplaying. It's cringe already. Who gives a shit? The scene was beloved by fans and is referred to as Eddie Munson's upside down guitar god scene for how epic and gnarly it was. All the comments couldn't contain themselves about how metal the scene was and quirky it was for him to play a music solo right before death, looking death right in the eyes and saying, fuck you! Being obnoxious in public comes with being an Eddie Munson fan, right? It's in the fucking first scene. Play a little bit of the first scene, not all of it, just like a millisecond of it. That's a rebel. Since he was known for being a crazy and quirky guy in public, it's inspired many others to do the same, right? To be their best selves in public. These videos, man, are gonna kill me. These videos of people doing this. It's just, you know what it is? I know people say like, we need to bring back shame. It's just common decency is what it is. I feel like everybody's kind of been like this though, right? There's always been some iteration of this in some way. Or has it always been kind of contained to conventions? Because to me, if you're at a convention, I don't give a shit. It's like a playground basically. As long as you're not harassing people, but it's just if you're in cosplay and you're walking around, you're not doing anything fucking wrong. Or especially if you go to like a panel. I've seen so many people where they're like in a exhibit hall and it's like the Eddie Munson guitar contest. And yeah, it's cringe, but it's what this room is
for right now. I don't know. Anything that disrupts the public that are just trying to exist. Shame on you. In a video uploaded to TikTok, a student stands on a lunch table in a crowded cafeteria and begins to shout one of Eddie's famous monologues from the show. The one we showed. Showed it again, a millisecond? That one. One commenter explained that this cringe lord was exactly the type of weirdo Eddie Munson was, except he's not conventionally attractive, so people are making fun of him instead of gooning to him. That's true. That's where they get you. You kind of have to be pretty attractive to be like, because then you're like, oh, all right. That's strange. Why are people making fun of me? Usually they should be flicking their beans right about now. It's probably Vecna. I have a feeling that there are some people that it's like the Slender Man killings. They believe Vecna's real. And they're like, Vecna's ruining my life.
Vecna, get out of my brain,
Vecna, get out of my brain. I don't want to have to stab my geometry teacher. That kind of thing. Don't make me be crazy. Are you sure? Okay, I'll do it. If all that wasn't enough, Bath & Body Works made an Eddie Munson's candle called Eddie's Leather Jacket for the fans to enjoy. That's a fucking dynamite idea. Yeah. Holy fuck. Whoever came up with that, you need a raise. Yeah, because we were like, oh my god.
Flick your bean to that.
Other characters like Eleven are subject to weird edits, including a 30-second edit of a superfan green screening himself into a prom dance scene with the character so he could kiss her and dance the night away, which I just find this stuff sad.
How old is the kid? Because, like, I feel like if I was younger and knew how to edit, I'd be doing cringe shit like this.
He looks like he's maybe 17, 15 to 17.
Okay, 17's a little too old.
He looks a little older. To be fair, I will say the edit, good for him. You know what? That's just raw power is what that is. A guy just being like, watching that over and over again. Man, it really was a great prom. There's also a woman who uses AI to make it seem like her and Stephen Harrington are in a serious long-term relationship. She uses her social media page to post multiple provocative pictures of her fake relationships, and all the comments are eating it up and supporting her delusions, while people who stumble upon it randomly blame it on the mental illness. Which I will say, if it's a long-going thing, that's when I'm like, there's a separation that has to happen.
Do you see the picture of her in the mirror?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I see. I wish I didn't have to see. I wish I didn't have to see with the context. Maybe afterwards I'd be like, yeah, whatever. But it's just this long-term relationship thing. I don't know.
If it's a troll, it's funny.
There was probably a lot. Yeah, I mean, if it's a joke, but this is like a long-term thing of someone being, because I bet you during that, I feel like 2023 was the true peak of Stranger. Like season 4 felt like that was catastrophic. I mean, it was everywhere. The season finale, I feel like it just took too long. The wave died down a bit. Also, all the people were growing up, but I feel like it's just those things that held on. Those are the people that held on to the fandom.
Was there anything memorable in this season?
In this season?
Besides like Elle doing like...
Just the Will when he's gay. That's like the big thing, I feel like.
But that's not really fun, I guess. Like...
But I guess that doesn't really seem fun because it's just a guy coming out who's gay, so... No, I don't know. I mean, the thing too is they're too old. They're all so old now. My God.
They should have done a time jump and they're in college or they're dropouts.
What they should have done a thing is at the end of season 4, they thought you do a thing where you do a big time jump. They're all scattered around and then they think that they've defeated the evil, but it's just like, he's back. I thought he was gone, but he's back.
A little It. Yeah, they're all 30.
Yeah, and then you take from It, because you motherfucker stole from us a little bit. Now we're going to take back from you. Why not? If none of that fits your fancy, you could be like one of the mini fans who have made detailed shrines to characters inside of their bedrooms. Some are dedicated to entire seasons, while others are devoted to specific characters. These shrines are not little sections of their room either. They take up entire walls and are covered in pictures and Funko Pops, which I'd say, it's bad. Yeah, can you guys start giving me a Funko? Okay. One fan even uses her shrine to try and force the universe to make the actor Finn Wolfhard her boyfriend. Her shrine consists of 8 Funko Pops and a collage of pictures. Others are immortalizing their love of Stranger Things by getting horrible tattoos, which I will say the Dustin tattoo is.
What does it say? Fested?
I don't know. I don't know what it fucking says. Tested.
No, that's an F. Fested.
It's one thing to obsess over the characters in a show, but many of the actors and actresses have had weird and even creepy experiences with fans. Which I will say, I've seen interviews. I think it was I saw an interview with Finn Wolfhard where he said like he was doing a meet and greet or something, and a girl like didn't want an autograph. She just like saw a half-empty water bottle he was drinking. She was like, "Can I have the water bottle?" That's a story from him specifically, all right?
One time I had a girl that came up with her family. She was looking at my water that was half drunk, and she was like, "Can I have the water?"
That's one instance. I can't even imagine.
Did he give it to her?
No. Even in the daily, he's like, no.
And I went, no. No, you can't. No, you can't have my water.
No, you can't.
can't have it. I thought it was kind of sick. Finn Wolfhard, who plays Mike on the show, admits to being stalked by a fan when he was 13 years old. It wasn't just young starstruck fans following him around. It was entire groups of adults that would tail him all the way home. At one point, they approached him at his doorstep and asked for a selfie until he snapped back at them shouting, "No! You can't have a selfie! How about you don't follow children?" Mike must be mad at Elle right now. He's taking it out on me, okay? Any kind of paparazzi stuff, fan stalking, any of that shit of following people home, it's despicable. It's fucking disgusting, man. Gatton Matarazzo, who plays Dustin Henderson, explained that he still thinks about all the creepy encounters he had with a 40-year-old fan that admitted she had a huge crush on him. Can you imagine being 13 years old and have to deal with that? A 40-year-old, I love you. How f***ed up would that be?
Here's my number.
Yeah, call this number tonight if you feel lucky.
He was only 13 years old at the time, and the mother even acknowledged that she was aware of the age difference. Not only was Gatton with his mom when this happened, the woman saying this to him was with her child, who was audibly pissed at the humiliating interaction. In another instance, a fan went to shake his hand before pulling it up to his face and licking it like it was a casual thing.
You deserve to get punched.
I'll say that right. I've never had anything like that before. I've had some weird shit before, but if someone tried to look at me, I would there would be a physical altercation. And I'm not a big like, ooh, I'll fucking fight. But it would be too much. That's too much.
There's that drunk guy who tried to kiss you.
There's the drunk guy that tried to kiss me. He got pushed away. Did not like that. That was brutal. That was very brutal. I hated when someone's in an intoxicated state like that too, because if you like also try to do something to them, I'm always nervous that they're gonna get fucking pissed and try like attacking you or doing that shit too. So it's just how the f do you handle that situation? And then let alone I'm a grown adult. Imagine being a toddler. Imagine being 13 years old and having to deal with that. That's fun. There comes a point where fandom goes from a passionate enjoyer to being fully consumed by their favorite media. Some young Stranger Things fans aren't just seeing it as a comfort show. They're binging it nonstop and thinking about it at all hours of the day. Now that the series is over, people are starting to feel post-series sadness and are not sure what to do with themselves. Many are mourning the show ending by holding candlelight vigils at filming locations. Hundreds of people showed up to the location in Georgia where they placed signs saying, "We love you, Hawkins," or "We love you, 11." They also placed down Eggo waffles and notes exclaiming their love for the cast. One 17-year-old woman online confesses to a Stranger Things Reddit page that she is often crying just thinking about the show because of how much she desires to live in the town of Hawkins, mostly fueled by her love of nostalgia. She claims that the events of the Stranger Things are so interesting and enticing to her that she no longer finds meaning in her own life. You know, there's been times where I've seen a show end, and there is that I do believe that post-series depression is real, because you're just like, you're sad that it's over. You know, you're like, oh, I really enjoyed that. Even if you're a fan, like the Eggo thing, I don't think it's a big, I mean, like you're playing into the thing, whatever, but this idea of that more deep-seated thing where I have no meaning to my life, that's where you gotta watch people, man.
It's a wake-up call. If you feel that way, you need to change.
We just need to, I mean, you gotta experience more shit. You gotta like live your own life instead of latching on to the delusions of a thing that you're consuming. It's not just Stranger Things. It's all kinds of people do that shit. Even with other shows, video games, anime, all that shit. People latch on to where they put their entire worth into this thing that they consume.
It happens a lot with anime. A lot of
100%.
Post-anime depression. I wish
I
was MC.
I'll tell you what, dude. If I was a fucking One Piece lover, I wouldn't have to worry. Like, this shit's never gonna end.
Yeah, I'm gonna die before it ends.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, too, by the time that ended, you'd be like, it'd probably be a great relief. The fan base is filled with all sorts of controversies and crazy people, which has left many people feeling fan base woes. The horrible reception of the series finale has left many fans divided on the show in general. Many conclude that they hate their own fan base for how they're acting. Multiple posts have been made complaining about Stranger Things stans on Twitter and TikTok. These posts usually complain about how insane the fans are and how they're ruining the show for everyone. It's kind of like a band, right? You like a band, but then you look at the fan base, you're like, I don't want to be a part of this shit. Look at this. It's embarrassing. Especially with all the conspiracy theories surrounding the show's ending. Many are saying that they're embarrassed to be a fan and are making the fan base look bad by overanalyzing every little detail. When Stranger Things was released in 2016, nobody could have ever guessed it would become as big as it did. They also couldn't have known that the fan base would become one of the most cringe and unbearable groups of people online. But it makes me think, at what point isn't being a fan of anything cringe? You know, if you love something and you want to share it online, to me that's like what the online space is for, is to connect people, right? I know we used it a lot, and we are guilty of digging it shit on people or dogging on people for enjoying things. But at the end of the day, just be yourself and be whoever the fuck you want to be. I just say draw the line whenever you're emotionally breaking because the show is over, or like for theories or something. If you're emotionally in distress and mentally in distress, maybe take a step back and have a breather. Or if you're in public and you're being a nuisance and you can't control yourself, just fucking take a chill pill for a second and realize that like other people are trying to enjoy stuff too, and that you and your fandom aren't the center of the universe, right? But at the same time, enjoy yourself. Be fans of stuff. Who gives a fuck? All the people too who are posting like, this is fucking cringe and stupid. You're telling me they don't have anything either? Just projection, my friends. But at the same time, you know, all fan bases are cringe, so it's fun to talk about them. Sorry, Stranger Things last season sucked. Really, it hasn't been good for a while. Sorry. I can say that. I mean, in my opinion. Can I say that? In my opinion?
It's been good since the first season.
The first season's fun. You know what it is, though, if I can break it down, is that the first season, it was so stripped back. It fixated more on the horror. It was fun. These little kids, and there's also a thing about like a fun, dramatic angle of a mom trying to find her son and all this stuff. It's still equally kind of quirky and cringy, but they're so young that it fits. You know, it's like innocent in that weird way. But as the show progressed on, I just could not care. I just couldn't care. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's the worst thing imaginable. It just wasn't my cup of tea, right?
It's also too, I think it just gets, the stakes get too bloated.
Well, yeah, it's like an anime too, where it's just like, it's when you bust this huge nut way too early, and then it's like, where could you possibly go from there? It's like Marvel.
Yeah.
Marvel now, it's like Thanos did the fucking snap, half of the universe is dead. Where could you possibly go? Like what now could ever compare to that?
Multiverse destruction. All the multiverses are collapsing.
That's right. That's right. Write that down. That's it. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're going to be taking a closer look at televangelist exorcism, which I guess just televised exorcisms. We're looking at weird fucking exorcisms. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you recall, we put out a video a little over a year ago discussing the greed and weird behavior of TV pastors. Give them a little snippet of it here.
Oh, good. Oh my God.
Ever since then, I've become fascinated about them. Recently, I've come across a video of pastors performing exorcisms on people in the middle of sermons at the church. It's insane.
You're always in the spot.
And to think that people still, it's so sad seeing the people in the crowd and stuff and giving money to these people. Have you seen the video recently of the woman that went viral where it's like the guy, she's like, all I have is 800. And he's like, well,
oh yeah,
I told you we needed 1,200.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
It's it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach.
I heard that the people in the church got mad at that pastor.
Good. They should.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
It is. There's also the guy who's just like, they asked, why do I need a Rolls Royce, whatever? And a guy's like, can I drive it? He's like, the Lord wouldn't want that.
None of this would be possible without y'all and God.
We celebrating tonight?
I am, just not with y'all.
But digging a little deeper, you'll find that these exorcisms aren't just a one-time thing. Thousands of people have received exorcisms, which tend to result in absolutely insane displays of demonic activity. You'd think these people were fighting for their lives. Either there's an epidemic of demonic possession that has been sweeping the nation for decades, or something fishy might be going on here. So, grab a Bible and a crucifix as we head to Sunday Mass and figure out what's the deal with public exorcisms.
And you'll bow to the name of Jesus. Bow to the name of Jesus.
Okay. In churches all across the United States, TV priests are healing illnesses and performing exorcisms right in the middle of these packed events. On these packed, televised events, people are actually performing real exorcisms in some kind of act to prove that they are a holy warrior or that they have some kind of magical ability to cure people of these ailments, demons and ailments and that such. AKA trying to get you to donate more. While this is going on, the crowd is usually in awe with their hands in the air, screaming and praising the Lord, adding to the overall chaos. It's a sensory nightmare. But are they really saving people from the clutches of demons, or is it all a work for the camera? Well, for those outside of mega churches, it's hard for them to believe that these exorcisms are real. More often than not, it's referred to as Christian LARPing. It's absurd the lengths participants will go in order to, you know, make this demonic exorcism seem like it's a real thing. They will I mean, people there in hysterics. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a fucking light that said clap. Like an actual television audience.
Well, I was actually thinking, do you think it is a form of like, people know it's not real, but they just like the ceremony of it?
I don't know if people I don't think that they think it's fake, but I think that they desperately want to believe. It's the same thing as like, when you see a stand-up show on YouTube and you're like, that wasn't funny. If you went and saw that same person at the show, you would probably be laughing your ass off because it's the infection of the room, right? So it's just the environment. If someone else is like, oh my God, praise the Lord, you're probably so riled up that you're like, oh my, yes. And it's feeding off that. I'm telling you, it's probably way different in person where people are probably crying and being like, oh, that was a miracle. That kind of shit.
I feel like I'd fear that I would get sucked into the mob mentality.
I think you would. I think it's impossible not to. Because also, it's like, can you imagine the energy? And like afterwards, it's like this probably beaming positive energy in there. And then you're around people that desperately want to believe in that thing. To where you yourself might be like, that was awesome. I'm not going to sit here and say that I would be above it or whatever. And I know I'd be that way because I don't fuck with that. I mean, I think that, listen, I'm a sheep. I'm going to get bought into whatever, you give me. These practices also stray far from typical exorcisms. For example, in the Catholic Church, ordinary priests don't perform exorcisms. They must be officially appointed as exorcists and undergo years of training, which if you've watched any found footage horror film, you already know this. Right? You have to go there. That's actually a big part of one of my favorite found footage films, The Final Prayer, or it was also called Borderlands. But essentially it's about priests that have to go and prove that this is an actual act of God, or like this is an actual demon possession. You go, and same even with the Warrens. They go and they'll tell you if it's actually a real thing or not. I think that's more of the Catholicism style of officiating and being like, is this real or not?
Yeah.
Right? It's not something that just anyone can do. And usually they don't happen during a regular Sunday mass. It is standard protocol for exorcists to perform their rituals in private, not only to protect the identity of the person afflicted, because who wants to be known as the fucking guy who was possessed, right? But to not make it a public spectacle. Because I'm sure also if you believe in that shit too, do you think a demon's probably jacking off inside the body being like, look at all these people. They're so pissed. Whatever.
Well, wouldn't you be afraid that the demon would like
hop into another body?
Yeah.
Where do they go? Or
back to hell?
Oh, they just probably banish them back to hell. Okay. This video is sponsored by Hungry Root. It's the new year and Hungry Root makes it incredibly easy to get going on your resolution of fresh, healthy eating. Let Hungry Root be your personal shopper to avoid spending too much time and money on groceries. Hungry Root is your place for high quality food, taking the guesswork out of it. And the bad stuff too. Oh, that's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. PU! And they only source the best, grabbing high quality meats and seafood. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungry Root has got you covered, because Hungry Root tailors items to your needs. In time, Hungry Root will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. I love how convenient and easy Hungry Root is. It gives me access to healthy meals I can put together in minutes, and good for you snacks for when I'm stuck at my desk.
Oh, I'm chained. Thank God I got my yummies.
Finding healthy alternatives is a breeze. From smoothies to salads and everything in between, Hungry Root has got you covered. You're going to love Hungry Root as much as I do. And for a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMEAT. That's 40% off your first box and get a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMEAT.
Thank you, Hungry Root, for keeping my belly full and so yummy and healthy. Back to the video!
Televangelists, however, are often all about spectacle. That's all they're about. Look at me. Look at how good and gracious I am. I am so powerful. I'm God. Televangelists legitimately, I believe, think that they are God.
Oh yeah, they love the power and the spectacle.
They will say, I think that they are literally referring to themselves in the fourth person. So they're like, God says this, and in the back of their mind, they're just like, yeah, God, my pants are so stiff. Most of the time, the identity of the performing exorcist is also kept secret. And since the local archbishop must approve each exorcism, there's no way that they would authorize TV pastors to do the fucking exorcism, dude. As we discussed previously, it's all about the money for TV pastors, and their exorcisms are no exception. It's just another way to bring in that sweet, sweet cabbage, that green, baby. Plus, these exorcisms get more butts in seats, which means more donations and more publicity. It just also makes you look like you're at the real church. This is the real deal. We kill demons at this church. I guess you can go to the other one. Does he do exorcisms? I doubt it. With so many different pastors claiming to do the same thing, some have to get really creative in order to hook in new believers. When you think of things needed to expel a demon, you probably refer back to popular films like The Exorcist, which depicts priests using holy water and crosses, right? Well, multiple televangelists have found new tools and methods to remove your demons. During a sermon, a woman came forward looking to be saved. Her hands were in the air, expecting the priest to bless her. Instead of being blessed or reading the Holy Scripture, the priest threw a weighted blanket at her head, which flung her to the ground and knocked her unconscious. Dude, fucking casting a net on that bitch. He did a Scooby-Doo trap out.
Oh yeah.
How good is that, dude? Your pastor Scooby-Doo's you? Now let's see who this demon really is. And they grab their fucking scalp and just scalp her. Pastor Peter Popoff, you know him already if you saw our last video. Show the clip.
Did you use the miracle? I used the miracle spring water twice, and you sent me this miracle spring water, and I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000.
2 checks, double portion blessing.
Douchebag. He has odd healing powers that he uses on his audience. One method he uses includes telling his audience to break free of the devil by having them throw their medications onto the stage. Ah, yes, okay, so Tylenol. There we go, Oxycontin. Who else has that demon of Oxycontin? There it is. Okay, Hydros. All right, Hydros, oh, perfect. These are great stuff here. All right, who else? Just give them to me.
Could you imagine throwing your heart medication or like your lupus?
People probably fucking do. Their lupus. Yeah, no shit. But people probably do though, dude. It's insane. Hundreds of people do it during any given mass. They're not just throwing away their Tylenol. Some have even given up diabetes medication they needed to stay alive. However, what Peter is most known for is his healing touch. Oh. After an audience member tells Peter about his ailments, he has them stand up and places both his hands on the sides of their heads. Then he violently shakes their heads and tells the audience that Jesus has healed them. And then people clap and they're like, oh my God, and they throw the diabetes, the insulin and all that stuff up too, and there you go. Bob Larson is another televangelist priest at the Spiritual Freedom Church in Phoenix, Arizona, known for exorcising demons. Thousands of people come to him every year to rid their demons, all for the measly price of $385 per session. And you can't get it in one session. It's a game of operation. You gotta piece by piece these demons out of there. Bob claims that he does an average of about 30 exorcisms a week. God damn, holy shit. When questioned by the New York Times about the steep price of his exorcisms, he told them, listen, it's cheaper than a psychiatrist.
Is it?
Even if it is, that's a good thing. I'm gonna hear my pastor say, listen, it's cheaper than them going and babbling to a psychiatrist. I shake their fucking head. We're on with it.
Psychiatrists are evil. They're putting the woke mind virus in your head.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said. So, how does he do it? Well, Bob is a bit more traditional with his gear, using both a Bible and a crucifix to remove demons. However, a key part of his practice involves having the person restrained with their eyes closed while he strikes their abdomen with a Bible to release the evil spirits.
Probably hits them until they throw up.
The demons! I bet you that's actually so fucking true. He hits them in the stomach until they throw up, and he's just like, there you go, see, it's out. And he's just like, why'd you tell me to eat so much before I came? He's like, I know. If you can't make it to church, but are intrigued by this, you are in luck, my friend, because Bob regularly performs exorcisms over Skype for a more affordable $295 per session. You just save about $40. If Bob Larson is too booked up to help you, there's still hope, so don't panic. You can be visited by his daughter Bryn and her 2 friends. They're just there. They're good buddies. Bob trained them as exorcists, and together they call themselves the Teenage Exorcists. She's not even an adult? Or what if she's 42 now? Like when we started with this whole weird thing, changing the LLC name, we just kept it. God, can you imagine having a teenager come over and just beat you to death with the Bible? First off, does that not just read like pedophiles are going to call to have girls go over to the house and beat them? Down in Arlington, Texas, Pastor Ed Kitronelli is hosting people from all around the World Healing Church. Ed himself has claimed to master the spirit world and has tons of footage of him healing people, with some supposedly regaining their ability to walk. Like he's like, I've mastered the spirit world. His great-granddaughter showed him Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's like, what the hell is that? What's Ong? His name's Ong? While he is similar to many other pastors that claim to have healing capabilities, he has become well known in a much more unfortunate way. One case that blew up online that he probably wished had never been filmed was a woman who frantically came to the front of his church telling him how a demon showed up at her house with his penis out and put it in her mouth. Oh, I fucking want that shit. Ah.
Wait, so how big was the demon? Was she already on her hands and knees?
Why does it matter, Nick? Wait, hold on a second. How big was the demon? Can you have her text me about that? The demon's like visiting at night. All your house is dark and you opened your door and you're just holding there with your ankles. The demon looks in. She claimed that the demon slept with her a week later, resulting in crotch being incredibly itchy all the time. Some hell syphilis? Some hell gonorrhea? That's gotta be crazy.
Oh yeah, getting fucked by a demon?
Notice how not once did she say, it was bad.
I was gonna say, it was good.
I think she's just more upset. She's just like, I thought he'd come back, but I think the itchiness, I need you to clean me up so you can come back and dust out these pipes. Come on, Ed, clean me out. has like bleach and some like Clorox or whatever. He's like... To cure this woman, Ed slaps her on top of the head, causing the demon to possess the woman and flee from him. Eventually, she is stopped by the crowd and begins to gag and spit up on the floor as Ed forces the demon's sperm out of her mouth.
What?
What an odd theatric. Because obviously he's like, you're going to say that he impregnated you or whatever, and I'm going to have you spit up this. So she probably like had it. I bet you that she walked up, she's like, a demon possessed, because she's holding the sperm around. A demon possessed me. I obsessed the couple mouth. And then she has fucking bukkakis on the goddamn ground.
See, I thought as she was running, she got the little syringe.
Oh, maybe she did. Oh, whatever, maybe, I don't know. But it unfortunately doesn't stop there. He sprays holy water on her vagina and slaps her on the head and then causes her to collapse, supposedly freeing her from the demon's grasp. Spray the other side of the carriage. Yo, and it's gone. I don't think he did a little dipstick test, but I definitely think he did a
yeah, sniffed up. Demon stinky.
Oh, that's a stinky demon. After the exorcism, the woman came back to the stage and talked about how, while in the bathroom, a white substance left her body, which Ed claims is the demon.
I'd be grossed out.
I want to say all of that to me was excessive. I don't even like that we talked about it.
If I was a good church-going boy, I would not go to that church anymore. After that.
You don't have it. Well, how old are you in the situation?
I'm 13.
You still gotta go. Your parents are going.
I'm going to a new church.
Daddy, mommy, take me to a new church.
One time I got my parents to buy a 2-story house because the 1-story house.
This story is actually fucking insane. Tell the story.
So we were moving and my parents bought a 1-story house, and when I went to go check it out, I told them that it was too small and I was claustrophobic. And then 2 houses down the street, another house got reduced in price and it was very similar. So I told them, Mommy, instead of getting this house, can we get the big 2-story house?
What was the price difference?
It was like $50,000.
It's just $50,000, Daddy. I would feel much more safe and free in that house, Daddy. Please, $50,000.
Then they rented it out and they had to foreclose it. It was during the financial crisis, the housing collapse.
I think I legitimately hate you. I can't. If I say it's like I can't tell. I feel like I might actually hate you. It's boiling up. It's boiling to a point. A key part of these televangelical exorcisms is the theatrics. You gotta be a show pony if you're gonna be a televangelist exorcism guy, right? The more chaotic it is, the higher chance the impressionable audience will believe in the pastor's magical powers. At the Supernatural Church, Pastor Daniel Adams cures the sick and fights against demons. Can I also just say I hate how he spells supernatural? Fuck off, dude. To do this, he has his followers called Forerunners pay monthly memberships that range from $22 to $555 a month. Remember how we said it sounds like a corporation? What does it sound like? Does this church sound like? I don't know. If you decide to join, you'll enjoy seeing all sorts of holy performances. People falling over and shaking, some screaming at the top of their lungs, and even demons coming forward and speaking to Daniel. Like this one here.
Does she want you?
No.
She wants Jesus?
Yes.
Then you know what that means.
I don't care!
Thank God I paid $555 for that. That's worth the monthly subscription. Actually, to be fair, if you were a guy who's just like, I like watching crazy people do shit, is $555 worth the admission for like watching people get fake exercise, like they believe that they're being exercised? If you're just like a people watcher, is that not fascinating?
I'd pay the $22.
If I got to see like 4 fake exorcisms, and they believed it,
if it's a big spectacle,
it has to be.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a big deal, and people are like, "Oh my God!" I mean, that would that not be kind of fascinating one time?
What if it's the girl spitting up cum?
No, I mean, if that's not worth the price of $5, I mean, I don't know what else is. If a guy's just like, "What is that?" And she's like, "Oh."
Actually, it would have been really cool if she actually spit up an egg, kind of like Hillary Clinton in that video.
Yeah, she's got the Clinton egg. But to sweeten the deal, Daniel offers training to become an exorcist, along with a certificate of training for every membership tier. It's kind of like Scientology, except actually more retarded. Once you're certified, you can head over to this online store and buy a Demon Sniper t-shirt to show you mean business. Wow. I feel like I have some kind of clairvoyant. I feel like I keep calling this shit. So how much more could you make it seem like this is such a stupid thing when it's like, so when you're done, you get a Demon Sniper shirt.
You got to get the COD fan base.
You got to get the young, impressionable COD fan base in there. That's the only way to perform exorcisms, for sure. Most of these pastors get away with exaggerating their exorcisms. However, some go too far, causing people to see through their lies. Catherine Crick is a failed actress turned pastor who is now worth over $10 million. She's doing all right for herself. The self-proclaimed apostle offers a wide range of services, such as deliverance ministry training for a measly $10,000. It's easy, it's chump change. I'm Catherine. I'm a dickhead. Or if she has to travel somewhere, she'll probably charge you a whopping $20,000 to go to you.
I'll just take the plane ticket.
I think I'm good, actually. No, it's really worth it. I'm all right. Catherine has outright denied these claims. However, she has openly claimed to charge anywhere from $3,000 to $11,000 per session. And with the things, too, when people say per session, it's never one.
Yeah.
They lock you into a couple for sure. Not including travel and boarding, which, you have to pay for as well. Should we try to get her?
Oh, my God.
You try to have her come out?
Yeah.
People are suspicious of this and believe her $10 million net worth is the result of overcharging gullible customers. Yeah. Especially she probably gets it. She did the Joseph Smith thing. You go into these places, you get all the rich people bought in. That's probably what she's doing. She's probably sitting there and she's just like, I don't care about the fucking poor people. Give me the rich yucks.
They can afford it.
They can afford it. Well, not only can they afford it, they're like, she's like, I'm going to bleed them dry. You know, their money is my money. My money. However, being called a scam artist is not the worst thing Catherine dealt with. Multiple articles have called her a false prophet and a heretic after catching her faking the healing capabilities used to build her media empire. If you search Catherine online, you'll find tons of clips similar to all the other pastors we have covered. People are screaming on the floor, etc., and just like the other pastors, she cures these people and the crowd erupts. It's the same old bullshit. But her special power involves waving her hand over people's heads and declaring spirits gone, as well as removing generational curses. But not everybody was so convinced, leading to her being publicly exposed. She has used the same actress, easily identified by her specific tattoo. Catherine, you dumb bitch.
Crisis actor 101.
Also, too, it's just like, dude, could you not just like pay off a random person in each town?
There's only so many people, so many good actors out there.
Well, yeah, so many good actors, and because she's a failed actress, she's probably just like, they didn't understand my mastery. She's like, you get it. You're my actual pupil.
Yeah, my disciple.
Yeah, they'll never sell it. I'll have to do it myself. Like, Catherine, we can't clone you. Of course we can't clone me yet. Not only that, but this same woman has been used in one of Ben Larson's exorcisms as well. Either this person is Lucifer herself, or she's being a paid actress of possession, right? She's probably just a fucking actor. That is not the only instance of Catherine using the same actor for her miracles. During her Deliverance Roadshow that she takes across the continent, Canada audience members noticed the same man possessed on 2 consecutive nights. I thought that you cured this one already. She even uses children in her stunts that are as young as newborn infants, claiming she can free the family of a demonic curse, which is so fucked up, dude. What kind of psychopath allows that? Here, you can use my baby, Catherine.
I've seen some where they say autism's like a curse made by demons, and that they can cure autism by removing the demon.
He got in the car. I didn't ask anything. I didn't say anything. And his words to me were, "Mommy, there was something evil in my mind."
It's fucked up.
Yeah. Other miracles she performs consist of saving a man from Nazi witchcraft, which ends in him violently rolling on the stage for the crowd's reaction. Go ahead and show it here.
Praise God. Praise God.
I think the guy's probably just a racist Nazi. I don't know. She also once saved a woman from all the demons she had acquired eating cursed food. She's like, every time you ate Panda Express, you got a demon in you. She's like, oh boy. Oh, I'm definitely cursing, Catherine. To this day, Catherine and all the other TV pastors are making bank off their exorcism practices, despite many of them being debunked. Watching these videos, however, here is something else on my mind. If you watch enough of these LARPing exorcisms, you'll realize that a lot of these pastors are hitting and shoving these poor people to the ground. I mean, like, they are assaulting these fucking people. Even if they're actors, you're like, God damn, dude. Eventually, someone has to get hurt. So how dangerous can these exorcisms get? Believe it or not, there's a long list of people that have been injured. What's even worse is that a lot of them were hurt by being sat on or stomped on. Yeah, they fucking curb stomped. At a small church in a remote Minnesota town, a woman was sent to the hospital after the pastor believed she was a witch. Are we Puritans? Is it the 14th century? Are we in the 14th century, Nick? Is it 15th century right now?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is either. That's weird. Reverend Stephen Hilberg was mid-sermon when Mulaney Underwood entered the church and immediately caught his gaze. That just pissed him off. So if anything, he's probably on a roll. He's probably just like doing bumps of coke and he's just like, uh-oh, witch! You know what I mean? It's probably something like that. He stopped what he was saying and rushed over to the woman, asking how she was before jumping over more chairs to get to her so he could push her to the ground. While on the ground, he called her a witch and began to shout, "Get out! Get out!" while jumping on top of her. Thankfully, she only suffered a few bruised ribs, but the issues didn't stop there. When the case went to trial, Reverend Stephen brought 350 church members to hum the song "We Shall Overcome" in the hallways and followed prosecution witnesses into the bathroom. In the end, Stephen was acquitted of all charges because the jury found his religious intent to be sincere. One jury stated, quote, "He was truly sincere in what he was doing. It was his feeling he was confronting a spiritual force. He felt she was susceptible to that force." There's got to be better vetting for juries, man.
A jury of your peers and you realize, like, how retarded most of them are.
Dude, that shit's gonna, some karma type shit's gonna come back and bite him in the ass. Stomp on some dude. Uh-oh, there's a bullet in your chest. You never know. I mean, maybe don't put that in, but still, you know what I'm saying? I bet you some people are like, I'm not gonna, okay, well, if that's how it is, that's how it is. Let's fucking go.
So he just she just walked in?
She just walked in. He was like, are you? And he like was toppling over chairs. Are you okay? Get out! And he just pushed her to the ground and stomped on her ribs like a fucking psychopath. Cool. 4 years later, a similar incident occurred in Glendale, California, except the victim wasn't so lucky. Soon So Choi was a Bangladeshi missionary visiting a Korean church. She was approached by a family from China that claimed that a 57-year-old Kyung Cha Chung was possessed by demons, causing her to be arrogant and disobedient towards her husband. Sung called Kyung and her husband Jae Wo to his church, and once there, the two men strapped her down and began to walk and stomp on her body.
What is that? Are they trying to beat the demon?
I think it's literally them being like, I feel like it's a human brain of being like you're expelling something, so they actually just think about like smashing and things like actually expelling, right? Like, it seems stupid, but I think that's people's actual like, well, you have to stomp the demon out kind of thing.
It's like using the Bible and hitting someone in the stomach.
Yeah, I don't. They believe that with each footstep, they were forcing zeal into her body and driving out the demon they called Legion, like from the actual Exorcist movie. I am Zubulu, whatever the fuck it is. After a grueling 7-hour exorcism, 7 hours, Kyung would die from severe internal injuries, including shredded muscles and crushed organs, and 16 broken ribs. Following her death, Sung and Jo were both charged with involuntary manslaughter, and their priest received a maximum sentence of 4 years, while the husband received only 2 years.
Come on, give him more. Give him more.
I'm at a point now where I'm like, what do we expect, man? Like literally, with all this, how many times have we said stuff like that? Where you're like, that's it? A woman sat there and got stomped to death, felt everything, and you get 4 years maximum, and then the other guy gets 2. But it doesn't stop there. Inside the Lord's Church in New Zealand, Pastor Luke Lee gathered a small group of followers to witness him perform an exorcism on a young woman named Joanna Lee. Joanna was held down on a mattress while Luke sat and bounced on her abdomen to flush out the demons. When he was finished with that, he then strangled her until she died. After she died, her body would remain inside the church for 6 days while the congregation videotaped it, hoping to capture a resurrection. During those 6 days, Luke would lie on top of her body and blow into her mouth as a part of his resurrection ritual. He also shaved her head and had his congregation sing to her. He called in the rest of his church to witness the miracle, but when one of the followers saw Joanne's black, rotted corpse, they called the police. Luke was quickly arrested and charged with manslaughter. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison and was deported back to South Korea in 2007. Oh God, it makes my stomach fucking hurt. What's so fucked up too is that you see all of this stuff, and then like a lot of the times when I see these televangelist people doing the exorcisms, you're like, these are the only people, and these are just actors, and it's just stupid, and it's them trying to manipulate money out of people. And then you forget that there's actual cult-like people, and there's people that believe it so much that they just go and fucking murder people, and it's just like, it's insane, man.
Delusional. Yeah.
It's fucking delusional. Exorcisms are supposed to be a serious event meant to save someone's life from demonic possession. Nowadays, they are nothing more than a party trick for pastors to profit on. And if it wasn't enough that most of these TV pastors require paid entry into their church, but now they trick people into believing that their life-threatening disease are curable. They're fucking monsters. It's just another case of people in power exploiting gullible and people that are in bad situations who simply want to believe in something, and in my opinion, they're the biggest waste of fucking life on the planet. Thank you so much for watching today's video, and for the love of God, don't participate in a fucking exorcism. I don't know, right? I mean, what the fuck do we learn from this? I don't know. Run away from churches? I mean, I feel disgusting after reading those last two stories. Ugh. I don't know. Stay safe out there, guys. Keep the demons at bay. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about fast food. Everyone likes fast food. I mean, who doesn't, right? If you don't like fast food, you're a coward. You know what? You're also you're one of those people who use charcuterie board, cheese. Dang, don't get me wrong. I know that every time I visit a fast food restaurant, I'm putting a little dose of death inside of me. You think I don't get that? I mean, look at America. Obesity's on the rise. Hell, it's been on the rise. I think it's just, that's the trend. That's the upswing. It's not even an upswing. It's just going to rise. It's a mountain that we're always climbing, much like Sisyphus, only we don't fall. We keep climbing. I mean, look at me, for God's sakes. Put a picture of me up shirtless. You think I got that with salads? Think I got that with a big glass of water? I don't think so. And it's gotten so bad that it almost feels like these fast food restaurants are just at a point where they're trying to kill us. I mean, does anyone remember the KFC Double Down? The concept of the Double Down was, let's make a chicken sandwich. Here's the kicker. There's no bread. It's just more fried chicken as the bun. It's with cheese, bacon, and along with it as well is gravy-nays. And I gotta say, it was so good. I loved it so much. Just want to put that out there. It was great, but at the same time, your chest hurts and your arm feels numb. Or we could talk about the Hardee's Monster Thick Burger, which touted itself as the 1,400 calorie burger with 2 quarter-pound beef patties with bacon, cheese, mayo, and buttered bread. It contained 107 grams of fat, which is more than most people should have an entire day. But you get it in a sandwich and maybe you order 4 of them because they're so tasty and it makes me sleep. And I have nightmares. You ever eat so much? You probably don't. You're a little skinny. All my big boys out there, all my big boys and big gals out there know. You look at that one dude, remember back in the days, this was an infamous video. The guy took down like a whole bag of 40-count pizza rolls as fast as he could. That's one of those nights where those are feast nightmares is what I call them. Those things are, you're rolling around, barely breathing, you're choking on your tongue and stuff. That's when the Hat Man comes and gets you. And I think that these fast food chains aren't just using food to try to kill us. No, no, no. I think it goes far, far between. So today, I want to talk about all the ways fast food is trying to kill you. So let's talk about it. First, we're going to start off with a recent one. This one is spicy. The Panera Bread Charged Lemonade. Does anyone recall this? This is pretty recent. We have to talk about it because this is one of the main reasons we even wanted to make this video. Because in 2022, Panera Bread came out with a series of charged lemonades, which were a fruity drink that contained between 155 to 390 milligrams of caffeine. Why? What pitch room was that in? Cocaine? Can we put cocaine in the lemonade? And just for a quick reference, a regular cup of coffee that starts people's day has 95 milligrams. So let's go ahead and tally that up. That's what? About 5 cups of coffee in your lemonade? In your lemonade at Panera Bread. They sell soup there, okay? Now, as extreme as the caffeine content is, the FDA claims that you can have up to 400 milligrams a day and avoid serious negative effects. You can have up to 400, okay? You're at 390. Did we really need to just like knock on death's door that close? Could we have not just seen it from afar? However, Panera originally did a horrible job of advertising the caffeine contents. They were being a little slippery snake with it, okay? Alongside the charged lemonade, Panera also announced something called the Unlimited Sip Club. where customers could pay a monthly fee in exchange for free refills every 2 hours across a Panera location. How do they judge that? The Sip Club comes with a membership thing that you scan. They're just like, you were just here an hour and 46 minutes ago. You're going to have to wait the 14 minutes. This meant free refills for coffee, tea, soda, and their new charged tea. Do you think that it's just one drink people are having? No. Not when you're paying the Sip Club. I'm going to get as many fucking charged lemonades as I can. Charged tea and charged lemonades. So not only were they poorly advertising a dangerously caffeinated drink, but people were encouraged through the program to get refills often, to an extent of putting a 2-hour cap on it. It's been 3. I have to go. It's been 3 hours. I have to go back and get my refill. Also, if you brought a McDonald's cup into McDonald's, could you just fucking, well, who would know?
Unless
You know what I
they
mean?
saw you.
Yeah. Me thinks he's not a part of the Sip Club. Unfortunately, this led to the deaths of 2 people from 2022 to 2023. In 2022, 21-year-old Sarah Katz purchased a cup of charged lemonade only to go into cardiac arrest hours later during a friend's birthday party. You imagine showing up to the event with a fucking Panera cup and that's the cause of death? That's insane. She was an Ivy League student with a congenital heart condition called long QT syndrome, which raises the risk of heart problems due to irregular heart rhythms. Her friend and roommate Victoria Conroy reported that Sarah was very aware of what she put in her body to avoid health complications, especially with caffeine. When it dealt with caffeine, she was like, I have to research it. She stated that, quote, if Sarah had known how much caffeine this was, she never would have touched it with a 10-foot pole. Little Grinch shout out there. Oh, yeah. Her family is currently pursuing a wrongful death lawsuit based on the drink's dangerous contents and lack of warnings, which, to be fair, justifiable. You can't get if you have a charged lemonade with 390 milligrams of caffeine in it, and it's just like, welcome to summer. There's nothing to allure that it's like, this is a pick-me-up drink. Do you think that they were just trying to get people buzzed? Get them like, oh, when I drink that, it's crazy. I feel like wouldn't people just associate that with a sugar high, though?
Well, there's that famous video of the girl shaking. She's like, I didn't know there was this much caffeine. I've had 3 of them.
Yeah. And then in 2023, 46-year-old Dennis Brown suffered cardiac arrest after consuming 3 charged lemonades from Panera. I mean, oh my God, it's great. 3 of them? Come on, man. I was going to say, after the first one, you have to feel something.
Well, you'd be like, God damn, that was good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was chasing the dragon on that one, wasn't he? Sitting there, he's just like, ooh, I'm shaking. I'm shaking now. Brown, who was born with a chromosomal deficiency disorder and an intellectual disability, often frequented his local Panera after work. Can we even... Is that even relevant? Okay. Hey, time out, man. He always made sure to avoid energy drinks due to his high blood pressure, but had ingested the charged lemonade only days before dying from cardiac arrest. Another wrongful death lawsuit was filed, and now Panera has completely stopped the sale of charged lemonades. No shit, dude. That is up that you don't anywhere on your sign where it's just like, this gets you like jazzed up lemonade. It's just charged lemonade. What does that even mean? If you look at the photos too, the charged lemonade is just tucked right at the top. You're like, oh, okay, lemonade. Oh, it's a mango citrus drink, you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah. No.
You know what I mean? It's so deceptive. Yeah. Well, how many fucking Chipotles have I been to where there's just like frescas and these exact juice? You're just like, oh, I thought it was just juice. So both of these people were probably like, I just wanted lemonade. Had no idea. Yeah, that's insane. No one's gonna read the small text too of like 30 fluid ounces, 530 calories, and 390 milligrams of caffeine. Who would even process that?
Yeah, you just see the mango. Ooh.
Can you imagine someone he's just like gulping it down? He's like, oh my God, it's really good. And he like looks over and that's when he sees it. Or we can talk about Long John's The Big Catch meal. In 2013, the Center for Science and the Public Interest declared that Long John Silver's The Big Catch was the worst restaurant meal in America to consume. Yeah, it's that Long John's just like, it's a big catch, which the meal contained this: a fried haddock, a full fish, a full fried haddock, okay, hush puppies, and onion rings. That makes it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. Show some pictures of it, all right?
What's funny is they claim this is a 7.5 ounce fish, and people are like, it was actually 3.5 ounces of fish, and then 4 pounds of batter and oil.
Yeah, batter, oil, everything. And this meal was 1,320 calories, 33 grams of trans fat, which is 2 weeks worth of trans fat, and 3,700 milligrams of sodium. Now, see, this is the one where this is the meal where you're sweating. You're like, oh, Oh, takes out the sip club card. Give me my lemonade. I need it. I need it. I need it. You know, and yeah, we're talking about caffeine and people getting fucking heart attacks. But what about other kinds of biological warfare, such as the Jack in the Box E. coli outbreak? In 1993, Jack in the Box suffered a massive E. coli outbreak that affected hundreds of customers and led to 4 deaths and a 9-year-old entering a fucking coma. Okay? Which maybe you're like, E. coli, what is that? What's E. coli? Well, E. coli is a group of bacteria that leads to severe infections throughout the body, mainly the gut and urinary tract, which symptoms include diarrhea, vomiting, dehydration, and the potential risk of kidney failure. Fun stuff! The contaminated patties were found in Idaho, California, and Nevada, and resulted in 700 infections and 4 deaths. But Brianna Kiner, the 9-year-old from Redmond, Washington, developed hemolytic uremic syndrome, a condition that damages and inflames blood cells in your body, creating clots that can damage bodily organs. She became emaciated and jaundiced, and her condition worsened over time, and she started to bleed from every orifice before falling into a long coma. Her eyes, ears, mouth, I mean, everything. Can you imagine that nose? You're just like, all because you had a Hardee's burger. Man, to go out on one of a burger too. Hardee's, brutal, dude.
Jack in the Box.
Is it Jack in the Box? That's even worse. And to have it all go out on a Jack in the Box burger. They're not even known for burgers. Everyone's just like, they like their tacos. What the fuck is Jack in the Box? Also, I hate that logo, the mascot.
You don't like Jack?
I don't like Jack. Fuck him.
This video is sponsored by PDS. The new year is a new time to make a fresh start. Make 2025 the year you get out of debt. Whether that's credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Let PDS Debt find a personalized solution for you. If you're currently struggling with debt, making payments every month, but balances don't seem to be going down, PDS Debt may be here to help. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. Save more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Make this the year you take control of your debt. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video. And back to the...
But Brianna received medical treatment and had her organs hooked up to machines until she eventually woke up. While she was able to recover, she now lives with asthma, brain damage, diabetes, and kidney problems. Brianna's lawyer was able to obtain a $15.6 million settlement, as well as several millions for other victims of the outbreak, which resulted in a $160 million loss for Jack in the Box. And I'll say this. You might say, well, E. coli, Hunter, that's an accident. Papa Meat, that's an accident. It happens. You know what? How do we know old Jack didn't fucking want to spice things up? I have a weird theory sometimes. I feel like these restaurants do shit like this, so then their names are in the press. All press is good press, they say. Even the negative. Remember when Peter Pan peanut butter, everyone's like, oh, you can't eat that because it'll fucking kill you? Back in the day, it's peanut butter. And whenever that happened, around that time, their sales skyrocketed.
Because everybody wanted to see if it would kill him?
I lied. I have no idea. I just think that these corporations are evil, and I feel like for some reason they're just like, fuck it. E. coli in the Nevada burgers. Put it in there. The people of Nevada. And fast food restaurants are no strangers to lawsuits, guys, all right? Some of which become famous cases in the industry, such as Liebeck versus McDonald's. Because in 1992, 79-year-old Stella Liebeck suffered 3-degree burns from a cup of McDonald's coffee. See, I know that you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a big one. And I don't want anybody to be fucking trying to roll this old woman with shaky hands. And she spilt the coffee on herself. She did! But maybe the coffee was too goddamn hot. Because while attempting to add cream and sugar with the drink held between her legs, it spilled all over, resulting in severe burns on 16% of her body. That's a tiny woman. Well, yeah, also they're just like, if I take the radius, well, Stella, that's 16% of your body. Burn up your pussy, your belly button, and your upper thighs. I want to say, too, I always forget that she was adding it in between her legs. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Especially old woman thighs. You know she's not doing it. What the fuck's the pussy exercise?
I was gonna say jogging. It's not jogging.
Whatever. You know she's not doing that, dude. She's loosey-goosey down there. Weak pelvis.
Kegels.
Kegels. She's not doing Kegels. So for her to, like, I can keep balance of it. Ah! It was instant disaster. Not only did the boiling coffee also land on her genitals, did I tell you burn it, pussy? But the layer of skin on the affected areas burned off entirely. She was hospitalized and required skin grafts, which she refused to pay herself. Okay, now see, this is where you're kind of like, you're holding it between your legs. Okay, whatever. She aimed to have McDonald's front the medical costs, but was insulted with a measly $800 on the $20,000 she requested to settle her lawsuit. That is a spit in the face, to be fair. McDonald's is just like, we'll give you $800. She's like, what? Can you not just fucking fork me over 20, dude? McDonald's coffee was proven to be up to 190 degrees, which was several degrees higher than the typical fast food coffee. Through this, she was able to win her case and was awarded $160,000 on top of losing McDonald's $2.7 million in punitive damages. And that's also why every cup on Earth has caution hot on it now. Because if they would have had that, then they would have been like, we fucking told you it was hot. Also, like a couple degrees hotter. I mean, I hate to say it, you fucking kind of side with McDonald's on that one.
Yeah.
It would be different if she grabbed it. Here's your hot coffee, old woman.
Ah, thank you.
And then she grabs it, and then she's like, ah! And then it spills because it's so hot when she grabs.
It's so hot. I couldn't.
She was like,
I need it now.
she puts it in her legs, and then for some reason she fucking like spazzes out and it spills all over herself. How do we know she didn't do it on purpose? Burn off her pussy lips, everything else, upper thighs and belly button and stuff. And she's just like, I'm not showboating anybody.
I'm already dead.
Yeah, this is the moneymaker, not that. I'm already dead. I'm out the door. Grandma, will you go burn yourself at McDonald's so to pay for my college?
Yes.
That's just it. Fuck McDonald's. We can talk about Burger King man slips and sues. Because in 2023, a 48-year-old Florida man won a slip and fall case that became the biggest in all of Florida history. Richard Telecki slipped on a wet foreign substance in a Burger King bathroom in 2019. It was a foreign substance. We don't want to talk about it. What's the substance? Just tell me. Suffering severe back injuries from the fall, he required surgery, but during this process suffered a perforated colon. And once again, that's just unhappy of the fucking airbag deployed. He found himself under serious emotional and financial struggles, no longer being fit to work in his condition. And a lawsuit was filed to Burger King as he felt it was unjust for him to front the $130,000 in medical bills. I mean, I would be too if I'm just like, there was a foreign substance. I don't know what the that was. It was invisible on the floor. I mean, there's a dead alien covered in fucking ectoplasm on the floor. I didn't know what I was doing. Eventually, he was offered $200,000 to settle, but denied this, believing that Burger King deserved a bigger loss for their clear negligence. And Burger King was ultimately found 100% at fault for the incident. Attaboy, Richard. And in order to compensate Telecki for past, present, and future harm, he walked away with $7.81 million. Here's the fucking thing. You know what? Put a disclaimer up as don't do this, what I'm actually saying. I'm joking 100%. Unironically, go into a bathroom, slip and fall, and sue the fuck out of the company. Everyone go to an Olive Garden and just fucking start tripping. There's wine on the floor. That's what you need to do. Operation Olive Garden. Everyone go into an Olive Garden, trip us somewhere, and say you fell on some red wine, and then cut me in on 20% of the profit. It's fair. 20%? It's not bad, dude. Is it illegal? Is this illegal what I'm doing?
Not if it's a joke in Minecraft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just joking. Don't actually go there and like slip and fall and scream in pain, like really sell it. Have them call an ambulance, because if they call, then they're at fault because, you know, you didn't call. They did because they're that, afraid for you. But don't do it. Oh, we could talk about the KFC salmonella lawsuit. This is bound to happen, dude. One of these chicken chains getting salmonella. You fucking come on now. Also, whoever invented the word salmonella. Wow. There's some stupid word. Does that have anything to do with fish? Salmon?
I think of more of like a salamander.
Does it have anything to do with the salamander? They made it so much wrong. I thought it was a salamander. Is that not what they're cooking? Is that not what the Colonel's cooking? In 2005, multiple people were hospitalized after ingesting a Twister chicken wrap from KFC. What the f is a Twister chicken wrap? Put a picture of it here. Bring it back, Colonel. 7-year-old Monica Salmon ate at KFC with her family and shared her food with both her mom, dad, and brother. Damn, dude, selfless. You wouldn't see my Porky Pig ass doing that. People were like, can I try yours? No, it's a fucking Twister, dude. Come on now. Order your own. They're $3, Mom. Go get yourself another one. They were all sent to the hospital soon after with salmonella poisoning. While her family eventually recovered, Monica suffered serious long-term effects. She spent 6 months in a coma and is now quadriplegic due to the brain damage inflicted to her. Oh my God. Which has removed her ability to speak. That actually made my stomach turn. Imagine having that happen to you because you uttered the words, I would like a Twister chicken wrap. You know what I mean? I'm not. I'm just saying that is insane. KFC refused to compensate the family. Why? Why do these companies do? It's so frustrating. What? Us? You think you got it? We're not at fault here. That's weird. KFC refused to compensate the family, claiming that there was no record of the family purchasing this item from any of their locations.
They didn't have a receipt.
Yeah, do you have the receipt? It's like, no, I tossed it or I put it in my, food bag. Okay, because usually everyone keeps the receipt. Yeah, or like the kernels in the bag.
Ask them if they done kept the receipt. Nah.
This did not hold up in court, however, and a slew of poor hygiene practices at the restaurant were brought into question. It's like, when do you wash your hands? Just when I shit. When I piss, it's just, I don't ever touch I just unbuckle my pants. I don't touch anything. I shake it off and I rebuckle it. So there's no point. I don't really have to wash my hands. The guy's like, good point. Okay. That adds up. Due to the negligence of KFC, the family was able to win their case after a 4-week trial. That's short. That's very short, actually. Holy shit.
A lot of evidence
A
against
4-week trial, the colonel's like, was sweating. Oh, God. Should have put on deodorant. And the family was awarded $8.3 million. That doesn't seem nearly enough for having somebody get fucking quadriplegic-sized and not even able to fucking speak anymore from ordering a twisted chicken wrap from KFC. They should be burned down. The colonel should be fucking nailed to a stake and lashed to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh! That's what they take the chunks of his skin. That's what the double down's made out of. Oh! Okay. Over the years, you've probably heard stories of people finding strange objects from their fast food purchases, right? So I want to talk about some of the more egregious things that people have found because, you might see some stuff of like, you get French fries at the bottom of the bag. An onion ring. Oh, we're going to talk about some of the darker sides of those finds, okay? Like finding chicken heads. In the year 2000, Catherine Ortega from Newport purchased a box of chicken wings from McDonald's only to find the head of a chicken inside. Beak, eyes, and all. It was a fried chicken head.
Do you think the worker saw it and was like, looks good to me?
I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with it? What is it? I see that all the time. She's the only person that's complained. God, I think I kind of would have, I would have taken a bite. I think I definitely would have just fucking chomped at the neck a little bit. Done one of those, like a little donkey tooth thing. Peeling off the skin and shit. Like the bread, I'm not eating the meat, it's just the breading's good. She noticed this and she was plating the food for her children to eat. She denied McDonald's offer for a replacement meal, stating, quote, I will probably cook at home from now on. I don't blame you. She never sued, likely because her lawyers insisted that a chicken head may not be considered a foreign object if it is served alongside with other chicken parts. I mean, dude, come on. It's a fucking chicken head. Also, that photo is haunting. The little chicken head like this. Peeks his eye open. In 2013, Laura Clark's 3-year-old child, Aubrey, swallowed glass hidden in her Subway sandwich in Peterborough, Ontario. Holy hell! I think she went in there a couple times. She was getting macked up on by one of the guys. All right, Laura, this cold cut can be on the house if I can take you out tonight. I'll pay full price. He's like, no problem. And then when he comes back in, he takes 2 wine glasses. He's like, fucking shit. Breaks it and spreads it in there. She was eating the turkey sandwich when she experienced a sharp pain. The glass had sliced up her mouth, tongue, and cheeks. The child began bleeding out the mouth the next day, but eventually recovered. However, this was not an isolated incident. What do you mean? How? In 2017, a Subway in Brownsville, Texas, served Sergio Tomás a sandwich that contained a large shard of glass. These cannot be random, isolated incidents. This has to be planned, like a Zodiac kind of killer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The cold cut killer. That's what it needs to be.
That's a good name.
Not bad. After biting down the sandwich, Sergio began chewing on glass. He realized what had happened and scrambled to the bathroom to wash his mouth before alerting a Subway employee. Oh my God. No, tell him. If it was me, if I bit into a big thing of glass, I mean, it would be a theatrical show. I mean, it would be, I mean, it would be like, I'd have 911 called.
You know what I'd do? I'd go up to the counter and just spit a huge wad of blood and glass at them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do too. I did one long drone. He told reporters, quote, I said you can look for yourself. So he looked at it and said, okay, I can get you another sandwich. He made one for me and didn't offer me a refund or an apology. Now that does sound like a fast food worker. So you just want another one? Oh, I can make you another one. Guys, well, goddamn, I'd like a sorry. That's all I want. I'd just like an apology. Please. Upon an employee's investigation, the foreign object was supposedly glass belonging to a fluorescent bulb that was accidentally shattered before falling into a pile of meat. A manager insisted it came from a factory the meat was produced from. God, both of those horrible answers. No, it was packaged in the place that we get the meat from. Like, what? Do you not have quality control? They're like, no, sir. No. Also, what does that mean? Like, as in, like, the ceiling, the light bulb from the ceiling fell. So then here's my next question. Where was the meat at? Was it on the ground, like in containers on the ground? And they're just like, eh.
When I first heard that, I think, like, you know, the deli stand, there's like light up there. I'm wondering if that broke.
Oh, you think it's one of those lights?
Yeah, and then it fell.
They just like sweep it over their hands and they're just like, all right, so you said a meatball? Okay. We're not done with Subway yet because we have to talk about a knife in a Subway sandwich. All right, now what are they going to say? Well, the knife fell into the meats. In 2008, a New York man named John Agnesini filed a lawsuit against Subway after he discovered an entire serrated 7-inch knife baked into the cold cut trio sandwich. Baked! How do you take that from here? And you're like, weird looking. Okay, it's like cyberpunk. The 26-year-old man was well into his meal, taking several bites before noticing that a sharp object was poking out of it. Okay, well now I'm kind of like, John, what the f are you talking about? It's like a giant, like, I like to think it's like a, what the f is that, like, Persian sword? A scimitar. It's like a giant scimitar sticking. He's like, Prince Ali. He stated, quote, "That's the last thing you think about a sandwich you eat all the time." What, you don't even put that in. What the f kind of quote even is that? What does that mean? Were they drunk when they talking to him? So you found the knife. That's the last thing you think about a sandwich you eat all the time. What the f are you talking about, John? There was no apology made from the restaurant. I love that. I like how they're just like, we have nothing to tell you. You found a knife, dude. You got more than what you asked for. What are we supposed to say?
You know what I think with those? If they say...
Well, if they say sorry, it admits wrongdoing or whatever. There was no apology made from the restaurant, pushing John to file a lawsuit on the basis of negligence impacting public health and safety. While he sought after $1 million, he only received a take it or leave it offer of $20,000. And I'm going to guess right now that he immediately took that. Yes, sir. Okay, fine. I will say that knife is fucking horrifying. This looks like a prison shank. God, what a gross looking sandwich too. Doesn't even look at it. I don't know. What the fuck is that, like tuna? I don't know. I don't like it. Or we could talk about a woman who bit into a dead rat in her sandwich. In 2016, 46-year-old Ellen Manfelti Ellen was dining at a Chick-fil-A. Ooh, we got Chick-fil-A coming right now too. That's kind of when she suddenly bit into a dead rat that snuck its way inside her chicken sandwich. How did it die so quick? It snuck its way. Also, how long she was like, I'm gonna eat these in 4 months. Shuts the trunk. Whenever he's like lying there. After tasting something funny during her meal. She inspected the sandwich, assuming part of her bread had been burnt. Upon dissecting the meal, it turned out the rodent was baked inside of the bottom bun, whiskers and all. She threw the sandwich on the table, telling reporters, quote, "I basically lost my mind. I screamed!" After getting a lackluster response to her complaints, she filed a lawsuit, seeking $50,000 for physical and psychological damages, as she apparently started seeing a therapist to cope with the new ground anxiety and inability to eat in the coming weeks. Yeah, right, dude. But she was a big old girl, too. I can't eat. The therapist is like, so this was a positive for you. Don't put that in. She reported that she was dealing with intense nightmares since the incident as well. Oh my God, is that the rat?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at that little son of a bitch. The verdict is not public, meaning it was likely settled out of court. They can definitely cut her a fucking check. Those religious fucks. He's just like, God's great with you. No, leave us alone. So that makes sense. So the rat didn't crawl into her meal. That motherfucker was baked into the bread. He's probably pawing around on some dough. Why not, dude? A little Ratatouille action. It's all cute when Disney does it. Or a fried chicken lung found in the KFC meal. Now we're going back to KFC. Back. Are we going back to McDonald's soon? I hope. In 2016, 30-year-old Mark Nichols was sold a 3-piece meal from KFC. And after biting into a chicken breast, he was surprised to find a lung. He told the Daily Mail Australia, "It was disgusting. It was absolutely vile." He quickly spat out the rest of the organ and confronted a KFC employee. He was not offered a refund and told to contact customer service instead. According to a spokesperson, it could either be a lung or a kidney that was accidentally left on during preparation. Once again, we don't know if he did any suing, but the picture of that is fucking disgusting. You know how many people in the world that eat fast food would just be like, Like they wouldn't care. I got this guy had the gall to be like, what the f? Ah! I think so many people in my family, like my mom, that fucking Billy Goat of a woman would just be like, I mean, not even think twice about it.
I love the running theme of just like, no refund.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. No. I like how they're just like, call customer service, man. What are you gonna do? Hey, I found a kidney. They're like, what? Or, this is one of my favorites, is the finger found in custard. In 2005, Clarence Stowers was eating dessert from Cole's frozen custard when he suddenly realized he was sucking and licking on an amputated index finger. Like he's just like, What? When asked for a comment, he said, quote,
I thought it was candy because they put candy in your ice cream or whatever to make it a treat.
What the f are you talking about? How old are you? How old is this man? Clarence, aren't you 56?
Yeah, I'm just a kid though. I'm like a little kid.
He told a Wilmington television station on Sunday, quote,
so I proceeded to put the object in my mouth, got all the ice cream off of it, and spit it in my hand.
Pretty accurate the way you just did.
What was this? He's like, like rolling around you. Which also, if you thought it was candy, why would you spit it into your hand?
Wait.
He's in his booth. My fucking fingers all wet. He began screaming at the top of his lungs after realizing what had happened. Later, he declined any calls asking further comments as he began hiring a lawyer. He kept the finger in his possession to be used as evidence. What a creepy fucking weirdo. He was later discovered that the finger belonged to Brandon Pfizer, an employee who had a serious accident on the job. Holy shit. He had dropped an entire bucket of custard and lunged over to catch it, but his finger got caught in a custard mixing machine, and it chopped off his finger at his first knuckle. So this is a full finger. Wow. As his co-workers were assisting him, an employee scooped up custard containing his finger and served it to a customer. Like, I heard the guy's like screaming, oh! There was one guy who's just like, like not even giving a that guy. He's always screaming on the job. There is only a few hours before a severed finger is no longer viable to be reattached to the hand. So the employees pleaded with Stowers to return the finger so that he may reattach it. And he refused, instead claiming he would be contacting an attorney and the TV stations. This is definitely a fucking character, isn't it?
Do you think he knew, like, when he handed it? Ooh, a finger.
Yeah, I think he's probably like, jackpot. Stowers held onto the finger for so long that the poor employee was unable to have it reattached. Public perception favored Pfizer because of this, seeing Stowers as desperate for a quick buck, even at his own expense. The lawsuit he filed was for over $10,000 due to the negligence and unfair business practices. There's no public knowledge of what the verdict actually was, but I hope that he didn't get it.
The guy refused to give his finger back for $10,000.
You know what I want to do? Yeah, for 10 grand, I'm not going to give you your fucking finger. You know what? If you're out there, man who got his finger cut off, I want to buy you a nice mahogany finger. Reach out to me. I'm not even joking. Email me, mecannon@gmail.com, and I will get you a fucking dope finger. We need to have some kind of proof, though. You need to show me this, and like I guess like you and the custard place you worked at. I don't know. But that's not the only finger story, because there was also a finger found in Chile, which this is the famous finger story. Because in 2005, wait, is that the same year as the other one? Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh my god, this is a year. You know what? Maybe the custard thing happened, and the Chile person got the idea.
Oh, I bet you that's probably what it was. Did you hear about the thing in the custard? We should do that. Put it in the fucking chili. In 2005, 39-year-old Anna Ayala visited a Las Vegas Wendy's. Okay, so never mind. It was just Las Vegas. It was just disgusting people, casino people. Visited a Las Vegas Wendy's and ordered a bowl of chili. She began to freak out after discovering a human finger. I like how at least this time she didn't put it in her mouth. She's like, oh my god. I'm like the other guy. Mm-hmm. It was described as a 1 to 1.5 inch fingertip with a manicured nail, and investigations began. But the source of the finger was unknown. This Wendy's location started to lose all their business to the point of offering $50,000 to any information on where the finger came from. Dude, close up shop and just call it a day. Look at the guy's like, we're gonna turn this around. Over time, people became suspicious that Anna planted the finger on purpose for a monetary reward. The police obtained a search warrant for her home after it was discovered that they had performed hoaxes like this in the past. In one case, she had her daughter fake an illness and blamed it on a meal from El Pollo Loco in return for a sizable settlement. Do you think you're gonna get away with this more than one time, you As this case became more and more publicized, Wendy's raised the reward from $50,000 to $100,000. Further police investigations revealed that the finger had actually belonged to a friend of Jamie, her husband, who had severed it during a workplace accident. He bought the fingertip off of him for $100 and even explained what they aimed to do with it. The co-worker even admitted that they later tried to buy his silence regarding the hoax for $250,000. How much money do they think they were going to get? By the end of the hoax, Wendy's claimed to have lost $2.5 million in sales due to negative press. Anna was sentenced to 9 years in prison and was released after 4 for good behavior. Her husband, however, served for 12. Anna found herself back in prison again in 2013. God damn. Her son, who was a convicted felon, accidentally shot himself in the ankle because he wasn't allowed to be in possession of a firearm. Anna lied and told the police that it was 2 men who shot him. For this, Anna and her son received 2 years in prison. What just a nasty family. What a nasty, gross family. That's just kind of like, you just know it's doomsday. You know what I mean? It's not biting into food that you have to worry about. There are many cases in which kids are injured or even killed by fast food toys. Like the Scooter Bug. Remember Scooter Bug? Anybody? No. Well, released in 2000, the Scooter Bug was a toy that wiggled its legs back and forth when you rolled it across the floor. It was about 3 inches long and 2.5 inches wide. And in 2001, 234,000 Scooter Bug toys had to be recalled after children started breaking off its antennas and choking on them. Like, they're just like... What's the fascination of, do you think it's just like primitive brain type stuff of like, thing is size of mouth? Put inside of mouth.
You know what I think it is? Maybe they put the Scooter Bug in, and they're sucking and chewing, and then it breaks off, and then
Or we're going to talk about the Hello Kitty toys from McDonald's. Because in 2014, McDonald's was giving out Hello Kitty whistles in their Happy Meals. 2.3 million of these toys had to be recalled after 2 children sucked on the pieces to the point of choking. See, it's the sucking thing again. Or Doc's DeLorean. It was a car toy that could be pulled back to reveal sparks from the back of it. Back to the Future prop for the movie. It was deemed a choking hazard and recalled in 1992. Kind of just speedrunning these. Or a Playmobil toy along with a box that could be used as a playset to prevent kids from choking. About 10 million of these toys were recalled. So basically, kids were just putting things in their mouth, sucking on them, and then things were breaking apart immediately because they're cheap pieces of plastic and people were choking on them. And millions and millions and millions of these toys had to be recalled. Unfortunate. I wonder if there's like a warehouse.
Oh, with recalled
Oh,
stuff?
just all the stuff, yeah.
I think so. I think I had these exact toys. I remember the Scythe guy.
I do remember this next one coming up, which is the Shrek cups had to be recalled for toxic metals being on the cups. Because in 2010, 12 million Shrek Forever After drinking glasses were recalled due to the paint on them containing cadmium, which is a fucking toxic metal. Which I want to say too, McDonald's has put out some dope glasses. I'm pretty sure I still have my Batman Forever mugs. That's like crystalware. I'm going to give that to my kids and say, have fun buying in your house. Or Burger King's Pokemon toys. Sure, Burger King has done a lot of great Pokemon toys in the past. Remember the slabs? Slabs were the best. The gold slabs? Unbelievable. And in 1999, Burger King sold a wildly popular Pokemon toy consisting of a Pokemon Pokeball filled up with up to 57 different types of Pokemon. See, that's how they got you, dude. Because McDonald's, you remember back in the day too, McDonald's did a thing where you would be like, do you have Inspector Gadget's arm? You have to make like a fucking GoBot of like the thing. So you have to drive around. So now people would be like, you have Snorlax? They're like, we don't know, man. They're sealed. Fuck! Problems arose when infants began lodging individual halves of the ball into their nose and mouth and being unable to remove them. An 18-month-old child nearly died after covering his face in one half of the Pokeball until it got stuck and began suffocating him. And sadly, a 13-month-old girl did actually die from suffocation, leading to a massive recall of over 70 million units. You never think about how fucking kids are just gonna be like, right? And that's the thing. The negligence is not only on the consumer, it's on the conglomerate, the fast food chain themselves, right? But here's the thing. If you're in one of these things, you maybe find a finger or a testicle or, you know, a skateboard. I don't know what the you find in your food. You're not going to get an apology from these companies. You're going to be met with swift legal papers. Don't sign them and sue. And I still want to reiterate and bring up hashtag Olive Garden Gate, or whatever the I called it earlier. I'm just joking. Don't do it. But seriously, you should go and trip inside of an Olive Garden and you should sue them. I'm joking. I'm joking that you would make a lot of money. I'm just gonna end it there. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about more alternative health solutions. Are you a disgusting, dare I say, dying human being right now, like myself? I'm writhing away. I'm crumbling in on myself. It's disgusting. So I wanted to take time to look at some of the other health alternatives out there. Is there more pee in this one?
No.
We're taking steps in the right direction. What about poo?
No poo?
In a way, I'm slightly disappointed. Nowadays, it seems like everyone is trying to find a new undiscovered way to improve their health. We've talked about alternative health methods in the past, and boy, are there plenty more where that came from. It seems that no matter what your health concern is, there's some random person on the internet that's already figured out a simple solution. Like people using bleach and turpentine to cure autism. Jeezy. It's a witch's brew.
This was in 2019 too.
I need it to come back right now. I need a cure for the tisms for me, Angie, or everyone in this place. I think it's got a little bleach, a little turpentine. Then we can finally throw away the fidget spinners and, you know, everything else that we used to stim in this. I'm not going to list all the things we used to stim in this building, but it's a lot. So I thought today we'd talk about some of the crazy alternative health trends and some of the bizarre health gurus promoting them.
So this is how I got these. Breath work.
First up, let's talk about one of the alternative health methods that claim to replace actual medical treatment, like psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. People pretend to do surgery on you and it makes you feel better. It was that like the phantom pain, whatever. Do you think it's something like that? The only reason I even know about this is because of the House episode where he like lives by a Canadian Vietnam vet or something. House like keeps him captive in his house. He like locks him up and he's like, open your hand. And he's like, there's a mirror to it on his hand that he doesn't have one here. And he just, and it heals him. Finally. It's the only reason why I know what phantom pain is.
And then the Phantom Menace.
The best character in Star Wars Episode 1. I don't want to hear any gripe in the comments. It's Sebulba. Love Sebulba. Walks in his hands like his like weird little basset hound face. He's like, he's a little cocksucker. He's an asshole. Anyways, first up, we're talking about psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. The phrase psychic surgery refers to a pseudoscience that involves simulating surgical procedures with fast hand movements and an assortment of props like fake blood and animal parts. Don't traumatize me. Operation success! I'd be fucked up when I didn't see anything. You worked on me? Oh yeah. Which psychic surgery is a spiritual practice originated from Brazil and the Philippines, using the placebo effect to convince people that they have been healed. This often leads to the death of innocent people who put off serious medical procedures that could have easily saved their lives. It's like, what is it, the Man on the Moon, whatever, the Jim Carrey one, where it's like the people faking and they're like pulling out like fake stuff and he like looks over and realizes it's not real. Gotta play Operation with yourself. One of the most well-known practitioners of psychic surgery is a man referred to as John of God.
At least he's not proclaiming he's God.
I'm a John of God.
But there's nothing godly about him.
A man living in Brazil that sees patients from all across the world who travel to receive his care. During procedures, he goes into trance-like states, channeling the power of God, spirits, and dead doctors from the past to help those in need. Free of charge! Although, he does accept donations. He's like, no, seriously, it's free. Just saved your life. It's like a guilt trip, I bet. No, I mean, it's whatever. You healed? You feel good? I feel great. Pay it forward. Well, do you want me to pay it? No, not me. I'd like to think that a guy like John of God is he's channeling like a House kind of character, him yelling at the person, they're like slipping in and out of consciousness with like laughing gas. You're gonna be just fine. I'm a doctor. If someone's using anesthesia on you, if someone like put on a clown mask and they were like, welcome to hell, would that induce like a nightmare?
Do you dream on anesthesia?
I don't know. I've only been on it once, and then like I'm horrified to go on it now. I hate people telling me shit, because now I'm like, if I ever have a surgery, I'm just like, let me die. I mean, one of the cases where I don't come out of it. You gotta be like an old head, dude. Like my mom. It barely happens. They just don't care. Instead of giving people anesthetics, he would provide them energized water, as well as having assistants meditate nearby to provide spiritual energy. It's like 3 5-hour energies. You're gonna want to slam this. Despite the silliness of the practice, he was notable enough to show up on Oprah Winfrey's show, and after this, he skyrocketed into international fame. Even though he's getting international, fame and all that stuff because Oprah. Hey, well, you go on Oprah show. Isn't that where Dr. Phil came from too? And Dr. Oz even? The fuck's up with all these doctors, dude? This practice was believed to be doing more harm than good, convincing people they were healed to the point of avoiding real medical treatment. And in the 70s, the FTC called it a total hoax, warning travel agencies not to encourage booking tours of psychic surgeries.
That's big pharma trying to shut you down.
That is big pharma. Oh, I'm sorry. Tynol's pissed, dude. Tynol's just like, stop it. Andy Kaufman had gone to the Philippines, hoping to use a string of psychic surgery sessions to cure his metastatic lung cancer. There was no noticeable difference, and the cancer took his life soon after. Okay, here it is, Man on the Moon. That's what it was then. Because they're actually like, oh, I'm pulling out the sickness.
Tricking your brain to be like, I'm good.
In reality, what John was doing was much, much darker. His real name was Joao Teixeira de Faria, and he was accused in 2018 of sexually abusing nearly 600 women.
So he just grabbed a little titty while he was pulling out an organ.
That's what it kind of sounds like, right? He's like a little clown show thing. Smell the flower. Faria would lure women who were desperate for the miracle medical aid, only to be given a private session at his spiritual hospital. There, he would sexually abuse them. Okay. The age range of his victims would range from 9 to 67 years old. He's like, if it walks, you can get a private session with me. God damn!
At least he didn't discriminate.
What a disgusting thing to say, you rat f. And Faria denied everything. And years later, he was sentenced to 118 years in prison. And you can start to see how some of these health practices became harmful. Often medical misinformation can lead to further harm and even death. Speaking of which, how about we talk about apitherapy, also known as injecting yourself with bee venom.
That doesn't seem bad.
Inject yourself with bee venom?
Yeah.
Why?
There might be some kind of like healing property or
Yeah, but couldn't you say that about anything? You drink a gallon of piss. It comes from the human body.
it's waste.
It's bee venom.
I don't know what's in bee venom.
They don't put it in you. What are you talking about? It came from a bee, not from a human. It's bee waste. It's literally bee poison. I don't know. Could be good. The practice of apitherapy involves utilizing chemicals found inside bee products. This may include bee venom, honey, beeswax, and more. I mean, you know, sure. Go inject honey into your veins then, dude. Do it. Apitherapy can be simple as eating honey for its health benefits, but as dangerous as injecting bee venom directly into your bloodstream. Whenever you get stung by a bee, does it go into your bloodstream?
Yeah.
So it'd have to, right? It's a syringe worth, though. A bee is this big. If you had a concert, you're like, I need fucking more. I don't think it'd be good. Which the actor Gerard Butler, 300, King Leonidas and much, had once attempted to inject himself with bee venom after a 12-hour-long day performing stunts for the movie Geostorm. He wanted to take advantage of the potential anti-inflammatory benefits. After he heard of a man injecting himself with bee venom, he decided to invite him to the set to perform it on him. And after injecting it, this is so stupid. I heard you inject yourself with bee venom. Yeah, I want you to do it to me. Anti-inflammatory, dude. Put on some icy hot like the rest of us. Hollywood actors are so full of themselves, man. My God. After being injected with it, he entered anaphylactic shock, and he describes his feeling during an interview. These are some quotes. It's awful. Creepy crawlies all over me. Swelled up, heart's going to explode, but I go through it, and then I find out he gave me 10 times too much. I like to think it was like a comically large, like Acme, like Looney Tunes deal. All right, Mr. Butler. Time for your medication. And for one 55-year-old woman, this treatment ultimately took her life. She'd been going to bee acupuncture sessions monthly for 2 years and experienced no adverse side effects. Bee acupuncture, dude? Maybe it is a holistic thing where it's like, it's a bee, not big pharma. It's not big icy hot. In a social setting, would you say that out loud? Proudly? I don't think I tell anybody. Hey, I gotta go. Where are you going? Hey, we gotta go get the bee acupuncture. Because you know what it also kind of sounds like? Sounds like somebody just puts bees on your body.
I bet you that's what they do. They take live bees and just...
Do you think so? How the fuck are you going to catch a bee and then sit it down and be like, stinger? I bet you they have the bee venom, and I bet you they dip a little bit of it. Don't shake your head. Listen to me. I listen to your stupid bee thing. Listen to me. They dip it a little bit in a little jar, and they poke it in. But it's very minuscule. That seems more plausible than a guy like in a room full of bees spraying some of that fumigating dust everywhere. The person's like, laying on the bed. Shh. Yeah, this gets them real horned up.
Editor, who's right?
If it's Nick, I'm gonna kill myself. If it's Nick, put a gun to my head and shoot me. But suddenly, it all changed. After a session, she began wheezing and losing consciousness. She was hospitalized where doctors found that her blood pressure dropped dramatically. She was put into a permanent coma and eventually dying of multi-organ failure weeks later. Bee products are seen to have a lot of potential, but the science isn't there yet. Anyone trying to utilize this type of treatment ends up doing so with a serious risk. Yeah, I don't know. Would you do bee treatment?
I would try one sting.
I would do one. Give me one bee sting and that's it. When's the last time you've been stung by a bee?
I think I was like 6th grade. I stepped on one.
Horrible. I got stung on my finger, like right here when I was younger at a baseball tournament from like a hornet. And one of my buddy's dads, who was a cigarette smoker, he's like, I know how to treat this. I was smoking a cigarette. He took another one of his cigarettes and like unrolled the tobacco and he was like putting it on my finger and shit and rubbing it in. And I was like, He's like, how does it feel? I was like, it feels the same. And he's like, water! And he brought water over. He took some of the ice from it. And he was like rubbing my finger and he kept taking tobacco leaves and was pinching it in. He's like rubbing around like that. He's like, how about now? I feel like it made it worse. I was like, okay, yep, feels good. He's like, yeah, I got you. Also, I was like, it's not even regular tobacco. They're like Marlboros or something. Like, there's bleach and chemicals in it, dude.
I thought he was gonna like light a cigarette and then put it out.
Burn out. Yeah, that would just be child abuse. Yeah, all the other people are like, we didn't have any bees. If you thought that these health practices couldn't get any more bizarre, maybe it's time for us to talk about drinking colloidal silver. Colloidal.
Colloidal.
Yeah. Which colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. I feel like Bill Nye half the time. Colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. Bill.
The planet's on fire.
While this is pushed online as a dietary supplement, there's very little research to prove its supposed health benefits. Is this that thing of blue that you're talking about?
Oh no, that's
Methylene blue.
Methylamine thing, that's what RFK is drinking. My secret blue deal is your child have autism, then your child have a peanut allergy. Take a squirt of this, but this in your mouth. People believed using silver medically could treat infections and wounds. When? In the Middle Ages? It also kills werewolves. This was before the creation of antibiotics. While it seems to help with some skin wounds, it is more dangerous than people are led to believe. The side effects can be pretty alarming. It can cause organ damage, burning, pain in the hands and feet, psychosis, and even seizures. Jacob upstairs, a little epilepsy. Well, when next time he has a seizure, I'm gonna get him some methylamine. But don't tell him. And don't tell OSHA. The most absurd side effect being that the buildup of silver inside of one's body causes the skin to become discolored. What results is a permanently bluish gray pigment in the skin. And I know exactly where we're going. The Papa Smurf dude. Paul Carrison is basically the poster child for the skin condition known as argyria. He had heard false claims about its health benefits and rejuvenation capabilities from a magazine, which led to him ingesting silver diluted into 10 ounces of water daily. God damn, dude.
He's looking good.
He's looking very good. He claimed that his acid reflux and arthritis completely vanished. And over time, however, the silver poisoning led to his skin becoming a sickly, bluish gray color. It's pretty gross, if I'm being honest. Looks like bad meat, like moldy bread or something. If someone hasn't gifted him an Infinity Gauntlet yet, that is bullshit. He was so sure that the silver had cured him that he kept taking it despite his skin color. And in fact, he started getting ionic foot baths to fix his skin color through detoxification, which is another untested and unproven pseudoscience. He's basically just like a walking Chernobyl victim. In 2013, Carrison died at the age of 62. He had endured a heart attack, which led to severe strokes as well as pneumonia. He ingested colloidal silver until the very end of his life. So he's just like, I'll be fine in 10 minutes. Just give me a breather. Speaking of eating things for medical benefits, let's talk about the ridiculous diets that have come from the world of alternative health.
Today, my friends and I are frying bull testicles. It's the veins for me.
Like eating raw chicken, which is just disgusting. Raw chicken is so gross. Even just like nice, like before you cook it, I hate touching it, smelling it. It's, oh God.
I always worried that my chicken's rotten.
Wait, you smell it, you're like, is this sour? Yeah. I almost want to keep one that is bad so I can compare them. We gotta throw out that milk in the fridge, by the way. When we're done recording this, go over, unscrew that milk thing and smell it. Dude, you have to. I did it the other day. It was horrible. You gotta do it at least once. Believe it or not, many people have taken to eating raw chicken. It is believed that this is how humans are meant to eat, seeing as eating raw meat food is the closest you can get to nature and our ancestors. Millions and millions of years ago. Also, I'm pretty sure that they died off really quickly until a guy was like, I'm just gonna throw this into the fire and then eat it. And that's why we're still here. Despite the clear risks that come with eating raw chicken, like vomiting, diarrhea, parasites, and salmonella poisoning, there has been an alarming increase in search results for whether or not it's okay to ingest raw chicken. Online, you can find many influencers chowing down on raw chicken as commentators watch and discuss. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm not watching it. I've seen it before, I'm not watching it again. And one of these raw meat connoisseurs takes it to a whole new level. Scott Lives and his fermented raw meat.
I feel like I maybe shouldn't, but I'm going to because I dreamt about it.
Scott Lives is an influencer that swears by the practice of eating raw, fermented meat. It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Because also he has these jars, he opens it and smells them. It's disgusting. It's basically paste. It's just pieces of meat that are breaking down. I mean, it's rotten meat. It's just rotting, whatever. So like the blood and all the stuff in it, that's just from the meat disintegrating. It's disgusting.
You have to open them every day. If they open it, if they pop and hiss, that's how you know it's progressing well.
People believe that this process results in an increase of concentrated vitamins and minerals, probiotic benefits, boosting immunity and reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses. Not only that, but people are actually finding that eating fermented meats is getting people high. That's the reason. According to a consultant dietitian that spoke to Vice, quote, if you're leaving this out for anything from days to months to years, who knows what kinds of bacteria are going to grow. And some of those bacteria might have chemical properties that are going to give you a high or hallucination or a feeling of euphoria. So maybe that's also why people are like, I just feel so good. Holy shit. After I just vomited, shit my pants, and just puked up blood, I feel great. This is awesome. But despite this, there's a wide range of bacteria being introduced to your system when ingesting rotten meat. This poses serious health risks, my friends. I feel like this is all obvious. Don't eat bad chicken. Yeah, dude. Scott will post videos of himself showing off putrid, blackened, high meat he's been fermenting before ingesting it. Very often, he will talk about the immense amounts of diarrhea he's endured from this diet. It's always pretty funny. He's like, yeah, I had tons of diarrhea yesterday, but here we are checking it. He's like always in a parking lot, opening these things in like jars in the back of his car. It looks insane. But Scott doesn't shy away from chicken as well. In one video, he eats a raw fermented chicken meal while he once again explains that he has had constant diarrhea, but claims it's a good thing because it's one of the main ways to detox the body.
Well, I don't always have diarrhea, but I do go through phases where I do have diarrhea every day. Like, diarrhea is the second strongest form of detox.
In some videos, he is clearly struggling to eat the meat, all while telling the camera about how good it tastes. You know, you gotta be like, it's so good. Like shaking. You know, it gets real when people start doing the shake. Along with his fermented meats, he eats a concoction he refers to as lube, a mixture of raw eggs, butter, and lemon juice. And according to Scott, this primal lifestyle can cure epilepsy, anxiety, asthma, vision impairment, dandruff, arthritis, dry skin, Crohn's disease, insomnia, autism, dizziness, paranoia, eczema, fatigue, and even schizophrenia, which Scott definitely does not have. Now, of course, Scott isn't just sharing his knowledge out of the goodness of his heart, right? That wouldn't be nice of him. Like most people claiming to have miracle health knowledge, he sells coaching sessions to make money off his teachings. Duh. Wait, you're telling me the guy that lives in a park or is living out of his car with fermented jar meat, he has to sell coaching? Oh, okay, just making sure.
I mean, he's eating it, but do you think it's bullshit? Because I've seen videos of him like commenting on his fat, being like, oh no, it's actually healthy to be fat.
So you think that he's eating like Lay's potato chips and shit? He's not really eating the raw meat. Part of me wants to always say everything you see online is fake, is a lie. I think that those are probably real jars that he's smelling and he's throwing up, but I would probably say he doesn't eat a lot of it. I bet you anything that motherfucker's selling teaching classes and he's eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes and all that kind of shit, you know what I mean? No, it's good to have this. Moving on, many people see results participating in the act of fasting. If you haven't fasted before, it's the worst thing. You'll lose weight, there's that, but you'll also go, it's the fucking worst. And a recent deviation from this trend has emerged.
Hunger is different than starvation. Understand that, you fat f***.
One that is far less safe I'm going to talk to you about is called dry fasting. So all these little people were like, oh yeah, I fast for 2 days. You've done nothing. Have you dry fasted, bro? I doubt it. Dry fasting is when you avoid any type of liquid during your fasting period.
Oh my God.
I know. People believe this results in weight loss, cell regeneration, delayed aging, and reduced inflammation. How they thought that, I don't know who's coming up with the results of this, but you're already not eating. So usually during fasting, you're drinking a shit ton of water. Like it's like you're hydrating to the max. Usually it's eating off all of your fat storage. So people are like fasting, they're detoxing, and then like they're just like drinking tons of water and just like getting all the shit out of their system. And this, you're doing nothing. You're starving yourself. You're starving to death. It's basically just like, you ever see the movie 127 Hours? Yeah. You want to do that without your leg getting pinned? Sure! As it turns out, not a lot of data to prove any of these claims. However, dry fasting can lead to dehydration, which is proven to cause kidney problems as well as constipation, decreased focus, fatigue, and even headaches. The more serious risks of dry fasting include seizures, kidney failure, brain swelling, in some cases death. But come on. Gotta lose them pounds, dude. For people who want to avoid eating processed and unhealthy foods, they may be looking for something a little more extreme. For them, there's breatharianism, the diet that consists of only air. Breatharianism is the ability to survive without the need of any type of sustenance, be it food or water. What the hell are we doing? Like, there's gonna be some guy just being like, I don't need steak or water, I'm just gonna... Oh my God, that's it, and I'm full. According to one couple, Akahi Ricardo and Camilla Costella, this sounds like some LA names, dude. They have been living off the universe's energy for 9 years. Bullshit. Aside from a piece of fruit and drinking vegetable broth 3 times a week, they live a fairly food-free lifestyle that they claim has allowed them to experience a variety of health benefits on top of lowering expenses. This extends to Costello's pregnancy, where she refused to eat for 9 months before giving birth to their youngest child. And throughout the entire process, she explains that her blood work all came out perfect. According to her, quote, I knew my son would be nourished enough by my love and that this would allow him to grow healthy in my womb. However, there's a catch, as there always is. Both Ricardo and Costella teach courses about breatharianism, which makes their news coverage more like advertisements for their lifestyle courses. Bet you anything, old Ricardo, he's slipping in and out every once in a while. He's getting to jungle style. They note that they do not force their children to practice breatharianism as well, which is probably for good reason considering that numerous deaths have resulted from their practice, from this practice. I don't want to say their practice.
They didn't make it up. That's crazy.
Well, they didn't make it up, but I'm just saying. They're pushing it. In 1999, a woman was found dead in the Scottish Highlands in her attempt to practice this religious act of breatharianism. She was taking a 21-day conversion course that involved denying all food and water. And after the 21 days, it is believed that the participant will no longer feel hunger or thirst again, ever. I'm serious. Mark it down. Forever. 21 days. Police found her near her tent in the fetal position after dying of starvation. How do you think that they went 9 years? She probably just didn't believe hard enough, I bet. That's probably why.
It's the broth and vegetable.
You gotta have at least broth. Broth's all you need to survive. There's a lot of calories in broth. With so many alternative health trends coming onto the main stage, you'd think it'd be hard to think of new, unique ones. But don't worry, there's plenty more. Let's talk about genital maxing. For example, ball slapping. You slap your balls? It hurts. It hurts good. Oh, ooh. Oh, come on now. According to some health gurus, slapping your balls can have positive benefits. According to influencer and practitioner Troy Casey, it's an ancient kung fu practice that stimulates testosterone production. This means that it supposedly increases your semen production on top of increasing your chi. Supposedly, he does them after taking an ice bath, which results in feeling of euphoria. I think we said this last time. I'm never going to do a ice bath, so people stop asking me.
Why not?
It's cold. I don't want to do it.
Just dip your balls in the ice bath.
If I can dip my balls in the ice bath to where they get numb and I start ball slap maxing, then maybe I will. It goes without saying that Troy Casey also sells his products on his website on top of hosting his own health retreats. They always have something to sell, Nick.
Are you gonna make money?
Yeah, and it's bullshit, man, because we have a Patreon. Behind the scenes content's really cool. I'd hate for you to go and check it out and sign up. It's like, whatever. Yeah, I have some of my health tips on my Patreon, patreon.com/Mika. It's no big deal. It's like they're like snakes, man. They're trying to sell you something. We feel we talk about the men too much. How about one for the ladies out there, huh? For the ladies out there, we have Vagisil, which is a facial for your vagina. Essentially, women have started raising the level of care given to their vulva. Damn. This includes exfoliating, moisturizing, massaging, and using many other products to cleanse that area. Getting a Vagisil supposedly benefits your skin health on top of giving women a new sense of confidence. I never understood that. If I cleaned up my cock and stuff, I don't think I'd just be like, I'm a new man. Would you?
If it looked good.
There's like a nice sheen to it now. Well, goddamn. Hey, they're good looking. Some people treat themselves to Vagisil from the comfort of their home, while others opt to seek a professional. Oh, this is crazy. This is diabolical. First off, I don't know what kind of like RoboCop technology this is. You know what it kind of looks like? A little bit to me, it's like an everything bagel. I got this facial, and it was like, those motherfuckers lay into you. They're just like, you need this. They're just like, yeah, your eyes are all crusty and dry. You're like, what? Oh, really? Is it really? But of course, genital maxing can get much, much more bizarre. So let's talk about the garlic suppository for the vampires out there. Yeast infections are fungal infections found on the skin that result from excessive yeast on the skin or mucous membrane. Evidently, this can take place in a woman's south mouth. A south mouth is a diabolical way to refer to that. God damn, dude. I was just call it a thing of catcher's mitt. Holy hell, that is messed up. Because yeast infections are incredibly frustrating to deal with, people over time have tried home remedies to more easily get rid of them. One of them involves using garlic. I feel like I'm getting allergic to it myself.
What?
Garlic. Well, not allergic, but I feel like I get real gassy whenever I have garlic. Do I not?
You do.
Don't know why. And will I stop eating it? I absolutely won't, because I love garlic. So if you see me at a Buffalo Wild Wings, steer clear. That's all I gotta say. Essentially, some women have turned to shoving garlic inside themselves as a suppository. There it is. Like a blackjack dealer leaving the table, where they keep it there for hours on end. Supposedly, this method has been used far back as Egyptian times in 1550 BC. Although garlic is believed to have many healing properties across different cultures, there are not enough clinical studies to suggest that this is a reasonable method of removing yeast infections. You know what, dude? I say just let people shove fucking garlic. You gotta think like a little pocket like that. Why not, dude? I'd be treating that thing like a kangaroo pouch. But how about just something a little bit more obscure? Using black salve to treat skin cancer. Black salve, for people who don't know, has been seen by some to be effective alternative cancer treatment in the form of topical paste. It was discovered by Jesse Fell, an American surgeon, in the 1850s. This became a popular herbal treatment for skin cancer, although not properly tested and proven to be a reliable remedy. Over time, people began to discover that this supposed alternative health treatment was actually causing serious health problems. Black salve can cause the destruction of skin tissue, leaving behind dry, dead, and blackened tissue. Sometimes necrosis like this can lead to amputations. This does feel like a very mid 1800s thing. It'll either survive or we'll have to cut off every limb you have. No ifs, ands, or buts, and also I'm not washing my hands because we don't know that that's a big deal yet. Other side effects of using black salve include intense pain, ulceration, scarring, infections, deformity, and much more. While black salve is described as an easy to use miracle remedy, it is still not incredibly safe. Just want to say that. And you know what? I think on there, a little black salve, dude, we've been talking about slapping balls and polishing pussies and stuff like that. I think we're going to call it for today. All I got to say is this, dude. I'm sure that there's holistic ways of dealing with shit. You need big pharma for everything. Get rid of them. I don't like them. I don't. Even the guy who runs Tylenol. What's his name? Shoot him. I'm kidding. All I got to say is be careful with some of the holistic and at-home practices you use, because you never know. You could turn blue, or your pussy could look like a everything bagel, or your balls get swollen and frozen. I don't know. I'm not a health guy. I don't, look at me. I'm not healthy. Is that a way to end the video? Okay. That's all we have today, guys. Stay healthy. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Benicio Riva is in Milan, Italy, for what may be life-changing medical treatments. A victim of type 1 neurofibromatosis, his body is covered with hundreds of itchy tumors. Decades have gone by without any effective treatment, but now, finally, there's a glimmer of hope.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about a newfound obsession here in the world. I feel like probably more so in America right now. You guys may remember a while back when we talked about the absurd Stanley Cup craze, where people were toppling over each other like World War Z zombies to pick up the first goddamn cup that's at Target. Remember that? The coffee mugs? Well, this seems to be an everlasting topic of controversy because it seems like every year or so there's a new product that sends the worst type of people into a frenzy. Whether it's Cabbage Patch Kids, Beanie Babies, Pokemon cards, the cycle is always the same. And today I want to talk about the most recent example, Labubu.
Labubu. I think of Laboon from One Piece.
I keep wanting to say Lola Bunny. Labubus are plush toys with characters inspired by Nordic folklore. Does that sound enticing?
No.
They may look like any other popular cutesy toy, but what if I told you that it's become a global craze? We're gonna delve into where these things came from and also take a look at how it's turned your average collector and consumer into rabid animals. But first, where did it begin? My boy Kang Leung, an illustrator born in Hong Kong and raised in the Netherlands, created Labubu, as well as other creatures in 2015 as a part of a children's book series. And 4 years later, he signed a licensing deal with Pop Mart, the biggest collectible toy company in China. They focus on selling designer collectible toys that are massively popular with over 450 stores across 30 countries. And this decision turned out to be a massive success. The Forbes reporting that Wang Ning, the CEO of Pop Mart, made $1.6 billion within the first day.
How did they hype this up?
How? Where? How did the Chinese do it?
Cheap labor.
I think it's Jade Dragons. I think it's magic. Also, I feel like that could be racist.
No.
I was thinking of the Jackie Chan show where it was like, remember the cartoon show where he would fight with his granddaughter or something like that?
They had the talismans.
Yeah.
Jackie Chan Adventures.
How do we know that's not behind Labubu?
Or did you ever watch Shaolin Showdown?
I saw Shaolin Showdown. All the classics. You know which one I didn't like? Code Lyoko. I'll say it every time.
Because of the women, right?
Well, we don't have to. Labubu became their most popular product instantly, with each new Labubu product flying off the shelves in online stores within a matter of minutes. As they opened up the store in the US, the Pop Mart website and mobile app crashed due to the staggering number of customers. And if these products were already a hit, it was the addition of celebrity endorsements that sent them into the goddamn stratosphere. Because in 2023, a line of Labubu called Exciting Macaron was released, and this time with a key ring so they could be attached to people's bags, so you could accessorize popularize your Labubu's with your bags. And soon, Labubu became a fashion statement rather than just a toy. And celebrities like Rihanna, Dua Lipa, Emma Roberts, and Lisa from the band Blackpink. What the fuck is that?
They're so beautiful.
Okay. We're seen showing off their Labubu dolls hanging from their designer bags. Dude, I look so kawaii. You think I bet you they think it's Japanese and not Chinese. That's why they like it. This is so kawaii. Sumimasen. Hiya. And yeah, they don't realize that's Chinese. I feel like if they knew it was Chinese, they'd be like, this isn't kawaii.
Oh, I bet these people are so pissed about the tariffs.
The tariffs on Labubu's? What? Men and women alike started to treat their Labubu like a form of hype beast attire, using them to add some extra flair to the personality and to their outfits, right? Only through Labubu can I be cool and hip. Can I look really slender and swag? You ain't see no fat bitches with Labubu. If my fat ass was walking around, my big ass swinging, I had some Labubus on my waistband, that shit would be instantly uncool. No one likes a big guy, even buff or fat. They want a twink.
It looks better on a twink, I'll say that.
It does look way better on a twink. Labubu accessorizes much better on a slender frame, dude. If you can see your rib cage. Of course, we wouldn't be talking about this if things didn't get out of hand. So let's of course talk about the Labubu business model, because it is enticing. I mean, I'm sure we've shown some videos so far of lines and the craze of people trying to get into the Labubu store, and even the Labubu Pop Mart machines, whatever. Those read the exact same way as like Pokemon scalpers, where it's like someone behind them being like, can you fucking believe it? They're gonna buy the whole stock.
We gotta find a Pop Mart machine.
Where's the Pop Mart at near me, dude? I better fucking find one soon. I need to get my fix. My family, asking for help meant you were weak. Where I'm from, therapy is seen as something for only problematic people. Mental health was never discussed in our home.
As a man, I believed emotions were a sign of weakness.
My grandparents went through life without therapy. They said we're soft now. If any of this sounds familiar, you're not alone. 62% of adults feel that societal norms discourage people from seeking the mental health help they truly need. And in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, BetterHelp is sponsoring this video, and we're working together to end stigma around mental health. Here at Papa Meat, we are pushing to encourage every man, woman, and puppet to get support from their licensed therapist. Therapists listen, ask questions, and help you see things from new perspectives. They can also give you advice and provide techniques to make positive changes in your life. And if you think you can benefit from speaking to a licensed therapist, click the link in the description or go to BetterHelp.com/PapaMeat to match with a therapist. With my link, you also get 10% off your first month of therapy. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. The toys are often sold in blind box sets where people have the chance of receiving one of the various designs that the set comes in. And this lottery element is common for many products sold at Pop Mart and can be shockingly addicting for many customers, especially when the sets carry the possibility of revealing a super rare Labubu plush.
No! Shut up!
People are basically saying that, like, because of the blind box aspect, there is no difference between like a 78-year-old Chinese guy on a baccarat table versus like a 14-year-old girl trying to buy a Labubu, a secret Labubu from Pop Mart for her bag. They're one and the same. They meet in the middle and shake hands.
This is like loot crates.
It's not necessarily loot crates, because loot crates at least were just like, you like Doctor Who? Well, here's some cool Doctor Who stuff. The blind box aspect is just being like, ooh, I hope I get this one. I really hope I do. And then when you don't, then it incentivizes you to go back and buy more.
I was thinking more like the CSGO. Those
oh,
boxes.
yeah. I would say Labubu at least it's something tangible. And not just a camo in a game or whatever. And also, apparently, this blind box model, which is really popular with like soft vinyl toys and stuff, where it's like, oh, cool, I hope I get this one. Kind of a knick-knack thing in America has been transformed into this like conglomerate of just being like, you should buy as many as possible. I think even Mr. Beast is doing his right now. But there are currently well over 300 different types of Labubus, making it people's life mission to collect every single one. And they've done collaborations with Coca-Cola, One Piece, Uniqlo, and more. Uniqlo, whatever. Pop Mart mimics the same restriction supply methods you see with trading card games, where waves of flashy new products are released only to cut off after a limited time. FOMO, ladies and gentlemen, FOMO! And it's because of this that Labubu has its own fair share of issues regarding scalpers that want to buy products in bulk to resell in the secondhand marketplace for exorbitant prices. If you look at Labubus on eBay, you'd probably want to put a gun in your mouth, dude. It's crazy. Many rare products like Labubu X Vans collaboration sit on eBay for a whopping $3,500 for a Labubu Vans collab.
That's not too bad.
That's horrible. Other older Labubu rarities are listed for even more ridiculous prices for people who are just hoping for an unfortunate addict to come in and be like, I can't control myself, fine, I'll buy it, and then just buy it really quick. When the stock for a product like this becomes limited, it's only a matter of time for people to let their base instincts kick in. So let's talk about the Labubu chaos. People were scrambling to get their hands on Labubu products, to the point where even children were breaking into claw machines to steal them, and others camped out in front of stores, sometimes waiting several hours to make sure that they caught the newest drop before they ran out. And I mean, some of these people not only camping out, but people showing up like, let's just show up an hour before Pop Mart opens, or the mall that Pop Mart is in opens, right? And then the line is wrapped around the building 3 times over. Like, it looks like a world-eating snake. People sprinting into the mall in our great year of 2025 is insane. I'm sure malls are like, yes. The people at Orange Julius,
We haven't seen this many people in here since the 80s.
the crowds are growing so much that police would have to heavily monitor the store openings to make sure fights didn't break out outside of the Chinese toy shop in the mall. Dude, if I was one of the other Chinese toy shops in the mall, like one of those shops that has like the Kingdom Heart blades and shit, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, I've been here this whole time!
Do you think they're gonna start putting in Labubus?
If the shops in the mall that have like Buddha statues and like Berserk blades and Kingdom Heart blades don't start throwing in Labubus, this is their time to shine. This is the time to make some money, dude, all right? Please, do it. Do it! I mean, in one video, a swarm of cars makes a beeline for the closest mall parking spot by charging straight through it. Most major drops have gone relatively smoothly, but some had to be canceled on the account of the insane customer behavior. Some videos show how chaotic the process is, with ordinary lines breaking up into chaotic sprints and people screaming at line cutters as well as scalpers. And things got worse with Labubu. Big Into Energy series drop, which became a record-breaking product on marketplace reseller websites like StockX, which StockX is just a heinous place too, isn't it? StockX is like pretty, if I remember right, it's basically just like hypebeast shit. It's like a reseller's market for hypebeast stuff. I could be wrong.
I thought it was a porn site.
No. At Westfield Century City Mall in Los Angeles, people charged the store at early hours of the morning to get one of the 450 available Big Into Energy blind boxes. Tons of people ignored the store's request to line up in a designated spot like they're fucking 4th graders, and a few people started running, and that created a domino effect that caused the rest of the crowd to chase behind them, worried they missed their chance to get a box themselves. Because you see one person running and you're like, you just kind of like involuntarily start moving. I'd probably run too. I'd also just like, I'd grab somebody by the back of their scalp, rip it out of their hands. I love how relevant Jingle All the Way, that one scene with him with the ball in the store, feels every time. Everything just harkens back to just Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad. Thousands of people piled up around the store, and people began arguing with each other, and things started to get tense, with what seemed like thousands of people impatiently waiting for the store to open. And eventually, the unruliness was too much for the store to handle, and squads of police officers had to be sent out in order to restore order outside of Pop Mart for Chinese toys. Do you think the guy who made it, my boy, I think he's like sitting there with a glass of wine, just like enjoying the chaos? Yes, yes, Labubu. Trying to bring order to this chaos wasn't working, and what started as a line turned into random pockets of people who were just wandering around, hoping they could still get in. And eventually, the manager had to come out. He is seen screaming at the hordes of people about how the event will be canceled if people cannot be orderly or refrain from assaulting other people.
If you touch each other, and if you run up here, we'll have you removed, and we'll not sell anything to you today.
Of course, nobody moves an inch after a speech, and in a close-up video, you can see a woman who apparently has only been with the company for a month being forced to deal with the anger of a giant mob. That's a rough ask on your first 4 weeks of being at a place, right? Go out there and quiet them down. What?
Do you think someone's gonna die at one of these things? Like someone's gonna pull out a gun?
I think someone's going to be trampled. We haven't seen one of those since like Black Friday, but I feel like we're due for a trampled death. You know what I mean? You don't even care. You don't give a fuck what you're stepping on. Like, your eyes are just fixated on Labubu.
Yeah, you're gonna trample the Twinks.
Yeah, yeah, all those like hot Twinks in there, all those fatties in the back just being like, you may look good, but we got the poundage on you. Eventually, the entire event was canceled, leaving some customers infuriated. Many blamed the store for being poorly organized, while they believed that it was a customer's fault for acting like rabid animals. It's obviously the customer's fault. I think I was just like, you guys should have better organized this. It's like, we did not expect a zombie invasion to flood the store, you know? Some frustrated attendees made posts about how everyone should boycott Labubu for manipulating customers, which was met with people telling them that it was their fault for not following instructions. You may remember us talking about Pokemon scalpers recently, and And in that video, we discussed the chaos surrounding the Pokemon vending machines that are causing a bunch of trouble as well. It turns out that Pop Mart has created their own vending machine called Robo Shops, and there are currently around 2,300 of them that are found across 30 countries. And just like Pokemon, people would alert other collectors about vending machine restocks, causing swarms of people to rush over to buy out their stock. Informed posters of the Labubu subreddit explained that these vending machines had to be locked outside of normal business hours to combat employees from buying all the product, as well as people who would sneak into malls for the same purpose. And like you'd expect, people became infuriated by scalpers and obsessive collectors emptying the machines despite the massive lines behind them. And soon, people began filming them and making posts to shame them, just like the Pokemon videos. It's just so beautiful how it all comes full circle. I mean, in one example, everyone waiting in the line was yelling at this woman and calling her inconsiderate, which she ignored happily, fully aware that she could make a ton of money selling them online, 100% off these StockX kind of things or eBay. Do you think they give a f? Like, I don't give a f. Also, any person who does that kind of shit, I think has no soul. How many times have you like been in line for something and you're kind of like, oh, sorry, and you like kind of rush out of the way because you just feel like you're like, God, I feel like I'm taking forever. Seeing a whole line of people and then just knowing you're like, I'm buying this whole thing, and that person has no soul.
Very inconsiderate, very rude.
Very inconsiderate, but just seriously, I'm like, you're like a demon. You're like not human, unless they just have Asperger's or something and they're like, I didn't know they were mad, like yelling and throwing shit at you. I didn't know they were pissed. You know what I mean? At another Robo Shop machine in Arizona, a customer was screamed at for generously giving one of their extra Labubus to a little girl in line behind her. They were convinced that she was a reseller trying to make a sale in person, which infuriated them. Which also, the person that's screaming makes me think that they're a reseller, being like, what the f?
My supply!
That's my supply! Give me it, you little bitch! And grabbing the little girl. She's like, other people would post angry rants after seeing people advertise their reseller stories on Instagram. And it goes without saying that many of these people are straight up addicted to collecting Labubu products. While some just want to complete their own mini collection, others take it to a whole new level, and it becomes nothing short of a Labubu addiction. A man named Joe Haggis posted to TikTok explaining how Labubus ruined his life. He reveals that he spends basically every night refreshing the website to buy more of them. He knows that it's unhealthy, but admits that he keeps doing it over and over again, even though he no longer gets any satisfaction from doing it. Gambling addiction at its finest. I go to the casino, I hate even going in there, but I gotta do it. I just watched Making Mahoney, whatever. Have you heard of that movie? It's a Philip Seymour Hoffman movie where he's like addicted to gambling, and now I'm just picturing that movie except with just like, instead of like tons of chips, it's just like piles of Labubus, and he's at a table like messing with his glasses. One man vents about how he is literally going broke because he buys Labubus every week. Others compare it to online gambling, pitching the idea of selling their handbags to make more money to spend on Labubu. The thing that you wanted to decorate is now being used as fodder to just buy the thing that was the decoration to go on the handbag.
I don't need this. I could just hang these from my pants.
I could just hang it from my ears and my nose. I could just hold them. Another woman has admitted that the sound of the plush shaking inside the box gives her a dopamine rush, and this woman, alongside with her husband, scrolls through the website for hours every night. She claims that Pop Mart has the two of them wrapped around their finger, but still ends the post announcing that she will show off the recent additions to her collection within a week or so. And of course, things can always get worse when it comes to popular collectibles, right? There's nowhere these people won't go to make an easy buck or to add to their vast collection. So we gotta talk about all of the Labubu related crimes that are happening right now. Because people have started hooking their Labubu products onto their handbags and other wearables. There has been a noticeable increase of Labubu theft. These are sneaking up behind people and snatching them. And one woman reveals that while at the mall, she could hear a couple plotting to steal hers off her belt loop, saying, quote, I'm gonna cut that shit off. I love that idea. I love that idea of like hearing someone behind you. It's like me sitting there, that fat right in front of us, like holding on my Labubu, like looking at its face, looking up at me.
Do you think that these people are trying to steal it, or they're just annoyed with the craze, like they hate Labubus?
I think that people that are stealing it are trying to make money off of it. Or it is actually people that are addicted and they're just like, I'm not going to buy it, but I'm going to snatch it. I love them, but I like can't pay for them. I like steal them off people. They're too expensive. It's like almost like a Robin Hood thing. It's just for the rich.
Do you think people carry around their $9,000 Labubus?
Yeah, dude. You know how many times I've gone out in public? Like, let's say like we're going out or we're like at an event in like LA. The amount of times I've seen like a 5'4", 86-pound girl wear wearing like a $25,000 Gucci bag. There's like 10-year-olds who could come up and like beat the hell out of you and steal. You know what I mean? Like you would think that you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna lock that up, but I think people are just like peacocking. Yeah, you want to show it off. Yeah, you don't have this poor bitch is what they're saying, like that kind of thing. Sorry, bitches, that kind of thing. Even though realistically, I'm like, I feel like a guy could just run up, punch you in the face, and just grab the and run. But I don't know if that happens as much as we probably think it would. That's the scared part of your brain.
According to Twitter, I see it all the time.
So on Twitter, everything, yeah, that's true because, yeah, that actually makes sense, yeah. I mean, one woman who was working a 16-hour hospital shift put her lanyard down for only 2 minutes to go to the bathroom, and she returned to find her Labubu had been stolen from her lanyard. It was so bad that people started posting tips on what types of clips could be used to replace the cheap ones that come with the product, just to make it a little more safe. Be like, it's in safe hands, I swear. Just recently, a man was caught on CCTV footage stealing a Labubu from a collectible store in Malaysia. The man put boxes into his pants, exiting the building to drop off the supply before coming back and repeating the process several times, quite a bit. Stealing from a store is one thing, but how about a full-on break-in? In California, a man had his car broken into after a thief saw Labubus displayed inside. Kind of like, you know, the same way that Pokemon's are on like a dashboard. Yeah, he has that, and he's like, oh my god. Just takes his fist and drives it through the window. They're mine.
Yeah, his hand's bleeding, but he doesn't care.
Yeah. Have you seen that video of the guy where he punches his wife still? He's like, oh my god, Stacy, call the police! Ah, and he's like dying and she's just like recording it. Blood's like everywhere. It's a lot of blood. The man was an avid collector of Labubu products and reported that 3 of his were stolen in the robbery. He pleads for people to never leave a Labubu in your car, please! As the products he lost were worth a combined $144. Not the worst.
I'd be more upset that they broke my windshield.
I can't believe $144 of Labubu, and with his window shards of glass going in his eye.
Someone broke into my car that I left over at a gay bar, and he stole a $5 USB cord.
When I lived in the ghetto in college, this guy broke into my car, stole everything, USB cords changed, and the only thing he left were my 3 Creed CDs. That's what pissed me off the most, though, because I was like, motherfucker was making a statement, dude. I was like, fuck you, dude. That's why I feel like I became even closer to Creed then. I'm like, you know what? We don't need him. We got each other. That was me. All the shit in my car gone. Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, banging my head. But the police did not do much to solve the situation, lightly confused over why his plush toys were important to him. The scale of these robberies go far beyond a simple smash and grab. And in fact, some people are straight up targeting entire shipments of products. A ton of brand new Pop Mart toys sat inside of a truck in the UK, waiting to be delivered for their official in-store release. But before that day could come, thieves broke into the vehicle in the early hours of the morning, and they stole over $200,000 worth of product. One of the people that broke in they're still on the loose. They don't know where they're at. And while some risk their lives to steal piles of Labubus, others make their money scamming people from the comfort of their own home. In Cambodia, a couple created a fake pre-order page for Labubu products on Facebook. They were successfully able to convince tons of people into paying to pre-order their non-existent stock of Labubu, only to be left with nothing in return. And by doing this, they were able to scam people out of a collective $60,000 from a Cambodia fake Facebook page. It's just so crazy. Which they were eventually caught, and police reported that their home was covered in luxury items like watches and expensive clothing. They were arrested and their assets were frozen. And one of the most bizarre crimes to come out of the Labubu scene got so caught up in the Labubu craze that he started being targeted by loan sharks. In Malaysia, a 23-year-old man named Chen wanted to purchase tons of expensive Labubu products in order to resell on the secondary market. As the market prices changed, he ended up losing around $23,000. He panicked, realized that they didn't have enough money to stay afloat. He decided to get help from loan sharks to make some of his money back, fearing what his parents would say if he asked them for help instead. That's some real Malaysian shit right there, isn't it? I don't even want to ask my dad. I'll just ask the guy who's gonna break my knees if I don't pay him back. But because of this, he eventually sat on around $7,000 worth of loans that he was unable to pay back. And by the time he finally confessed to his parents and asked for help, the loans had reached over a whopping $11,000. He didn't just reach out to one loan shark, however, he went to 12 different loan sharks, and 2 of them angrily requested a much higher return after the hassle he had put them through. And while the parents paid off 10 of the loan sharks, it was the final 2 that started making his life hell. They started posting embarrassing photos of him around his family home and even threatened to splash him with red paint, which is a common intimidation tactic and used by loan sharks in Malaysia, meant to shame them into the eyes of their peers and family into paying debts. The authorities eventually got involved and are looking into the case. Look, come in and sit on down because today we're talking about GameStop. Nowadays, if you want to play a game, chances are you're only seconds away from being able to purchase and start playing immediately. But back in the day, however, most people had no choice but to buy physical copies of games that they wanted, usually from various stores. Even before online, you had to go outside, go to a store. horrible.
Or buy it through the mail and wait 6 months.
Yeah, you could use Gamefly. Is that still a thing? Is Gamefly still? There's no way Gamefly is still a thing, right? Among the variety of video game retailers, the most well-known was undoubtedly GameStop. For a time, it was the biggest video game retailer in the world. But over time, what used to be a cornerstone of gaming culture has slowly faded out of relevance due to the rise of online marketplaces. But it's not like GameStop was infallible before the eventual decline. In fact, throughout the retailer's long history, there have been many reasons to criticize the company for how it's run. So today, we're going to talk about why the GameStop is so terrible.
This video is sponsored by B&B Theaters. Summertime means going to the movies. So why don't you go to the 5th largest theater chain in America, number 5. We have a theater close by the studio where we get to see all of our major releases and summer blockbusters. With 58 locations over the US, you're bound to be by a B&B theater. Plus, B&B has many ways to watch, including the grand screen, the company's own premium large format. As the name suggests, this is the theater's largest screen in the building and features cutting-edge sound and projection, creating a first-class experience. If action is what you're seeking, watch a film at B&B and MX4D. MX4D creates a totally immersive environment where you can feel the film in your seat and the theater around you with a built-in motion and sound and visual effects. We saw Mad Max in it. It was fucking awesome. And if you need more screen, try B&B's Screen X. This multi-projection 270-degree viewing experience lets you take in large landscapes and exciting scenes to their fullest. I also saw Mad Max on that one, and it was awesome! This unique viewing cannot be achieved at home, which is why you need to see Jurassic World Rebirth at B&B Theaters. Make sure you grab a friend, get some popcorn, and head to B&B and watch Scarlett Johansson run around with some dinosaurs on the largest screen you possibly can! Thank you so much to B&B Theaters for sponsoring this video. I've been going to B&B since I was a wee little lad, so it's cool that they sponsored this video. Please, if you're buy one, go support them because they supported this video. Let's get back to the video.
But first, we have to talk about how GameStop began. Babbage's was a humble software retailer founded in 1984 by David R. Carlson in Dallas, Texas. The store was very popular, and they eventually began selling video games and other forms of entertainment software. And after merging with the retailer Software Etc. and facing financial trouble, it was bought by Leonard Riaggio, a major stockholder of Barnes & Noble, in 2000. The company bought another rival chain, Funko, and rebranded itself as GameStop. Hello?
Hey, Hunter, this is Dr. Mitchell. I'm afraid I have some bad news regarding
By 2005, they had become a massive company to the point that they were able to successfully merge with their largest competitor, EB Games, in a $1.44 billion deal. This led them to become the biggest gaming retailer at the time. And GameStop has become the leading spot to not only purchase games and consoles, but also trade in used games to make some of their money back. This is something that everyone nowadays seems to have the biggest gripe with. So, firstly, I want to talk about GameStop's terrible, terrible trade-in policy.
This is how they make most of their money.
This is how GameStop, if you're wondering, how are they still open? It's this. Okay, this is it. The trade-in policy, that's how the lights are fucking staying on. People bring in their used games in order to receive either in-store credit or cash. That being said, the GameStop trade-in values for games are known to be laughably low and have been memed into oblivion on the internet for, decades. Probably since they fucking opened. Probably since GameStop was even a name. People were like, you're gonna trade in there? Really? Are you sure? Part of what's insulting about this, however, is that trading games were marked up for far more before being put back on shelf to sell to other customers. So they would sell it in and then they're gonna mark it up hundreds of percentile, right?
Yeah, $7 game and they put it up for $60.
And then some hapless son of a bitch is gonna come in and can buy it off the shelf and they're just like, oh, that's rent, baby. We're getting rent hand over fist. Even recently, someone made a post about how they went to a GameStop to trade in nearly a complete collection of amiibos because he no longer had the space for them in a new college apartment. Also, they're amiibos. A set that could easily be worth thousands of dollars was traded in for $1,300. When I say thousands, I mean $5,000, $6,000. They give him $1,300. And this sent the internet into an uproar over how badly he was lowballed, which at the same time, you have to ask yourself, my God, find someone else to buy it. Which, to be fair, people usually are in these positions positions where they're just like, I just don't care. I want it out. I want it gone. I don't have to go through the whole process of selling them one by one. But I think in today's reseller economy, I think that you could sell that, even being like $2,500.
Yeah.
Give me half. I feel like there are other options.
He could have definitely been like nearly complete set on eBay, buy it all in one.
Buy it all in one, or make best offer, whatever, and handled it that way.
Exactly.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Of course, the employees are just doing as they're told at GameStop, so you can't put it all on them. But in fact, it seems that a ton of GameStop employees hate the process of trade-ins because it invites some particularly odd encounters, aka people who are emotionally not well, people who also steal things to resell them. Like the amount of times that I worked, when I worked at my, the place that I worked at in Kansas City, the amount of times that it was just like clearly things stolen from Walmart, and you're like, I don't think I can take this. They're like, what do you mean? It's like, it's 18 sealed copies of Grand Theft Auto 5. I just can't. I cannot do it. Here's a list of weird occurrences employees have witnessed trying to process trade-ins with customers. 1. A man came in with his wife to trade in his copy of Dishonored, only to find his secret porn stash inside of it. That's just a good day to me. Ironic substance to be found in a game called Dishonored. One employee was given a PS2 with a condom stuffed in the hard drive slot, and he was also given PS3 games that the customer admitted were used as weed ashtrays. Another employee inspected a PS4 and opened it to find that it was overflowing with cockroaches.
That's very common.
That's gotta be super common. And according to one ex-employee, he had seen used syringes, dead centipedes, and used condoms. He's like, it was a crazy weekend. A customer came in to sell 50 DS games, each of which were fake, and someone brought in a box for a controller filled with rocks. He assured them that was what was in the box when he bought it, and the store leader somehow decided to pay him out. What? And one man tried to ask if they would take in some appliances like his washing machine. And a strange customer who seemed to be tweaking came in with a stolen coffee maker and told the employee, quote, I know y'all take video games, but what about coffee makers to make some coffee for your gaming sessions?
That's a good sales pitch.
He's just like, hello? You boys like to stay up all night and game or your Nancy's? And in a more sad turn of events, because we have to do it to you, a man was trading in his old Xbox 360 while the employee worked on wiping his hard drive. They discussed his Xbox achievements. The man suddenly got sentimental and decided he no longer wanted to trade it in, but it was too late. Everything was wiped and left sad. Which I love the idea of a guy just be like, you know what, never mind. The guy's like, oh, oops. Which also, by that point, I'm like, why don't you, it's done. It is kind of fucked up mentally, though. So are you sure I'm deleting all these memories? That's it? That's all you want? Okay. It's like already deleting. Yeah. It's kind of fucked up.
Sitting there thinking about it. Well, you know.
Oh, shit. Actually, you know what? I guess this isn't worth the $13 you're giving me for my system. And lastly, a former employee reveals that someone tried to trade in the belt she was wearing to keep her pants up. I don't know why the belt you would do that, but that's just some of the things. And also, you know, when people trade stuff in, the amount of like, dude, dusty, gross, grimy, and like you said, cockroaches, or the amount of shit that you see traded in that's just like reeks of cigarette smoke. Ugh.
Yeah.
Brutal. And people have always chastised GameStop for its horrible trade-in value and inability to care for the customers. So let's talk about when GameStop was at its absolute worst with the Circle of Life program. In order to maximize profits, to understand why it was implemented, here's GameStop's ideal customer cycle. 1. Customer pre-orders game by paying a deposit. You gotta put money down. 2. Customer uses their trade-in program to get money back after completing the game for way less than the actual value. 3. Customers ask for store credit instead of lower return cash option, then uses it to buy another game. 4. The now marked up used game is put back on the shelf to repeat the process with someone else. You like that? Do you feel good about how that's the circle of life? And then 5, you die. You're dead. There it is. That's my life. Each employee has something referred to as Cole Score, based on things like used game sales, pre-orders, trade-ins, and because used games have higher profit margin, it was aggressively pushed to employees as the priority over selling brand new games.
Yeah. Have you seen that? They'd be like, Grand Theft Auto would be like $60, but like, you get the used version for $50.
Are you sure you just don't want to get the one that somebody has already opened and touched and fondled with? $10 cheaper. Come on. Come on. Cole Score. He has like a fucking like marker on his arm. He's like, my Cole Score's low. To avoid having a low score that threatened their job, GameStop employees were pressured to lie to their customers about the stock of new games and consoles. One employee admits that a launch day for a brand new game could literally screw him over for the entire week because he would then have to sell way more pre-owned games to keep his score up. So it's like, yeah, you might have sold a shit ton of new games, but GameStop's going to be like, why aren't the used
used games selling.
Yeah, I think I might get fired. It's a fun working condition. Employees essentially became the gaming version of a sleazy used car salesman. It would be pushy and endlessly talk up their pre-owned titles, and sometimes not even mentioning the price until the last possible second. And another employee states that this system would put the store in constant state of crisis, stating, quote, "One week, we desperately needed trades. The next few weeks, we need to focus on pre-owned. Then, because we focused on trades and pre-owned, we didn't get pre-orders." Some claim that the entire stores were fired over the coal system, while others state that these were simply edge cases. But regardless, after enough pushback, GameStop's made changes on how to run their stores. They removed the coal scores for individual employees and made it so the entire store just had one score to work on. Today, it's not clear if they still utilize a system similar to the cycle of life, but I'm sure there's some GameStop employees watching this right now, and if it is, please tell me. I'd like to know. How does it feel working in hell? Do you like hell? You think there's probably just GameStop lifers, right? I've been here since I was 18.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
There's like 6-year-olds now that have been working there since the beginning.
2005. How old were they when they started? Hasn't GameStop only been around since like 2000? So I guess he was in his 40s?
35.
All right, there you go. Either way, GameStop still upholds a reputation for treating their customers poorly. So let's talk about a little recent example that just happened. The Switch 2 controversy. Multiple GameStop customers have been reporting that their Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders were being canceled. This has been happening to random people over the past few months, but started to heavily ramp up in late May, with only days left until the release of the console. It gets worse for one specific GameStop location in Astoria, as they were revealed to be pushing customers to spend way more than they intended. After people wait all night to get their consoles pre-ordered, they were supposedly told that the SKU number can't be processed for just a console. They used this to push people to splurge on more expensive bundles and accessories. And one customer secretly filmed himself throughout the entire process, spending hundreds of dollars to lock in his pre-order.
So what's the minimum you have to, is it a price you have to hit, or is it?
It's item quantity.
Okay, so I'll do the 1 terabyte micro SD. And then I'll do Is this like at every GameStop that they're doing this, or is it just a specific one?
I don't really speak for this one. I'm pretty sure it's an all-around GameStop.
Okay, interesting.
Jesus.
After the post went viral, GameStop responded on Twitter by saying they were actively investigating the store and offering pre-orders to anyone who were turned away. Despite them trying to make things right, it further showcases the pressure put on GameStop stores specifically to hit their quotas, even if it means massively fucking over their customers, you know, just by being like, we gotta sell controllers. If we don't sell controllers, I want to know who's the guy where it's like, you don't want Bob to come down. Like corporate, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, Bob's coming this week, and he's like, there's a lot of controllers in the back room. This place is shut down permanently. I've been working here since I was 35. I'm 60 now. He's like, that math adds up. By now, it should be clear that working for GameStop can be a bit of a fucking nightmare. So let's talk about why people hate working at GameStop. Many people think GameStop is a great first job, right? Because they can make money in an environment they're passionate about. I love video games. I want to work at GameStop, right?
Kind of reminds me of like those commercials of people doing the tester games. I'm having so much fun testing video games.
Yeah, it's so fun playing this game.
I can't believe we got jobs doing this. I know. And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games.
Those that go to the massive r/GameStop subreddit to ask if it's a good idea to put an application to work there are bombarded with current or ex-employees desperately trying to chase them away. Run while you still can. I mean, one response reads, you can run. Work anywhere else. You think you want to work here, but you don't. Find a local retro game store to apply to instead. This is not a video game job. It's a sales job with zero benefits or incentives that happens to involve video games. Sometimes. Another person explains,
GameStop is not a relaxed work experience at all. Full stop. If you're not good at pushing memberships, warranties, and game protection, they will threaten your job until you get stuff by any means necessary.
During interactions with customers, you are constantly trying to sell them on pre-orders, warranties, used games, add-ons, or accessories, and pro memberships, which is essentially a GameStop reward program that provides benefits for a yearly fee. Because of this, employees' interactions become a meme due to how obnoxious they are. There are many stories of employees being treated so terribly that they eventually reach their breaking point. Even in a situation where someone was once robbed at gunpoint, they were blamed by their store leader and told not to give in by complying too easily. You might get shot, okay? But the Halo 3 edition, guys, we're gonna lose profit here. Bob's coming.
You don't want to lose all that, those,
The coal score.
The coal, exactly.
The goddamn coal score for the show, right? Or for the store. If you get shot, we'll give you a day off.
Do you think they're like, do you want to take the new games instead?
Yeah, instead of robbing our money, what if you just took 3 new games and like 3 pre-ordered games, and that would balance out our coal score? And the guy's just like, In another robbery that took place in Pennsylvania, $5,000 worth of PS5s were stolen after being violently threatened by two men. This led to a top-performing GameStop manager of 13 years being fired, as if it was his responsibility to fight off the thieves for the beautiful, delicious Japanese gaming system. Several employees quit in protest, and it wasn't the first time employees rallied together against the upper management. In 2023, a Michigan GameStop was managed so horribly that every single employee quit at the same time. It occurred on an important day, the release of Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. However, customers came into the store only to find a letter posted on the wall that read, quote, "Unfortunately, due to poor working conditions, the staff of Brighton GameStop have decided to resign, effective immediately. Management overworkers, underpays, and underappreciated its frontline workers, set its unrealistic expectations and constantly threatens termination for any employees that cannot exceed them." And they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go to Walmart." That's before the customers were like, "Oh, okay." And they probably just turn around and leave.
There's a lot of people who've been doing that in like retail stores and fast food. They'll just put up a sign like Popeyes, be like, "Popeyes corporate hates us. There's only 3 of us today. We're just not working today."
I see that. I've seen that with like Starbucks meetings with people being like, "You can't enforce this," or whatever, that kind of stuff. And it's always funny when they have like someone's there recording it and they like pan over and there's the managers who are just like so smugly being like, "You motherfuckers. You're all dead." The same thing happened in 2022, a year prior, in Nebraska, where every employee walked out and left an angry letter on the front door. And according to one employee, they were undertrained, verbally abused, and had their jobs threatened at every turn. And employees at GameStop have to deal with way more obnoxious customers than people may realize. One employee posted about how, after fully organizing the Funko Pop wall, a mother brought along her child and let them climb all over the shelves and destroyed the entire display. 15 minutes later, after she left, they get a call about how the employees were racist for keeping an eye on her child. I don't know about that one. In one post, a customer was denied a return of a controller that had clearly been smashed to pieces. The man left after being threatened and called slurs for 30 minutes, only to run back inside and attempt jumping over the counter to attack him. He left after the employees threatened to call the police. And one employee posted a video he took in the store where a man is denied a return of his copy of Fallout 76 because he doesn't have a receipt. He becomes so infuriated that he starts destroying the entire store on his way out.
Hi, welcome to GameStop.
In a more extreme response, one man loses it after demanding a Steam code, claiming his didn't work. After being denied this, he told the employees that he planted a bomb in the store earlier that day, which would apparently go off if he did not give him a store code. An entire section of the mall had to be evacuated because of this bomb threat.
Didn't Chris Chan also attack
I think Chris Chan
pepper sprayed somebody.
At
GameStop.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one thing to encounter aggressive customers, but what about the weirdos, right? It's no surprise that GameStops might attract some odd characters. According to one ex-employee, a man that was talking to him was so open about his life that he ended up showing her a picture of his diaper collection on his phone. Would you like that? Another customer came in because of the help wanted sign on the window, only to say that he has to confirm how far the Neos Elementary School is before he can officially apply.
Oh, because he's a...
In an infamous video, members of the FaZe Clan walk into a GameStop thinking the employees will recognize them. They're met with mostly silence and leave the store after flaunting their millions of YouTube subscribers to grown adults. It's horrible. Good God. There was also a man that came in to try and trade in a bunch of Gooner games like Leisure Suit Larry, The Guy Game, and Playboy Mansion. He was asked to leave because there was all over his cases.
Oh, that's just glue.
It's glue. It's Elmer glue, dude. I'm a model builder.
It's tapioca pudding I was eating.
And I had snack pack pudding. Tapioca. It was great. According to one female employee, she had weird men wait outside the store to talk to her almost daily, to the point where she has to have her mom and boyfriend wait outside when she closed up to avoid the confrontations. And similarly to that, another woman dealt with tons of weird attention from male customers because the manager exclusively hired attractive women to create what she described as a hot GameStop. Men would drive from far away to lurk around and talk to staff. The employee was eventually fired and was told that the manager was later taken away in an ambulance after having a violent meltdown where he, quote, declared himself as a high archangel.
Sounds kind of like the coffee thing.
Which, well, not only that, but it sounds like he's trying, like, is he a fucking cult leader at a GameStop? All my beautiful babies will play these games.
I am the archangel.
And there will be pre-orders, and there will be pre-owned games sold, and then new games sold, and accessories, all at a perfect rate, a perfect call system. For Archangel.
Do you think he had a pretty high Cole score then?
I would assume his Cole score was very high. I would hope so, at least. He's the Archangel. Speaking of women, it turns out that GameStop once created an entire training video that teaches male employees to converse with them, right? Because they might not have done that before. The video stimulates interactions between men and different types of female shoppers, teaching you how to avoid making a woman feel stupid by throwing out a bunch of gamer jargon at her.
Hi, welcome to GameStop. My name's Alex. How you doing?
As you can see, our unfortunate associate has inadvertently triggered the flight response by his abrupt entrance into gamer jargon.
They don't know how to play, they're just here picking it up for their man. If you have to rub her back, rub her back. Calm her down. What if it was like that? Massage her shoulders. If she looks stressed, pick out a game for her. Pat her on the head and send her away.
Reach out and touch her arm.
Touch her arm and look her deep in the eyes. Not only is working there stressful and weird and creepy, we haven't even talked about the massive amount of GameStop robberies. GameStop is home to tons of products that are incredibly valuable and small in size, making them highly valued by thieves. Some of which, like newer next-gen consoles, have limited stock and can be resold online for insane prices. And it doesn't help that many stores are often run by just one employee at a time in an effort to cut cost and save money. And in 2023, around 30 GameStops in the US were robbed within a mere 3 months. Even as recently as this year, a group of burglars crashed their car into the GameStop in Chicago to steal games and equipment from the store. This was seemingly a part of a large-scale GameStop crime spree, with 4 GameStops being targeted for smash and grabs in just 1 month. Some burglars are not nearly as successful, like a man from Georgia that was caught trying to steal from a GameStop wearing a plastic bag over his head as a disguise. It's pretty awesome.
Is that water bottle bag?
I don't know what it is, but it's like, what the what are you doing, man? The St. Mary's Police Department Facebook page made a post requesting information from anyone that could identify the man. They wrote, and I quote, "You can help us catch him. Once you can stop laughing." He was eventually found and booked on 2 felony charges for criminal damage to property and burglary. In a particularly heartbreaking story, a GameStop smash and grab led to one immediate arrest after a young man's entire crew ditched him before he could jump into one of the 2 getaway vehicles. Peace. With all the chaos that surrounded GameStop's long history, you must be wondering, where does GameStop stand today? Because I know so many people that are watching this right now are probably thinking to themselves, oh my God, I haven't been to a GameStop in years. I haven't even thought about GameStop in years. I only think about GameStop on Black Friday, that kind of thing. I only think about GameStop when it's like a busy time of year, but even then I don't go. It's been forever since I've stepped foot in a store. I mean, GameStop's reputation has never been fully repaired, and they are surely no longer the retail titans they used to be. And after acquiring ThinkGeek, a retailer that focused on selling geek culture products, the store has slowly focused more and more on selling toys and collectibles like Pokemon cards and Funko Pops and all that bullshit. They even teamed up with PSA to start official card grading service. Why?
To undersell you?
To undersell you on fucking cards? Jesus Christ, bro. According to GameStop's recent earnings, GameStop's about to sell more collectible items than games. GameStop, collectible stop. Change the name. The biggest and most recent news to come out of the GameStop, however, is their decision to spend $500 million on 4,710 Bitcoins to be used as treasury reserve assets. There you go. This led to GameStop shares lowering by 10.9%, but the company states that there is a set ceiling on how much Bitcoin they will continue to purchase. We're going to do it.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. When we get there, we'll stop. I mean, it's a fucking clown show. There's something nostalgic about walking into a video game retailer. Something that's becoming less and less possible as the years go on. You know what I mean? It's just like the brick and mortar store system is, albeit inconvenient, but it used to be a place where it was like just a place you could drive to. It was something that was tangible that you could walk into, and it was just like a place that would take your stress away, though. It was a place of excitement, you know what I mean? And I think that a lot of like independent stores have started to pop up and fill that void just because all these larger retailers that we grew up with or that have been around for a long time have slowly become, I mean, like the fucking worst. I don't think that they were ever really good, but you didn't have anything else. It's just like it's full ugly faces shown and it's horrible. So if you want to revisit that feeling, maybe find a small mom and pop shop in your area to shop at, you know, because there's so many people that aren't just scummy resellers and fucking parasites. There are people who legitimately love the culture of video games and will give you a fair price and, you know, all that other bullshit. Or, you know, you can just buy online. I don't really give a shit what you do. So.
Have you ever traded anything at the GameStop?
Yeah, dude. When you're young and dumb. Usually a lot of people that trade in stuff at GameStop, it's just people who, one, back in the day, you didn't know what you had. So you just be like, okay, well, I just want this new game anyways. And you're just frivolous with just being like, well, I've played these. I don't know. And you sell them back and you buy something new and you're like, oh, fuck, I wish I would have kept that. It's the same with like Magic cards. How many times I like traded in Magic cards or sold Magic cards where I'm like, oh man, I really wish I would have kept that.
Oh, yes.
It's just that. It's a fucking horrible system. It's mostly, I think it preys on young people. That's what I think.
Young, dumb
people who are just like, whose attention spans can only be like, okay, I want to play that now. Okay, I want to play that now. It's that kind of vibe. GameStop sucks. What can I tell you? It's a horrible place. That's the end of the video.
Wait, no, we're going to GameStop, aren't we?
Bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about secret societies. Now, when the word secret society comes into mind, what do you think? Oh, I see. They're not having a conversation with the screen right now. That's going to be really embarrassing. Does robes come to mind? What about masks? Perhaps candle-holding men discussing devious schemes? Were you just thinking of Eyes Wide Shut? Seems like it. What if I told you what you've heard of secret societies isn't just goofy movie tropes? Would you believe me? Yeah. A secret society is basically any group or organization participating in activities while sworn to the utmost secrecy. Can't tell anybody that's Illuminati. Beyonce, she ate a child. I love watching Beyonce Illuminati videos. That's the only ones I ever believe.
Look at the earrings. Saturn earrings. Search after a Saturn associated with their called.
All the other ones, I'm like, nah. I'm like, Beyonce, I bet that bitch did do something. You know what I mean? There are many examples of secret societies throughout history. Some that are still running to this very day. Today, we're going to talk about the strange, mysterious world of secret societies. More specifically, one that people believe is powerful enough to shape the state of the entire fucking world. I'm talking, of course, about Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove, I think, is by far the most popular conspiracy theory, secret society thing of all time. People have been sneaking in there for fucking I don't even know how long, looking at a giant goddamn owl statue. I mean, it's basically like ghost hunting. They just like walk around, they're like, oh, what is that? What is that? And they just see like a truck drive by. What the hell? Oh my God, guys. Oh my God.
Truck just drove by.
But it gets played up a lot for horror movies because I think that it's nice to think that, well, it's not nice, it's just, it's easy to believe that wealthy people would get together and run the world as like a book club. That makes sense to me. You get together, you do unspeakable things, but you do it with your bros. And they're all politicians. They're all George Bush and Mitt Romney. All the politicians, you were like, I don't like that guy. But Bohemian Grove is a secret society that the world is wildly fascinated by. It's been running for over 150 years and is still going to this day. It originated in San Francisco in 1872. According to Sam Singer, a member and club spokesman, quote, it's a group of gentlemen who are really genuinely, no, I'm serious, interested in arts, theater, jazz, and of course, rock and roll. Nothing else. Cigars and brandy. Don't look in the basement. And women were banned from entry. This is a men's club, okay? No women allowed, just the way it's supposed to be. It was a private, men's-only club. Women were furious. What else is new, dude? They're all on the rag, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna go, and we're gonna sue them.
It's just rich people wanting to get away from their wives.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys just being like, get me the fuck out of here. Well, how do we know that John F. Kennedy wasn't in the Bohemian Grove and that's what helped him?
And then he didn't pay his due diligence.
He didn't show for brandy, cigars, and to talk jazz and rock, and that's when they're like, we're gonna kill that son of a bitch.
The funniest conspiracy I read is that the CIA told Oswald to miss, but he accidentally shot him twice.
Ah, fuck. He's a great shot. Every year, during the last 2 weeks of July, the members would join together for a relaxing retreat, similar to a summer camp. Grown men being like, does anyone want to pretend to be 9 years old at the lake again? They were able to practice and share their art as well as play recreational sports and engage in stimulating conversations with like-minded people. Is this Anthony Elliott's pipe dream? Could be. Their mascot is an owl, as it symbolizes wisdom. I always thought that was weird. Why owls are always wisdom? I will say, you know, it's a fucking great episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender is when they go to that tower, that library. There's the owl walking around there. Ooh, he's a big owl. Ooh, and he tries fucking him up. That one scared the shit out of me. It's just scary.
Did you see Secret of Nim? That owl f***ed me up.
I never liked Secret of Nim.
I hate you. We're not friends.
Okay. This relates to the origins of Bohemian Grove, which focused on a gathering of talented intellectuals. You know that these motherfuckers were RC because it always looks bougie, doesn't it? Get me in that club, dude. I got a cock. Barely. For a time, being a member was exclusive to people who were artistically talented and had a deep knowledge of the arts. But after some time, they slowly loosened their criteria for entry to allow people who were merely enjoyers of art. I feel like they definitely branded them though too. So you enjoy this art, but you don't know how to make it. You have to wear the fool's cap. I'm practicing watercolors. Definitely. It was possible that this was for the purposes of allowing more businessmen and other wealthy people to join and financially support the club's endeavors.
The owl is in his leafy temple. That's all within the grove be reverent before him.
They're just like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Bankroll this forever, guys? What the f? Eventually, this led to the wealthy and influential people overshadowing the artistically motivated originators. Bohemian Grove slowly morphed from an artist retreat to a 2-week-long party where male elites met other male elites. Booyah.
Is it the patriarchy?
What happened to the art? Club bylaws state that at least 10% of the members admitted to Bohemian Grove must be accomplished artists. At least 10. Give us 10. Whether it be composers, actors, or painters. We'll even take composers. God, composers. Overly enthusiastic Grovers had referred to it as the greatest men's party on earth. Dude, there was definitely gay sex. This is definitely a place where it's just like, it's not gay if you're doing it at the Grove. It's artistic when I make my make on this man's back. It looks like mid-century, I don't know, contemporary. Looks like cum. The members list for Bohemian Grove is not public information and is only available through outside leaks. Notably, a 2008 WikiLeaks entry that revealed the names of thousands of members. Now, we have to take that with a grain of salt. We don't know if it's real. 2008 was a crazy time. Remember the crash? That's when the housing crash was.
It's true.
It's also kind of around the time the first Transformers movie came out. Now there's like 12 of those. Is there an owl transformer?
I think there is, actually, isn't there? Yeah, it looks like an owl.
Is there an owl transformer? I think they're supposed to be cars. It is known today as a secret society of powerful and influential people. Members throughout history consist of former presidents, CEOs, board members of top military contracts, as well as numerous famous celebrities such as Sam Witwicky.
Sam Witwicky?
Witwicky. AKA Shia LaBeouf. And Optimus Prime is also there. Some members have been a part of the Grove for several decades. After 40 years of membership, you receive Old Guard status. This allows various perks like reserved seating during performances. You have to wait 4 decades, 40 years, to just get kind of a decent spot. And then by the time you're doing that too, you're gonna be so old. That's bullshit. I want my cock to work. I want to f all the other owls. Because in Eyes Wide Shut, they have like orgies, and I would assume the majority of them were like prostitutes or, you know, whatever. I mean, they say it's something else. I would assume that they're just like, no, we can't even allow those people to know of our mischievous deeds. Let's talk about some of the members from the past and present here. Not that this is all speculative. Just want to say we don't actually have a list, but this is what we've been told. Clint Eastwood's in it. Walter Cronkite, Richard Nixon, you better believe it, Ronald Reagan. They're probably having sex with each other. Ronald Reagan brings that monkey showing up, putting bananas and berries in people's assholes or whatever. He likes to eat it out of your asshole. Mark Twain. George Bush, what'd I tell you?
He's an artist.
He's an artist. I love his paintings. I want to go to a George Bush art gallery so bad. The Rockefellers. Theodore Roosevelt. Why did the Rockefellers get you?
Rockefellers are the richest family in the world.
Well, they used to be.
Still are.
They're not. I'm almost positive like every 24-year-old tech giant outclasses them. Whatever, doesn't matter. They're all rich assholes, f them. Even just recently in 2023, it was discovered that the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has attended Bohemian Grove with Harlan Crow, a billionaire Republican donor that showered him in luxurious trips under secrecy. They're trying to take down the deep state and the left of the country. They're definitely not just rich guys who are having sex with each other and finishing on people's faces and being disgusted and like crying in the shower later. That'd be the weird thing about Bohemian Grove. It'd be ecstasy outside, but then you'd go back to your room and probably be like, who am I? You know, like freaking out. Or you just wouldn't care. You're just like American Psycho, like just wiping your face. You only smile out there and then you just like go back in your room and you just sit down in your owl bed. I may look human, but I'm anything from it. I'm just simply not there. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, weaving spiders, come not here. What does that mean? Spiders is in our wives, women, do not come here and weave your dastardly tales of us fun to suck each other's cock. How do we know that it really isn't, I hate to keep harping on it, that it isn't just a boys club where guys are just like, if I sucked a dick, I feel like I'd be good at it. Yeah, we know what we're doing with the thing down there. It was Bohemian Grove at the beginning was definitely just like, we talk about art, and we drink brandy, and we talk politics and listen to jazz and rock and roll, and no women are allowed to come in because the conversations are just a bit too, methinks, intellectual. And then, yeah, but really they're just like, if my wife came here and saw me become a Chinese finger trap, no, you have to push and then pull. The motto of Bohemian Grove was weaving spiders come not here, which is used to illustrate the strict rule against discussing business during the 2-week-long retreat. The website insists that there is zero business conducted at all times. We don't talk shop at all. Just the brandy, the theater, jazz, and rock and roll. This is widely believed to be completely false by the general public. Duh.
Bohemian Grove?
Yeah.
A lot of politicians, a lot of big wigs, making a lot of big decisions.
Oh, really?
I will say the fucking owl stuff, could they have picked a more fucking evil, super villain-esque crest? Not only does it look like a pissed off owl, it looks like a pissed off mage. It's like, I imagine the owl has Snape's voice.
Do not weave your webs here, spider.
Because of the staggering amount of powerful members of Bohemian Grove, it has been a well-known theory that the major country-shaping decisions are made during the 2-week-long event. And it is believed, while those running the retreat forbid business-related conversations, a group of people will often split off to privately discuss matters of importance. We have to have a conversation over there behind that tree. Dave, why is your pants down?
Owls need not such articles of fabric.
Peter Phillips, a Sonoma State sociology professor that attended the retreat in 1994, claims that, quote, they're very clearly talking politics and business constantly. No one ever asked me to talk politics or business, and I dropped hints that I wanted to. Are you talking about gay sex in your asshole?
No. I'm talking about what?
It has been rumored, for example, that the Manhattan Project was conceptualized and planned out at the Bohemian Grove retreat during the 1940s. I'd believe that in a heartbeat. Oppenheimer was there. Well, the movie makes it seem like people were already trying to suck his cock the whole time. You're a genius, Oppenheimer.
He's like, well, I couldn't possibly say if that's true or not.
You're going to do big things. Drop the bomb, Oppenheimer.
Well, I guess I probably could if I really wanted to. I could probably make it.
It was also reported that Ronald Reagan met Richard Nixon during the retreat in 1967 to discuss plans regarding the presidential race. Nixon was also caught in Oval Office tape describing the Grove retreat as the most goddamn thing you'd ever imagine. I would put large amounts of money on the fact that Ronald Reagan showed up with that monkey. I feel like a lot of people don't remember. He was an actor before he was a politician at all. Like in his youth, he had that monkey. He's like, well, come on. He's like, this is Dick Nixon. Unbuckling his pants. He's like, Reagan, what the hell? He's like, he wants a banana. Does your banana need to be peeled back or is it already cut up? Good God, Reagan. Gaining access to this private men's club is by no means cheap. Okay, you gotta be wealthy, or you gotta be a good artist. But I feel like they're just like, you gotta be a wealthy, good artist, bud. You can kind of color in the lines. We'll say you're an artist. Not only do you need to be invited by several former members just to apply, but you are added to the waitlist that is supposedly absurdly long. You'd be waiting 10 years before you were even considered for a role. Is this true? I don't know, but it sounds right, so we're gonna say it. When you are finally able to join, it will cost you around $25,000 initially, plus yearly dues of $5,000. That is substantially lower than what I expected. In 1899, the club gained so much notoriety that they were able to rent and later purchase a 2,700-acre plot of land in Monte Rio in California to run their annual retreat. From there, they continued purchasing the surrounding land to expand their campground. It featured various dining venues, theaters, and several smaller campsites that varied in theming and luxuriousness. There are over 100 camps, with many having servants assigned to them, and it was noted that many members brought their own chefs and servants along to accommodate them as well.
This looks like fucking Disneyland.
This does look like Disneyland. I guess that's the thing too, is whenever all these YouTubers sneak in, right? It's always abandoned, but that's just because it only happens for 2 weeks a year. 2 weeks is a long time, dude. If I want my back shot fixed, I feel like give me 3 days tops. In 1931, a smaller club building was built in both Sonoma and San Francisco, featuring dining rooms, libraries, art galleries, theaters, shops, and rooms for members to socialize in. During some seasons, members would put together and perform weekly plays, concerts, lectures, and more. before. My God, who would want that? It's so childish. It's like playing Dragon Ball Z in your backyard with your friend. During the Grove retreat, phones and other technology were not welcome inside. Members would need to leave to visit a nearby hotel if they wanted to connect to the internet, which helped keep the place unphotographed and shrouded in secrecy to the wider public. They have a Disneyland map of it, and they also have a full building in San Francisco and a literal URL that you can type in and be like, I guess I'll sign up. The campground is littered with security and is very strict with their enforcement of the rules. Supposedly, a number of them are former military, CIA, and FBI agents. Members would indulge in golfing, canoeing, and other outdoor activities when they were getting absurdly drunk with fellow elites. Yeah, dude, boys. Why the f do I have to go to Bohemian Grove to do that? Can I not get day drunk on a Sunday playing golf with my buddies? 9 holes? In this secret place, you know, we're talking a lot about gay sex and other kinds of things, but what about some of the ceremonies they do? A major highlight of the retreat is a ritual ceremony that kicks off the Grove's festivities, known as the Cremation of Care. It is common to witness various high production value theatrical performances, often with men parading around in drag. Motley Crue did it. I'm just going to leave that there, I guess. One member told a reporter that, quote, sometimes the homoerotic themes can get a bit weird. Well, buddy, you're at the wrong place. The purpose of the ceremony is for members to forget their many responsibilities and put the stressors of life aside. On the opening day of the event, members listen to a series of welcoming speeches and pay their respects to older members and those who have passed away within the past year. It's the Oscars. How do we know the Oscars didn't start as a Bohemian Grove thing? They're just like, you guys suck. Why don't you like my statue? It's cool. Hooded men in red robes enter the stage, revealing a large wooden coffin. The coffin contains a lifelike human body shaped from a wooden skeleton. This body symbolizes all the frustrations belonging to the members.
Now get up here and fuck the wooden skeleton.
What if they actually had to have sex with an owl?
Like Ratna, that's an owl.
And they f***ed it?
No, he f***ed you.
Yeah, okay. You immediately jumping to that would be sick. I was like, wait, we can have sex with those things? They're like Furbies. A type of funeral service is performed for this effigy of a body known as Dole Care. By sacrificing it, the members of the Grove are getting rid of their problems to prepare for the next 2 weeks of leisure. This is becoming more and more clear that this is like, people have researched the Grove before, and this is all those male camps now.
I'm a man of a warrior.
You're getting rid of this, whatever, let go, embrace your masculinity. It's that kind of shit. Members begin to follow behind the rope priest and pallbearers as they march across the campground to reach a 40-foot altar beside a serene lake. The altar, covered in green moss, resembles an owl, similar to their logo. I will say this, the altar is insane. It looks fucking awesome, and it's horrifying. It is the perfect catalyst as a spooky secret society thing for someone to like come in there and be like, what the fuck is this thing, man? Once there, members of the club perform a drama complete with musical numbers. Singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. Mitt Romney singing in the rain right now, dude. Why is he hard? The body is loaded onto a nearby ferry. The torches surrounding it are put out, and the music comes to a halt. Back at the altar, the lamp of fellowship is lit as a chorus of voices ring out. On one of the redwood trees, a tree spirit appears and begins singing a happy tune about lighting fire to your grief and sorrow. Are they telling us that, like, no, seriously, a ghost comes out and starts singing Sing in the Rain with us as well? Or I imagine it's probably a costumed person comes out that has, it is some prestigious role, I bet. How do they dictate that shit though too? Well, you're promoted to tree spirit. Congratulations, Mark. Mark Wahlberg's like, oh my God, thank you. Afterwards, the high priest gives a long speech about the importance of nature and its ability to ease the spirits, which is kind of funny because it's basically RV camping that they're doing. And they're just out there having sex and they're just like, you have to take care of Mother Earth. And they're just like burning shit around. The bier containing the body travels up the altar where the torchbearers lift it above the head and place it in front of the owl. From there, a scary voice belonging to the care bellows out from under a dead illuminated tree. It insists that it cannot be defeated, to which the owl altar shouts back at it, claiming that the fire coming from the lamp of the fellowship can overcome it. Which also, fun fact, Walter Cronkite is the voice of the owl. A recording of his voice was recorded to be used for the performance every year. We got to put it up and just pretend that we know.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Oh! At this point, the body is lit ablaze as music and fireworks fill the air. The members in the crowd celebrate, sing, dance, and celebrate the burning of their sorrows. I'm not gonna lie, that's a theatrical production that I'd be like, that's all All right. I'm just not gay. I just wouldn't want to participate in the gay sex. Maybe. If I'm in the owl's nest.
Couple drinks in you.
Oh, one. Half. If I got an RC Cola in me, I'd be like, your voice sounded beautiful on that tape. Thank you. You know, with secret societies, as they say, the bigger you are, the harder you must fall. And people want to see what is going on in this club so bad. The exclusivity drives people insane. So you have people who try to infiltrate the Grove. Like Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber. He's going to be one to crack the case.
I gotta run. Chihuahua ran at me.
YouTuber Tyler Oliveira recently filmed himself sneaking into Bohemian Grove in the middle of the night until he was chased out by security.
Alright, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for sparing me.
I thought I was gonna get chased out by owls.
It probably was. What was the most alarming about the video is that the majority of the Monte Rio citizens were oddly scared to speak about it. Many of them seem to believe that, since the Grove consists of enormously powerful people, they might be targeted in some way for speaking bad about them.
Do you think y'all fornicate with one another?
Oh, I know they do.
I bet all the locals have like f***ed everybody. I mean, people are probably f***ed like Bill Cosby and fucking Will Smith and Mike Myers. I bet you anything Mike Myers has shown up to a Bohemian Grove event in the Austin Powers outfit and it's just got f***ed silly, like a rag doll. That's what they call him, Ragdoll Mike. Yeah, baby, yeah! Or we could talk about when Alex Jones tried infiltrating it. Because back in the year of 2000, Alex Jones snuck cameras into Bohemian Grove in order to film the cremation of care ceremony alongside John Ronson, an author and journalist. Due to the cult-like nature of the ceremony, it was believed that there was demonic activity taking place that needed to be shown to the world. Alex Jones said so. Alex entered the campground and hid in the forest in the middle of the night to avoid security, confiscating his camera. There, he filmed the entire ceremony. He rushed back to his hotel to share his findings with Ronson, who then realized that the sacrificial child was not real. Then Alex Jones was like, well, I mean, you don't know that. Regardless, Alex insisted that he just witnessed demonic activity, running off to create a documentary called Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. Ronson claimed that it was wildly dramatized and filled with lies. His buddies immediately just like, dude, come on. Despite its lack of accuracy, the documentary turned Alex Jones into a celebrity in the conspiracy world. Whatever happened to him? I feel like I haven't heard about him in a while. He's probably doing okay.
Kambuga shaka munda kunga kingo buga laka bluga blah 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 blah.
What are we talking about? Richard Maxlin, the Phantom Patriot.
I operate in the real-life superhero community as the Phantom Patriot. This is my headquarters in Southern Nevada.
Richard Maxlin was 38 years old when he stormed Bohemian Grove armed with an assault rifle, resulting in his imprisonment. God damn, I'm gonna kill someone today. Richard grew up with the obsession with comic books, using them as an escape from his toxic life at home. He bounced from high school to the Marines and finally to stuntman school, struggling to find his purpose in life. Both of his parents had died soon after each other, and he inherited over $500,000. $500,000. Don't get me wrong, it's not like it's not a lot, but at the same time, it's like over $500,000. In his loneliness, he turned to television, where he became enamored by Alex Jones after watching Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. God damn it, Alex Jones. He bought into Alex's claims of satanic rituals and hidden torture chambers, and decided it was his purpose to infiltrate the event and rescue any innocent victims of child abuse. He used his former cosplaying skills to create a character named the Phantom Patriot, dressing in an anonymous black soldier outfit paired with a bulletproof vest and a skeleton mask that he probably used some of the money that he got from his dead parents to pay for. He spent a year arming himself with multiple guns, knives, a crossbow, a katana, and a handmade bomb launcher. He snuck into the Grove in the middle of January when the Bohemian Grove event wasn't even taking place. He just kind of showed up. After sneaking around tactfully, he realized there was nothing going on. After giving up on his grand plan, he snuck into a cabin and took a nap. I feel like I've led people to be like, something's gonna happen. The next morning, he decided to set fire to the mess hall in order to feel like he accomplished something. Sadly, the sprinkler system put the fires out. The fire alarms began to ring, and he was soon confronted by the authorities. He surrendered almost immediately after and was sent to prison for 6 years. That pivots perfectly into the reality of the situation, right? Part of the allure of the Bohemian Grove is the air of mystique that fills the conversations about it, right? Like a lot of things in life, people want to believe in something because it makes reality so much more fantastical when usually that's not the case. And it helps that there is rarely footage or, photography of the retreat, which gives potential members an exaggerated idea of what to expect, and this leads to an increase place in the memberships of the Bohemian Grove. But the reality of the Bohemian Grove is that while there are likely some wild business deals and conversations between people of influence, it's just a part. People get together every once in a while. People do the same thing at fucking Kanye's listening parties up in Wisconsin. You know what I mean? Diddy's whiteout parties. Two respected members of society throwing parties. Just like that. According to people on Reddit who have worked seasonal jobs at the Grove, it's an incredibly mundane event, which once again, we have to take these with a grain of salt. They talk about it the same way that like a high school student talks about like an amusement park job. Someone says, I know someone who works there, or at least did last I talked with him. He saw Conan O'Brien and Jeb Bush there and described it as a bunch of rich white dudes eating lobster.
Is that a euphemism?
It could be. Eating lobster, Conan's beat red cock. Or another person said, as a former employee, that's exactly what this place is. Rich white dudes eating lobster and fillets, drinking a lot, and peeing on trees. It's really not that exciting. Which immediately breaks your immersion, because then you're kind of hit with reality of like, oh yeah, it probably is just like a really gay camping retreat. In conclusion, secret societies are inherently fascinating, but often the reality of the situation is just far less exciting. I'm sure there's something out there, because here's another thing. Secret societies, if you know about it, not a fucking secret. There's probably secret societies out there that no one knows, and those are the real devious things. But I like to think at this day and age, people are so enamored and inspired by these stories that that's what ends up starting maybe like internet secret societies, or where it's people being like, hey, this NFT thing's gonna be fucking huge. Pick up some Bored Apes or whatever. That kind of shit. Those are the new secret societies. That's the real weird boys club now. Do they all have gay sex with each other? I hope. I think everybody needs a little loving, dude. But I think Bohemian Grove is nothing more than a glorified fraternity for old rich boomers who want to relive their youth and talk to other rich people. That's probably what it is. But maybe one day we will dive deeper and find something more secret, more ancient, more horrendous that does end with gay sex and child sacrifice. Maybe. We'll never know. But until next time, my friends, be on the lookout and watch out for any strange owls that might appear outside your window. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.